Chapter 338, Good, 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 you actually dared to be greedy with me. Tisk, why do I feel like after seeing the power of the Heartless Cannon, this 120mm mortar isn't that appealing anymore? The player operating the mortar in the rear continuously fired at a distance, while looking with a hint of envy at the huge commotion caused by the Heartless Cannon. Although the accuracy of the Heartless Cannon was a bit too touching, its power was truly fierce. If it weren't for its poor accuracy, players would have long since phased out mortars and started using this thing. Generally speaking, to accurately hit an area with a Heartless Cannon, besides requiring artillery and the cannon to work together for a long time, the best way is to set up several cannons for concentrated firepower. Just like the tactic of line infantry using flintlock rifles, in the Napoleonic era, the reason why line infantry was so popular was because the accuracy of rifles back then was quite touching. From a distance, smoothbore guns started to become inaccurate. But even though its accuracy was poor, the explosive power of this thing was truly ferocious. Preliminary estimates suggest that its destructive effect on the ground would probably be equivalent to heavy artillery of over 200mm, given its explosive charge. Such a heavy satchel of explosives, pushed out with a bang, and filled with high explosives disassembled from anti-tank landmines. As a result, when it exploded among the enemies, most of them were not killed or injured by shrapnel, but rather had their internal organs shattered by the terrifying impact. Although the 120mm mortar on the player's side wasn't as powerful as the Heartless Cannon, it was much better in terms of both accuracy and firepower density. Besides its extremely touching accuracy, one of the most troublesome aspects of the Heartless Cannon was its slow reloading speed. Because this thing was like an old-fashioned cannon, it required pulling a fuse, inserting a certain amount of propellant, then placing a special wooden board to act as a baffle, and finally, inserting the satchel of explosives, which also needed to be compacted. After firing, the gun barrel also needed a simple cleaning, otherwise, various messy problems might occur. This series of steps naturally led to a slow rate of fire for the Heartless Cannon, and without player operation, its firing speed became even slower. A group of Black Hawk Army soldiers were blown into disarray, and before they could even understand what was happening, they had already lost more than half of their men. The remaining Black Hawk soldiers completely lost their will to fight, trembling and lying on the ground, terrified that a shell would hit them. They had already made up their minds, as for encircling and annihilating the guerrillas, they could talk about that later. They would run back alive first, as long as they could retreat alive, that would be a victory. After an unknown duration of bombardment, the chaotic shelling finally ceased. Some Black Hawk soldiers, feeling the surrounding tremors suddenly disappear and the deafening sounds gradually fading, cautiously raised their heads and carefully looked around. When he saw that all the artillery nearby had indeed stopped attacking and the surrounding explosions had finally ceased, he even felt a sense of being in another world, his mind momentarily unable to process it. However, most Black Hawk soldiers did not get up, but remained lying on the ground. Some Black Hawk soldiers were motionless because their internal organs were damaged during the previous bombardment, they appeared unharmed but were actually unable to move. Other Black Hawk soldiers had their ears damaged by the intense explosions, so even though the shelling had stopped, they couldn't hear, their ears had been deafened. Bayonet charge. Kill them. These Black Hawk soldiers were still in a daze, but the players wouldn't be dazed with them. As veteran 10,086 waved his hand, a group of players who had already prepared launched a fierce charge forward, their shouts echoing across the hillside. Seeing such a group of reckless madmen charging at them with bayonets, the recovering Black Hawk soldiers screamed and fled, but they discovered an extremely fatal problem. They couldn't outrun these soldiers on the mountain path. When the players moved, although it couldn't be said that they had an all-terrain buff, they could ignore most terrains when running. Just like the rugged mountain path in front of them, with the players running and jumping, it was like walking on flat ground, and their running speed was as fast as a 100-meter sprint. In comparison, these Black Hawk soldiers couldn't run as freely. If they dared to run so freely, even if they didn't accidentally fall and roll down the hillside, they would likely trip over a rock somewhere and fall to the ground. It was precisely because of this that they felt these Cambrian soldiers were absolutely reckless, otherwise, who in their right mind would engage in a bayonet charge with them on such a rugged and steep hillside? Despite the Black Hawk soldiers' desperate escape, they were still caught by the players. As for the unlucky ones who didn't manage to escape in time, they were immediately stabbed to death by the players. Before long, the battle ended. After the battle, other guerrilla members also rushed over, then excitedly began to share the spoils of war with the players. When the players launched their bayonet charge, they actually followed along, but they simply couldn't keep up with the players' reckless pace. As a result, by the time they ran over, the battle was already over, which made many guerrilla members feel a bit embarrassed, as if they had been hiding in the back, afraid of death. It was called dividing the spoils of war, but in reality, most of these spoils were given to the guerrillas, because players were generally not very interested in the items on the Black Hawk soldiers. Only a few players would turn over the corpses on the ground, checking if they could find some relatively new small items to take back as souvenirs. For example, small harmonicas, small medals, small pendants, and various other small trinkets. A guerrilla soldier turned over a young corpse on the ground and pried a small silver pendant from his hand. Looking at the exquisite pendant in front of him, the guerrilla member suddenly felt a pang of reluctance for some reason. This Black Hawk soldier was very young, about 20 years old. Seeing him clutching the pendant tightly to his chest even in death, it must have held significant meaning for him. He couldn't help but wonder if the pendant contained a photo of his lover, or perhaps a family photo. Sigh, this damned war. If I ever get a chance to go to the Black Eagle Empire, I'll try to find an opportunity to return this pendant to your family. The guerrilla member mumbled casually, then carefully opened the pendant. But as soon as he opened the pendant box and saw the image inside, he couldn't help but curse, because he discovered it was actually a portrait of the Black Eagle Emperor, with "Long Live Victory" written in Black Hawk language below the Emperor's bust. Number. What a waste of sympathy for this scoundrel. The guerrilla member grumbled, pulled out the portrait from the pendant, threw it on the ground, and then couldn't resist stepping on it twice, feeling utterly unlucky. He shouldn't have sympathized with these guys. The next time he's overcome with sympathy, he's a dog. Antonov heard the commotion over there, ran over to ask, and after learning what happened, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, young man, you don't need to feel sympathy for these invaders. Regardless of whether they have difficulties fighting here, it's a fact that they came to invade us. This war is a life or death struggle. Since we don't want to die, we can only kill them. As he said this, Antonov felt a little emotional. In fact, he himself was once a Cambrian soldier, but because his unit was scattered and he felt that the noble lords were truly inhumane, he quietly slipped away and returned to his village. Before being dragged to the battlefield, when he was receiving training at the training ground, the instructors constantly shouted about various honors and loyalties, completely fooling him. At that time, he was still very naive, without such complex thoughts in his mind. Being constantly fed this rhetoric, he actually believed some of it. But once on the battlefield, he realized that all those messy honors and loyalties were fake. Most honors belonged to those noble officers. For ordinary soldiers, the honors they could obtain were extremely limited. Moreover, most of them didn't really understand the concept of honor, only finding the words of the noble officers very hollow. As for loyalty, eating rock hard, bran mixed stale bread day in and day out, not even being able to eat their fill. Under such circumstances, when they saw those noble officers still holding banquets in the trenches, even enjoying bacon, sausages, and red wine, they couldn't feel loyal even if they wanted to. At that time, Antonov wondered what would sustain him in battle once he was on the battlefield. After much thought, he felt that the only thing supporting him in battle was probably survival. He didn't want to die, he wanted to live, so he could only kill enemies to survive. Besides that, he truly had no other thoughts at the time. However, now, looking at the guerrilla members around him and recalling the base area, which, although they had to hide, had a very relaxed atmosphere, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Although the current life wasn't great, it was a life he truly loved, and for everything he loved, he would surely defend his homeland to the death. Antonov was still busy with his reflections, but on the other side, Veteran 10,086 was already busy chatting with other players in internal communications. As they chatted, they discussed the development of their respective base areas and learned about some strange situations they had encountered. Alright, why does it always feel like the loyalty of the NPCs in this game seems somewhat concerning? Traitors seem to be everywhere, and the actions of these Black Hawk soldiers, aren't they a bit too agile? After a discussion, Veteran 10,086 learned that it wasn't just his base area that had traitors, other places also had similar situations to varying degrees. In most cases, these betrayers couldn't cause any losses to the base area, because in front of the player's minimap, these traitors were almost nowhere to hide. But there were also instances where players were negligent, and ordinary Cambrian guerrillas didn't notice these guys, resulting in them being tricked by accident. Sometimes, just a slight leak of information, or revealing seemingly insignificant things, could allow the Black Hawk army to obtain useful intelligence. A moment of carelessness, and these guerrilla members could suffer heavy losses due to a traitor's betrayal. No matter how the players armed them, these guerrillas ultimately couldn't contend with the Black Hawk regular army. Not only was their combat readiness inferior to that of regular soldiers, but their equipment was also lacking compared to the regular army. Even if the players did everything they could to supply them, they still couldn't compete with the regular army in this regard. For example, the Black Hawk army could deploy armored vehicles and mechs when the opportunity arose, but the guerrilla forces had no way of obtaining these things. Setting aside the issue of how they would hide these things, simply dealing with daily maintenance and driving issues meant that the vast majority of guerrilla forces could not handle them. Even with player training, it would be difficult for these guerrilla forces to figure out how to maintain and repair armored units in a short time. Driving was the same. For the players, driving was very simple, they just needed to use the game's simplified interface to operate them. But for ordinary guerrilla members, even if they managed to seize a mech, they wouldn't understand what all the buttons and joysticks inside were for. Not to mention, the incredible repair methods used by players were completely useless as a reference for ordinary guerrilla forces. These methods were practically indistinguishable from superpowers. In the process of back and forth fighting, some Black Hawk officers, perhaps to get rich or simply to keep their rear quiet, would even reach verbal agreements or even cooperate with these guerrilla forces. For example, if guerrilla forces in certain areas lacked grain and salt, Black Hawk officers would immediately be willing to secretly smuggle these items to them. Not all Black Hawk people were fanatical, thinking about dedicating their lives to the Emperor all day long. After this period of brutal warfare, the mindset of many Black Hawk officers changed. They were not optimistic about the prospects of the war, and in battle after brutal battle, their once firm beliefs gradually faded. Many even felt lost, wondering what the point of fighting here was. Under these circumstances, some Black Hawk officers began looking for an escape route, which included finding ways to make money. For instance, officers in certain logistics departments, upon receiving a batch of military rations and salt, would secretly contact the guerrilla forces and smuggle these items to them for money. Things like military uniforms and blankets could also be smuggled. Anyway, for these Black Hawk officers, the equipment found by the logistics department didn't belong to them, they could just write a note to the rear and apply for replacements. But the gold exchanged for these items was real and truly belonged to them. As for the severe equipment shortage on their side, what if they were discovered later? In the early stages, they would cover it up with false accounts. If they absolutely couldn't cover it up later, they would simply contact the guerrilla forces again, cooperate with them, and have the guerrilla forces send a few people to throw Molotov cocktails at the warehouse, performing a fire dragon burns the granary. This traditional trick was known by almost everyone guarding a warehouse, and it was very troublesome to investigate. For example, Emperor Dongli had previously planned with a few players and guerrilla members to raid a Black Hawk Devil's warehouse. But they never expected to be discovered halfway there. Emperor Dongli originally thought his plan might fail, or at the very least, they would have to engage in a fierce battle with the enemy halfway to the warehouse raid. But before the fighting could even begin, an officer ran out from the opposing side, waving his hand to signal a negotiation. Emperor Dongli, not understanding what was happening, relied on his ability to resurrect and, being skilled and bold, ran over. Then he heard a request that he found utterly unbelievable. "What did you say? Are you kidding me? What kind of ridiculous request is this?" Looking at the Black Hawk officer in front of him, Emperor Dongli felt as if he no longer recognized this world. The Black Hawk officer scratched his ear and said impatiently in slightly rusty Cambrian language, "Why do you care so much? Just tell me if you are willing to do it. As long as you burn down all 3 warehouses marked on the map for me, I promise that all the grain, salt, and cloth on these 10 trucks behind me will belong to you. Of course, if you want the trucks too, that will be a separate price." Although he felt that the situation unfolding before him was strange and confusing, Emperor Dongli ultimately agreed to the deal. At first, he didn't quite understand, but when he brought his team members to the warehouse, he finally figured out what was going on. Good heavens, no wonder they wanted us to burn down these 3 warehouses. It turns out all 3 of them were already empty. Seeing the 3 empty warehouses, sparse enough to starve a rat, Emperor Dongli sighed and shook his head. For some reason, when he saw this scene, he felt that the Black Hawk army might be doomed sooner or later. Although he couldn't understand the corruption issue within the Black Hawk army, he still chose to burn down the warehouses in front of him. After all, he had already agreed to it, he had to keep his promise. This was called taking money to avert disaster for others, and the corruption in the Black Hawk army was inherently beneficial to them. Watching the 3 warehouses being consumed by roaring flames, the players hadn't even had time to celebrate when the Black Hawk officer who had accompanied them to lead the way couldn't help but start clapping. "Ha ha ha, good. Burn it well. Next, you will have half an hour to evacuate. After half an hour, I will have my subordinates sound the alarm and send people to pursue you. But you can rest assured, the troops I send to pursue you are just for show. As long as you don't foolishly stand still and fail to run, they definitely won't catch you." After saying this, the Black Hawk officer left the area, leaving behind a group of speechless players. The Black Hawk officer waved his hand, taking nothing with him, and even left 10 truckloads of supplies for the players, making them feel emotional about meeting such a big shot. However, Andrei, on his side, began to feel slightly worried. "Andriusha, what's wrong? You look terrible the moment I walk in." Yelena was holding a document and walked into Andrei's office, but as soon as she entered, she saw that Andrei's expression was so grim it looked like water could drip from it. Andrei sighed, then slapped the table and cursed, "Damn it, I shouldn't have held any expectations for those parasites in the rear. I've had enough of these disgusting idiots." Following this, Andrei handed Yelena some of the things he had investigated recently. After quickly flipping through 2 pages, Yelena couldn't help but frown, realizing that some people in Petrograd were indeed going too far. Ironically, in order to ensure that Petrograd's Victory Railway would not be cut off by the enemy, Andrei had fought several major battles at the crucial transportation hub of Schlüsselburg. In those major battles, just counting the casualties of ordinary soldiers, Andrei had to pay the price of over 10,000 deaths. If player casualties were included, tens of thousands might not be enough. He had thought that after paying so much in blood and sacrifice, successfully defending that transportation line, and with the grain merchants in Moscow behaving themselves and not daring to try schemes like raising grain prices or hoarding for profit. Combining all of this, he believed Petrograd should not face a grain crisis in the short term. But before long, General Konstantin called him, saying that the food supply in Petrograd was running low. If this trend continued, Petrograd would have to enter a state of food rationing within a week, and every citizen would only be allocated food according to the emergency ration standards. This instantly stumped Andrei. He had previously instructed General Konstantin to stockpile so much grain, and he himself was constantly purchasing grain for Petrograd and repeatedly urging Moscow to send grain there. How did things end up like this? Without hesitation, Andrei immediately summoned several officers who were good at accounting to check the ledger for material transport via train on his side. Next, he thoroughly cross-referenced the ledger from the grain depots in Petrograd and discovered that the 2 ledgers did not match. Where exactly was the discrepancy in the ledger? Andrei couldn't understand the specifics, as he wasn't a professional accountant. But after calculating everything, he found that at least half of the grain officially sent from Moscow had inexplicably been swallowed up. He might have received 1,000 tons of grain on his end, but when it arrived for reception in Petrograd, the ledger showed 500 tons of grain. Besides the issues with the ledgers, several warehouses definitely had problems as well. Since there wasn't enough food and the amount of grain on the market was insufficient, there was no doubt they had to open granaries and release grain. General Konstantin immediately sought out the second prince, who currently served as the governor of Petrograd. The 2 jointly signed a document to open granaries and release grain, intending to bring the grain prices down next. However, the document had barely been issued not even 24 hours later when several grain depots in Petrograd mysteriously caught fire. Firefighters rushed over to put out the fire, but the blaze spread extremely fast and couldn't be contained. What frustrated them even more was that when they drove the fire trucks over, someone had secretly scattered nails on the road, causing their fire trucks to get flat tires. Furthermore, some people deliberately caused gang fights to create traffic jams, thereby delaying the fire department's progress. Looking back, those few warehouses were undoubtedly burned to the ground, and the grain inside was naturally consumed by the flames. Of course, the prerequisite for all this was ensuring there was grain inside those warehouses to begin with. This is clearly corruption. What they are doing is far too obvious, isn't it? After reading the contents of the document, Yelena said with unconcealed anger. Andrei shrugged, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Heh, who says it isn't? I truly never expected that just as I received news that someone in the Black Hawk Army was engaging in graft, secretly smuggling grain and supplies to us, Petrograd would turn around and have this kind of incident too. Where did all this missing grain go? I barely have to think about it to know that the people in charge of logistics must have smuggled it to certain grain merchants. After Andrei and Yelena fiercely cursed the grain merchants and corrupt officials, they exchanged glances and saw the same thought in each other's eyes. I'll call the old man and ask him to organize the troops under his command to carry out a cleansing of Petrograd. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. If we don't start a cleansing, those guys will never stop. If it were peacetime, Andrei might have tried to find a way for General Konstantin to negotiate with them in a more civilized manner. Of course, considering the class nature of his own family, he somewhat suspected that his family was more likely to be involved in such matters even during peacetime, as a large part of the noble lord's income came from selling grain. But now was not the time to care about making money. Just because some idiots were clueless didn't mean Andrei was clueless too. If a grain shortage were to occur in Petrograd now, it would practically be forcing the citizens to rebel. When people are hungry, they can do anything. What's more, if there was a grain shortage within Petrograd, how could the frontline army fight? If they were busy fighting on the front lines, only to hear that their families were starving to death back home, it would be a miracle if they didn't pick up their guns and want to kill someone. If such a ridiculous thing caused the morale of the frontline army to collapse, leading to the failure of the defense of Petrograd for such a reason, that would truly be utterly laughable. So, Andrei immediately called General Konstantin. Old man, have you found out which families are doing this behind the scenes? Don't tell me it's just the grain merchants acting on their own. If they don't have anyone backing them, they wouldn't have the ability or channels. Hearing Andrei's murderous voice, General Konstantin rubbed his forehead with a headache. Yes, I've found out, of course I've found out. Those damned fools didn't even think to use a few more middlemen to cover themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, Andrei's voice rang out on the other end of the phone. In that case, what are we waiting for? Quickly raid their homes and execute them for treason. Damn it, I'm fighting here, and who knows how many people have died to ensure that the transportation hub isn't blocked by the enemy, yet in the end, the citizens are still starving because of it, all to benefit these parasites. What's even more abominable is that I even heard that some noble women are still thinking of bathing in milk during such difficult times. The more Andrei spoke, the more he felt an urge to kill. In the past, when he saw similar scenes described in various poems and stories, he had no personal feelings, only finding them absurd. But when he truly experienced such things firsthand, he only felt as if he saw a group of lamppost ornaments waving at him. Hearing Andrei's murderous voice, General Konstantin sighed slightly and said, "You brat, things here aren't as simple as you think. Those guys are nobles after all, and if we just directly charge them with high treason, it would be too undignified. Moreover, with the influence of those guys, if we go through normal judicial channels, it will definitely be a long lawsuit, and in the end, the lawsuit will have to go to the Tsar, and it will most likely end up unresolved." Seeing General Konstantin still hesitating, Andrei couldn't help but roll his eyes. "My dear father, you truly are my father. What time is it already, and you're still thinking about our noble politics? If I may say something unpleasant, if we continue to mess around like this, Petrograd might be gone, the empire might collapse, and what will we have left to mess with?" General Konstantin naturally had his own considerations, especially for noble lords. Maintaining the nobles' exalted status was very necessary. So, unless absolutely necessary, these nobles rarely used such extreme methods to solve problems. But Andrei really couldn't wait any longer. If he didn't have a gun in his hand, he might have to play by their rules, but with his gun barrel already so hard, why bother with those people? If he had a gun, and still had to waste time with those people, wouldn't the gun be useless? Alas, old man, I suggest you discuss this matter thoroughly with the second prince. Let the second prince preside over the handling of traitors. I believe the wise and just second prince will surely give a satisfactory answer to the loyal subjects of the empire. If these problems really can't be dealt with, then I'll just fly back to Petrograd myself. I don't believe those guys are that difficult to handle." After saying this, Andrei thought for a moment and then called a young staff officer. "Major, I'm giving you a special mission. Go back to Petrograd for me and deliver this letter to General Konstantin. Be quick. Remember, no one but General Konstantin can read this letter. If anyone tries to snatch it, burn it or eat it as quickly as possible." Suddenly receiving orders from the commander, the major staff officer was a bit overwhelmed, but he immediately saluted Andrei, indicating that he would definitely complete the mission. Because of the emperor's aura, and because this major was also from a commoner background and had no vested interests with those nobles, Andrei was relatively confident in this staff officer. In fact, if he were more extreme, Andrei could have had a player run the message. However, he was worried that players might mess things up accidentally while delivering the letter, for example, charging into the headquarters alone to deliver the letter to General Konstantin. He believed players were capable of such things, as those guys only had the mission in their eyes when completing tasks. As for how to complete it, never mind that, they would definitely complete the mission as written on the task panel. After hanging up the phone, General Konstantin was a bit annoyed. To be honest, he wasn't very good at dealing with those nobles, because he was a military man. However, due to traditional thinking, even though he knew those guys were going too far, he still hadn't prepared to kill them like Andrei had. Alas, this is going to be bad. After killing this group of people, the reputation of the Vorontsov family will probably become even more bizarre. He couldn't help but shake his head, but then he thought, even if he let this group of people go, the reputation of the Vorontsov family wouldn't get much better. After all, the Vorontsov family was acting too aggressively now, practically transitioning towards warlordism. After weighing the pros and cons and analyzing the situation, General Konstantin discovered. Perhaps, like Andrei, taking decisive action might actually prevent them from suffering greater losses. Otherwise, even if he went to reprimand those guys now, they would probably still revert to their old ways, and it would only be treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Later, those people might hold a grudge against him, and when his energy was fully focused on the front lines, those despicable guys might stab him in the back. General Konstantin had no expectations for the character of those people. He had encountered similar situations when he was young and participated in the Great Northern War. Because of conflicts between noble families, some people were jealous of their unit's achievements, and as a result, they used logistics to hinder them from the rear, and even sold their intelligence, which led to him losing an arm on the battlefield. Thinking of this, he immediately made up his mind to visit the second prince first thing in the morning. No matter what, even if this second prince was just a mascot, from a positional standpoint, he, as the governor of Petrograd, should indeed be responsible for internal affairs. And within this, cracking down on hoarding and prosecuting traitors also seemed to be within his authority. Moreover, his orders could, to a certain extent, represent the Tsar's orders. After all, he was the second prince. After having that guy issue the orders for him, he could also draw some hatred for the Tsar, so that his own hatred value wouldn't be too high. General Konstantin never expected that Andrei, worried about his indecisiveness, would come to pressure him late at night. The staff officer was also dedicated. As soon as he got off the plane, he rushed to the headquarters at top speed and handed the urgent letter from Andrei to General Konstantin. Taking the letter, the general broke the wax seal, scanned it quickly, and his expression changed. Damn it! This brat is really ruthless. No, I have to find the second prince immediately, I'm leaving right now. Muttering curses, he quickly put on his coat and his magnificent military cap, then called for the family's night guard. A group of power-armored soldiers rode in trucks, escorting his car in the middle, and drove aggressively to the second prince's palace gate. Then he directly led two family knights, pushed past the Imperial Guard soldiers blocking the door, and strode towards the second prince. Seeing General Konstantin rushing over with a group of power-armored soldiers, his face grim and looking like he meant trouble, the tall second prince immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Although he was almost a head taller than General Konstantin, when facing this seemingly irritable old man, he tried his best to bend his waist, ensuring their heights were similar. Your Excellency, Commander, it's so late. May I ask the reason for your sudden visit? General Konstantin didn't mince words, directly handing a list to the second prince and pointing at the names on it, he said sternly, Your Highness, there are traitors in Petrograd. These people not only embezzled the grain sent from Moscow, but they also colluded with Black Hawk devils behind the scenes, even selling the grain to them. This is unbearable. We must swiftly and decisively eliminate them with thunderous force, severely punishing these despicable traitors. Hearing these words, the second prince breathed a sigh of relief, subtly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Oh, so it was just some traitors secretly smuggling things? That's not a big deal. Couldn't it be solved by finding an opportunity to inform the special forces? Seeing General Konstantin arrive with several trucks of power-armored soldiers, his first reaction was that the old man was going to launch a coup. But then, when the second prince saw the names on the list, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat again. Because he suddenly realized that there seemed to be many important figures on this list, a significant portion of whom were prominent nobles in Petrograd. What was even more awkward was that many people on this list had recently invited him to their banquets, and even secretly given him many good things. Chapter 339, Clearing Traitors? This is clearly eliminating dissidents. Your Excellency Commander, can't we be flexible about this matter? With all due respect, there is absolutely no need for you to get so angry over this. Although I must admit, some families have gone a bit too far, if we simply put them on trial like this, it might be seen as... The second prince said with a bitter and slightly aggrieved expression next to General Konstantin, attempting to save some of the people on the list. Honestly, if General Konstantin only wanted to execute a few grain merchants, he wouldn't care at all. They were just merchants. If he wanted to shoot them, let him shoot them. Would the noble lords be unable to sell their grain just because these few merchants were gone? But now, General Konstantin didn't just want to execute a few grain merchants, he wanted to execute a whole host of officials besides the merchants, and even many nobles, which gave him a huge headache. Taiwan Novel Network accompanies you in your leisure, waiting for you to search. If these guys were executed, Putting aside whether Petrograd's internal operations would run into problems, just considering his reputation, it would likely be ruined later on. Even if everyone knew that the person truly directing this matter was clearly the Vorontsov family, who commanded significant military power, no matter what, the one signing the documents later would be the second prince. Although he had no interest in competing for the throne and didn't think he could win against his elder brother by making a move now, that didn't mean he wanted his reputation ruined among the nobility. If he actually signed the documents, his elder brother would probably be delighted, but he would have a lot of trouble in the future. Although the second prince was pleading humbly with General Constantin, the imposing old general showed no intention of compromising. He merely snorted coldly, slammed a pile of documents onto the table, and said sternly, "Your Highness, I have a few questions for you. Do you think the evidence we have collected is sufficient to convict them?" Seeing these documents, the second prince couldn't help but feel dizzy. He truly didn't know how those fools managed it. It was bad enough that they secretly embezzled and smuggled grain, but they even left behind such a mess of evidence for others. They weren't careful or cautious at all. Undoubtedly, the items before him were sufficient to convict them. After all, these noble lords never imagined they would be arrested for such things, so naturally, they never thought to specifically clean up these loose ends. The second prince opened his mouth, about to speak, but General Constantin immediately pressed on, "Your Highness, since this evidence is sufficient to convict them, then my desire to send them for trial is perfectly reasonable, isn't it?" The second prince nodded, saying tremblingly, "Reasonable, it is indeed reasonable, but..." Before he finished speaking, the general continued to press, "If that is the case, then what reason do we have to pardon them? Could it be that when the empire drafted its laws, it wrote into the statutes that nobles who break the law do not need to be held accountable? Or are you suggesting that even after committing so many wicked acts, they still don't deserve punishment?" The second prince waved his hands repeatedly, gritting his teeth as he said, "No, no, no, of course not. I think you misunderstood my meaning. But Your Excellency Commander, have you considered a problem? What if we move against them at a time like this and it destabilizes the situation in Petrograd?" The second prince advised earnestly, "You must understand that these nobles have deep influence over Petrograd. They own vast properties there, and their relationships are intricate. If we strike at them now, it could very likely create a negative impression among other nobles. With all due respect, if other nobles become dissatisfied with the empire at this moment, our battle situation on the front line could become very dangerous." After hearing this, General Constantin snorted coldly and said, "Humph, that's utter nonsense. They dare to be dissatisfied with the empire? They dare to stab the front line in the back? They dare to destabilize Petrograd? What kind of joke is this? These dogs actually dared to embezzle the rations meant for my subordinates, causing my soldiers, who are fighting desperately on the front line, to be forced to eat black bread that is worse than terrible, while their families face the risk of starvation. They dare to threaten me with the situation in Petrograd? Do they really think the Petrograd front army is made of mud? I still have 800,000 great troops under me, sharpening their knives." General Constantin was high-spirited because, due to the continuous defeats in the previous wars, large numbers of northern army troops had fled to Petrograd and were all reorganized into the Petrograd front army. Therefore, the current Petrograd front army has at least 800,000 great troops, and this figure doesn't even include the Karelian front army or the Volkhov front army. If these three front armies were merged to form one massive army group, and the reserves currently training inside Petrograd were called up, the total manpower of this front army would directly exceed 1.25 million people. The Karelian front army was slightly different. Compared to General Constantin's influence there, Andrei's influence was actually stronger. But there was no doubt that even excluding the Karelian front army, just combining the Petrograd and Volkhov front armies, the number of troops would exceed 1 million. Looking at it this way, it was no wonder that Tsar was worried about the Volkhov family. After all, the army the Volkhov family could command already exceeded 1 million, making them the largest military group in the empire's north. This was a genuine million-strong army. In the past, how many Tsars throughout the history of the Cambrian Empire could assemble a million-strong army? It was just that the current situation was different. If this were a century or two ago, and a noble family domestically could control 1 million troops, there was no doubt that even if the family didn't make a statement, a large number of other families would probably rush to support them and drape the yellow robe over them, i.e., force them to become emperor. General Constantin actually didn't have very complicated thoughts. As a relatively straightforward military man, he just wanted to remind the second prince that the army under his command was the most important factor right now. Nobles were irrelevant when facing an army on the verge of revolt, their noble blood wouldn't allow them to survive the wrath of a million-strong army. But in the ears of the second prince, these words sounded completely different. Good heavens, was this a direct threat to the throne? My goodness, he was just an ordinary second prince with almost no real power. Why would the threat be aimed at him instead of directly causing trouble for his imperial father? Although the second prince had a belly full of complaints, he had to admit that this threat was truly effective. If General Constantin truly dared to rebel with 800,000 great troops at this time, putting aside what would happen to Petrograd and the Vorontsov family, and regardless of the future fate of the Cambrian Empire, the second prince felt he would most likely be doomed. Even if he didn't die instantly, he might end up being secretly executed. Or, the other party might hold the Son of Heaven hostage to command the vassals, directly supporting him as the Tsar, and then waging war against Moscow in his name. But there was no doubt that becoming a puppet emperor inexplicably at this time meant he would definitely be finished, regardless of whether Petrograd or Moscow won. If Petrograd won, he would become the biggest obstacle to the Vorontsov family ascending the throne. If Moscow won, he would surely become a traitor. Thinking this, he instantly shivered, quickly slammed the table, and said, "Your Excellency Commander, you are right. I was superficial just now. At a time like this, we absolutely cannot show any leniency toward internal traitors. We must clear out these traitors with the speed of lightning, and we must not allow them to harm our army internally." Seeing that the second prince finally relented, General Constantin nodded in satisfaction. Seeing the fellow covered in cold sweat, he couldn't help but curl his lip and mutter inwardly. Humph. Foolish second prince, he has no idea what this old man was just doing. This fellow thought that I suddenly came to him aggressively just to kill these nobles, to initiate a great trial and a great purge. Little did he know that if I couldn't persuade the second prince and resolve this matter within 24 hours, Andrei would immediately dispatch an airborne unit, disguised as the Black Eagle Empire's air force, to carry out an air raid on Petrograd and slaughter those meddling nobles. Although Andrei didn't have the special type of aircraft used by the Black Eagle Empire, it seemed difficult to imitate the Black Eagle Empire's paratrooper actions. But in his view, if he got some other model of aircraft from the system, put a Black Eagle Empire paint job on it as a skin, and then had players cosplay as the Black Hawk Army. Once these elements were gathered, it seemed entirely possible for him to imitate the Black Hawk Army and launch a black operation. This was precisely why General Constantin's attitude was so forceful, why he rushed over late at night, and why he looked so anxious. Otherwise, if that kid Andrei really dropped paratroopers in, who knew how many people he would kill or how much damage he would do to the reputation of the Vorontsov family. General Constantin was also puzzled as to how Andrei could become such a different person immediately after being hit by the shell. Before, he wasn't interested in military matters, his head was full of romantic, anti-war ideas, and he wanted to be a poet. But now, this guy was absolutely a major warlord. When he encountered a problem, his first thought was to send his elite soldiers as an action squad to resolve it, and his methods were absolutely vicious. Andrei, I can't help it, I was forced. We are all trying hard to survive. As for why others can't survive when I try hard? Shouldn't they look for the reason within themselves? After living so many years, have they tried hard? Have they properly reflected on themselves? After signing the series of arrest warrants, both the second prince and General Constantin relaxed. A relaxed smile appeared on both their faces, and each felt that he had saved Petrograd. Thinking this, the two exchanged a subtle glance, then smiled knowingly. Second prince, internal thought fortunately, I was willing to sacrifice a limb to save the body, sacrificing my own reputation to prevent a mutiny in the Petrograd front army. General Constantin, internal thought fortunately, I was willing to sacrifice a limb to save the body, sacrificing my own reputation to prevent rivers of blood among the Petrograd nobility. To ensure the success of this operation, General Constantin mobilized all the elites of his family, and even urgently summoned a portion of the veteran troops recuperating in Petrograd, issuing them operational orders. Although doing this was somewhat irregular, the situation was urgent, so rules could be set aside for now. At worst, he could temporarily transfer the soldiers participating in the operation into the military police, and then transfer them out after the operation was complete. Many veterans who had just received this sudden transfer order were still somewhat dissatisfied, thinking their vacation was ending early and they had to return to the battlefield. But then, when they learned that this time they were to arrest a group of scoundrels stealing grain in the rear and return the military provisions to the frontline armies, these veterans' motivation instantly skyrocketed. A group of veterans ferociously kicked open the gates of the noble lord's manor, raising their rifle butts to smash the noble soldiers at the entrance. The commander was currently helping them reclaim the embezzled military provisions and pay, and it was as if the goddess had opened her eyes. Finally, a noble was willing to stand up for them. Hesitating for even a second at such a time would be an insult to the commander's kindness. Their main principle was loyalty. As for whether this loyalty was to the empire or to the Vorontsov family, that was a question worth pondering. From the end of that day, the nobles of Petrograd, and even the Cambrian Empire, fearfully referred to that night's operation as the Bloody Night. Because on that night, a total of over 30 noble family heads were arrested, over 10 families had their assets completely seized, and more than 300 noble scions were implicated and imprisoned. In addition, because some nobles, relying on their guards, chose to resist arrest, severe bloody conflicts erupted throughout Petrograd that night, with at least over 300 people dying in the crossfire. In the subsequent trials, the arrested merchants, officials, and nobles faced unprecedentedly cruel judgments, with a total of over 1,000 people simultaneously sentenced to death for treason. Because too many people were sentenced to death simultaneously, Petrograd's execution grounds and gallows were insufficient. To make room for the subsequent death row inmates, those who had just been hanged were swiftly removed from the gallows and then strung up on the streetlights in the square. Looking out, all the streetlights in the entire square were covered with these corpses, countless streetlight ornaments swaying in the wind, looking extremely eerie. Many noble families subsequently lodged strong protests with the second prince, and many even explicitly stated that they would no longer have dealings with him. There was nothing they could do. In their eyes, this second prince fellow was completely unreliable. The Vorontsov family had such a massive operation, yet the second prince didn't inform them in advance at all, and even personally signed the arrest warrants, clearly colluding with the Vorontsov family. The most infuriating thing was that this fellow had just accepted their bribes and grandly promised that as long as they didn't do anything too outrageous, he would definitely protect them. But in hindsight, those bribes were completely wasted. Of course, they also felt considerable fear towards the Vorontsov family, who knew why these guys would suddenly go crazy. After this incident, many nobles rushed to visit the Vorontsov family's manor, probing in various overt and covert ways, almost kneeling on the spot to swear allegiance. Because in the eyes of many nobles, Constantin, that old man, was suddenly so bloody and brutal, completely disregarding past courtesies, and wielding the butcher's knife like this, it was clearly to eliminate dissidents. Sure enough, they knew the Vorontsov family was now ambitious. These guys were no longer content with just controlling the army and wanted to turn Petrograd into their own private garden. So what were they going to do next? Were they perhaps preparing to declare independence and rebuild the Grand Duchy of Novgorod, or even an empire? Meanwhile, the Tsar in Moscow, upon learning of the shocking incident that suddenly occurred in Petrograd, couldn't help but feel his vision go dark. He locked himself in his study for an entire day, roared at his close retainers all day, and then personally made a 3-hour phone call to General Constantin. No one knew what the two of them discussed on the phone. In any case, after hanging up, General Constantin's expression could only be described as a headache, while the Tsar's expression was merely gloomy. Sigh, this is truly unbearable. After hanging up the phone, the Tsar couldn't help but curse under his breath. Constantin, that old man, still pretended to be harmless, playing dumb with him, and full of declarations of loyalty. But honestly, did that guy look loyal? Just as other noble families suspected, the Tsar also strongly doubted that General Constantin's current actions were aimed at eliminating dissidents. Otherwise, he couldn't understand why this guy would choose to carry out a major purge of the nobles within Petrograd at such a time. Moreover, from a jurisdictional perspective, this guy had no power to conduct a major purge of Petrograd. He was merely a front army commander, not some Duke of Novgorod. Honestly, faced with this situation, the Tsar truly didn't know what he should do. He believed he had made great concessions to the Vorontsov family. Even in recent days, he had relaxed his targeting of the north, expressing willingness for both sides to set aside differences and jointly resist the Black Hawk Empire, and had also given Andrei many reinforcements. But these guys were completely unyielding. This was what troubled him most. The Vorontsov family's independence was growing stronger, and they were almost turning the north into their own independent kingdom. He even heard some news recently that Andrei was apparently establishing industries in Folkhov, busy with large-scale production. Although he had to admit that he had indeed somewhat shortchanged the Northern Army Corps in terms of material transport, compared to the Southern and Central Defense Forces, the supplies he provided to the Northern Army Corps were indeed much less. But even so, these guys shouldn't be engaging in self-sufficiency, right? By then, they would have an army, be able to rely on self-sufficiency for supplies, completely independent production, and even a military-industrial technology system no weaker than Moscow's, capable of independently building Titan units. In this situation, were they an army corps or an independent kingdom? It seemed that by just changing the name and then changing the flag, they could truly transform themselves into an independent kingdom, and one that could instantly become one of Europe's major powers. After much thought, the Tsar suddenly had a bold idea. At this time, should he first consider resolving internal conflicts before addressing external issues? What if he first found a way to negotiate peace with the Black Hawk Empire, and then freed up his hands to suppress Petrograd, or even directly go to war with the Vorontsov family? At the very least, if the war could end immediately, he could completely reclaim most of the Petrograd Front Army's power and find an opportunity to sideline the two Front Army commanders from the Vorontsov family. In his opinion, if he had the chance to sideline Andrei and Constantin and find a way to cut off their influence in the army, then after some time, wouldn't the Vorontsov family's influence and power have to drastically decline? Thinking of this, his eyes lit up, and he immediately dispatched his trusted confidant to send a secret letter to the Black Hawk Empire. If the Black Hawk Empire's conditions were not too harsh, he might indeed sign a truce first, then sort out the internal problems of the empire, and then consider whether to go to war with the Black Hawk Empire again. After all, for the Tsar, compared to whether the Cambrian Empire was powerful, they were actually more concerned with whether this empire could remain under their rule. If the Cambrian Empire was not under his rule, then even if it was immensely powerful, what meaning would it ultimately have? Andrei and General Constantin had no idea that because they had put too much pressure on the Tsar, he was now even considering unilaterally negotiating peace with the Black Hawk Empire. But unfortunately, the Tsar's idea of unilateral peace quickly fell through. When he received the Black Hawk Empire's reply, he couldn't help but roar, believing the Black Hawk Empire was going too far and that peace talks were impossible. Because according to the Black Hawk Empire, unless their Cambrian Empire was willing to join the Black Hawk Empire and become its vassal, and he himself renounced the title of Tsar to accept the title of Grand Duke of Moscow conferred by the Black Eagle Emperor, only then would the Black Hawk Empire be willing to stop its offensive. Good heavens, what was the difference between such peace conditions and unconditional surrender? If he dared to agree to such terms, in the next moment, a large number of nobles and commoners in the Cambrian Empire would probably revolt. It was possible that those hot-headed guys might even rally the Vorontsov family, who were the main war faction, as the new Tsar, and simply kick him aside. Because the peace talks failed, the Tsar couldn't help but become enraged out of humiliation. One plan failed, but he quickly came up with a new strategy. Since the Vorontsov family's power in the army was so strong, why not find a way to wear them down and divide and conquer them? So the Tsar, sitting in Moscow, immediately began acting as a micromanagement master, issuing what seemed like a foolish offensive order to Andrei and General Constantin on the front lines. Andrei casually took the order handed to him by an officer, glanced at it twice, and then tossed the rubbish aside. I'm not saying this, but is the Tsar a lunatic? Has his brain been kicked by a donkey? Honestly, when Andrei saw this sudden order, he felt so angry he almost laughed. Because the order the Tsar gave him actually demanded that he immediately lead his army to attack in the direction of Minsk, liberate Belarus and cut off the retreat of the Black Hawk Empire's central army in one fell swoop. Not long after, Andrei suddenly received a call from General Konstantin, and after learning about the order he had received, Andrei and General Konstantin couldn't help but laugh again. Because the order General Konstantin received actually demanded a full counterattack against the Black Hawk Northern Army, pushing them back to Pskov in one go, and subsequently liberating Riga. Alright, so this is how you want to play? Damn it. Knowing that the war had only just begun a few months ago, those who didn't know, after reading this order, would think that the war was about to end and they were directly launching Operation Bagration. Honestly, in Andrei's opinion, the absurdity of this order was comparable to the absurdity of the principal suddenly ordering a full-scale counter-offensive to liberate Nanjing, Shanghai, and the Northeast in early 1938 during the War of Resistance. If the Tsar had been even more ambitious, Andrei and the others would probably have received orders to march directly to Berlin. Undoubtedly, this order was too absurd and simply impossible to execute. So, without Andrei having to say anything, General Konstantin first called the Tsar and brazenly declared. To achieve such battle results, they must receive sufficient reinforcements and weapon support. Unless the Petrograd Front Army is expanded to 3 million people, this war simply cannot be fought. Andrei, meanwhile, ignored the two old men's slow bickering and busied himself with planning his own military operations. In fact, at this point, he didn't need to plan too many military operations. Because for his current situation, being able to hold the immediate fundamental territory and ensuring that the lines of communication remain open is already a victory. The players' combat strength is indeed formidable, there is no doubt about that. If the players are truly driven to launch a desperate attack, they can genuinely inflict massive damage on the enemy's defensive lines and immediately push the front line back. But Andrei must have enough regular troops to subsequently hold the occupied territory and ensure the systematic and orderly elimination of the Black Hawk Army, rather than engaging the enemy in an extremely chaotic and messy war. Therefore, as of now, Andrei fundamentally lacks strong offensive capabilities. What he needs most is to train the troops he has, stabilize the industry in the rear, and then manufacture enough equipment. Following this model, it won't be long before Andrei can completely refit the infantry divisions he just acquired, transforming them into a truly combat-capable Iron Legion. Let me see it seems these guys' industrial development is quite decent. Andrei carefully checked the players' industrial production and found that in many aspects, they were doing a truly professional job. After all the effort these past few days, the steel mills, copper foundries, aluminum foundries, and a massive oil refinery inside Folkov have all been restored by the players. The oil refinery is still lacking because there are fundamentally no oil fields near Petrograd, and the fuel supported by Moscow and other directions is not crude oil, so the refinery is not very useful most of the time. But the steel mills, copper foundries, and aluminum foundries are very important. With these metal factories, Andrei can obtain a continuous supply of metal, which he can then use to manufacture various weapons and equipment. He has already had players help build factory buildings in the rear and started exchanging for extra production lines from the system. If nothing goes wrong, it won't be long before these production lines and newly built factories can ramp up production, ensuring that more tanks, combat vehicles, and aircraft can be manufactured. Relying on Moscow to research good equipment seems unrealistic, at least Andrei doesn't have much confidence in the Moscow side right now. To achieve tank freedom, he must rely on himself. It's no problem for players to achieve tank freedom, but regular soldiers cannot. If regular soldiers want tanks, they must be manufactured this way. The tanks they receive will not have the various absurd attributes found in the game, unless a player substitutes for them inside. But no matter what, equipping them with some tanks and armored vehicles is good, otherwise the troops Andrei has are too polarized. The player's equipment is ridiculously abundant, but the equipment of the 10 infantry divisions supported by Moscow is simply dreadful. Honestly, if they weren't also equipped with quite a few vehicles and military horses for logistics, Andrei would almost consider them light infantry divisions. In the end, many infantry divisions couldn't even put together a dedicated artillery battalion, and many units didn't even have enough rifles. How is he supposed to handle this stuff? He fundamentally can't manage this. If judged by the standards in Hearts of Iron, these infantry divisions should be the legendary line-holding divisions. In fact, based on the configuration of line-holding divisions in Hearts of Iron, the weaponry and equipment of these units would already be considered quite decent. But the problem is, Andrei can't actually fight according to the rules of Hearts of Iron. Even if he does plan to use these troops to hold the line, their equipment shouldn't be this poor. If he could really just send random people without weapons or equipment to hold the line, wouldn't it be better to just send the pigs from the pig farm to the battlefield? He believes that in a bare-handed confrontation, 3 to 5 soldiers might not necessarily be able to overcome a large fat pig. It would definitely be harder for the enemy to capture a pig than a person, because pigs don't understand orders or surrender. Therefore, Andrei is currently still reforming the armies he has newly acquired. A major overhaul is required, both in ideology and weaponry. Ideology is manageable. Andrei occasionally visits these soldiers and gives speeches, telling them that they are fighting to defend their homes and nation, for the sake of their fellow countrymen behind them, and for national dignity. Although Andrei knows that under the system of the Cambrian Empire, what he is saying sounds somewhat hypocritical and grandstanding. But when he activated the Emperor's aura, his speech instantly became highly persuasive. He seriously suspects that if Little Mustache had such an aura back in the beer hall, he might have become the Third Reich Führer that very day. Regarding weaponry, Andrei could only quickly place orders with the remaining factories in Petrograd, asking them to produce as many firearms as possible, while also having the players quickly establish a gun and artillery factory. Setting aside other things for now, at the very least, every soldier must be guaranteed a rifle, right? He actually saw many units where 2 people shared one gun, one person carried the gun, and the other held the bullets. The result was that after the first person ran out of ammunition, he had to run back to his companion to ask for more bullets, and the companion holding the bullets had to constantly hope his teammate would die so he could get the gun. Such an outrageous situation is truly unacceptable to Andre. They are genuinely being armed according to the standard for pure cannon fodder. Speaking of the Emperor's aura, Andre had previously deliberately activated this aura and entered a Black Hawk Army prisoner of war camp. However, to his surprise, the effect of his aura seemed much weaker when facing prisoners of war, or rather, subjects harboring hostility. It wasn't like he imagined, where he merely shook his body and the Black Hawk soldiers immediately bowed in submission. Compared to reverence, the aura's effect on the Black Hawk soldiers seemed closer to deterrence. When Andre walked toward them with the aura active, a trace of awe was clearly visible in their eyes. In the POW camp, Andre gave a speech to these Black Hawk soldiers, or rather, held a Q&A forum with them. Andre didn't preach grand principles to the Black Hawk soldiers. He simply asked them a few questions. When you attacked the Cambrian Empire, did you truly hate the Cambrian Empire from the bottom of your hearts and genuinely want to shed blood on this land? After you attacked the Cambrian Empire, did the lives of your families back home improve as a result? Did the profits the Black Eagle Empire seized during the war actually end up in your hands? If you were to sacrifice yourselves on the battlefield, would your families be sad and distressed because of it, and would their lives become happier or more painful? After asking these questions, Andre told the Black Hawk soldiers to calm down and think carefully, asking them if this war was truly worth it for them. If they cast aside their fanatical reverence for the Black Eagle Emperor and their insane devotion to the Black Eagle Emperor's system of theories, Andre believed they would naturally discover the problem. The Black Eagle Empire definitely gained many benefits from this war, but at the same time, in order to sustain the war, their oppression and control over their own people were also becoming increasingly severe. Not to mention anything else, the mere presence of ghoul soldiers on the battlefield was enough to make these Black Hawk soldiers reflect deeply. Many Black Hawk soldiers scoffed at Andre's words, believing that loyalty superseded everything, that they had an obligation to fight for the Black Eagle Empire to rule the world, and that they were purifying the so-called inferior races. But many Black Hawk soldiers lowered their heads and began to think seriously after hearing Andre's speech. For them, they genuinely hadn't gained many benefits from this war. Instead, they had suffered many unnecessary hardships. Not to mention anything else, the mere fact that they worked all day in the POW camp and ate a pile of stale, inedible bread was enough to make them feel miserable. But if they hadn't set foot on the territory of the Cambrian Empire and hadn't participated in this war of aggression, how would they have ended up here? After leaving the POW camp, Andre issued a long-term mission to several players willing to accept it, a mission that was very difficult but offered extremely generous rewards. The player's task was to put on a Black Hawk soldier skin, infiltrate the ranks of these Black Hawk people, and internally divide and dismantle them. When they accepted the mission, Andre intentionally suggested that they try to divide the prisoners into a commoner faction and an aristocrat faction, urging them to win over the commoner faction, suppress the aristocrat faction, and incite conflict between the two sides. For this mission, Andre deliberately created a Black Hawk prisoner skin for the players, serving as a special reward and Easter egg for participating in the task, ensuring they looked identical to the other Black Hawk prisoners. Andre couldn't guarantee that these players could articulate grand principles, but when it came to simple stirring up trouble, dividing, and dismantling, he believed they could handle it. They didn't need to do too much, nor did they need overly skillful operations. They just needed to bring out the same aggressive spirit they used for flame wars on the internet, stirring up trouble in every way possible to incite opposition between the two factions. Before crossing over, Andre had witnessed countless inexplicable chaotic phenomena. He couldn't understand how those bizarre oppositions were created, but that didn't stop him from having the players use this method to fight fire with fire. Having just come out of the POW camp, Andre let out a long breath. These prisoners of war would not stay here for long. Once the latest batch of military forces arrived, they would be transported to Moscow, where they would be detained and subjected to hard labor. Later on, they would likely be exchanged by the Black Hawk Army for other prisoners, or used by the Cambrian Empire to gain other benefits. After finishing all this, Andre returned to his office, preparing to study ways to solve the fuel shortage problem. But he was only halfway there when a guard soldier quickly ran up, saluted Andre, and said, "Report, Commander, a colonel from the Superior Army wishes to see you." Chapter 340, Good, 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 my teammates all stabbed me in the back. The Special Forces suddenly want to see me? Andre frowned slightly, wondering why these guys suddenly wanted to find him. To be honest, his impression of the Special Forces wasn't good. Perhaps it stemmed from the time when he had finally withdrawn his troops, only for the Special Forces to question his achievements. Of course, it could also be that Andre simply wasn't interested in the organization of secret agents, especially since these guys were always idly monitoring and investigating him, which made him dislike them even more. But Andre still welcomed the Special Forces colonel into his office. After they were seated, Yelena poured each of them a cup of coffee, then quietly left. "Why, do the Special Forces suddenly need me for something?" Andre narrowed his eyes slightly, took a sip of coffee, and asked. He hoped these guys weren't suddenly going crazy and trying to investigate the soldiers under him. If that were the case, he wouldn't hesitate to show them the door. "Commander, I believe you are aware of the recent actions of Lieutenant General Krasov?" The Special Forces colonel's expression was cold. It was unclear whether he was naturally poker-faced or if he simply didn't want to show Andre a pleasant demeanor. Facing Andre's question, this guy showed no intention of beating around the bush and asked directly. "Krasov, that traitor?" Hearing this name, Andrei pondered for a moment and finally matched him with a figure in his mind. A few days ago, the Black Hawk Empire captured a lieutenant general from the Cambrian army and, with astonishing speed, persuaded him to surrender. Subsequently, this Cambrian lieutenant general began to stir up trouble within the Black Hawk Empire. Andrei didn't quite understand why this guy would choose to betray the Cambrian Empire so quickly. And it seemed he wasn't leaving any room for himself to retreat. As of now, he had accepted the title of an honorary general of the Black Hawk Empire, and under the auspices of the Black Eagle Emperor, he was enfeoffed by the Black Hawk Empire, becoming the so-called Duke of Belarus. In addition, he was recruiting local civilians and scattered soldiers in Belarus, gathering these locals and forming the so-called Belarus Restoration Army based on them, using this puppet army to assist the Black Hawk Empire against his original homeland. Andrei could only say that traitors would appear everywhere, and this guy could be considered particularly despicable among traitors. I naturally know this guy, a traitor. What, are your special forces planning any action against him? Suddenly, Andrei seemed to realize something and asked somewhat curiously. According to his understanding, roles like these secret agents, or secret police, besides being responsible for gathering intelligence from enemies and monitoring their own internal affairs, often also undertook assassination missions. Andrei didn't know if the Cambrian Empire had organizations similar to traitor eradication teams, but he believed that the Tsar would certainly not let those traitors live too comfortably. For a Tsar, loyalists receiving rewards and traitors receiving punishment was the ideal scenario. If this system could not be maintained, many people would take chances and choose to join the ranks of traitors, thereby shaking his rule. Especially someone like Lieutenant General Krasov, who was considered extremely egregious. If this guy could not be punished promptly, or if their determination was not shown through actual actions, Andrei believed that other local nobles in the Cambrian Empire might also want to do the same. Who could blame them when the Cambrian Empire's political system still appeared very feudal? Those local nobles were all powerful figures. If they all abandoned the greater good for their own small families and followed Krasov in defecting to the Black Hawk Empire, the Cambrian Empire would probably crumble instantly. It's not that we are preparing to take action against him, but that we have already taken multiple actions against him. The Special Forces Colonel shook his head and said, since this person publicly defected, we have never stopped trying to assassinate him. Not long ago, we even tried to send a living saint to assassinate him. But unfortunately, all our assassination attempts have failed. As soon as the colonel finished speaking, Andrei asked in surprise, is it that exaggerated? Even a living saint couldn't kill him. The colonel sighed helplessly, then pointed towards the distant church. It's not that the living saint couldn't kill him, but that the Black Hawk Empire destroyed these churches, causing our faith power to have no place to gather, thus preventing the living saint's power from being fully utilized. That Krasov fellow is very cunning. After defecting to the Black Hawk Empire, although he nominally made Minsk the capital of the so-called Duchy of Belarus, he never stayed in Minsk for long. Even when he made rare appearances, he would make sure to bring enough bodyguards, and secretly, there was even a Black Hawk mage corps covering him. Under these circumstances, our living saint couldn't even get close to him, and other teams sent to carry out assassination missions also met with misfortune. We now strongly suspect that there might be an informant within the Special Forces. At this point, the Special Forces colonel couldn't help but grit his teeth. The presence of an informant was almost certain. After all, they had dispatched so many action teams, yet most of them were ambushed by the enemy as soon as they got out of their vehicles. What else could it be but an informant? It couldn't be that the Black Hawk Empire suddenly produced a mage who could foresee things before they happened and consult divination for everything, could it? If it were that easy to foresee and predict the future, there would be no need to fight wars. If the enemy could predict all your actions in advance, what's the point of fighting? Might as well just surrender. Andrei didn't ask how they determined there was an informant. In fact, Andrei had never believed the special forces were pure, because he had already witnessed the extent of Black Eagle spy infiltration in Petrograd. The Black Hawk Empire must have long harbored designs on the Cambrian Empire. This was not a matter of a day or two. Simply by looking at the spies they had deployed, one could discern some clues. Many Black Eagle spies who were deployed had lived in the Cambrian Empire for a long time and had very clear identities there. They didn't just forge a fake document and then smuggle themselves in. Some Black Eagle spies even had complete growth trajectories within the Cambrian Empire, with their own neighbors, relatives, and friends, and had even started families. If it weren't for the players having a mini-map to identify friend from foe, Andrei really wouldn't have imagined that these people would actually be Black Eagle spies. I understand, you wanted to assassinate that traitor, but failed. But I don't understand, why are you coming to me for this? Andrei asked, somewhat puzzled. He was merely a front army commander, such assassination matters clearly shouldn't be his responsibility. However, the colonel clearly didn't think so. He immediately stood up from his chair, bowed to Andrei, and said, I apologize, Commander, we are currently helpless against that traitor, so we can only trouble you. I've heard that some of the soldiers under your command are very formidable in combat, and they are also skilled in infiltration operations behind enemy lines, achieving a series of excellent results. So, if conditions permit, I implore you to send a few small teams to assist us in assassinating that traitor. We absolutely cannot allow that traitor to live on. Well, fame can be a double-edged sword. The players' skirmishes behind enemy lines seem to have caused quite a stir. Andrei previously thought that the players were just making minor disturbances and wouldn't cause too much commotion, but he had underestimated these players. Large numbers of players established bases behind enemy lines, constantly raiding enemies, disrupting their transportation, destroying their warehouses, and assassinating their soldiers. Facing these rats, the Black Hawk Empire was plagued by headaches. No matter what defensive measures they took, they found it difficult to stop these pervasive enemies. Not long ago, a Black Hawk Empire colonel, who was about to be promoted to Major General, was inexplicably assassinated by players. Under these circumstances, the Black Hawk Empire was naturally furious and launched multiple sweeping campaigns, but ultimately, the results were minimal. They only managed to clear out 2 relatively small bases. Upon learning this news, the Tsar was naturally thrilled, but then he suddenly thought of the great traitor who was still living comfortably in Belarus. His special forces couldn't handle it, and at this time, Andrei seemed to have a reliable-looking unit at his disposal. The Tsar knew, in particular, that Andrei's unit had once carried out a rather brutal black operation in Moscow, involving a bloody massacre of grain merchants and nobles who manipulated grain prices. Under these circumstances, the Tsar decided to directly send the special forces to Andrei, asking him for help. If Andrei refused, he would suffer no loss, and he could even use this matter to his advantage in certain ways later. If Andrei agreed, that would naturally be even better. In the Tsar's view, Andrei dispatching his elite assassination unit to act would be entirely beneficial to him. If the operation succeeded, he could eliminate the traitor he hated so much, and afterward, he could tout this matter as his achievement, writing extensively about it in newspapers. If the operation failed, Andrei's unit would likely face annihilation, and he could finally sleep soundly. Many times, when the Tsar was alone, he couldn't help but feel uneasy, precisely because he knew of the existence of such a squad under Andrei's command. To this day, he still hadn't figured out how Andrei managed to get those weapons into Moscow, and he knew very well that if Andrei could get those weapons into Moscow, it meant Andrei could easily have this squad assassinate him. Unless he lived in the palace from now on and never showed his face to the outside world, he could be assassinated by this unit whether he was traveling or giving speeches at certain events. Even if he arranged in advance for his soldiers to control buildings within several hundred, or even 1,000 meters, that still wouldn't stop them if they had cannons. Who knew how these guys managed to get small caliber artillery? What if they just found a place to set up a cannon and blew him up from 2 kilometers away? Wouldn't that be the end of it? Facing such small caliber artillery, he didn't even know how to defend against it. He couldn't possibly go out and have the army clear out all of Moscow, could he? Because of this, the Tsar now urgently hoped that Andrei would deploy this unit. After all, no matter who died in the end, he would benefit from it. Andrei didn't know the Tsar's true intentions, but he also knew that it was highly irregular for the special forces to suddenly make a request directly to him. Normally, if they wanted to form such a special action team, they should have chosen to hire talent from retired veterans. In his impression, the Japanese during World War II liked to do this. The TACO and various other spy agencies often hired retired veterans as assassins. These retired veterans had extremely accurate marksmanship and were fearless after being brainwashed by militarism. Most importantly, their asking price was extremely low. For just 10 yen and a rifle, they would go out and kill people, and afterwards, it would be easy to distance themselves from the incident, as these guys were only temporary workers after all. After some thought, Andrei decided to send the players. Besides wanting the players to stretch their muscles and have something to do, which could be considered a special operation, the promise from the special forces also sounded very tempting. After completing this mission, the Tsar would personally provide Andrei with a large supply of fuel. With this batch of fuel, his armored forces could launch another large-scale operation. At that time, no matter where the armored forces were sent to fight, even if they ended up in a mutual destruction with the enemy on the battlefield, Andrei would still profit, as it was too easy for players to churn out armored forces. Very well, I will send you a sufficiently elite action team, but I need to remind you that they will not be under the command of the special forces going forward. Hearing Andrei say this, the colonel frowned slightly, but before he could retort, Andrei pointed at him and said, "Don't be in a hurry, there's a reason for my arrangement. Firstly, these soldiers are used to it. When they operate behind enemy lines, I never tell them exactly what to do, just giving them a target is enough. Furthermore, with all due respect, I don't trust your confidentiality. Black Eagle spies are very capable, and to my knowledge, there have always been leaks within the special forces." His own internal scandal being exposed so directly by Andrei made the special forces colonel's face look rather unpleasant. But no matter what, Andrei agreeing to send troops for the operation was the most important thing. After sending him away, Andrei immediately assigned a mission to the players, ordering them to go to Minsk to assassinate Krasov, at all costs. The reason he sent them to Minsk instead of other places was that Andrei simply didn't know where Krasov usually hid. Moreover, he was in Folkhov, and the players' range of activity was ultimately limited. They couldn't penetrate directly into Black Eagle Empire territory or deep into Warsania to launch large-scale military operations. Otherwise, if he had that range of activity, Andrei would have already launched strategic bombing on Berlin. He didn't believe the Black Eagle Emperor could sit still if he bombed Berlin to smithereens. Although he wasn't sure if Krasov was in Minsk, according to his information, it seemed that Krasov would be giving a speech at the Belarus Glory Theater in 2 days. Since this guy wanted to defect to the Black Eagle Empire and truly become the so-called Duke of Belarus, he had to demonstrate his value. Besides calling on Belarusians to form the so-called Belarus Restoration Army to help the Black Hawk people fight, another thing he needed to do was to call on the nobles in the Belarus region to donate money to the Black Eagle Empire. After all, they had already defected to a new master, so they had to show some sincerity, right? While Krasov couldn't be called a pauper, he wasn't particularly wealthy either, so expecting him to bear the entire cost of this sincerity was unrealistic. Therefore, his current task was to rally everyone to show their sincerity together, and in return, they could collectively enjoy some of the excellent treatment offered by the Black Eagle Empire. Because of this, no matter where this guy usually hid, he would definitely have to attend the speech in 2 days. Otherwise, if he never showed his face and couldn't demonstrate his value, why would the Black Eagle Empire value him so much? The Black Eagle Empire valued him not because of his talent, but because he held both noble and high-ranking military positions, making him very valuable for propaganda to the Black Eagle Empire. Since he was a propaganda tool, he naturally had to show his face often, otherwise, if he was never seen, what was there to promote? Upon suddenly receiving the mission, a player guild immediately snatched it up. Andre looked closely and found that it was He Ludan and his group again. Come to think of it, in previous battles, He Ludan's team seemed to have demonstrated strong infiltration and assassination capabilities. Thinking this way, sending them was indeed a good choice. After delegating the mission, Andre busied himself with other matters. However, after some thought, Andre still called Jean over. What's going on? Little brother, why did you suddenly call me over? Hearing Andre call her, Jean came over yawning. Seeing her sleepy appearance, it seemed she had only just woken up. Andre frowned slightly, couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, Jean, you can't be that sleepy, can you? What time is it? And we are at war. There should be a tense atmosphere. What kind of outrageous behavior is it to be sleeping in during wartime? Andre's words didn't help, instead, Jean got a bit annoyed. About that, you have the nerve to say. Don't you think our team has been too peaceful these days? How long has it been since we launched a large-scale attack on the Black Hawk Army? Jean grumbled, my Thousand Suns Legion hasn't had many opportunities to deploy these days either. No Black Hawk Army soldiers have even actively come to attack you. I don't know what's going on, these guys are like they're paralyzed, not attacking us at all. Now look, I've been so idle these past 2 days I'm practically growing mushrooms. What's more, your little girlfriend keeps coming to find me, always dragging me for a couple of drinks. Who knows how that little pipsqueak, so small, has such a high alcohol tolerance? Upon hearing this, Andre suddenly remembered Katyusha chugging vodka. Well, no wonder Jean looked so listless at the moment, she was drunk, still hungover. I can't help that either. The Cambrian Empire has its own national conditions, and Katyusha just grew up in such an environment, so she was influenced by it. As for the Black Eagle Empire stopping its attacks on us recently, this might be because my soldiers are raiding their logistics, plus my previous airstrikes blew up a bunch of their factories and warehouses, right? If their logistics can't keep up, the frontline armies naturally can't fight. Moreover, our side is indeed a tough nut to crack. Andre was still trying his best to defend his fiancée, but Jean wasn't buying it. She vaguely pointed at Andre and said, nonsense, I've been watching you for a while, but besides Katyusha forcing drinks on me, I haven't seen you drink. Clearly, that little pipsqueak just has a big addiction. Then, she waved her hand vigorously and said, forget it, let's not talk about that. Why did you call me? Andre pulled out a map, slapped it on the table, and pointed at Minsk with a pen, saying, next, a group of my soldiers will be carrying out an assassination mission in Minsk. If nothing goes wrong, I expect them to cause a lot of commotion. If things go wrong for them, I'll have one of their mages self-destruct and set up a beacon there. Then I'll need your Thousand Suns Legion to teleport there as the final trump card to back them up. After looking at Andre's map, Jean patted her chest, causing a ripple of waves. Hiss, the greater the mass, the greater the attraction. The law of universal gravitation does not deceive me. Andre suddenly felt his gaze unable to move away. Especially when he used to see Jean, she always wore thick armor, so her figure was completely obscured. But with the breastplate removed, Andre found that Jean's front armor was truly quite thick, at least battleship or aircraft carrier level. Jean didn't notice Andre's captivated gaze, instead, she grinned excitedly. No problem, leave it to me. If they really can't handle that guy, I'll just throw my Thousand Suns Legion directly at him. I really don't believe it. It's just assassinating a mere traitor, could they possibly be prepared for the Thousand Suns Legion in advance? They probably couldn't, right? Although one demon engine of the Thousand Suns Legion was destroyed in the last war, another demon engine survived. That thing was a genuine super heavy titan, a steel behemoth weighing over 1,000 tons. Even if the Black Eagle Empire had a mage corps for cover, it would probably be hard for them to handle, right? By the time Andre gave the order, the players had already set off. It must be said that He Ludan's journey was wilder than he had imagined. They first quickly refreshed at a respawn point in a certain base behind enemy lines. Then, they hijacked a Black Hawk Army supply truck on the roadside, changed into Black Hawk soldiers' skins, and drove the truck back. They ate hot pot and sang songs all the way, seemingly going very smoothly. However, because the guerrilla attacks had been a headache for the Black Hawk Army these days, checkpoints everywhere had become much stricter. As expected, the player's truck was intercepted by the enemy. He Ludan tried to lead his teammates to force their way through the checkpoint, but they failed. Although they, a dozen or so players, eliminated nearly an entire company of Black Hawk Army soldiers during the forced entry, they ultimately perished on the spot under the combined siege of multiple mechs. But it didn't matter, their journey didn't end there. After respawning at the resurrection point, they switched to a different mode of transportation. After ambushing a small Black Hawk Army dock by the river, they directly commandeered a gunboat there and proceeded to travel along the river in it. Driving a gunboat so conspicuously naturally attracted a lot of attention. If the Black Hawk Army didn't notice them, it could only mean those guys were blind. However, the players were also very clever. The gunboat Heludan and his team created was just a diversion. Leveraging the gunboat's mobility, Heludan and his team occasionally shelled the Black Hawk army along the banks, frequently firing Katyusha rockets, while also adjusting their course. Some players were responsible for operating the gunboat to openly attract enemy fire, but secretly, these players directly swam ashore, then disguised themselves again as Black Hawk soldiers, joining the troops intercepting the gunboat. Because the scene was too chaotic, the Black Hawk army didn't even realize that some people had infiltrated their ranks. In this way, they literally hitched a ride with the enemy, and only found an opportunity to slip away when their paths diverged. Afterward, they created some other commotions to continue attracting the Black Hawk army, then took advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters. After all that trouble, they changed into ordinary civilian skins and swaggered into Minsk. As soon as they entered the city of Minsk, the players felt that the atmosphere here was distinctly different from Folkhov. Although Minsk was much more prosperous compared to Folkhov, and its city remained relatively intact, not having suffered too much damage in previous wars, it was far from the ruins and broken walls seen in Folkhov after the siege. However, upon entering, they found the atmosphere here to be much more tense. As soon as the players arrived, they were forcibly conscripted by the Black Hawk army into factories for labor, getting a full taste of assembly line work. It must be said, the assembly line truly is a soul-crushing place. At first, Heludan even bet with other players that he could endure it here. After all, in his opinion, he was now a digitized body of a player, so he wouldn't feel tired, and his physical quality and skill proficiency far exceeded his original bodies. But after working for a short while, he realized he couldn't stand it anymore. The reason was simple: repetitive and mechanical labor was utterly soul-destroying. He felt he would surely die of boredom next. Fortunately, the Black Hawk army didn't seem to have established the factory long ago, nor had they managed to create a systematic and effective management model, which resulted in the factory being equally chaotic. So, while other Black Hawk soldiers were still rounding up more people for work, these players quickly slipped away from the assembly line amidst the chaos. After escaping, they casually inquired with a passerby and learned that the Black Hawk army was currently attempting to implement a new management model in Minsk. After a bloody massacre, the Black Hawk army gradually realized that they couldn't keep killing people like this. Although killing everyone and replacing them with Necrons as laborers seemed effortless and convenient, they had to admit that Necrons could only perform simple mechanical tasks, and their value was far inferior to that of living people. More importantly, by continuously killing people like this, they couldn't win the hearts of the Cambrian Empire's populace. In fact, up to now, many Cambrian army units fought desperately against the Black Hawk army precisely because the latter had killed too many people before. They once thought these things didn't matter, because they had full confidence that they could flatten the entire Cambrian Empire, without worrying about enemy resistance. But after suffering a series of setbacks from Andrei, they realized that they indeed couldn't continue like this. Otherwise, if the Cambrian Empire continued to resist like this, their cost of rule would greatly increase, and the uncertainties of this war seemed to be growing. Thus, they spared the lives of many Cambrian civilians but forced them to labor in factories. Only through labor could they obtain bread and other necessary food and supplies. Whoever failed to meet the required labor quota would go hungry. If Cambrian civilians hid and refused to work, then, once caught by the Black Hawk army, these Black Hawk soldiers would immediately arrest them, or even simply execute them. Up to now, Black Hawk soldiers patrol the city of Minsk at all times. If any Cambrian civilian is caught outside during fixed working hours, they will immediately be thrown into the mines for labor. And once they go to the mines, these people are unlikely to ever return, because the Black Hawk people's mining philosophy is to work people to death if they don't die, and if they do die, revive them as Necrons and continue using them. Were it not to give these people a faint glimmer of hope, to avoid riots, they truly had an urge to drag everyone to the mines for execution and immediately convert them into Necrons for work. After all, doing so was simply too convenient. Although many of them knew that doing so was very wrong, Necrons' labor efficiency was far superior to humans, and they didn't require food or wages, nor did they present management troubles. Under the temptation of so many favorable factors, they genuinely felt an irresistible urge to pull the trigger. Besides the patrolling Black Hawk soldiers, the players also saw many people making fake documents in the alleys of Minsk. With just a radish, they could skillfully carve the corresponding seal, and with a light stamp, a freshly made fake document was complete. With this good citizen certificate, they could ensure they wouldn't be arrested during a surprise inspection by Black Hawk soldiers. Also, if a holder of a good citizen certificate had problems, Black Hawk soldiers could use the guarantor registered on the document to apprehend people. Not only did the players adopt a guarantor system when establishing their base, but the Black Hawk soldiers also adopted a guarantor system when issuing good citizen certificates. If someone committed an offense, their guarantor would also be implicated. Looking at the bizarre city before them, Heludan and the others couldn't help but feel a sense of oppression. They gradually realized that while this large city was more prosperous and intact, compared to the small place of Folkhov, the one thing it most lacked was freedom. These Black Hawk soldiers still didn't regard the ordinary civilians in the city as their own people. Almost all citizens were treated as potential enemies when facing these Black Hawk soldiers. It was precisely because of this that ordinary civilians in this city had no freedom whatsoever. Not to mention them, even those traitors and spies who chose to side with the Black Eagle Empire had to endure this oppressive atmosphere, constantly subjected to Black Hawk soldiers bursting into their homes for searches. At the same time, they saw red and black banners hung everywhere on the streets. These banners were inscribed with various slogans, primarily emphasizing loyalty to the Black Eagle Empire and devotion to the Black Eagle Emperor, repeating these same sentiments over and over. These slogans held no substantial meaning in the players' eyes, and they didn't really care about such things. What they cared about more were the various notices posted around the city, and several bodies hanging from lamp posts. Each body hanging from a lamp post had a wooden sign nailed to it, stating the fate of resistors. And the various notices posted around the city were all sorts of messy wanted posters, offering rewards for various guerrilla leaders and the like. Simply by reporting, one could receive a corresponding reward. If one could capture the person, the reward would be even greater. At this moment, the players' different way of thinking compared to others became apparent. If it were other Cambrian soldiers, their reaction upon seeing these notices would certainly be anger and dissatisfaction. Most of the civilians here were the same. Although the Cambrian Empire might not have been entirely reliable, they had at least been ruled by it for so many years and had feelings for it. Furthermore, after the Black Hawk army moved in, their lives actually became worse than before, which naturally made many Cambrians people already dissatisfied with the Black Hawk people. But when the players saw this notice, their first reaction was, how about we randomly pick a teammate to be the unlucky one, catch him, and then go to the Black Hawk army to claim the reward. After claiming the reward, they would offer their pledge of allegiance to the Black Hawk army, perhaps gaining even more trust from the enemy. No sooner said than done. The players' initiative always seemed incredible. After a simple round of drawing lots, Ludan, as the leader, was betrayed by his teammates and officially elected as the unlucky scapegoat. Anyway, for players, it didn't matter even if they died, they could revive. Even if Ludan himself was imprisoned, he could still command through internal communication, so there would be no substantial impact. Although Ludan himself protested strongly, unfortunately, his protest seemed to have no effect. Warlord, for the greater good of the Empire, please make this sacrifice. That's right, Warlord, think about it. You are also enduring humiliation for the Empire, and we are showing loyalty in a roundabout way. Ludan couldn't help but roll his eyes and angrily scolded his teammates. You scoundrels, don't think I don't know you cheated during the drawing of lots. Do you think I didn't see your little tricks? And what about our guild's vice president? When did you change your nickname to Abaddon, victorious in 100 battles? Are you really preparing for roundabout loyalty? Good heavens, his first-generation warlord wasn't even completely out yet, and the second-generation chaos warlord was already thinking of taking over. What was this? This was a wolf's ambition. Although Ludan protested vehemently, he was ultimately handed over to the Black Hawk Patrol by his teammates. Upon seeing the Black Hawk Patrol, one player immediately bowed and scraped, saying, Honorable sirs, don't shoot, we are good citizens, very good citizens. We just caught a guerrilla fighter, an unruly resistance member, and I even confiscated a submachine gun from him. As the player spoke, he pointed to an MP-18 submachine gun in another teammate's hand. Regardless of where this submachine gun came from, or whether guerrillas should have such a gun. Anyway, there was no doubt that at this time, ordinary Cambrian civilians definitely shouldn't have such a thing. This guy having a submachine gun in his hand definitely indicated a big problem. Seeing the submachine gun in Ludan, who was tied up and brought over, the Black Hawk Patrol, who had been a bit tense, immediately relaxed and quickly contacted the secret police. In a short while, a group of men in black military uniforms, black boots and armbands jumped out of a car and, without a word, escorted Ludan into the vehicle. Excellent, gentlemen, you have rendered meritorious service. The Empire needs loyal individuals like you. Now, come with us to register. Later, we will commend you all, and you will enjoy the corresponding honors and rewards. A Black Hawk officer saluted the players before him, a meaningful smile on his face. It was clear that he was in a rather good mood. After all, another resistor had been captured. Chapter 341, Horus is truly a righteous man. Whoa, isn't this a bit too grand? Do they really need to be this exaggerated? At this moment, the players, summoned by the Black Hawk people for commendation, each held a large medal, and more than a dozen reporters took photos of them with cameras. Cameras in those days weren't very good, flash bulbs constantly spewed smoke, and if not handled carefully, they could even burn the photographer, making photography a dangerous profession back then. Players once couldn't understand why many celebrities would squint when blinded by flashbulbs on the red carpet. They now understood, because they felt as if they were surrounded by flashbangs, with continuous flashes everywhere, making them dizzy. Very good, everyone, thank you for your strong support for the Black Eagle Empire's cause. The Black Eagle Empire and the Cambrian Empire have been friendly and harmonious neighbors since ancient times, and in this century of great change, our two sides should cooperate even more closely. A prominent figure from the Black Eagle Empire, seemingly important, shook the player's hand while giving a speech to reporters, rambling on and on, making the player drowsy. Besides the medal, the Black Hawk people also gave each player a large sum of money, at least theoretically. It should have been a large sum of money, right? In the occupied territories of the Black Eagle Empire, they were currently promoting a currency called gold yuan notes. As the name suggests, these could be exchanged for gold and silver coins. Each note was equivalent to a precious metal exchange voucher. Based on face value, these players each received approximately 20 gold coins in rewards. If calculated by purchasing power, had they truly been given 20 gold coins, that money would have been enough for them to buy a very decent house. Of course, this was on the condition that they could actually exchange these notes for 20 gold coins. In fact, although the gold yuan notes promoted by the Black Eagle Empire had not completely collapsed yet, they were depreciating at an alarming rate. There was no other way, the Black Eagle Empire's purpose in promoting this currency was not originally to carry out monetary reform in the Cambrian-occupied territories. They promoted this currency purely to plunder civilian wealth and find ways to extract resources from the Cambrians. Therefore, they started printing it indiscriminately as soon as it was introduced. Although larger denominations of gold yuan notes had not yet been issued, these notes were already flooding the streets. If calculated according to its face value, all civilians in the occupied territories at this moment would have seen their wealth increase by at least 100-fold. In the past, they might have lost everything and still not been able to gather a single gold coin, but now, they could easily produce an exchange voucher convertible to gold coins. As for whether banks would actually exchange these vouchers? According to the bank's service schedule, they did indeed exchange these items, but they always claimed to be conducting limited daily exchanges. If the daily quota was exceeded, the remaining amount would not be exchanged. However, why did the quota always show as fully redeemed once people entered the bank, regardless of when they started queuing? That was another matter entirely. After receiving their commendation and collecting their rewards, these players were even assigned jobs by the Black Hawk people. They were told to report to the police station tomorrow. Because the Black Hawk army had previously committed too many massacres within Cambrian territory, they faced severe public order problems daily, and too many people felt strong dissatisfaction towards them. Under these circumstances, the Black Eagle Empire had to establish police and puppet armies. The so-called Belarus Restoration Army was the puppet army they created, but these people were intended to be thrown onto the battlefield to fight. In addition to the military, the Belarus Duchy Police Department also came into being. Every police officer joining the police department would be assigned a black-brown uniform. Because of this, many civilians in the cities couldn't help but secretly curse these guys as brown-skinned dogs. The players were somewhat confused. They had sold out their leader, not only receiving medals and a monetary reward but also inexplicably getting a job that seemed to have a bright future. After all the fuss, the players were a bit bewildered. They suddenly began to wonder. Why did they come to this city in the first place? How did they inexplicably end up applying for police jobs here? There's a problem, a big problem. These Black Hawk devils are full of evil intentions, they mean no good. After coming to his senses, Abaddon, the 100 battles, 100 victories Abaddon, explained to his guild brothers, "You've seen it, the Black Hawk people are currently promoting us with great fanfare, practically trying to make us celebrities. This is not a good thing. Theoretically, even if we weren't teammates from the same guild as the warlord, if we were pure, ordinary Cambrian common folk, our previous actions would be enough to brand us as traitors and collaborators." No sooner had Abaddon finished speaking than someone nearby whispered, You probably meant Cambrian collaborator, right?" Abaddon waved his hand indifferently and snorted, saying, "It's all the same, that's not important. What's important is, think about it, what kind of end will we meet after being publicized with such fanfare?" A player pondered for a moment, then uncertainly said, "You mean, we might very likely be assassinated by the guerrillas?" This was perfectly normal. They had inexplicably become extremely typical Great Han Cambrian collaborators. It would be strange if the ordinary civilians and guerrillas in this city didn't hate them to the bone. Under these circumstances, they would have to worry about being pelted with rotten eggs on the street, and it was entirely possible for the guerrillas to assassinate them. Abaddon nodded, summarizing his thoughts before speaking them aloud. "I now strongly suspect that those Black Hawk devils are very likely trying to use us as bait to catch the hidden guerrillas in this city. I dare say, their action team is probably following us nearby right now. Once the guerrillas attacks us here, they will immediately block all the guerrillas members and eliminate them all." Hearing Abaddon say this, his teammates couldn't help but roll their eyes. "You don't need to dare say, we all have mini-maps. We can see the red dots on the mini-map and know that there's an enemy action team following us nearby. Anyway, we are not important to those Black Hawk people at all. Even if we die, they can easily find another typical example to put forward. If they can use our lives to lure the guerrillas, then they will definitely profit." Abaddon seemed to make a lot of sense, but a player also asked doubtfully, "But what if the guerrillas doesn't take the bait at all? The NPCs in this game are quite intelligent. If I were the guerrillas, I would definitely recognize this as a trap and would never jump into it with my teammates." Hearing this, Abaddon shrugged, saying indifferently, "If they don't take the bait, then they don't. If the guerrillas remains inactive, then we can be extensively publicized by the Black Eagle Empire as typical examples again. They can publicize that being a traitor has benefits, that they have the ability to protect traitors, and at the same time, they can publicize the incompetence of the guerrillas. Anyway, as long as we are here, just using us to disgust people will be enough to sicken a bunch of Cambrians, and it can also show a future to those who want to play opportunistically. All in all, no matter what happens, for the Black Hawk Devils, they won't lose out by doing this, provided they don't know what we're going to do." Yes, the Black Hawk people still didn't know what these players were going to do. They already knew these players were outsiders. After all, the players hadn't yet found someone to forge documents for them. They couldn't produce good citizen certificates, they were all new faces, and they had previously stated that they came from out of town looking for a living. So, in the eyes of these Black Hawk people, they were probably Cambrian collaborators from other places, wanting to join Krasov, or simply looking for something to do, and happened to encounter a careless guerrillas member. That guerrillas member never expected to fall into a trap set by a group of despicable outsiders and thus be captured. Because of this, from the Black Hawk people's perspective, these outsider players offended the locals severely as soon as they entered the city, immediately making their traitorous label very distinct. Under these circumstances, they had no other backing except to rely on them. Once the Black Hawk people fled, or if the Black Hawk people were unwilling to rescue them, these guys would probably be torn apart by the guerrillas and various resistance armies in minutes, or be found by angry citizens and beaten up in a sack. Therefore, these Black Hawk people so easily allowed them to report to the police station. Since these people had already offered a pledge of allegiance, it meant that they were reliable and trustworthy lackeys to them. Assigning them to the police station was the beginning of utilizing these lackeys. He, let's report to the police station tomorrow. When we turn around, maybe we can even use this identity to assassinate that Krasov. Hearing Abaddon say this, the other players also chuckled. They were already looking forward to staging an Infernal Affairs-style betrayal for the Black Hawk people. Meanwhile, in the prison, Horace was bickering with his unreliable teammates in chat while idly looking around. It must be said, this prison looked quite large, and even more frightening, such a large prison was already filled with people. It's unclear why the Black Hawk people arrested so many people. Some were just held in ordinary cells with a small bed to lie on, but others were confined to the dungeons on the lower level of the prison. The environment here was cold and damp, the cells didn't even have a bed, and everyone had to wear handcuffs and leg irons, just short of being completely bound. Some unlucky individuals were even locked by their hands and hung from the ceiling, with only their tiptoes touching the ground. Maintaining this posture for a long time was definitely a very difficult torture, as could be seen from the grimacing expressions of those unlucky ones. 2 Black Hawk soldiers roughly pushed Heludan into the cell, quickly put handcuffs and leg irons on him, and then left. The dungeon environment was not good. Because there were no toilets, prisoners had to relieve themselves in their cells, which resulted in a very foul smell. After the 2 Black Hawk soldiers left, Heludan was about to find a clean spot to sit down and continue berating his unreliable teammates, but just then, a man imprisoned in the adjacent cell suddenly asked, "Hey, buddy, what happened to you? Why were you arrested?" Heludan grumbled, casually saying, "It's nothing, just that I was a guerrillas member outside, got betrayed by a traitorous teammate, and they handed me over to these Black Hawk devils. A despicable fellow started usurping power the moment he sent me in. He's currently got everyone in my team rallying to his call. Alas, people's hearts are no longer what they used to be, and the world is in decline." Horus hadn't even been stabbed to death by the Emperor yet, and Abaddon had already jumped out to be the 2nd-generation warlord, even sending this 1st-generation warlord into prison. Of course, after entering the dungeon, he certainly wouldn't just stay there obediently. For example, he was now preparing to summon his servo skull to burn through his handcuffs and shackles with a laser and then break out. However, as soon as Heludan said this, the man next to him immediately became agitated. "What? Another traitor? How utterly despicable. Damn it, those degenerates, those running dogs, don't they have any spirit of resistance?" Hearing that guy's words, Heludan also became interested in the fellow next door. The 2 of them chatted across the iron bars, talking about their past experiences. After a while, he understood what was going on with the guy next to him. He was also a member of the guerrillas, or more precisely, a member of the Minsk Underground Resistance Army. However, just as he was preparing to carry out a sabotage plan with several teammates to blow up a section of the Black Hawk Devils Railway, they were directly ambushed by a Black Hawk squad. This was simply inexplicable. He had already figured out the enemy's railway patrol times and shift changes, but they had just arrived there when they coincidentally ran into dozens of fully armed Black Hawk soldiers. At that time, he suspected there might be a traitor in the guerrillas. Now, hearing that Heludan was also a guerrillas member and had been betrayed by a traitor, he was immediately filled with rage. After recounting his experiences, the guerrillas member sighed and said, "Alas, you can call me Grigori. I'm really worried now, the traitor hidden in the team might continue to betray us. I don't know what my other teammates will do next. If they leave us alone, that's fine, but if they come to rescue us, I'm really worried that something will go wrong then." He was really worried now. What if those people came to break them out of prison, but were betrayed by the traitor, allowing the enemy to learn the news in advance? Wouldn't that turn into Calabash brothers saving Grandpa, one after another falling into the trap? Although the Cambrian Empire didn't have the story of the Calabash brothers, there were similar legends and proverbs with similar meanings. Compared to the worried Grigori, Heludan seemed much more at ease. "Don't worry, you can call me Horus. If we encounter a traitor, we'll just drag him out and kill him. Don't worry later. If no one comes to break us out, I'll find a way to get us both out. If someone comes to break us out, we'll just fight our way out with them." Grigori looked at Heludan's excited expression and suddenly couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, your idea is naive, but I have to say, you are indeed a very optimistic person. Brother, after your encouragement, I feel much better. If we really get the chance, let's fight our way out first, and then talk about other things." He didn't know where this Horus came from. The name sounded foreign, or perhaps it was a term he didn't know, as his education level wasn't high, so it was inevitable he'd encounter unfamiliar words, but that wasn't important. He liked the spirit Horus exuded, being in the guerrillas required this kind of optimism as support. However, despite this, Grigori had already prepared himself to die here. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly saw a strange skull floating out from behind Heludan. "Ah! Watch out behind you! What is that?" Grigori let out a short scream and quickly pointed behind Heludan. My goodness, what was that red-eyed skull? Was this dungeon haunted? Startled by his shout, Heludan was also taken aback. Turning around and seeing that the thing floating behind him was a servo skull, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, it's just a small machine. This thing is key to getting us out. As Heludan spoke, he extended his handcuffs and shackles. Immediately, the servo skull extended a slender welding torch and began to burn through the iron chains at an extremely fast speed. Under Grigori's dumbfounded gaze, the skull, whose spine could discharge electricity, burned through Heludan's handcuffs and shackles at an astonishing speed, instantly freeing him. Immediately after, the skull floated towards him and also burned through his iron chains. Hearing the commotion, the other guerrillas members all looked over, barely suppressing gasps of surprise. However, remembering the Black Hawk soldiers patrolling outside, they quickly closed their mouths, but still looked at the servo skull with expectant eyes. Heludan showed no favoritism, instead letting the servo skull burn through the handcuffs and shackles of all these guerrillas members, restoring their freedom. Immediately after, the servo skull floated to each person's cell door, one by one, and easily pried open their cell doors with its nimble probe. All right, everyone, we're free. Now we can make a run for it. Looking at the more than 20 people around him, Heludan spread his arms and said. Everyone else also had incredibly excited expressions on their faces, and some licked their lips, as if they couldn't wait to start a massacre. But Grigori wasn't as optimistic as these people. He looked at the group around him, frowned, and said, everyone, don't celebrate too early. We still have a lot of trouble. This prison must be guarded by at least 100 brown-skinned dogs and Black Hawk devils, but we don't even have a single weapon. It's almost impossible to fight our way out. Grigori was saying this to everyone, but when he glanced in Heludan's direction, his eyes widened in horror. Wait a minute, what's going on? Where did you get that thing in your hand? No, buddy, how did you bring this into prison? Heludan waved the weapon in his hand, grinned, and said, hee, it's simple. Because I'm a magician, I can secretly hide things on my body, isn't that very reasonable? Grigori nodded numbly, only feeling that this explanation was utterly absurd. He wasn't an idiot, did they really think he hadn't seen magic shows? Not to mention that magicians need to wear special clothes and props to hide things on their bodies, and even without those, they can usually only hide a small item. If Heludan was hiding a deck of cards, or something else, he wouldn't find it strange. Even when that strange flying, welding skull appeared, he thought it wasn't incomprehensible that it was hidden. After all, it could fly, and it flew silently. If it flew in through blind spots, the Black Hawk devils might not even notice such a strange skull. But what was Heludan holding now? If he wasn't mistaken, that big, thick thing seemed to be a water-cooled machine gun, right? So how did this guy manage to hide a heavy machine gun on him when he came to prison? With a heavy machine gun already out, what else could he pull out next? Could he even pull out a 120mm heavy mortar? Everyone, don't just stand there, charge with me. Kill the Black Hawk devils outside and grab their weapons. Heludan, as a player, simply charged out in the most reckless manner, with no concept of a well-thought-out plan in his mind. Well thought out? What's there to be well thought out about? The structure of his heavy machine gun was already very intricate, what else was there to consider? Perhaps because they were making a lot of noise, two brown-skinned police officers patrolling outside heard the commotion and walked in with their small whips, ready to punish some disobedient inmates who were chatting indiscriminately in their cells. But when they walked in through the door, they all froze. Holy crap, what was that dark muzzle pointed at them? It looked like a machine gun, right? Accompanied by a burst of explosive gunfire, the two brown-skinned dogs who had just rushed in were immediately riddled with bullets, and Heludan, holding the heavy machine gun, charged out, the sound of machine gun fire outside continuous. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. It wasn't until this explosive machine gun fire erupted that the other brown-skinned dogs guarding the prison reacted and quickly rushed over for support. But facing such a heavy machine gun, Heludan alone, blocking a corridor, was enough to suppress all enemies, preventing them from advancing. Two guerrillas members picked up rifles from the fallen bodies on the ground and ran over with their guns, ready to support Heludan, who was wreaking havoc outside. Although they all thought this guy, who somehow brought a heavy machine gun in, was absolutely reckless. But at a time like this, they couldn't possibly abandon their comrades and live in cowardice, could they? Especially since he had just rescued them, and they would turn around and betray their teammate. Would that even be human? However, when they ran over, they found that this incredibly formidable teammate seemed to need no help at all. The two guerrillas members stared dumbfounded at the fierce man wreaking havoc in front, almost dropping their jaws. They didn't know how this guy managed it, but he was holding such a heavy machine gun, along with a large drum full of bullets, with just two hands, slung at his waist, continuously firing with fierce intensity. He could have set it on the ground and fired using the bipod, but he insisted on holding the machine gun, firing with an indescribable ferocity. The skull next to him also occasionally shot out red lasers, always piercing through enemy bodies. With just one man and one skull, these two at the forefront, the brown-skinned dogs blocking them were already piled high in corpses. After more than 10 deaths, the remaining brown-skinned dogs fled in a panic, not daring to stay and resist. They were originally a group of greedy, cowardly individuals who valued wealth, otherwise, they wouldn't have become lackeys for the Black Hawk army. Letting them suppress unarmed ordinary Cambrian civilians was fine, but asking them to face such a human war machine? Forget it. If they truly had the courage to charge head-on into heavy machine gun fire, then they probably wouldn't have come to serve the Black Hawk people, they would have already sacrificed themselves on the battlefield. Meanwhile, above the prison, a dense volley of gunfire also erupted. Various curses, gunshots, and explosions rose and fell. This seemingly large prison was being breached at an astonishing speed by forces from both above and below. When Heludan charged out with his machine gun, he saw more than a dozen people dressed in ordinary civilian clothes, but all holding guns, staring dumbfounded at this fierce man. Sir, you are. Heludan patted his chest, grinned, and said, "Everyone, don't panic, I'm from the guerrillas." Hearing this, the others were even more bewildered. Come on, they were from the guerrillas, but how come they had never seen such a character before? Until Gregory and several other captured guerrillas members ran out from the back and briefly explained the situation to those in front, the other guerrillas members finally managed to roughly understand what was happening. So that's what happened. We really owe this big brother a lot. A guerrillas member scratched his head, smiled, and said, "Ha, Gregory, we were originally planning to set off a small explosion outside to draw all the police away before rushing in to break you out. But as soon as we arrived, we found that the prison entrance wasn't guarded by police anymore, and there was intense gunfire inside. We initially thought those guys were busy executing the prisoners inside, so I rushed in with my team, but I didn't expect you guys were already fighting your way out." Gregory nodded, then quickly signaled for everyone to leave. It was unwise to linger in such a dangerous place. Although their entire jailbreak operation had been extremely chaotic and complicated, now that they had reached this point, what were they waiting for if not to escape quickly? Led by Heludan, the guerrillas members quickly ran out. Several of them also searched the prison's weapons cache and took all the guns. The equipment of this guerrillas was far from ideal. It wasn't like those anti-Japanese war dramas where they had every type of weapon imaginable. On the contrary, on average, this guerrillas only had one gun for about every 2 people, and the types of guns they used were varied and mismatched. Their best gun seemed to be a Black Hawk Army submachine gun snatched from somewhere, plus 3 Cambrian Army rifles, and 2 revolvers acquired from unknown sources. Heludan carefully examined the remaining few guns and discovered they were actually flintlocks. After taking the weapons from the brown-skinned dog troops in this prison, they had effectively upgraded their arsenal significantly. 2 guerrillas members were even jointly carrying a water-cooled heavy machine gun they had moved out of the prison, smiling happily, before Gregory yelled at them. Heludan could run around with a water-cooled heavy machine gun, even hip-firing it, but could they? If you don't have his skill, don't try to imitate him. If they carried that thing, they wouldn't be able to run at all. Quick, follow the old routine, scatter and escape. Everyone gather at the usual spot, move fast. Gregory shouted the orders, telling them to leave immediately. However, after they ran onto the street outside and only took 2 steps, they realized something was wrong. Wait, Krivosh, where are you running off to? Seeing a teammate not running with the rest of them but quickly hiding around the street corner, Gregory's heart sank, and a bad premonition instantly arose. In the next moment, large searchlights quickly shot out from the front and back of the street, illuminating everyone brightly. Black Hawk soldiers ran over quickly, submachine guns raised, forming a ruthless blockade at both ends of the street. 2 armored vehicles drove in from the front and back, completely surrounding the group. Listen up, everyone, drop your weapons and lie on the ground immediately. Otherwise, you will be executed. You are surrounded. Surrender now. A Black Hawk officer shouted at them in the Cambrian language, and only then did Gregory understand. Krivosh, the member of their team, was the traitor. They had been sold out by this guy. That damned bastard. Captain, what do we do? Damn it, that wretched traitor, I'm going to kill him. Some guerrillas members were panicking and bewildered, while others were filled with extreme hatred for the traitor, wishing they could rush up and slice him into 1,000 pieces. Traitors were hateful enough, but betraying all your teammates at a crucial moment like this made him even more despicable. Gregory sighed helplessly, his face filled with frustration. Since those Black Hawk devils had already set up an ambush here, what more was there to say? If it hadn't been for the mole tipping them off, how could the Black Hawk devils have cornered them so easily? Everyone, put down your weapons and surrender. I failed you all. Gregory lamented, putting down the submachine gun in his hand. He couldn't help but feel remorse. If he hadn't been arrested by the enemy, these guerrillas members wouldn't have risked coming to rescue him. At the same time, he hated himself even more for having brought Krivosh into the team in the first place. He had actually thought this young man was reliable. Hearing their leader speak, even if the other guerrillas members were unwilling, they had no choice but to put down their weapons. Otherwise, there was no way they could fight their way out of this desperate situation. The 2 armored vehicles, one in front and one behind, were not something they could handle. The machine guns on top could wipe out all of them in seconds. However, if they had a choice, the Black Hawk people would rather not have the guerrillas members simply killed by machine guns, because that would be too easy for them. If they let these guerrillas members be killed by their own machine guns, they would only become martyrs. But if they could publicly humiliate these people, and perhaps even find 2 defectors among them, they could deliver a heavy blow to the resistance forces in Minsk, making those people constantly fear betrayal. After all, when they realize that they not only have to face the enemy in front of them but also guard against a stab in the back, how can they possibly have enough energy to face the enemy head-on? Seeing all the guerrillas members drop their weapons and slowly squat down, the surrounding Black Hawk soldiers sighed in relief, relaxed smiles appearing on their faces. The officer who had been shouting earlier yelled toward Krivosh, who was hiding in the corner, "Ha ha ha, young man, well done. You made the right choice. Listen, these people are our enemies. They don't deserve to be your friends. If you want friends, you should choose excellent people, like us. There is no future in running with the guerrillas. The Great Black Eagle Empire is your ultimate destination. The Empire will surely bring this land under its rule." Having his identity called out by the officer, Krivosh felt somewhat awkward, even though he knew his identity as a traitor had been exposed. Faced with the scene before him, he didn't really want to step into the spotlight, much less walk up to his former friends. Hiding in the darkness, he at least had a layer of cover, but if he truly walked in front of these people, he felt he would die of shame. But his unwillingness was useless. The Black Hawk officer dragged him out, forcibly pulling him into the area, fully illuminating his figure with the searchlights. Krivosh lowered his head, somewhat afraid to look at the expressions of his teammates, but he did not regret his current choice. He had impulsively joined the guerrillas, but later realized that the guerrillas seemed incapable of delivering any effective strikes against the Black Hawk people. The constant news from the front lines convinced him even more that the Cambrian Empire was going to lose the war. When that initial passion faded, he felt he needed to find a way out for himself, especially after he was captured by the Black Hawk people once. To survive, he had no choice but to betray his teammates, otherwise, he would have died in a dark dungeon. The others cursed Krivosh vehemently, some even crying tears of anger. But strangely enough, Gregory suddenly noticed something subtle. Where had Horace gone? Everyone else was captured, so why had Horace vanished? It couldn't be that Horace was a traitor too, could it? Thinking this, he quickly shook his head. When he looked at Horace, he felt the guy seemed like an honest and trustworthy person. Moreover, even if Horace were a traitor, why would he need to kill so many brown-skinned dogs? What kind of traitor operates by rushing in with a heavy machine gun and mowing everyone down? Even if the Black Eagle Empire didn't treat the Cambrians as human, they wouldn't use this method to win their trust. Just as he was thinking this, a sudden burst of harsh machine gun fire rang out again. For reasons unknown, the armored vehicle positioned behind them suddenly opened fire in their direction. The terrifying machine gun firepower instantly struck down the guerrillas' weight the Black Hawk soldiers in front. These Black Hawk soldiers never dreamed that their own armored vehicle would fire on them at this moment. As a result, they were completely unprepared, and a large number of them were instantly mowed down by the machine gun fire. The Black Hawk officer who had dragged the traitor into the spotlight and was busy swaggering in front of the guerrillas' members became the primary target of this machine gun fire. He, along with the traitor beside him, was instantly riddled with holes by the heavy machine gun, dying a miserable death. Without time to think, Gregory and his companions immediately hit the ground, grabbed the weapons they had dropped, and took the opportunity to fire at the Black Hawk soldiers opposite them. This heavy machine gun had completely suppressed the enemy opposite them. To not seize this chance to quickly kill them and escape would be a disservice to the training of the guerrillas. Just then, Gregory suddenly heard a familiar voice from behind, "Big brothers, run. What are you waiting for? Get out of here. I stole one of their armored vehicles. I'll cover your retreat." Gregory nodded, immediately preparing to lead the others in escape. But halfway through, he suddenly thought of a problem. Horace had seized an enemy armored vehicle, but he was currently busy firing the gun on the roof. So who was driving the vehicle? If no one was driving, how was he supposed to retreat? "Horace, are you running with us? Otherwise, what will happen to you?" Gregory shouted loudly, but Horace merely shook his head, continuing to sweep the area while saying firmly, "Don't worry about me, just run. I'm staying here to cover you. If you all escape, then I have won. Otherwise, we will all die in the end." He then paused his firing slightly and shouted to the guerrillas' members, "Keep going. I believe in you. The Cambrian Empire needs warriors like you. We must never yield to the invaders." Hearing these words, Gregory was moved to tears. Although he and Horace had known each other for less than an hour in total, at this moment, Horace's willingness to sacrifice himself to cover their retreat moved him beyond words. What a good man. This was a truly good man. What a pity that such a righteous hero would have to die while covering their retreat. What a regrettable thing. Chapter 342, Abaddon's loyalty is indeed a deter. Please rest assured, we will absolutely persevere in fighting to the end. Gregory saluted Heludan, gave him a deep look, and left without looking back. If he had the time, he would definitely want to bid a heartfelt farewell to this hero, or even stay and fight alongside him to the death. But at a time like this, lingering would only be a pointless waste of this hero's sacrifice. The other Black Hawk soldiers were still in a state of confusion, mainly because they still hadn't figured out why their own armored vehicle would suddenly fire at them. They didn't know that when Heludan ran out with the guerrillas earlier, he noticed an additional red dot in the team, symbolizing an enemy unit, and there were many red dots ambushing around. He subconsciously raised his gun, wanting to eliminate that red dot in the team, but then he thought that if he just directly eliminated that guy, the connection with the guerrillas would surely be broken, and it would be of no help at that point. After all, the enemies were already in ambush. Even if he eliminated this guy, it didn't seem to help everyone's situation much, it would only trigger the enemy's ambush prematurely. Therefore, he took advantage of the chaos when everyone was busy retreating, used the cover of darkness, and quietly slipped away to another location. Anyway, he was an outsider in this team, and he was carrying a machine gun, which looked very heavy, so walking at the back didn't seem out of place. The other guerrillas members, in their panic, didn't really pay much attention to him. Once the attention of these Black Hawk soldiers was focused on the lights, he quietly used his mini-map to slip to the rear of the Black Hawk army, climbed onto an armored vehicle, and quickly eliminated a guy with his katana. Even the soldier in the driver's seat couldn't escape his assassination. After taking control of this armored vehicle, he immediately went to the roof-mounted machine gun position and began strafing the Black Hawk army opposite, taking out the traitor as well. Using the suppression of machine gun fire, the guerrillas quickly slipped around the street corner, then used the complex alleys there to escape quickly. However, in this short time, the Black Hawk soldiers had also reacted. Some Black Hawk soldiers tried to flank and attack the player from behind, but they couldn't hide from a player with a mini-map. After Heludan discovered someone behind him, he quickly got down from the machine gun position, picked up the machine gun he was carrying, and swept it violently backward, easily eliminating the enemies who were trying to outflank him from that direction. Other Black Hawk soldiers tried to shoot from a distance, using precise shots to kill Heludan, but the large gun shield of his machine gun blocked most of his body. The Black Hawk soldiers had never hated a machine gun's gun shield as much as they did now. They fired several shots in a row but couldn't penetrate the thick steel plate, instead exposing their positions and then falling victim to Heludan's hunt. The other Black Hawk soldiers' eyes were splitting with rage, completely at a loss for what to do in this situation. Because they hadn't considered facing armored units, none of them carried anti-tank weapons. If anything, the grenades they carried might be able to destroy an armored vehicle. But that guy was operating the vehicle-mounted machine gun while also holding another machine gun in his hand. He wielded both machine guns with incredible skill, making it impossible for them to approach. The armored vehicle opposite tried to use its machine gun to take out the player, but Heludan was quick and decisive, using his vehicle-mounted machine gun to unleash a fierce barrage of fire on the opposite side first. Although both sides had gun shields, and most bullets were blocked by steel plates, compared to the player, the Black Hawk soldiers ultimately didn't have such high combat will. Seeing the astonishing firepower opposite, countless machine gun bullets raining down on him, and the CO gunner standing beside him screaming and falling to the ground, the original machine gunner dared not continue to exchange fire with the opposite side under such circumstances. That guy was simply a madman who didn't care about his life, still charging so fiercely into machine gun fire. Retreat, quick, retreat. As the commanding officer gave the order, the remaining Black Hawk soldiers quickly withdrew, no longer bothering to pursue the guerrillas. Compared to the guerrillas, this guy wildly strafing with a machine gun was even more terrifying. They didn't even have time to carry away the bodies of their officers and comrades, leaving a pile of corpses behind as they hastily retreated. The armored vehicle opposite even accidentally knocked down a street light while reversing. Not long after retreating, just as these Black Hawk soldiers were about to set up a blockade, they suddenly noticed that the brown-skinned dogs they had hired had actually arrived. Or rather, these traitors who went to work for the Black Hawk people had already arrived, but they simply didn't dare to charge forward. Please, although they worked for the Black Hawk people, the Black Hawk devils didn't pay them much each month, and what they did pay was all in gold and yuan notes. These brown-skinned dogs knew very well that gold and yuan notes would soon become worthless, because the Black Hawk devils printed this stuff like crazy on weekdays, and then everyone spent money lavishly. In this situation, when they heard the intense machine gun fire from the front, expecting them to still bravely charge forward was giving them too much credit. If they truly had such resolute combat will, then they wouldn't have come to defect to the Black Eagle Empire at this time, they would most likely have already sacrificed themselves on the previous battlefields. Seeing the leading brown-skinned dog captain bowing and scraping to him, the group didn't even catch their breath, even falsely claiming that they had just arrived after running all the way. The adjutant who had retreated with the others couldn't hold back his anger, snatched a slap, and knocked him to the ground. Coward, useless, good for nothing. You can't even handle such a small matter, what good are you to us? The knockdown captain felt somewhat wronged. He looked at the armored vehicle riddled with machine gun bullets, at the corpses on the street ahead, and at the other armored vehicle stopped in place, still mounted with a machine gun, and couldn't help but feel a belly full of grievances. Damn it, how dare this Black Hawk guy criticize him? These useless guys drove 2 armored vehicles and brought over 100 soldiers, yet they were beaten to such a state by the enemy. In this situation, expecting their security team, who couldn't even fully equip themselves with guns, was that giving them too much credit? They were just a security team, not an assault team. Asking them to do an assault team's job, wasn't that a bit much? Although he felt wronged, he kept these words to himself, closed his mouth, and said nothing. He knew that the Black Hawk officer in front of him just needed a punching bag, and speaking carelessly at a time like this would definitely make him that punching bag. But his silence didn't mean others would also remain silent. Suddenly, a brown-skinned dog stepped out from the team, raised the gun in his hand, and said to the Black Hawk officer, "Sir, leave that guy to me. I'm confident I can kill him. As long as I rush to the building opposite, I can snipe him from the rooftop. If the distance is no more than 300 meters, I'm confident I can kill him with one shot." Hearing this, both the brown-skinned dog captain and the Black Hawk officer were stunned. "Very good, since you are willing to complete this arduous task, I will leave it to you. I will have my men provide cover for you from the rear." The Black Hawk officer nodded. Since someone was willing to step forward and risk their life for him, why not? As for whether this guy would fail, it didn't matter. Failure just meant one more lackey died. Anyway, there were so many lackeys in this place, he wouldn't miss one. But if he succeeded, it would be a huge gain. Although the Black Hawk devils didn't want these brown-skinned dogs to be too strong in combat, especially since they themselves knew that these people's loyalty was very limited. But if a truly formidable character emerged from among these people, that would also be a good thing. Especially if this guy shot and killed the guerrillas as hero, he would then have automatically submitted a pledge of allegiance, and there would be absolutely no possibility of reconciliation with the local resistance forces. Under the expectant gaze of the Black Hawk officer, the guy who had just stepped forward moved with extreme agility, using the cover of darkness and surrounding obstacles to quickly run to the other end of the street. Meanwhile, the Black Hawk machine gunner on the armored vehicle also forced himself to cheer up, pushed the armored vehicle forward, and desperately began strafing the opposite side. Tat 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 tat. The continuous strafing made the armored vehicle opposite clang loudly, but the armored vehicle at the other end of the street showed no intention of returning fire, instead shooting directly at the guy trying to run across. Bullets flying everywhere were terrifying to watch, and these Black Hawk soldiers all thought that guy was probably done for. But whether it was because his devilish footwork was too enchanting, or because the opposing machine gunner's skill declined under attack, none of these bullets hit that guy. After a quick run, the shooter narrowly retreated into the building, then quickly climbed to the rooftop, and immediately set up his rifle and fired, all in one smooth motion. With the crack of a gunshot, He Ludan, who was still firing, was shot in the head on the spot, his body falling heavily onto the vehicle. Seeing the opposing machine gunner finally fall, these Black Hawk soldiers cheered, and even the Black Hawk officer couldn't help but applaud. Excellent, very good, this young man's performance is truly outstanding. After a couple of praises, the Black Hawk officer suddenly thought of something, turned to the brown-skinned dog captain, and asked with a frown, "Wait a minute, what's going on? How come I didn't know you had such a sharpshooter in your team?" The brown-skinned dog captain also looked bewildered. He scratched his head and said, "Sir, I don't know either. Abaddon just reported to me recently. It's said that he and some others captured a guerrilla's member, and because of this meritorious deed, Commander Dietrich specially approved him to join my team." "Oh, so that's it." Hearing him say that, the Black Hawk officer remembered. Apparently, not long ago, a group of foreign Cambrians captured a guerrilla's member and handed him over along with his submachine gun. At that time, Commander Dietrich, in his delight, directly ordered this group of people to report to the Minsk police station tomorrow and join the newly formed security team, which were these so-called brown-skinned dogs. Who would have thought that these guys would be so efficient, reporting today already? And it was only evening, yet they had already achieved a new merit, which made him feel somewhat incredible. Just then, Abaddon ran back. He saluted the Black Hawk officer and then happily said, reporting, "Sir, I have successfully completed the mission." The Black Hawk officer nodded in satisfaction, patted his shoulder, and said, "Good, very good, the Empire has seen your loyalty. A warrior like you is truly too talented to merely join the security team. How about this, I'll have Commander Dietrich write you a letter of recommendation, and you can just join the Belarus Restoration Army. I believe that someone like you can achieve great things in the Belarus Restoration Army. Besides you, your companions too. You should all enlist together." Hearing this, Abaddon pretended to be happy and nodded repeatedly, while the captain looked at Abaddon, a hint of jealousy involuntarily rising in his heart. Good, good, this kid is about to rise to prominence. I didn't expect him to be so highly regarded by the Black Hawk people. Someone like this, who can join the Restoration Army with a letter of introduction from Officer Dietrich, certainly won't join as an ordinary soldier. At the very least, he'll probably join as a second lieutenant. Of course, jealousy is jealousy, but the captain knew his place. The favor this person received was earned by risking his life. If he had gone up there, he probably would have been riddled with bullets by a machine gun. Not to mention, doing so would also mean completely tying himself to the Black Hawk Empire. If the Black Hawk Empire were to be defeated, someone like him would definitely be the first to be purged. Thinking this, the captain immediately stopped feeling jealous of him. Instead, he couldn't help but despise this guy in his heart. Although we're all here to be traitors, you're betraying a bit too thoroughly, aren't you? After dealing with that guy, the remaining Black Hawk soldiers also withdrew. Although they successfully killed a guerrilla's member, there was no doubt that their operation had completely failed. Losing more than 20 soldiers at once was definitely a major loss, not to mention the brown-skinned dogs who died in prison. Thinking of this, the Black Hawk officer couldn't help but feel a headache. Although his superior was dead, which meant he might take over his boss's position, these guerrillas members were so fierce, it was truly beyond his expectations. He was now a bit worried that he might face retaliation from the guerrillas later, especially since these guys seemed somewhat reckless. These guys withdrew and left. He Ludan respawned from a hidden respawn point in the city, then couldn't help but curse at his teammate. "You, Abaddon, not only want to usurp power and conspire to seize the warlord position, but you also use my head as a trophy. What is this? This is treason." However, his teammate didn't care about this at all. "Alright, it's just wasting one of your revives, isn't it? You know, I still have to bear the penalty for shooting a teammate. I lost 5 times the amount of merit points for a revive. I lost a lot more than you. If I hadn't fired that shot, could I have gained their trust? If we can't gain the trust of the Black Hawk Devils, how can we assassinate Krasov so easily? What the heck, you made such a big fuss, and it turns out you just wanted to assassinate Krasov." He Ludan shook his head. He thought this Abaddon guy wanted to play a game of curved loyalty. "You idiot, you finally gained the trust of the Black Hawk Devils, and got a chance to join the enemy's ranks as an undercover agent, but you wasted such a precious opportunity on assassinating Krasov. Don't make me laugh, there are plenty of ways to assassinate that guy, but it's not so easy to infiltrate the enemy's ranks." Then, He Ludan continued to explain, "Look, if we wanted to assassinate Krasov, couldn't we set up a respawn point nearby in advance, and then rush out in an assault team formation, and just kill our way into the venue? For example, we could find a building 4 or 5 kilometers away in advance, set up a 120mm mortar on the roof, and then open fire when Krasov arrives. Don't you think we could kill that guy? Since we have so many ways to kill him, why would you waste such a hard-won opportunity? Isn't that just being idle with nothing better to do?" "That's right, Why didn't he think of that? Abaddon slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing he had been foolish before. My apologies, Warlord, I shouldn't have sacrificed your head. Don't even mention it, I was just influenced by the tropes in too many spy dramas, only thinking about playing an undercover game with the enemy, and forgot about this. Sigh, Warlord, I wish I hadn't shot you. He Ludan looked speechless. He always felt that Abaddon was a great traitor disguised as a loyal subject, appearing to be an honest person, but in reality, he was not honest at all, always wanting to usurp his warlord position. Damn it. He strongly suspected that the Horus heresy was a conspiracy. The mastermind was Abaddon. After all, in the original Warhammer lore, it seemed to be Abaddon who was eager to bring Horus into that temple, and then Horus was possessed by the 4 chaos gods inside. Thinking this, could it be that Abaddon, as a company commander, had already harbored ill intentions? As expected, Abaddon and his companions, having gained the trust of the Black Hawk people, immediately enjoyed different treatment from the other brown-skinned dogs. Before they withdrew from the security team, the other brown-skinned dogs even gritted their teeth and offered bribes to these guys, hoping they would help them build connections in the future. Normally, it would be impossible to expect these brown-skinned dogs to offer bribes, it would be good enough if they didn't extort bribes from you. But now it was different. These guys had become favorites in front of the Black Hawk Devils. They always understood one principle: for such favored officials, it might not be easy for them to accomplish things, but it was too easy for them to ruin things. They could casually say a few bad words in the ear of the Black Hawk Lord, and someone might end up in trouble. So, when offering bribes at this time, they didn't really expect these people to help them with any connections. They just hoped Abaddon and the others wouldn't badmouth them to the Black Hawk Devils when they left. Especially when someone else was giving gifts, they couldn't not give gifts either. People might not remember who gave gifts, but they would definitely remember who didn't. The players took the bribes offered by these brown-skinned dogs without hesitation, even though they didn't really need them. After all, they didn't need to spend money to enjoy anything in this game, and most players weren't interested in spending money to enjoy themselves all day in the game, because in their opinion, this was a shooting game. But it didn't matter. Even if they might not use this money, it was better than letting it fall into the hands of these Cambrian traitors. 2 days passed in a flash. In the central square of Minsk, a huge podium had been set up in advance. Krasov, as the Duke of Belarus personally unfeffed by the Black Hawk Empire, would deliver a speech there. The content of the speech wasn't important, and most of the people who came here weren't there to listen to Krasov's speech. This guy wasn't an orator, could anyone expect flowery words to come out of his mouth? The Black Hawk people arranged this speech mainly to create a product display. They wanted everyone to see and understand that Krasov was doing very well after defecting to them, and could enjoy power and various benefits. This was essentially a GG signboard. As long as others with small ambitions saw that Krasov could deliver a speech on the former land of the Cambrian Empire, and that the Black Hawk people had the ability to protect him, then many people would surely be willing to defect to the Black Hawk Empire. The podium had been set up, but Krasov did not appear there immediately. At this moment, he and several other Black Hawk officers were chatting backstage. Looking at the podium that had already been set up in the distance, Krasov asked with some concern, "By the way, are you sure the security here is all right? I've heard recently that quite a few people have come to assassinate me. Nicholas III is not a magnanimous person, that narrow-minded fellow hates me to the core." Krasov wasn't unaware of what had happened before. Since he publicly betrayed and began to support the Black Hawk Empire, assassination attempts against him had never stopped. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to attend such events that required him to appear in public, but he had no choice. The Black Hawk people needed political propaganda, and he also needed to raise his profile to solicit more help from the Black Hawk people. Otherwise, to say nothing else, simply his Belarus Restoration Army, if these Black Hawk people didn't provide him with weapons, how could he arm his troops? He was now completely bound to the Black Hawk Empire's war machine. If he jumped off, he would be shattered instantly. Seeing Krasov being so cautious, the Black Hawk general sitting opposite him smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, Your Excellency General, relax, you're too nervous. You must believe in our capabilities. Our soldiers have thoroughly deployed defenses in buildings within 1 kilometer around here. A total of 500 elite soldiers are participating in this security mission. I can assure you, unless a sharpshooter capable of accurate shooting from over a kilometer away emerges from the guerrillas, they absolutely cannot harm you." At this point, the Black Hawk general suddenly pointed to the side and said, "Moreover, for this speech, you only need to speak backstage. There's no need to show your face. We've already chosen a body double for you, and he will stand on stage to deliver the speech in your place." Seeing the person sitting at another table nearby, whose face was almost identical to his own, Krasov felt completely uncomfortable. There was nothing he could do, he was just too similar. Suddenly seeing a body double so similar to oneself, anyone would feel uncomfortable. Seeing Krasov look at him, the body double even took off his hat and bowed, a smile on his lips that was exactly like Krasov's usual expression. The Black Hawk general said, "Haha, please rest assured, Erzatz is an elite spy trained by the Empire, with strong imitation abilities. And coincidentally, his physique and appearance were already quite similar to yours. After professional plastic surgery, his appearance is even closer to yours, plus simple makeup, I think even familiar people would find it difficult to distinguish between you and him. As for the difference in your heights, the upcoming podium will conceal all of that, and the flower baskets we've placed around the podium will also try to cover the lower halves of both of you. Others should find it difficult to tell that your heights are different." Krasov nodded, reluctantly breathing a sigh of relief and saying, Alright, in that case, I'll give the speech backstage using a microphone. I trust your capabilities. However, he felt uneasy in his heart, not only because this body double who looked so much like him was a Black Eagle spy, but also because he realized that he might not be that important to the Black Hawk people. If he were to die now, the Black Hawk Empire could completely support this spy and let him take his place. After all, for the Black Hawk Empire, they didn't actually need a capable person to rule Belarus, they only needed an obedient lackey. Compared to himself, this spy, who was sufficiently loyal to the Black Hawk Empire, seemed to be the more obedient choice. Thinking this, he couldn't help but worry, what if the Black Hawk people decided to simply abandon him one day and use this spy to replace his identity? If that situation occurred, only death would await him. As the time reached 10 a.m., the fake Krasov, escorted by several Black Hawk soldiers and Restoration Army soldiers, swaggered out of the vehicle under the watchful eyes of the crowd. When he reached the front of the podium, only the Restoration Army soldiers remained to guard the area. For some reason, the Black Hawk soldiers had retreated backstage, perhaps because some important figures from the Black Hawk Empire were listening to the speech there. As soon as Krasov arrived, a group of local nobles began to applaud. Most of these people had already defected to the Black Hawk Empire. As for those who refused to defect to the Black Hawk Empire, they either died on the battlefield, retreated with the main forces, or stubbornly remained here only to be directly executed by the Black Hawk people. They might have thought their noble status could restrict the Black Hawk people, but unfortunately, the Black Hawk army that arrived didn't seem to care about their noble status, and the Black Eagle Emperor apparently wasn't interested in playing aristocratic politics. The body double at the front of the stage picked up the microphone, and simultaneously, someone backstage immediately sent a signal to the real Krasov, indicating that he could begin his speech. Just moments ago, the real Krasov had disguised himself as a Black Hawk soldier and quietly slipped into the backstage area. Seeing the signal, he immediately picked up the microphone and the pre-signaled speech manuscript, beginning to read it with fervor. Among the Restoration Army soldiers guarding the area around the podium was Abaddon. The reason he was here was that the Black Hawk people planned to use him, the guerrillas killer, as a model for propaganda. After all, he and his subordinates had previously captured a guerrillas member alive, and he himself had personally executed the fellow afterwards. It wasn't that no Black Hawk people suspected Abaddon might be a spy who had infiltrated them, but they dismissed the idea after only a brief investigation. This was not only because Abaddon had personally submitted 2 certificates of surrender, one of which was bloody. More importantly, they found that there were simply too many suspicious points regarding Abaddon and his subordinates. These guys weren't residents of Minsk, they seemed to be Cambrian deserters left behind from some unknown battlefield, and their usual behavior was erratic. The Black Hawk people truly didn't know how to describe the operational patterns of these players, so in the end, they could only use the word erratic to describe them. But precisely because of this, the Black Hawk people believed they were not spies. A spy might choose to sacrifice a comrade and use the blood of their own people to prove themselves, but a spy would absolutely never allow themselves to be riddled with flaws everywhere. If anything, it was because they seemed too unreliable and suspicious everywhere that they couldn't possibly be spies. Spies would never work so crudely, nor would they make themselves look so obviously suspicious. Thus, Abaddon successfully earned the trust of the Black Hawk people and was about to be used as a propaganda model in Krasov's upcoming speech. Krasov was the propaganda model for the nobility, while Abaddon was the propaganda model for the common people. The Black Hawk Empire wanted to prove to all Cambrians that as long as they were genuinely willing to defect and submit a certificate of surrender, great wealth and glory awaited them. But these Black Hawk people had no idea that Abaddon, who had successfully infiltrated them, was currently relaying information to his teammates preparing to assassinate Krasov outside. They never expected that Abaddon, whom they considered loyal and reliable, was clearly a mole. How is it? Did you confirm? Is the guy giving the speech our assassination target? At this moment, Ludan, who had resurrected again, stood alone on a rooftop. Although the distance to the venue was a full 4 kilometers, he could just barely make out the scene using his high-powered binoculars. But that was the extent of it. It was still difficult for him to clearly see what the person speaking on stage looked like, let alone verify the person's authenticity. Right after Ludan finished asking, Abaddon's message came through, "You're overthinking it. That guy is a fake. I can see clearly on the mini-map that his red dot doesn't have any special marking. Logically, Krasov, as our mission target, should definitely have an extra designation. In contrast, I saw a red dot marked Krasov backstage behind the podium. That is our true mission target." Ludan nodded, then adjusted the mortar for aiming. Hehe, the most important task for the second-generation warlord staying there was to pinpoint the location, otherwise, it would be really difficult for him to find where the enemy was hiding. As for whether using artillery bombardment so directly might accidentally injure his teammates? Doesn't matter, friendly fire is friendly fire. At worst, he'd consider it revenge for revenge, paying back the grudge for that guy shooting him earlier. After multiple adjustments to ensure he could hit the target, Ludan unhesitatingly loaded the shell, and in the next moment, a 120mm mortar shell shot straight out. After firing the shell, Ludan didn't wait for it to land and immediately continued loading more shells without hesitation. Compared to precision strikes, he preferred saturation bombardment, especially since he didn't need to worry about consuming ammunition. He had plenty of shells ready to fire. The speech was now halfway through. Once Krasov finished, it would be the turn of Abaddon, who had newly defected to them, to give his speech. But just then, Black Hawk soldiers backstage suddenly grew alert, nervously looking up at the sky. Because they heard a strange sound, and it was a sound they knew well. It was clearly the sound of a mortar shell slicing through the air. Oh no, watch out for shelling. A Black Hawk soldier yelled loudly and quickly tackled Krasov, who was still giving the speech. There was no time to think, preserving this guy was the most important thing, as he was highly valuable to the Empire. Krasov, mid-speech, also heard the sound of the shell overhead. His voice stopped abruptly, and before he could react further, he was tackled by the Black Hawk soldier. Because of the abruptness, he crashed onto the stage in front of him with a bang, instantly breaking his two front teeth, and he couldn't help but let out a miserable howl. But as the 120mm mortar shell landed in the area, he no longer had a chance to wail. Boom! The huge explosion and scattering shrapnel instantly swept the backstage area of the podium. Several Black Hawk soldiers and officers located there fell, and several Black Hawk Empire technicians operating the speech equipment were also killed. The terrifying explosion left Krasov dizzy and disoriented. He felt like his ears had been deafened. Although his teeth seemed broken and his leg appeared to be injured by shrapnel, he couldn't help but feel lucky, because he was still alive. Damn those lunatics! Krasov couldn't help but curse. He had imagined countless ways he might be assassinated, but he never expected the enemy would directly use a heavy mortar to bomb him. Those Black Hawk people were also useless. How did these guys handle security checks that allowed someone to transport a heavy mortar here? Judging by the intense explosion just now, it was undoubtedly a mortar of at least 100mm caliber. Krasov felt like swearing. He realized defecting to the Black Hawk Empire had been a mistake. But now it was too late for regret, because the second and third mortar shells arrived one after another. Before this, the Black Hawk soldier who tackled Krasov served as a human shield, successfully blocking most of the shrapnel and allowing him to survive. But this time, facing the subsequent mortars, he had no new human shield for cover. Under Krasov's despairing gaze, the continuous mortar shells landing in the area instantly saturated the entire backstage, tearing him and everyone else there to shreds. After finishing off the people there, Ludan even turned his mortar and fired 2 shells toward the nobles gathered nearby, who were preparing to flatter and seek favor from the Black Hawk Empire. Because Abaddon was observing nearby, Ludan could distinguish clearly. These guys had all turned into red units marked by red dots, indicating that they were already traitors, not people who had been coerced. Furthermore, if they had truly been coerced by the Black Hawk Empire, they wouldn't be sitting in the VIP section, chatting and laughing. Therefore, when the shells fell toward the VIP section near the podium, these nobles who had just defected to the Black Hawk Empire were completely stunned. Don't shoot! Don't shoot! I am a loyal subject. No, I am a noble. You cannot kill me. Someone save me. They immediately dissolved into chaos, shouting in despair. Some nobles thought this terrifying bombardment was the work of assassins sent by the Tsar, while others shouted wildly, trying to use their noble status to make the attackers hesitate. But unfortunately, players don't care if you are a noble or not. To players, what is a noble lord? Aren't they the legendary guillotines, consumables and delicate lamppost ornaments? When the shells slammed into the VIP section where the traitors were located, these guys who had defected to the Black Hawk Devils were instantly sent sprawling. Many nobles sincerely regretted their choices at that moment. They never expected the Tsar would go to such extremes, directly using mortars to assassinate them. Good heavens, they never expected they would ultimately die by a mortar. Too bad the Tsar was completely unaware of the situation here. He never imagined that Andrei would let his subordinates solve problems in such a brutal fashion. At the venue, Abaddon was also nearly blown up instantly by the savage mortar. If his reaction speed hadn't been quick enough, he seriously suspected he would have been dead. Holy crap! You damn warlord, you clearly came here aiming for personal revenge, didn't you? You just wait. I'm coming over right now to take your head again and use you as a new certificate of surrender. Chapter 343, The reason why the Cambrian are weak might be because of the Tsar. A disgrace. This is a serious disgrace. How could something like this happen? Damn it. All the officers responsible for searching for contraband should be shot. How did they let the guerrillas bring in a 120mm mortar? Colonel Dietrich, who was responsible for maintaining security in Minsk, roared loudly inside an office building there, while the group of Black Hawk officers in front of him all bowed their heads, remaining silent. In fact, they were also puzzled deep down. How exactly did the enemy manage to bring that damned 120mm mortar inside? Krasov died just like that. This star traitor, heavily promoted by the Black Eagle Empire, personally granted the title of Duke of Belarus by the Black Eagle Emperor, and recently promoted to honorary general of the Black Eagle Empire, died inexplicably under an artillery shell. Although 2nd Lieutenant Abaddon did well, successfully leading his soldiers to intercept the guerrillas who fired the shell and decisively killing them when capture failed. But this did not soothe their anger. On the contrary, they were in huge trouble this time. Krasov was no ordinary traitor. If a common Cambrians had died, they wouldn't have cared at all. Even if a Cambrian's noble had died, they wouldn't have made such a big fuss. But Krasov was a major trump card held by the Black Eagle Empire. This fellow was the prime example used by the Black Eagle Empire to persuade other Cambrians nobles to surrender. Now, the Black Eagle Emperor was absolutely furious about this matter. The telegram reprimanding them had just been sent, and if nothing unexpected happened, Colonel Dietrich would certainly lose his position. Thinking of this, Colonel Dietrich sighed deeply, then looked at everyone present with some disappointment. Since he was certainly going to be completely demoted, and perhaps even sent to prison, he no longer cared what he said. I advise everyone present to reflect thoroughly after you go back. Figure out why you are here before you take any action. I can turn a blind eye to your usual smuggling or carrying private goods, after all, everyone does it, and there's no reason for me to make an exception for this kind of thing. But you actually allowed the enemy to smuggle in a 120mm mortar. This is beyond excessive, this is treason. If you can smuggle in a 120mm mortar today, what will you smuggle in tomorrow? Don't tell me you'll let the enemy smuggle in a Titan mech tomorrow. After being reprimanded by Colonel Dietrich, the Black Hawk officers present remained silent, but they all couldn't help cursing their companions inwardly. They knew very well that after such a serious incident, not only would their superior, Colonel Dietrich, be completely demoted, but they would also face severe punishment, and many might even be arrested. Now look what happened. They didn't know which idiot brought the mortar in and then allowed the guerrillas to use it, causing such a massive mess. If they found out which fool committed such a serious mistake, they would probably be plotting to sneak out at night to put a sack over their head or even shoot them in the back. This group of Black Hawk officers suspected each other, yet none of them guessed that the mortar was conjured by the guerrillas themselves, and nobody had smuggled it in at all. No matter how hard they guessed, they couldn't possibly guess something as outrageous as players, since that concept was simply too surreal. Seeing that his subordinates were still exchanging glances at this moment, Colonel Dietrich felt even more exhausted. He didn't know that the eye contact among his officers was merely them suspecting each other. He thought that these guys were all involved to some extent, and even now, they were trying to collude and deceive their superiors. Thinking of this, a brilliant idea suddenly popped into his mind. Compared to relying on these outsiders to deal with the local guerrillas, it's too naive. These guys are corrupted too quickly, and they are unfamiliar with the area, so they can't control the local tyrants here. If that's the case, why not use locals to restrain locals? Directly use Cambrians to deal with Cambrians. The more he thought about it, the brighter Colonel Dietrich's eyes became. That's right, using Cambrians to govern Cambrians was the best choice. They, the Black Hawk people, only needed to act as arbitrators and overall controllers. When it came to actual implementation and suppression, it was much more convenient to use Cambrians to deal with their own compatriots. The price demanded by these traitors who defected to them wouldn't be higher than that of the Black Hawk people, and if they messed things up, they could be dealt with as they pleased. More importantly, as long as they selected a trustworthy batch of traitors beforehand, those individuals might actually perform better due to covert zealotry. The Black Eagle Empire had already made extensive use of similar methods to cultivate many puppet troops before this. For example, the extremely elite Charlemagne division within their Imperial Guard structure was entirely composed of defectors from the Iris Empire. Because they defected to the Black Eagle Empire, were selected from a pile of traitors, and gained sufficient honor and corresponding status, they had to fight desperately to maintain that honor and status. They had already betrayed their compatriots, and if the Black Hawk people rejected them too, they would have no place to go. Because of this, they had to work diligently for the Black Eagle Empire, fighting even harder on the battlefield than ordinary Black Hawk soldiers. As Colonel Dietrich thought this, he suddenly remembered the brave Abaddon. He had to admit, he now completely trusted that Abaddon was one of them, because the fellow had once again killed the guerrilla member who carried out the assassination, adding another blood feud with the guerrillas. He didn't believe the guerrillas would be willing to make such a huge sacrifice just to cultivate an operative capable of infiltrating their ranks. Or rather, if his hands were truly stained with the blood of so many of his own people, even if he was originally an operative, he would probably have defected by now. After all, under these circumstances, even if he had a chance to return, how could he guarantee he wouldn't be purged? Help me contact Second Lieutenant Abaddon. I have something I need to discuss with him right away. Before long, a bewildered Abaddon walked into the office and saw the enthusiastic Colonel Dietrich. No one knew how long they talked in the office. In the end, Abaddon walked out feeling a little dizzy, having learned that he had actually been granted the authority to establish a special investigation team. He had now been formally promoted to captain and could form a special investigation team consisting of 50 elite action members. This special investigation team only needed to report to the direct Black Hawk officer responsible for handling this matter, and possessed the authority to execute first and report later, meaning their power was immense. Regardless of why he was chosen for this position, Abaddon was currently grinning from ear to ear. As long as he manipulated things slightly, he could fill the entire team with players. At the same time, Horus was also preparing to infiltrate his guild members into the guerrillas. Before long, whether it was the guerrillas or his special investigation team, the cat and the mouse would all be their own people. Wouldn't that mean they could play however they wanted? Especially since Abaddon had previously received a special mission. During this mission, if killing a teammate was done to gain the trust of the Black Hawk people and better complete the operative mission, he would be exempt from the penalty for killing a teammate, but every time he killed one, the game system would evaluate the action. With this authority, if anything went wrong, Abaddon could sacrifice a teammate's head to ensure he wasn't suspected by the Black Hawk people. No matter how imaginative the Black Hawk people were, they surely wouldn't believe that a group of people would crazily slaughter each other just to infiltrate their ranks, would they? Killing 1 or 2 people might be a way to earn a certificate of loyalty, but killing 100 or 200 people, if that was still just to plant a spy, that was simply unimaginable. After learning this news, Heludan and his entire guild were ecstatic. To celebrate this feat, after some discussion, they specifically changed their guild's name to Hydra, because Hydra is everywhere. To be honest, they originally wanted to change the guild name to Alfarius, but then they suddenly noticed a problem. Their guild leader was Horus, and the second in command was Abaddon. This configuration looked exactly like the sons of Horus, not Alfarius at all. Moreover, the Alpha Legion already had the title of the Hydra Legion, so setting up the guild as Hydra didn't seem like a big problem either. Thus, the mysterious organization Hydra, which would astonish countless people in later generations, was born for such a bizarre and rather sloppy reason. Andre quickly learned about the commotion the players were making. After seeing the audacious moves played by Abaddon and Horus, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. It must be said that these players always managed to pull off unexpected new tricks. He never expected them to infiltrate the enemy-occupied area of Minsk so easily, and to infiltrate both the black and white sides. They had people in both the guerrillas and the investigation team. It was precisely because Andre was satisfied with the infernal affairs they had created that he specifically granted them the authority to kill teammates. Otherwise, he wouldn't easily grant these guys authority, and he reviewed the actions of Abaddon and his group every time. There was no getting around it. Players were a very abstract type of creature. If they suddenly discovered one day that killing teammates was penalty-free, Andre could guess without thinking that they would simply find an area and start a gunfight. At that point, the fun would be immense. The newspapers would probably be filled with reports. General Vorontsov's troops erupted in a firefight due to severe internal disagreements, and the Volkov army group plunged into full-scale civil war. If that really happened, he would be screwed. Besides this authority, Andre did some research and created another authority for player resurrection. If they were willing to pay triple the resurrection cost upon revival, they could retain their original identity instead of resurrecting as a new one. For example, in Andre's eyes, Heludan would still be Heludan after resurrection, but in the eyes of the guerrillas and the Black Hawk soldiers, Heludan would become another Cambrian soldier after resurrection. They would be two completely different people. During intense warfare, this kind of thing wouldn't matter, as so many people died on the battlefield that nobody would pay attention to them anyway. Perhaps it sounds harsh, but in such a meat grinder of a war, ordinary soldiers truly die and are gone. Andre and the others might not even be able to tally these fallen soldiers. Many soldiers died so tragically that their appearances were unrecognizable, and they would ultimately only become a casualty number on Andre's documents. However, as players gradually developed in the game, their interactions with the locals became more frequent. For example, many players established enemy-held base areas outside, and Abaddon and Horus even went undercover as spies in enemy ranks to infiltrate them. In this situation, if Abaddon suddenly died for some reason, his hard-earned detective captain and captain ranks would become meaningless, and he would have to start all over again. But if they could retain their original identities upon resurrection, the problem would be solved. After some manipulation, Andre discovered that his system could indeed achieve this. When they were resurrected, they would still be implanted with their original identities. At the same time, the person who had died on the battlefield would be transformed into another randomly generated person through information distortion. This was equivalent to finding a scapegoat for the players' identities, sparing them the reality of death, so they could continue using their original identities. However, to do this, the system naturally required more influence points, so Andre also charged extra for players' merits and euphemistically called this mode Advanced Resurrection. After this feature update, Andre immediately received a lot of praise from players. Although this feature was largely meaningless for players who didn't care about the plot or character interaction, and only wanted to charge into battle and kill enemies. But for players who enjoyed management, construction, and role-playing, this feature was very useful. In particular, many players who managed enemy-held base areas breathed a sigh of relief, because they had been worried about one problem before this. What if they accidentally died on the battlefield? Wouldn't all their relationships with the people in the base area be gone? They had worked so hard to establish a base area, only for the people in it to no longer recognize them after their death, essentially returning to square one. If that happened, the cost of dying would be too great. Seeing the players' positive reviews, Andre smiled. He had only just discovered this set of features. Even though he had previously researched whether resurrection could be done this way, all player resurrections when he first acquired the system couldn't be done like this, they all generated a new, random identity. Therefore, Andre thought that perhaps this feature was an additional benefit unlocked by the system after his military rank was promoted. Among the guerrillas, when Grigory heard that the righteous hero who successfully assassinated Krasov had died under enemy gunfire, he couldn't help but sigh. Alas, what a pity. Another brave warrior has sacrificed himself. These heroes should not have died. But no sooner had he finished speaking than a guerrilla's member beside him suddenly said, "Yes, Captain, these heroes should not have sacrificed themselves. They sacrificed themselves more because we are too weak and because we fight alone. I think our guerrillas needs to expand further. If we continue with these small skirmishes, we won't be able to inflict enough losses on the Black Hawk people, nor will we be able to inspire confidence in the locals. We need to prove to the Black Hawk people that the Cambrians people will never submit to them. We need to raise a banner of resistance to unite everyone and work together for the cause of resisting the Black Hawk people." Grigory nodded. He had to admit that these words sounded very reasonable, but also quite grand and empty. "So what are you going to do?" Grigory prepared to ask about the specific strategy. "First, let our teammates recruit more people. We must get more people to join the guerrillas, and at the same time, we must build good relationships with the masses. We need the masses to report information to us, or at the very least, not to help the enemy against us. We need them to know what we are fighting for. Furthermore, we need to secure more stable weapon channels. Our guerrillas currently has too few weapons and equipment, which is also a major problem." Grigory suddenly understood. He nodded repeatedly, unable to resist patting his forehead. That's right, he had to mobilize the people. He had previously felt that his efforts to organize the guerrillas weren't quite right, and now he understood. His guerrillas was simply a dozen or so people amusing themselves. When they acted, they didn't think about building good relationships with ordinary citizens, nor did they think about getting these ordinary citizens to help them. They didn't even publicize their actions, so many ordinary citizens, after hearing what the brown-skinned dogs and Black Hawk soldiers said, even thought they were a bunch of bandits. Moreover, there were indeed too few of them. Small skirmishes were fine, but if they wanted to do something big, they simply didn't have enough people. Not to mention anything else, they would struggle to stop and rob a Black Hawk people's truck. If that truck had a heavy machine gun mounted on it, then them showing their faces would be pure suicide. As for weapon channels, Grigory shook his head. If he really had a channel to bring in weapons, he wouldn't let his guerrillas use such shoddy equipment. Before this, through that jailbreak, they had seized a lot of equipment from the brown-skinned dogs, which was considered a successful upgrade from primitive weapons. If not for that, in their previous guerrilla warfare, some even used hunting flintlock guns. Those things were fine in large numbers, but simply firing a single flintlock gun at the enemy was just for show. Counting on inaccurate lead bullets to precisely hit the enemy, they might as well hope the Black Hawk people conveniently ran into their bullets. However, seeing this newly joined fellow looking so confident, Grigory asked, "What, Brother Lepekel, do you have a reliable weapon channel?" That's right, the newly joined person, who was currently busy giving Grigory ideas, was Heludan, who had previously moved Grigory so much. The poor guerrilla's captain had no idea that the hero he was mourning had actually been by his side all along, he had merely changed his identity and continued to accompany him. That's right, I can indeed get a reliable weapon channel. If the scale isn't too large, I have a way to smuggle used Black Hawk army weapons from a certain arms dealer. As soon as Heludan finished speaking, Grigory's mouth fell open. Captain, don't disbelieve me. Later, you give me some funds, and I'll contact that friend to get our guerrillas a machine gun. Heludan declared confidently, but honestly, Grigory always felt like this guy was trying to scam him for funds. Forget it, we don't need machine guns. If you really have a channel, just get us a few C96 pistols made by the Black Eagle Empire. Those are easy to use. Just as the C96 pistol was a guerrilla's divine weapon for the Rabbit family during the anti-Japanese war, in this world, the Minsk guerrillas also like to use C96 pistols. Because this thing had fierce firepower, could be used as a submachine gun to a certain extent, and was also easier to carry. Most importantly, it was cheap, simple to maintain, and a very civilian-friendly weapon. The Black Hawk army didn't particularly like using it because they could freely use submachine guns, and had rifles and machine guns for medium to long distances. But the guerrillas found it inconvenient to carry submachine guns and rifles everywhere. In comparison, the C96 pistol, which could be tucked into one's arms and still deliver astonishing firepower at short range, naturally became a divine weapon. Heludan gave an okay gesture, then set off with Grigory's funds. They arranged a meeting point, agreeing to bring the weapons there the next day. Grigory had originally thought that Heludan might need to go through a series of complex procedures, like trading contraband, and try every means to get 2 C96 pistols. But he never expected that Heludan would directly come to Abaddon's apartment, kick open his door, and unceremoniously reach out, saying, "Company commander, hurry up, get us a few C96 pistols, and some ammunition to go with them." Seeing his guild leader burst in, the player 100 Victories Abaddon couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Well, warlord, are you planning to get something for nothing?" Heludan nodded unceremoniously and said, "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. You used my head as a stepping stone for promotion, and I haven't even said anything, especially since you took my head twice. And theoretically, I am Horus, and you are Abaddon, so shouldn't you call me father?" Hearing this, the unlucky player being blackmailed by Heludan rolled his eyes, casually took out 2 C96 pistols from a drawer and handed them to him, then also gave him a few magazines. "Next time something like this happens, go directly to the detective squad. We're all our own people anyway. Don't come running to my house for no reason, this isn't an armory." That's right, this was why Heludan was confident he could get weapons. Everyone in the entire detective squad were player brothers, all 50 of them were insiders, their own guild members. What was there to worry about? If he lacked weapons, he could just take them from the detective squad. As for how the detective squad got their weapons? Of course, by writing requisitions to logistics. Since they were given so much power and had so much work to do, if they weren't given enough weapons and equipment, what would they use to deal with the guerrillas? They couldn't just use bayonets, could they? So, as long as he didn't try to get anything too outrageous, like a few howitzers or something, Heludan could pick up goods from the detective squad at any time. And the next day, when Grigory saw 2 brand new C96 pistols and corresponding ammunition, he couldn't help but look at Heludan with new respect. At the same time, after some thought, he decided that his guerrillas really needed to continue recruiting. But recruiting for the guerrillas could not be done casually. He decided to adopt a recruitment model similar to the old Mafia, where veterans in the team would introduce new members and vouch for them, recruiting people in this manner. Otherwise, if they just recruited people indiscriminately, not to mention potentially bringing in spies and infiltrators, even just maintaining secrecy would likely be difficult to resolve. Rumors spread very quickly. After their guerrillas' recruitment information got out, it would probably only take 2 or 3 days for the news to reach the detective squad's ears. Heludan, no, you're overthinking it. All I have to do is say the word. Even if you publicly run into the street handing out flyers, the investigation team members will pretend they didn't see a thing. I guarantee they won't mobilize. Overall, however, Grigory's recruitment method was beneficial to the players. Although this method of recruitment was slow, having Heludan, who was a mole planted in the guerrillas, meant Grigory could quickly introduce a batch of players. Furthermore, these players were all highly skilled, their combat abilities were comparable to elite veterans, and the versatile kind at that. Since the guerrillas was severely short-handed, they welcomed the players' addition with open arms. Soon after, Grigory discovered that his guerrillas had more than doubled in size, and the newly added guerrilla members were almost all exceptionally capable fighters. This left him quite satisfied. He thought the hidden civilian resistance forces had responded to his call and gathered under his banner. But he had no idea that this batch of newly joined guerrilla members were mostly players. Of course they were all highly skilled. Before long, these players urged Grigory to launch operations, and with the players aboard, the operational capability of Grigory's guerrillas skyrocketed. Whether it was ambushing enemy transport convoys, hunting down high-ranking enemy officials, raiding enemy warehouses, or assassinating various traitors, they handled everything with ease and achieved success repeatedly. The continuous victories caused great panic among the Black Hawk army throughout Minsk, and simultaneously inflated Grigory's confidence immensely. It wasn't until one operation where they encountered an ambush set by the players' investigation team that the seemingly arrogant guerrillas instantly paid a heavy price. After a fierce battle with the investigation team, 8 players stayed behind to cover Grigory and the others, successfully allowing the remaining guerrilla members to escape. The investigation team then took the 8 players and went to the Black Hawk people to claim credit, successfully boosting their own presence. Although the Black Hawk people were disheartened that the main force of the guerrillas had ultimately escaped, they still heavily rewarded the investigation team. Regardless, they had managed to eliminate 8 guerrilla members, and all 8 of those members were elite core elements of the enemy. Before this, the brown-skinned dogs serving in the security force had attempted to surround the guerrillas once. Despite having 4 or 5 times the enemy's numbers, they were utterly routed by the enemy and failed to eliminate even a single guerrilla member. Compared to their peers, the investigation team's achievement could be considered quite glorious. After retreating, Grigory couldn't help but feel remorseful for the losses. At the same time, he calmed his restless heart and decided that the guerrillas must act more cautiously and purposefully in the future. However, compared to Grigory's remorse, the players felt that this should have been a win-win situation for everyone. Grigory achieved brilliant results and established the reputation of the guerrillas, while their investigation team received promotions, raises, and was even allowed to expand further. This was clearly a double victory. Thus, neither the Black Eagle Empire garrison nor Grigory knew that both their forces had long been thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra. As a result, the fighting and turmoil between the two sides was actually just Hydra personnel staging a self-directed performance. But it must be said that the conflicts between the investigation team and the guerrillas had become increasingly fierce in recent days. The exact amount of damage they inflicted on each other was unknown, but there were certainly many unlucky bystanders who suffered collateral damage due to their clashes. Not only were those unfortunate brown-skinned dogs caught in the crossfire multiple times, but many Black Hawk garrisons in the city were also affected. Hearing the gunshots, the Black Hawk garrisons in the city naturally had to mobilize quickly and rush to join the chaotic fight. But who knew that the firepower of the guerrillas and the investigation team was so strong, and that every single one of them was an elite veteran with skilled combat abilities and a fearless attitude toward death. On such a battlefield, the Black Hawk soldiers who rushed in were killed almost as fast as they arrived. The slightest lapse in attention could result in them accidentally wiping out an entire platoon. The scene was truly more brutal than the former Paris meat grinder. Many Black Hawk veterans couldn't help but be terrified, feeling that Minsk was simply too strange and ominous. When they previously faced the guerrillas of the Iris Empire, why had this situation never occurred? It should be known that although the Iris Empire guerrillas had always existed, they rarely took action, and each action seldom caused substantial damage to the Black Eagle Empire's army. In comparison, the number of Black Hawk soldiers killed in the armed conflicts between the guerrillas and the investigation team in just the last 3 days had already surpassed the total number of Black Hawk soldiers killed by the Iris Empire guerrillas. Consequently, Colonel Roth Conrad of the Black Eagle Empire Intelligence Department, who had just arrived to take up his post, found himself having to deal with such a severe mess the moment he took office. By the Emperor, can someone explain to me what exactly is going on? My heavens, previously, the resistance forces in Minsk had almost all been suppressed by us, so why has this place now become a meat grinder like urban warfare zone? What is going on with the guerrillas here? How could their combat power be so monstrous? Facing Roth Conrad's inquiry, the Black Hawk officers present were all speechless, as they too found the situation utterly baffling. Those guerrilla members were well equipped, extremely skilled in combat, and genuinely fought without regard for their lives. If one were to make a comparison, these guys didn't seem like a guerrillas at all, they looked more like some elite special forces specifically trained by the Cambrian Empire. Shamefully, their Black Hawk soldiers performed poorly when facing these reckless individuals. Conversely, the investigation team led by Captain Abaddon repeatedly achieved glorious results during the confrontation. Their performance was much better than the Black Hawk soldiers, and they were equally fearless of death. After criticizing his subordinates, Colonel Conrad waved his hand, dismissing them immediately. At the same time, Colonel Conrad immediately signed a promotion order, deciding to promote Abaddon to major and allow him to further expand the size of his investigation team. Sigh, Brother Dietrich was right. To restrain these Cambrians, we ultimately have to rely on their own people. Using Cambrians to check Cambrians, that is the safest choice. In addition, the smuggling problem here must be strictly investigated. The equipment of this guerrillas is almost better than that of the regular army. After sighing a few times, Colonel Conrad suddenly had a terrifying thought. He had to admit that his idea might be somewhat unconventional and did not align with the Black Eagle Empire's current mainstream national ideology. But in his view, these Cambrians were far from being an inferior race. Once provoked, the fighting will and combat power they could unleash were astonishing. Although they were terrible on the battlefield at least in the early stages of the war, they crumbled instantly through the guerrillas in Minsk. Colonel Conrad fully sensed the enemy's determination to resist. He didn't understand why, but after much thought, he finally reached this conclusion: His Majesty the Emperor might be wrong. The Cambrians are not as stupid and numb as we imagine. The reason they appear ignorant and lost is simply because they have a foolish ruler above them. 1. If external pressure causes these Cambrians to awaken, they might unleash combat power far exceeding our imagination. Thinking of this, Colonel Conrad couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If this were true, wouldn't their current war strategy be accelerating the awakening of the Cambrians? Perhaps striking Moscow could depose the Tsar or force the Tsar to sign an agreement sufficiently humiliating and detrimental to the nation. But on the flip side, what if a large-scale revolution broke out within the Cambrian Empire, causing them to awaken and refuse to obey the Tsar? Thinking of this, he quickly grabbed his pen and hurriedly wrote a letter to his superior, hoping it would eventually reach His Majesty the Emperor's desk. He believed it was necessary to remind the Emperor that the current war strategy must be changed. The Tsar was not their enemy. On the contrary, if managed properly, the Tsar might even become a tool in their hands for ruling the Cambrian Empire. Compared to the Tsar, these ordinary Cambrians who might awaken were the most terrifying. Take the present situation, he had never felt that Minsk was such a terrifying city, yet facing the extremely fierce guerrillas here, Colonel Conrad genuinely developed that misconception. Unfortunately, Colonel Conrad's letter was not presented to the Black Eagle Emperor. After reading the letter, his superior immediately severely criticized Colonel Conrad, believing his thinking was deeply flawed. Conrad, you have merely been scared witless by the Cambrians. This is the act of a coward. You must remember, His Majesty the Emperor is right. They are nothing more than a stupid, numb, inferior race, just a herd of thoughtless animals. Even if they have the will to resist, it is only temporary. If you continue to talk nonsense and spread such pessimistic information, your future will be in great danger. Seeing this reply, Colonel Conrad couldn't help but sigh. For some reason, he felt momentarily lost. Before taking office, he thought he would drastically reorganize Minsk, making it a loyal dog completely subservient to the Black Eagle Empire, and then ensuring the Belarusian people continued to contribute to the Black Eagle Empire's war machine. But after arriving here, he felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. The city currently felt like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Sigh, perhaps I should start considering an exit strategy. Thinking this, Colonel Conrad suddenly started getting crooked ideas and began contemplating things that were unnecessary. He was completely unaware that before taking office, he had deeply resented the various corruption issues among the troops stationed in the Minsk region, but now he was starting to think about how to make money. This could probably be seen, in a sense, as the Dragon Slayer eventually becoming the dragon. Chapter 344, with such meager genuine notes for a month, why risk your life? In a desolate wilderness, a rather peculiar convoy was slowly advancing. All right, brothers, this is about it. Start digging here. A Cambrian soldier waved to the others and shouted loudly. Immediately after, he forcefully plunged his engineer's shovel into the ground in front of him. If others were to see him using the engineer's shovel, they would surely be shocked, because the shovel in his hand was not a mere shovel, but had transformed into a fully automatic excavator. Humans could never achieve this, even if they used the shovel until it smoked, they would never be able to dig such a large pit in minutes. But players could. For players, how difficult was digging a pit? They just needed to keep shoveling in one spot, watch the progress bar quickly rise, and a large pit would soon automatically appear in the ground. Before long, these players successfully dug a large pit with an appropriate position and angle. Immediately after, the player driving an armored vehicle carefully backed the vehicle into the pit, exposing only the chrysanthemum car's turret. As soon as the vehicle entered the pit, other players quickly piled sandbags around the turret. Before long, this half-buried vehicle had become a small metal bunker. Excellent, this spot is done. Let's move on to the next location to continue digging, ensuring that the firepower between every two vehicles forms a crossfire. Colonel Yurden, seeing the defensive works completed here, quickly called the players to move on, telling them to continue to the next location to bury new armored vehicles. While the players Andrei sent out were busy stirring up trouble in Minsk, he wasn't idle, he was also busy setting up an important defensive line. To protect Schlüsselburg, a vital transportation hub, Andrei decided to have his soldiers temporarily construct a defensive line there. Because he knew very well that the Black Hawk army would sooner or later launch another attack here. The key to this battle lay in whether this transportation hub could be captured by the Black Hawk people or continuously held by Andrei. Given this, he naturally had to seize this brief bottleneck period to quickly ramp up efforts and fortify his defensive line. After some research, Andrei suddenly discovered a new use for the chrysanthemum car, burying it underground to serve as a fixed fortress. In regular engagements, the chrysanthemum car had almost been phased out. Although its cost effectiveness was actually quite good, it was still inferior in performance to the various tanks players could choose, and was almost useless except for its low price. It was a pity that World War I era equipment was being phased out, but Andrei had a sudden idea, realizing that the most important part of this thing was actually the 76mm mountain gun on top. Without that 76mm mountain gun, the chrysanthemum car's mobility was mediocre, and its armor defense was virtually non-existent, only able to withstand light enemy weapons. But burying this thing underground made it completely different. Once buried, most of the chrysanthemum car's vulnerable parts would be protected by soil, and the exposed turret would have additional materials added by players and be reinforced with sandbags. After concealing it, most Black Hawk people would find it very difficult to detect this hidden small turret immediately, and they would instantly be bombarded by the 76mm mountain gun. If it became unbearable, the buried chrysanthemum car could still reverse out, as only the front part of the turret was buried, not the entire front of the vehicle. Then, moving to a different spot and entering a pre-prepared new gun position, this thing could immediately unleash powerful firepower again. In addition to such defensive lines, players were also digging numerous trenches and constructing some more traditional bunkers. Although Andre couldn't have players directly build a concrete bunker, when Andre provided players with enough concrete, they could build a bunker themselves. Afterward, with engineer players setting up a fixed heavy machine gun inside the bunker, wouldn't that be a sturdy and durable concrete machine gun bunker? With the players' incredible construction speed, Andre managed to establish a defensive line with over 300 machine gun bunkers in just about a week. Furthermore, unlike the unfinished Stalin line initially used by the Soviet Union during World War II, Andre would not make the mistake of having a defensive line with only a few cannons and mostly machine gun bunkers. These chrysanthemum cars were Andre's supplement to artillery fire. In addition to the chrysanthemum cars, he also had players construct more robust fortifications in some concealed locations, then installed Andrei's hammer artillery within them. With such heavy artillery, plus the 120mm mortar that players could deploy at any time, and the Katyusha rocket launcher that could be driven away and bombard everywhere, Andre truly didn't believe the Black Hawk people could break through his defensive line. Soon, Andre learned that the Black Hawk army was organizing an attack. Although he didn't know exactly when the enemy planned to attack, judging by their troop movements, it seemed imminent. It seems the Black Eagle Empire is also facing troop shortages on the front line. After all, I devoured an entire army group from them before. At this moment, the Black Eagle Empire's forces on the northern front are extremely scarce. Andre compared the map and said with a sneer. The reason he knew about the Black Eagle Empire's troop shortage on the front line was because he discovered that the Black Hawk people had actually organized a large number of Belarus Restoration Army soldiers to join this attack. Although the great traitor Krasov was bombed to death by players, the Black Eagle Empire still hadn't given up on forming the Belarus Restoration Army. Those people frantically touted Belarus's independence and demanded that locals form an army, while also requiring local nobles to contribute their private armies. But honestly, apart from a few ambitious local nobles who particularly longed for independence, most ordinary Cambrian commoners were completely uninterested in this so-called Restoration Army. In fact, many of them felt that the Tsar was actually quite good. Although in Andrei's view, the Tsar of the Cambrian Empire was utterly rotten, committing all sorts of evil deeds, ordinary commoners didn't really know much about the Tsar. They only knew that decades ago, the Tsar issued a decree liberating them, the serfs, at least nominally. Moreover, the propaganda they usually heard was all about wicked landlords and noble masters oppressing them, and then the Tsar would often appear as a positive figure to judge these evil landlords. Under these circumstances, many of them genuinely thought that the Tsar, or being ruled by the Tsar, was not bad at all, and never considered the idea of Belarusians governing themselves. Coupled with the many evil deeds the Black Hawk people had committed before, which completely ruined their public image, their imagined Belarus Restoration Army of at least 300,000 people now numbered only about 30,000 in total. Even more ridiculously, half of these 30,000 people were conscripted by force. Many brown-skinned dogs who had sided with the Black Eagle Empire, willing to be their lackeys, originally thought they could now throw their weight around in their new uniforms. Although the guerrillas were brutal and constantly causing destruction, apart from the guerrillas, their uniforms still held great deterrence for ordinary people. Many brown-skinned dogs were once just local ruffians or insignificant commoners. After joining the Black Hawk people, they suddenly enjoyed this privilege, the taste of lording it over others, which made them unable to stop. Even if they might just snatch an apple from a roadside vendor, they felt that the stolen apple tasted sweeter than a purchased one. Unfortunately, they were no longer so sweet now. The Black Hawk people, seeing that their puppet army couldn't recruit enough people for a long time, hardened their hearts and simply forced these brown-skinned dogs to enlist. Although they knew that these guys' combat effectiveness was roughly equivalent to a goose, and many useless individuals might not even be able to defeat a goose, on the battlefield, these people would purely be a hindrance. But the recruiters didn't care, as long as they met their recruitment quota, it was enough. So these unlucky souls were inexplicably dragged into the so-called Restoration Army and then learned that they would soon be going to the battlefield. The remaining troops were cobbled together by the noble masters, who stuffed in all sorts of their miscellaneous guards to show their support for the Black Eagle Empire's cause. Expecting this army to have combat effectiveness was basically unrealistic. After a period of crash training, the Black Hawk people at most taught this unit to distinguish left from right and how to fire a gun. As for marksmanship, that simply didn't exist. They had only undergone crash training for 2 weeks, and a significant portion of them had never even touched a gun before. They weren't immortals, how could they instantly become master marksmen? Because they haphazardly recruited people, players easily infiltrated this team, and quite a few of them. To be precise, at least over 100 players, a solid 3-digit number, joined this team. They joined this team not to fight Andre, but to sabotage the enemy. It's laughable, because players all had powerful shooting skills and crosshairs in their eyes, which made them perform exceptionally well on the training ground. The Black Hawk people were very satisfied with these players, promoting almost every player to squad leader or platoon leader, filling various low-level officer positions. As a result, Andre couldn't guarantee that this unit would simply turn its guns and launch a counterattack. But if it was just to interfere with the command of this unit, he had more than enough capability, not to mention that his intelligence sources almost all came from the players acting as moles within this unit. Andriusha, should I deploy my Titan Legion now? Upon learning that a major battle was imminent, Katyusha excitedly bounced into Andrei's office and asked while sitting on his lap. No, not yet. Andrei shook his head, then pointed to the flank of his defensive line and said, going forward, your Titan Legion needs to cover my flank, absolutely preventing the enemy's heavy armored units from outflanking my defensive line. This is the most important thing. Compared to attacking the enemy, holding this defensive line is what truly matters to us. Hearing that she couldn't attack, Katyusha sighed softly. Damn it, Titans are gas guzzlers, and there aren't many opportunities to deploy them on a normal day. And Andrei's recent combat strategy has leaned more towards defense, which has led to fewer deployments for her Titan Legion. Noticing Katyusha's low spirits, Andrei patted her head and said, don't be disheartened, think about it from another perspective. If we fight well and the enemy is battered and bruised against our defenses, then perhaps we can even pursue them during their retreat. At that time, your Titan Legion will come into play. That's more like it, at least it gives her something to look forward to. Katyusha grinned, she was already eager to experience a thrilling Titan battle, even though the Black Hawk People's Titans were also rarely deployed. Meanwhile, in the Black Hawk Army, Colonel Conrad had just finished counting the number of Restoration Army soldiers and submitted the report. On the phone, he asked a Black Hawk general who was preparing for the attack, General, if I may be frank, isn't our force a bit too disorganized this time? This time, in addition to deploying 30,000 Belarus Restoration Army soldiers, we also dispatched the Iris Auxiliary Force. Warsania Auxiliary Army. Such a large number of troops, yet all come from different countries, and most are temporary cannon fodder. Can they be effectively utilized? Colonel Conrad seriously suspected that this large-scale motley army, if not handled well, would just be sent to their deaths and waste military rations. At least from his perspective, he found it hard to imagine how such a chaotic army could display sufficient combat effectiveness on the battlefield. However, the Black Hawk general on the phone clearly wasn't too worried about it. Don't worry, they will have enough combat power soon, because we have a secret weapon. The Empire previously tested that specialized airship. Although the test results were not ideal, simply relying on the magic aura on this airship to boost morale is quite effective. Airship? What kind of airship? Colonel Conrad thought for a long time, finally matching the airship described by the general with something he had seen before. He remembered that when the Black Hawk Army launched a fierce attack on Luga City, they encountered Andrei's troops blocking them on the Luga River bank and suffered heavy losses there. To break through Andrei's defenses, they had once used an airship imbued with a special aura, which Andrei had ridiculed as the red rabbit-eared airship with a distinct Kern style. That thing indeed showed astonishing effects on the battlefield. When the red aura was applied to other Warsania soldiers, these Warsania soldiers instantly went mad, becoming fearless of death. But unfortunately, that thing was captured by Andrei's soldiers using boarding tactics. It was precisely because the Black Hawk Empire witnessed the outrageous boarding tactics of Andrei's subordinates that they now specifically deploy Fear Knights within airships, using elite Fear Knights as boarding teams. Alright, in that case, good luck to you. Colonel Conrad shrugged, he wasn't very optimistic about that airship. Its aura, rather than boosting soldier morale, seemed to make soldiers extremely excited and irritable, as if they were pumped with adrenaline. Soldiers in this state would be filled with their own bloodlust, but he didn't think such soldiers possessed sufficient combat power. Modern warfare is about high technology and appropriate tactical combinations, not the brute force charges of barbarians from the past. Compared to dealing with a group of experienced and cunning enemies, dealing with a bunch of stupid pigs who only know how to charge forward is much easier. The Black Hawk Army naturally knew this, but they didn't care about these issues. Anyway, they gathered these auxiliary troops merely to use them as cannon fodder, even the lowest grade kind of cannon fodder. In this situation, if they could ignite the fighting spirit of a group of people who couldn't even hold a gun steady, making them go mad and fight the enemy to the death, wouldn't that also be a good option? As the giant airship appeared in the sky, several advancing armies cheered. They didn't know what malicious aura was installed on the airship, they thought it was some kind of weapon the Black Hawk Empire was preparing for strategic bombing of the enemy. Although they always felt that the red rabbit ears looked a bit strange, this didn't stop them from cheering for the massive airship. After cheering, several Black Hawk officers acting as overseers in their ranks shouted, "Everyone, see? This is the powerful war machine of the Black Hawk Empire. Against such a war beast, the Cambrians have no power to fight back. You will soon understand that joining the Black Hawk Empire is an extremely wise choice. The upcoming war will prove this. Before long, the Black Hawk Empire's flag will be planted in the Cambrians' capital. They will suffer a complete and utter defeat, they are only fit to be conquered by us." Most of the auxiliary soldiers were not very enthusiastic about these words. After all, even if the Black Hawk Empire truly conquered the Cambrians, it wouldn't have much to do with them. Whether they could even get a share of the spoils would depend on whether these Black Hawk people were generous. Moreover, they knew that in the upcoming battle, they would inevitably be used as cannon fodder. Thinking this way, they might not even get a share of the soup when it came to eating meat, yet they had to fight desperately before the meat was even served. How could they have sufficient passion? To ensure the aura enveloped the entire force, the Black Hawk Air Force on the airship adjusted its cruising speed, making sure the airship continuously circled above the troops below. Seeing this strange airship constantly circling above their heads, some Cambrians noticed something was amiss. He looked at his squad leader, then, after making sure no one else was paying attention, cautiously asked, "Squad leader, what's up with this airship? We feel like it's a bit creepy." The player acting as squad leader shrugged and said, "Ha, you must have seen the strange device on that airship, right? If I'm not mistaken, that thing should be some kind of magic device. The Black Hawk people might be using us as test subjects for some strange magic." As soon as he finished speaking, the other Cambrians in this infantry squad became a little flustered. "Boss, what should we do now?" The player remained calm, casually pointed into the distance, and said with a proud look, "See that forest over there? If we find something wrong, we'll just run away. Don't mind whatever slogans those Black Hawk people are shouting, life is what truly matters. Remember, the most important thing for us on the battlefield is to stay alive. If you fight bravely and kill the enemy, the glory belongs to the Black Hawk Empire, not to you. But if you die, the Black Hawk people might not even be willing to give you a pension. We only get 2 gold yuan notes a month, so what are we fighting for?" Makes sense. There were so many of them, if things really went south, they would just run. Even if the Black Hawk people had an execution squad, how many people could they supervise? Of course, more importantly, when the actual fighting began, the scene would inevitably be chaotic, giving them a chance to slip away. At worst, they could symbolically fight a bit, just slacking off and fishing in troubled waters. The Black Hawk people had no idea about the little schemes brewing in the hearts of the Belarus Restoration Army. Under the leadership of players acting as grassroots officers, the Belarus Restoration Army marched in a somewhat orderly fashion, which actually pleased them. Not bad. It seems these guys are much better than I imagined. Indeed, it seems these Cambrians are not as cumbersome as we thought, at least they have the basic military literacy they should. Several Black Hawk soldiers whispered to each other, but just then, they suddenly heard a terrifying whistling sound in the distance. What's that sound? Oh my god! Look, is that a meteor shower? A group of Belarus Restoration Army soldiers looked around, listening to the whistling sound, and instinctively felt their scalps tingle. Because they were occupied early, and Andrei had never launched an attack towards Minsk, this was their first time seeing a Katyusha rocket launcher. But the Black Hawk soldiers who saw this thing had already turned pale. Several Black Hawk soldiers didn't even have time to warn the surrounding auxiliary troops. They desperately ran towards cover and quickly lay on the ground. Although doing so might not guarantee their survival in the terrible bombardment, at the very least, the obstacles next to them could help block some shrapnel. Boom, 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 boom. When these rockets landed, a series of dense explosions suddenly erupted. Fires all over the mountains and plains, and deafening explosions, instantly caused the Belarus Restoration Army to collapse. They opened their mouths in terror, desperately trying to shout something, but they couldn't hear their comrades' calls at all, because their ears had been deafened. Witnessing a dense rocket barrage for the first time, they felt as if they had arrived in purgatory. Just this single terrifying bombardment resulted in thousands of Belarus Restoration Army soldiers killed on the spot, and even more Restoration Army soldiers wounded by the rockets. They ran blindly in all directions, not even knowing why they were running, they just wanted to escape this battlefield, escape this dangerous place. No retreating. Shoot the cowards. A Black Hawk soldier, seeing this scene, quickly got up from the ground, shouted hoarsely, and raised his submachine gun. But before he could fire, a sudden bullet took his life. The player, hidden in the shadows, calmly put away his gun, quickly moved, and then aimed at the next Black Hawk soldier. These Black Hawk people's ideas were naive, they thought that with a small number of execution squads, they could suppress the rabble in front of them. But all of this was predicated on the Belarus Restoration Army having enough fear of them, and not immediately shooting them in the back. Otherwise, just like now, these guys whose uniforms were completely different from the Restoration Army stood out conspicuously in the crowd. The players, who had already locked onto them, instantly shot down all these Black Hawk soldiers. Squad leader, you killed someone. How could you kill a Black Hawk lord? A Restoration Army soldier barely recovered his senses and saw his squad leader shooting down the execution squad. Good news, the execution squad was shot dead by their squad leader before they could even touch their machine guns, so these people didn't have to worry about bad luck. But bad news, the execution squad was dead, and these people would all be in trouble later, they might even be dragged away and shot by the Black Hawk people. Idiot, if you don't kill him, he'll shoot you. Are you really going to die for the Black Hawk Empire? The player cursed him while quickly aiming at the next target and pulling the trigger without hesitation. After killing another Black Hawk soldier, the player yelled loudly at the surrounding Restoration Army troops, "Don't just stand there. Run. What are you waiting for? Hasn't that bombing just now been enough? Do you want to get bombed again? Follow me into the forest, I know where we can escape." Hearing the player shout this, the other Restoration Army soldiers who were still dazed instinctively followed the player and fled. People tend to follow the crowd when panicked. When they saw someone acting as a leader, ready to guide everyone to escape, these panicked individuals followed without thinking. They didn't even know why they were running. With the players setting such a terrible example in the ranks, the assembled Restoration Army troops collapsed almost instantly. A few noble soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder with their comrades, maintaining the formation their former lords had assigned them, and looked around with wary eyes. They were unsure what to do next. At this moment, they were like startled hedgehogs. But just then, another player ran up next to them and shouted, "Idiots! What are you waiting for here? Run! Everyone else has run away, only you guys are left. Are you planning to stay and be the Black Hawk people's punching bags? Holy crap! That's right!" Prompted by the player, the group of noble soldiers who had been hesitating about running immediately took off without hesitation. They had previously been thinking about the mission their lord had given them, which required them to fight alongside the Black Hawk people. They were still debating whether running away at a time like this would constitute betraying their lord. But at this point, they suddenly realized they couldn't afford not to run now. Given the temper of the Black Hawk people, if they honestly stayed put and acted like good citizens, the Black Hawk people would certainly not treat them well. On the contrary, they would most likely be treated as punching bags, or even conscripted into cannon fodder suicide squads. The opposing players were somewhat stunned. They looked incredulously at the completely collapsed army, unable to stop questioning things in their hearts. What the hell? Are there NPCs with morale this low in this game? This is the first time I've seen NPC morale collapse to this extent. A player couldn't help but ask, but his teammate next to him was unfazed. It's normal. You have to realize that a large number of the junior officers in that unit are our people. With them sowing discord and setting the tone from behind the scenes, it would be strange if the troops could maintain their morale. So that's it, there were moles. The player nodded in sudden realization, finally understanding what was going on. But honestly, fighting like this felt unsatisfactory. They hadn't even gotten a few hits in, and these guys were already trying to run. Wasn't that a bit too sloppy? Compared to the Belarus Restoration Army, the other two forces, the Iris people and the Warsaw people, who were loyal to the Black Eagle Empire, performed much better. Although they had just suffered heavy losses from a round of intense shelling by Katyusha, they did not collapse. On the contrary, under the command of their various officers and Black Hawk soldiers, they managed to reluctantly rally their morale and began launching a countercharge toward the players. But in the next moment, these brave chargers were finished. From a seemingly inconspicuous grass shed by the roadside, fierce machine gun fire suddenly erupted, instantly taking out several unprepared Iris auxiliary troops. When the others realized the situation was bad, they quickly scattered to find cover, while some pulled out grenades, preparing to cautiously sneak over and blow up the bunker disguised as a grass shed. But just as they hid, new machine guns immediately began firing from different directions. When setting up the defensive line, the players had specifically brainstormed several times before finally settling on a seemingly feasible plan. These armored vehicles and bunkers were hidden everywhere, each one disguised, easily forming overlapping fields of fire from various angles. An enemy hiding behind one cover might be able to block bullets coming from one direction, but bullets from other directions would come and take their lives from behind. Furthermore, this location even had many deadly fake covers. A Warzania soldier saw a trench not far from the roadside and immediately jumped into it without thinking. Although he didn't know why there was a pre-dug, empty trench here, hiding in a trench was surely better than standing still and being swept by machine gun fire, right? Seeing his comrades fall one after another under the terrifying machine gun fire, he jumped into the trench with tearful eyes and gritted teeth. But the moment he landed, he instantly noticed that the ground felt wrong. The bottom of the trench should have been wood planks or soft soil, definitely not this hard, sharp metal object. I'm finished. Before he finished speaking, the landmine beneath his feet instantly exploded, scattering a massive shower of steel balls everywhere. The trenches the players dug here were purely reserved for the enemy, every trench was heavily mined. If they panicked and rushed into a trench while being attacked by machine guns, they would definitely step on a mine. Never underestimate the density of the landmines laid by the players. There were machine guns everywhere, landmines occasionally popped up from various locations, and enemies riding motorcycles even charged from the flanks, opening fire before they could react. Some rookie players didn't have many merits and couldn't afford armored vehicles, so they got themselves a classic Sinai Ghost Fire motorcycle instead. One person drives the vehicle while the other mounts a machine gun in the sidecar. As long as their driving skills are good enough, they can penetrate the enemy ranks like cavalry and ruthlessly harvest heads with the machine gun. There were even real cavalry players who appeared, carrying a long spear and transforming into the historical reference to a general known for fierce fighting, demonstrating what 7 in and 7 out meant within the enemy ranks. Under this terrifying assault, the auxiliary troops of Warzania and the Iris people also collapsed. While their fighting will was certainly firmer, that firmness had limits. They were completely dumbfounded now, weren't they? Looking at the chaotic firepower below, an Air Force major aboard the Halo airship couldn't help but shake his head. Damn it, I said we shouldn't have let these auxiliary troops fight here. How could they possibly break through such a brutal defensive line? But as soon as he finished speaking, the adjutant next to him chuckled and said, No, sir, quite the opposite. I think we absolutely should let the auxiliary troops fight here. Otherwise, the ones suffering heavy losses down there would probably be our own men. Ha ha ha, you're right, kid, absolutely. It's time. Put on the calmness pendants, and activate our halo. Those idiots have collapsed. We need to give them a hand. As he spoke, the Black Hawk soldiers aboard the airship pulled out inconspicuous little pendants from their boxes and hung them around their necks. The reason they hadn't worn these things beforehand was that the pendants caused an uncomfortable feeling of nausea and an inexplicable sense of irritation. Although they didn't feel particularly calm after putting on the pendants, they instead felt an inexplicable surge of anger in their hearts. But when they activated the halo device on the airship, thanks to these pendants, they could completely immunize themselves from the halo's effects and avoid instantly turning into rabid dogs. As the red halo enveloped the area below, the Warzania soldiers who had been retreating suddenly froze in place. Their heads felt dizzy, and strange sounds seemed to echo in their ears. A peculiar will was telling them to offer more skulls to the Skull Lord. Kill kill. Under the effect of this halo, the Warzania soldiers, whose morale had clearly collapsed earlier, rallied once again. Or rather, they felt an intense, bloodthirsty desire to vent, causing them to forget their previous fear, and forget the bullets flying everywhere and all the risks on the battlefield. Holy crap! That's ridiculous. Did they just turn into zombies? The player who had charged into the enemy formation alone, still playing the role of the historical reference to a general known for fierce fighting, was horrified. Just moments ago, these guys were retreating, but the next moment, they were collectively launching a bayonet charge at him. Before he could fight his way out of the encirclement, the warhorse beneath him was stabbed by a pile of bayonets and died instantly. It's that airship up there. That thing can give them Kern's blessing. An old player shouted loudly, pointing at the airship overhead, his eyes full of excitement. They had once captured an airship just like this, and even now, they were extremely interested in this one too. Where is our Air Force? Where did our Air Force run off to? I just checked. It looks like our Air Force was bombed by the enemy. They seem to be entangled in combat near the airfield. It was only then that the players suddenly noticed that their Air Force hadn't shown up. At this moment, the batch of aircraft previously sent by the Black Eagle Empire for bombing and reconnaissance had just approached the vicinity of Folkhov. When these planes appeared, Andrei's planes were dispatched one after another, meeting the enemy without fear and engaging them in an aerial dogfight. Under the advantage of absolute numbers, the aircraft sent by the Black Eagle Empire were instantly wiped out, barely making a ripple. Until they crashed, the pilots were still shocked, unable to understand when Andrei's fleet had transferred to Folkhov. After dealing with the enemy planes, players immediately flew their aircraft toward the airship. And this time, in order to capture the enemy's airship, a group of players were already standing on top of the planes, ready to perform an aerial drop. Andrei looked at the departing aircraft fleet, then checked the area near the defensive line on the map. Immediately afterward, he issued a new command, ordering the ready armored train from the rear to proceed and provide fire support to the front line via the railway. Chapter 345, Seemingly Foresight, Actually Comprehensive Deployment. What? The enemy's main air force has been transferred to Folkhov. Are you kidding me? Why would they transfer the main air force to Folkhov again? Are Petrograd's facilities worse than Folkhov's? Before dying, a Black Hawk pilot transmitted the message via the aircraft's radio, and this news quickly reached the rear. When a Black Eagle Empire Air Force general at a frontline airfield received this news, his first reaction was that it was impossible, it made no sense. He truly couldn't understand why the enemy's air force would suddenly deploy to Folkhov at this time. Had their operation here been leaked? Otherwise, Petrograd is far superior to that dilapidated Folkhov place, both in strategic importance and infrastructure. Theoretically, the Black Eagle Empire would love to conduct daily airstrikes on Petrograd, and Petrograd is precisely where a large air force garrison is needed, making it the most suitable place for the main air force. But they did not know that Andrei redirected the air force partly because he had learned of the enemy's offensive movements in advance, and mainly because of his own location. Although the players usually run around wildly, overall, they prefer to treat Andrei's location as their operations center and headquarters. After all, Andrei is an important NPC. Many players complained, why wasn't Andrei, as an important NPC and guide in the game, simply made into a girl? Andrei already has several girls beside him, wouldn't it be even more pleasing to the eye if Andrei himself were turned into a girl? When Andrei saw their comments, he silently increased his vigilance against the players, afraid that one day, if he wasn't careful, he would be ambushed, bagged, knocked unconscious, and dragged off for surgery somewhere. If he woke up and found he had truly become a girl, he would collapse. The place where Andrei was located was the player's usual activity center, which led to the player's air force constantly following Andrei. That is why the Black Eagle Empire's military operation this time was unexpectedly beaten in every aspect. Because it was relatively close to the front line, the air force departing from the Folkhov airfield soon arrived at the front battlefield. Some fighter jets went to besiege the Kern Halo airship and the surrounding escort airships, while other fighter jets functioned as attack aircraft and began strafing the enemies on the ground. Although there were bullets and shells everywhere, and even fighter jets strafing overhead, the Warzania soldiers covered by the halo below showed no intention of retreating. A group of Warzania soldiers roared, charging madly toward the defensive line the players had set up, their eyes blood red. Looking at them, one might think the players in front of them were the murderers of their fathers. Tat tat tat. Tat tat tat. Players inside the armored vehicles continuously strafed, and occasionally, players hiding in the trenches used mortars to bombard the front. This firepower, combined with the ghost fire motorcycles roaming and shooting everywhere, was theoretically enough to severely suppress general infantry units. But even so, these lunatics continued to charge forward, enduring the continuous stream of bullets. It was as if their eyes only saw the enemies ahead, utterly focused on nothing else. Naturally, the players weren't going to indulge these crazed enemies. Before they could rush into the trenches ahead, a group of players surged out of the trenches, roaring, raising their bayonets, and launching the salted fish lunge at them. But this time, the players' usually successful salted fish lunge failed to achieve good results because the enemy numbers were too overwhelming. Both sides were performing the salted fish lunge. A player had just stabbed an enemy to death, and before they could even pull the bayonet out of the body, an enemy from the side had already stabbed them to death. Faced with this scene, the players, who usually loved acting like desperate warriors, felt helpless. At this moment, they truly couldn't help but want to curse. Retreat, abandon this defensive line. Let's fall back to the rear position. Colonel Yulton, who was observing the battlefield and directing the command from a corner, said to the other players after some thought. In his view, continuing to fight a war of attrition against these maddened enemies was pointless. The only reason these guys were so crazy was because of the airship overhead. Once the Air Force brothers dealt with the airship, they could easily defeat these auxiliary troops. Therefore, the most important thing now was to stall for time and avoid a head-on confrontation with the enemy. As he gave the order, the armored vehicles previously half buried in the sand pits started up and quickly drove out of the pits. The chrysanthemum cars sped backward, and as they ran, the turrets mounted on their rear continuously fired, occasionally blasting the enemy ranks with a shell or two. The other infantry players chose to stay and continue engaging the attacking enemies. They did not retreat with the armored vehicles. The reason was simple: armored vehicles had to be manufactured in heavy factories and could not be replenished anytime, anywhere. But these infantry players were different. They could revive simply by finding a resurrection point, making replenishment extremely easy. Compared to sprinting all the way and exhausting themselves to reach the second defensive line, they might as well stay here and fight the enemy to the death, then revive at the second defensive line later. Behind these frenzied auxiliary troops, a Black Hawk officer, wearing a calming pendant, suppressed waves of inexplicable revulsion and said with a smile, "Excellent, the Empire's war machine has indeed served its corresponding purpose. This is exactly the effect we wanted. With this halo, we can easily transform those ineffective auxiliary troops. They will quickly become elite warriors willing to shed blood and sacrifice their lives for the Empire." A soldier beside him nodded, sighing inwardly. Indeed, with this halo, the demoralized auxiliary troops instantly turned into hyper-aggressive beasts. Furthermore, once these beasts died in various spectacular ways on the battlefield, they could recycle their corpses and transform them into the Ghoul Legion. Good heavens, what kind of waste recycling is this? It can only be said that from birth to death, the Black Eagle Empire truly planned everything out for them, ensuring they literally shed their last drop of blood for the Black Eagle Empire. The players on the ground began to retreat, while the players in the air, conversely, launched a fierce siege against the airship. This time, some fighter jets approached for cover while using rockets for a forceful assault, while others quickly flew above the airship to drop the players preparing to parachute down. The fighter jets conducting the assault were purely serving as targets for the enemy. This was a type of overt strategy. If the laser crystal on the airship chose not to attack them but instead attacked the paratroopers descending overhead, then their rockets would pose a fatal threat to the airship. And if the laser crystal chose to attack them first, the paratroopers overhead could safely land and then infiltrate the interior of the airship. Soon, a group of players jumped down from the top of the airship, and as soon as they landed, more people quickly spawned beside them. This group of parachuting players were either flag bearers holding banners or had chosen the Cadia shock troops skin for themselves, and all possessed the ability to summon teammates. As soon as they landed, their ready teammates spawned around them and quickly joined the assault team. Damn it, the enemy is charging up. An abyssal mage carefully watched the movement on the top of the airship through the eye of detection. When he saw more than 20 people suddenly appear on the airship's roof, his expression instantly became extremely grim. But the moment he finished speaking, the airship's commander slapped him on the shoulder, nodded, and said, "Excellent, the rest is up to you and your comrades. I trust you can protect this airship." Seeing the commander trust him so much, the abyss mage awkwardly replied, "I apologize, sir, while I don't want to fail your trust, I must remind you that the Empire's newly researched enchanted warrior technology is not yet mature. The demons we summon do not originate from the 7 layers of hell but from a strange space. We still haven't figured out the properties of this space, and because of this, I cannot guarantee that the enchanted warriors created using demons from this space will be reliable." Hearing the abyss mage's uncertain words, the airship commander paid them no mind. "It doesn't matter. We've already conducted so many trials without any issues. I trust you won't fail us at the crucial moment. Besides, weren't the previous experimental results quite promising? The demons from that space seem more suitable for use in creating enchanted warriors. Their compatibility with the human body is much stronger than we imagined." "Well, let's hope so." To be honest, the abyss mage always felt uneasy about the new demons they had produced, especially since their origin seemed different from the traditional demons of the 7 layers of hell. Who knew how significant the difference in their performance was? However, based on the attributes of one of the archdemons in that space, they successfully modified this Slaughter Halo airship, which performed brilliantly in actual combat. This greatly satisfied the Black Eagle Empire. Many military generals insisted that that space was a huge treasure trove and demanded that the mages continue to intensify development. As a massive iron coffin was pushed out, the abyss mage forcefully pried it open with his staff, revealing a peculiar Fear Knight inside. Compared to a traditionally painted Fear Knight, this one was painted bright red, bore a strange symbol on its body, and had a heavy-looking metal emblem on its head. In fact, the Black Eagle Empire had not changed the coating of this Fear Knight at all. The reason he looked this way was purely because he had undergone a previous experiment where a strange demon was implanted into his body, and the demon's power subsequently changed his power armor and his physical body. When the coffin was opened, the Fear Knight suddenly stood up. "Ah, despicable humans, you do not keep your promises. You promised me more war experience, but I have been sealed in this cursed iron coffin the whole time, with no chance to fight." The abyss mage silently took a step back, then used the previously established contract to control the demon inside the enchanted warrior, saying, "I apologize, but you now have the chance to kill freely. Enemies are running rampant above us, and I need you to go kill them." Through this contract, the demon shared the perspective seen by the abyss mage's eye of detection. Seeing the Cadia skins on some of the players, he said with some surprise and uncertainty, "What's going on? Why are the Cadia shock troops here? How did you guys even provoke the Cadia people? But it doesn't matter, who cares who I kill?" As soon as he finished speaking, the enchanted warrior quickly climbed up the passage and entered the rigid airship's air sac. Just as he entered, arriving in a corridor, he happened to come face to face with a player from the opposite side. Seeing the attire of this Fear Knight, the player pointed at him and exclaimed excitedly, "Holy crap, what's going on? Is this an Easter egg? Good heavens, since when did a Fear Knight have a World Eater's skin?" Although the appearance of this guy, who closely resembled the World Eater's Legion style in Warhammer 40k, greatly interested the player. But compared to focusing on an Easter egg, it was more important to eliminate the enemy in front of him. Without the slightest hesitation, he pulled out a rocket launcher at top speed, but before he could fire, a specially made large axe came spinning through the air. Pfft! Under the player's incredulous gaze, the spinning axe precisely cleaved into his head, causing him to fall down on the spot. Even as he fell, he couldn't help but curse the enemy in his heart for being dishonorable who throws such a large broad axe as a flying axe. After easily dispatching a player with one axe, the enchanted warrior roared and continued to charge forward. His displayed speed was astonishing, far exceeding the theoretical limit of a Fear Knight. The second player who jumped in had just aimed his gun at him and hadn't even had time to switch to anti-armor weapons before being cleaved in half by his axe. Immediately after, he quickly stepped onto the ladder, climbed up in a few strides, and then stood on top of the airship. A player was just about to go down the ladder, but unexpectedly, such an exaggeratedly styled Fear Knight jumped out from below. Before he could react, the axe had already heavily struck his body, knocking him down on the spot. Blood for the Blood God, skulls for the Skull Throne. Hearing this familiar roar and seeing the enemy's familiar livery, the players present were all stunned. But immediately after, just like the first player thought, they simply treated this guy as an Easter egg in the game. Boom! A rocket immediately blasted the Fear Knight, blowing open his chest on the spot. But even with such severe injuries, the Fear Knight still did not die. In his fury, he cleaved the nearest player in front of him to death with an axe. At the same time, after killing this player, a red glow flashed on his body, and the wound on his chest instantly healed by half. Damn, this thing can recover health by killing people. Not just health recovery, this thing also grants him extra buffs when he kills people. It's truly a Kern style. The player who was first cleaved to death said in the chat channel, still feeling a bit dazed. And after continuously cutting down several players, this enchanted warrior felt as if he had entered an invincible state at this moment. He arrogantly grinned and beckoned to the other players, seemingly signaling them to continue attacking him. How could players tolerate such provocation? Immediately, a player with a bayonet launched a salted fish lunge. Heh, you think you can pierce my chest armor with such a ridiculous little knife? Too naive. That Fear Knight, or rather the demon controlling him, obviously didn't know the perverse destructive power of the player's salted fish lunge. He stood his ground, chest out, unflinchingly receiving the player's salted fish lunge, ready to spout some trash talk to mock, but was astonished to find that the bayonet had actually pierced his heart. Feeling the intense pain from his chest, the Fear Knight struggled, trying to say something, but then fell to the ground with a thud. Idiot, no invincibility frames, why are you spouting trash talk there? The player who defeated the enchanted warrior with the salted fish lunge curled his lips and said with a cold chuckle. For players, they always skip cutscenes like trash talk. Few would deliberately wait for the opponent to finish speaking before starting the fight. If this Fear Knight could do a demonic dance or use some other method to hard control the player in front of him, he might have been able to make the player freeze in place, but relying solely on trash talk was pure wishful thinking. But just as he thought the enemy had been completely dealt with, suddenly, a red light flashed before him, and a great sword covered in thorns and barbs instantly cleaved him in half. Unbeknownst to them, a Kern bloodletter appeared before the other players, glaring at everyone present. This grotesque demon roared, "Foolish mortals, how dare you destroy the body through which I operate in this world? The blood god thirsts, he wants to drink your blood." Before the bloodletter could finish, another player instantly activated salted fish lunge, piercing the demon's chest with a bayonet. Seeing the bayonet plunged into his body and the player who had unexpectedly appeared beside him, the bloodletter's grotesque face was filled with astonishment, his eyes flashing with intense fury. Dishonorable. Finally, with an unwilling roar, the bloodletter transformed into a ball of red psychic flame and vanished from the spot. Looking at the demon that had disappeared before him, the player who had just stabbed him to death asked curiously, "What's going on? Why does this boss have a second transformation?" Another player next to him shrugged, looking unconcerned. "This is normal. The first charge should have killed the enchanted warrior himself, but the demon inside him wouldn't die with him. So your charge ultimately eliminated that demon, or rather, banished it back to the warp." The players didn't dwell on it. After dealing with the enchanted warrior, they quickly broke into the airship and then swiftly eliminated the other Black Hawk soldiers inside. Until his dying breath, the airship commander looked at these Cambrian soldiers in disbelief, feeling as if he had seen monsters. "This is impossible, how could you possibly defeat an enchanted warrior?" As bullets pierced his abdomen, the fallen officer was still muttering, as if he had witnessed something utterly inconceivable. "Nothing's impossible. As long as it has a health bar, even a warp evil god can be killed for you to see," the player said, continuing to shoot the officer on the ground, but just then, a violent explosion suddenly occurred above the airship. "What's going on? Why did it suddenly explode?" "I don't know, I didn't touch anything." Seeing the airship inexplicably explode, the leading player quickly asked his teammates, but no one claimed responsibility. "But that makes sense, why would they idly blow up this airship? They could have captured this airship." "No choice, the airship exploded, so the players could only quickly seize the opportunity to parachute out. What a pity. If conditions allowed, they really wanted to capture this airship and study the principles of the chaos blessing inside. When the airship in the sky exploded, the various auxiliary armies, who had been frantically attacking, suddenly froze in place as if waking from a dream. They looked at themselves in disbelief, then at the battlefield littered with corpses all around. Everyone felt puzzled. What just happened? How did they become so frantic? Without any hesitation, every second of hesitation now was a disrespect to their lives. Looking at the corpse-strewn battlefield, and then at the airship burning fiercely and falling from the sky, if they didn't escape quickly now, it could only mean they were truly insane. The players on the second defense line, who had just retreated and were preparing for a new enemy offensive, looked bewildered as the opposing forces, who hadn't even charged, had already fled. Hey, no, what's going on? How is enemy morale determined in this game? This is a scam. I wouldn't have retreated if I'd known. Isn't it because the airship above was blown up, causing their aura to disappear? It looks like their aura was specifically for leadership, and without it, their leadership instantly collapsed. Facing the retreating enemies, some players on mounts launched an attack, while others stayed behind to reinforce their positions. They didn't believe this enemy offensive was an all-out attack. In their view, the Black Eagle Empire's current offensive was more like a pointless struggle, or purely to expend their auxiliary forces. They seemed to be fighting fiercely, but in reality, they just threw a bunch of cannon fodder and then catalyzed that cannon fodder with a special airship. During this process, their main forces never appeared, and this unlucky batch of auxiliary troops attacking the defense line hardly even received artillery support. So the players judged that the enemy would definitely launch another attack later. This wave was just a probing maneuver. While the players were busy chasing or building defenses, Andre looked at the content in the player chat and fell into thought. Enchanted warrior, no way, is it really that abnormal? Could this thing become the new mainstream going forward? Andre was somewhat puzzled. He remembered that the Free Iris front was busy messing with some enchanted warriors before, and Jean had fallen out with those people precisely because of this. But he never expected that he wouldn't see the Free Iris front's enchanted warriors, but instead encountered the enchanted warriors created by the Black Eagle Empire first, which surprised him somewhat. He wondered when the Cambrian Empire's modified human troops, the Imperial Eagle, would fix the severe defects that appeared before and proceed with mass production. If the enemy kept producing more and more absurd, godlike troop types, he felt that his players would be fine, but the ordinary soldiers would truly be under immense pressure. Suddenly, Andre felt a bit of sympathy for those ordinary soldiers. Just by putting himself in their shoes, he couldn't help but feel a wave of despair for the ordinary soldiers of the Cambrian Empire. You are an ordinary Cambrian conscript. You've never held a gun before, received 6 weeks of emergency training, and then were dragged to the battlefield. Your only weapons are a rifle and a bayonet, nothing else. And when you arrive on the battlefield, the enemies you need to face are elite Black Hawk veterans, trained for years and having slaughtered countless foes on various battlefields. Rumbling, multi-legged diesel mechs charging at you at extreme speed, possessing heavy armor and formidable firepower. Combat mages who can summon a rain of fire with a flick of their hand, incinerating an entire company to ashes. Titan mechs wielding ship cannons, clad in heavy armor and void shields, capable of leveling a fortress in an instant. Plus enchanted warriors, modified soldiers, large-scale aerial bombardment and heavy artillery, and even all sorts of strange things. Good heavens! Andre felt that if he were an ordinary soldier on this kind of battlefield, he would have no other option but to cower in a trench, praying to the gods for protection, and fantasizing about becoming a living saint on the spot. Ordinary soldiers are truly just cannon fodder on such a battlefield. The Black Eagle Empire must have some way to connect with Kern, or at least has already been influenced by Kern to some extent. Then, the Black Eagle Empire's extremely bloody and brutal slaughter policy, besides reducing the Cambrian Empire's resistance and laying the foundation for its own necromantic industry, could it also be accumulating blessings? Thinking of this, Andre couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. If they were indeed accumulating blessings in this way, busy completing Kern's KPI, then things might not be so good. He didn't know what the Black Eagle Empire would come up with this time, but if they were truly accumulating Kern's blessings in this manner, then undoubtedly, they would definitely unleash something big in the end. On the front line, when the Black Hawk general in charge of command in the rear learned of the auxiliary army's disastrous defeat, he was not overly dejected. Alas, how terrible, I thought they could hold out a little longer at the front. He sighed, lit his pipe, took a deep drag, and then looked to the other end of the battlefield, saying, but it doesn't matter, the auxiliary army's attack should have been enough to attract the enemy's attention. I think the troops on the other side should have already made their move, right? I didn't expect the Folkhoff front army to be able to build a defensive line in such a short time, but it doesn't matter, they can't build defensive lines everywhere. This precisely indicates that their defenses on the other side are weak. Looking at the southwest side of Schlüsselburg, the Black Hawk general's face showed a smile, somewhat anticipating his comrades' operations. In his opinion, Andre's construction capabilities were ultimately limited. Since he had already established a defensive line near his territory, it was impossible for there to be a similar defensive line on the other side, right? But the truth was, there really was a defensive line on the other side. At this moment, Major General Bogaichuk, who was responsible for defending Schlüsselburg, was specifically calling Andre from the command post to thank him. Praise be to you, General, you are truly far-sighted. I didn't expect you to predict the Black Hawk Army's attack direction so quickly, and even specially sent people to help my troops build a defensive line in such a short time. Thanks to them, we successfully repelled the enemy's armored unit attack, otherwise, we would have faced great trouble in this battle. On the phone, Andrei smiled and casually said, "It's nothing, I just had a sudden whim and suspected the enemy might launch an attack there. It seems my defensive line wasn't in vain. This is truly good news. I wish you good luck, and I hope your troops can withstand the enemy's attack. If you can't hold on, please call me immediately for support." After speaking, Andrei hung up Major General Bogaichuk's call. Yelena sat nearby, asking Andrei with some confusion, "What happened? Did you really guess that the enemy would launch their main attack from that direction? Did that woman Jean make another prophecy?" Andrei shook his head, pointing at the map and saying, "No, she didn't. I don't know the exact direction the enemy will attack from, but I know they definitely have to keep attacking. To avoid the enemy finding a weak point to break through, I simply told my soldiers to work harder and build more defensive lines, blocking the entire transportation artery. So no matter where the enemy attacks from, they will run headfirst into my defensive line." Yelena's mouth hung open in surprise, her mind somewhat blank. What's going on? Can it be done this way? Although she didn't know much about military matters, she was just a medical sister and Andrei's secretary. She knew that normal construction speed shouldn't be this fast, right? Despite her doubts, she thought about it and decided not to ask Andrei. Andrei's unscientific behavior wasn't a one-day or two-day thing. If she were to ask about all these things in detail, she felt she wouldn't understand even after 3 days and 3 nights. Instead of pondering such questions, she might as well think about more important things, such as the issue of that woman Jean getting closer and closer to Andrei recently. Andrei saw Yelena's eyes flickering and thought she was pondering his defensive line deployment, completely unaware of what Yelena was actually thinking. He smiled and patted Yelena's shoulder, saying, "Don't mind these things. It's just that I have a special group of soldiers under me. It's precisely because they can turn the impossible into possible that we can achieve such results. Next, the Black Eagle Empire's armored units should mainly attack in Major General Bogaichuk's direction, and we can take this opportunity to use flexible tactics to wear down their armored units, so these guys don't keep bothering us." While speaking, Andrei was writing tasks for players on the system interface, mainly reminding them how to utilize these defensive lines. If the complex defensive lines were simply used for the Black Hawk people to attack while they defended from within, it would be a pure waste of these defensive lines. The ideal strategy was like fishing, luring these Black Hawk devils, always letting them see hope, but at the same time, making it impossible for them to escape. Only when they thought they had found a breakthrough and truly delved into the defensive line would they discover that this breakthrough was clearly a huge trap. In a concrete bunker built by players, a total of 5 Cambrian soldiers were stationed. Watching the opposing Black Hawk soldiers rapidly approach their bunker under the cover of 2 pacifier mechs, the captain of these Cambrian soldiers nodded. "That's enough. Fire the signal flare, then we abandon this place and head to Fortress number 23 in Sector B." As soon as he finished speaking, the Cambrian soldier operating the heavy machine gun, who had been continuously firing, said softly with a hint of reluctance, "Sir, can I take this heavy machine gun with me? Such a good heavy machine gun, just leaving it here for nothing, wouldn't that be benefiting the Black Hawk devils?" Hearing this, the captain just shook his head, grabbing him and saying, "Don't be foolish, the machine gun isn't important. We'll have machine guns at the next bunker. Hurry up and leave here, the artillery fire from the rear is about to cover this area. We don't have time to waste, and no time to carry this broken thing away." After saying this, the captain pushed aside an ammo box in the bunker, revealing an entrance to a tunnel. He quickly led several soldiers into the tunnel, and before entering himself, he used a device prepared in advance in the bunker to launch a signal flare from the top of the bunker. As soon as the signal flare was released, he also jumped down, quickly escaping outside through the tunnel. The advancing Black Hawk soldiers were about to approach the side of the bunker to place satchel charges. But suddenly, they found that the heavy machine gun in the bunker had fallen silent for some reason. "What happened? Did our sniper kill them?" A second lieutenant leading the charge asked, but he didn't think too much and continued to lead his men forward quickly. Even if the machine gunner was killed, the enemy would have new machine gunners to take over. The most important thing was to quickly rush over while they had the chance. But even after he had run a good distance, the machine gun did not fire again. This strange phenomenon made him slightly irritated, and he felt a sense of unease. Just then, he suddenly saw a thick red smoke plume rise from the top of the bunker. Pink thick smoke instantly billowed up, spreading across a large area above their heads in a blink of an eye. Seeing this, he paused, then suddenly thought of something. "No, run, retreat quickly. This is a trap. Damn Cambrian bumpkins, they're utterly evil." He cursed frantically, running back without looking. The other Black Hawk soldiers were still somewhat stunned, but upon hearing the second lieutenant's shout, they also came to their senses, realizing that something was wrong here. These Black Hawk soldiers desperately fled backward, their faces filled with extreme terror, and even the 2 mechs also sprinted. Unfortunately, these 2 mechs were just pacifiers used for anti-infantry, not the more mobile dreadnoughts. So, even though they ran at full speed, these 2 mechs couldn't achieve very high speeds. Just a few steps after the Black Hawk soldiers started running, they suddenly heard a whistling sound, faintly like thunder. For these veterans with rich battlefield experience, how could they not know what that sound meant? This was clearly the enemy's heavy artillery in the rear attacking them. The smoke that had risen from the bunker earlier was clearly a signal for artillery fire. The enemy's cannons had probably already calculated the firing coordinates, and the existence of this bunker was meant to lure them into attacking. Despite their desperate sprint, they still couldn't escape the range of the 203 mm heavy artillery. Amidst a series of massive explosions, more than 10 203 mm shells instantly covered the area, blowing all the Black Hawk soldiers and the two mechs present into an unrecognizable pile of debris. By the end of the battle this evening, the Black Hawk army seemed to be sweeping through everything, as if successfully destroying over 60 enemy bunkers. But only they themselves knew that these exposed bunkers were clearly targets used by the enemy to lure them in. If they attacked these seemingly isolated and not very threatening bunkers, these bunkers would immediately become artillery guidance points, and then the area would be subjected to intense heavy artillery bombardment. And even if they used artillery to suppress the enemy's firepower, it still didn't have much effect, because they simply didn't know where the enemy's cannons were deployed. Whenever they thought the enemy's cannons had been destroyed, accompanied by the bunkers releasing smoke grenades again, the terrifying artillery fire would reappear, smashing heavy shells onto their heads once more. Because of this, the Black Hawk army attacking today suffered heavy casualties, especially their mechs used to support the infantry in attacking bunkers, with less than 1 in 10 remaining. Chapter 346, Wait, did we forget something? The frontline offensive today seems to be progressing much more smoothly than expected. However, I must say, isn't our casualty rate a bit too high? If we keep fighting like this, our army will probably run out of steam very soon, won't it? In the command center at the rear, Lieutenant General Frederick, who was in charge of this offensive, frowned as he looked at today's battle report, finding the day's fighting quite peculiar. Judging by the number of enemy bunkers destroyed and the speed of the army's advance, their combat today was fairly smooth. Although they only advanced a few kilometers in total, far less than the rapid advances they made during the Empire's initial blitzkrieg, they were still attacking the enemy's strong defensive line. But when he saw the subsequent casualties, he couldn't help but frown, feeling that the casualty figures were truly astonishing. General, the situation is like this. A colonel who had retreated from the front line, seeing Lieutenant General Frederick's surprised expression, quickly explained what was happening in today's battle. When he heard that the Cambrian Empire would actually choose to use their own bunkers as artillery targets, and that their rear would conduct large-scale shelling around the bunkers once their army approached, he was also bewildered by this strange tactic. What kind of strange operation is this? Are all these bunkers built by the Cambrians just fake targets? Hearing the Lieutenant General's question, the colonel quickly shook his head. No, General, I can assure you that all the Cambrian Empire bunkers we are currently attacking are genuine, sturdy concrete fortifications, absolutely without any issues of cutting corners. In fact, in my opinion, the construction quality of these bunkers is better than most of the Cambrian Empire bunkers we've seen before. Their materials are much better than those we previously encountered. This was natural, as all these bunkers were built by players under Andrei. They built bunkers entirely according to the system's construction rules, with no room for cutting corners whatsoever. In comparison, the construction of bunkers in other parts of the Cambrian Empire was a different story. In the Cambrian Empire's construction sector, there was reportedly an unwritten rule. All constructions ordered by the Tsar and funded by the Moscow court had to allocate funds according to a 2/8 split. 20% of the funds were used to purchase various building materials and hire workers, while the remaining 80% was entirely used for managing various connections and for interpersonal relations. There was no other way. This had already become a unique unwritten rule formed collectively throughout the Cambrian Empire, from top to bottom. Anyone who didn't follow this rule would ultimately pay a greater price, and no one could avoid it. Even trying to sue or bringing the issue before the Tsar was useless, because the Tsar also acknowledged the existence of this unwritten rule, or rather, had to acknowledge it. Under such circumstances, the quality of bunkers built by the Cambrian Empire itself naturally couldn't compare to those built by players. When our army attacks tomorrow, conduct more probes and initiate fewer direct assaults. I feel that the current situation is somewhat off, and we might be stepping into an enemy trap. Furthermore, contact our Air Force and have them send more bombers here for another round of bombing. Their previous bombing effect was very unsatisfactory. How could they leave so many heavy artillery in the enemy's rear? Lieutenant General Frederick quickly issued orders after some deliberation. The next day, the Black Hawk army once again launched an attack on the players' defensive line. However, this time, their offensive strategy was noticeably more cautious. Large numbers of Black Hawk soldiers, in groups of 3, formed more dispersed formations and assaulted the bunkers ahead, while using fewer mechs in the process. In previous battles, the Black Hawk army would occasionally deploy some hunter mechs to suppress machine gun bunkers with their fierce firepower, or simply use their main cannons for close-range firing to completely destroy the machine gun bunkers. Today, the Black Hawk army almost exclusively sent out armored vehicles and peacemaker mechs, with very few higher-tier mechs appearing on the battlefield. Instead, the Black Hawk army deployed numerous mortars and infantry cannons. They even utilized a large number of rocket launchers in the offensive, sending anti-tank soldiers, originally reserved for enemy armored units, to confront these machine gun bunkers. After this shift in strategy, the Black Hawk army's speed in breaking through bunkers indeed slowed down, but their casualties also significantly decreased. Especially when a large number of rocket launchers were used in the assault on the bunkers, many defenders inside the bunkers suffered heavy losses. The armored hunter rocket launcher used by the Black Eagle Empire was very effective, it had excellent penetration and was easy to deploy. Moreover, with a range of at least 200 meters, anti-armor soldiers didn't even need to get too close to the bunkers to find a spot and fire when using this rocket launcher. Around the bunkers, some Cambrian soldiers also hid in pre-dug trenches to fight the enemy, but when a large number of mortars launched saturation bombing on the trenches, their resistance quickly collapsed. Without the cover of these entrenched soldiers, the Black Hawk people could always deploy rocket launcher soldiers to the side of the bunkers, then destroy the thick bunkers in one fell swoop. Under these circumstances, many Cambrian defenders inside the bunkers had to retreat early or fire flares into the distance to call for rear artillery to quickly begin bombing. However, because the Black Hawk army did not adopt overly dense formations, the heavy artillery bombardment from the rear did not achieve a very good effect and did not inflict significant casualties on the Black Hawk army. They didn't know that, at the same time, the Black Hawk people were also calculating the positions of the players' rear artillery based on the heavy shells fired from the front. After confirming the approximate enemy positions, they immediately called the Air Force, urging bombers and fighter jets to quickly go and destroy these artillery pieces. At this moment, the Black Hawk Army's Air Force deficiencies were immediately apparent. Because their technology tree was somewhat skewed, and although they had powerful enough engines, they struggled to miniaturize these engines further. The Black Hawk people did not develop dive bombers but instead produced strategic bombers first. These strategic bombers were indeed very effective at bombing long-range or large targets, capable of flying over a city in an instant and inflicting terrible damage upon it. However, using these strategic bombers for tactical support yielded very poor results. Strategic bombers were very slow to take off. Often, ground crew would spend a long time refueling and rearming the aircraft. Meanwhile, because strategic bombers could not dive, their effectiveness was poor when bombing small targets like artillery positions. Carpet bombing could indeed destroy a large area, but it was too wasteful. The players were not to be outdone. In addition to numerous pilot players departing from the airbase, many players at the artillery positions also quickly operated anti-aircraft guns to counterattack the planes in the sky. Ever since André unlocked the booming cannon as a constructible building, it had become a beloved divine artifact for players. As is well known, anti-aircraft weapons often perform just as well when dealing with ground targets. The booming cannon is very effective against both infantry units and lightly armored units. This led players, once they acquired this unit, to particularly enjoy building anti-aircraft gun positions everywhere. Places like artillery positions, which were already prone to bombing, were even preemptively deployed with a heap of anti-aircraft guns. As a result, before encountering the player's air force, these approaching Black Hawk planes were subjected to successive attacks from several anti-aircraft guns. However, due to shield protection, the large strategic bombers did not sustain much damage. Instead, many fighter jets, due to their inexperience, were shot down by anti-aircraft guns. The Black Hawk people were also honing their pilots didn't know how to operate fighter jets from the start. At this moment, many Black Hawk pilots operating fighter jets were actually former airship pilots. Since the advent of fighter jets, they had essentially phased out their old small airships. But undoubtedly, the way fighter jets are flown is completely different from small airships. Even though the Black Eagle Empire's small airships were considered very agile in the past, there was still a huge difference between the two. This led players to believe that the Black Hawk Empire's pilots were actually quite mediocre, especially in evading ground anti-aircraft fire, where they performed extremely clumsily. After a wave of bombing, both sides could only say they had suffered losses, but both felt they hadn't lost out. Players felt they had shot down many Black Hawk planes, although most were just fighter jets and not as valuable, it was enough to compensate for the losses they incurred in the bombing. Meanwhile, the Black Hawk people believed that by relying on fierce bombing, they had successfully destroyed many of the enemy's rear artillery pieces, which would be enough to make this Cambrian Empire defense line unsustainable in a short period. Ha ha ha, excellent. Trading these easily produced fighter jets for the enemy's heavy artillery is definitely a worthwhile deal. When Lieutenant General Frederick learned of the exchange ratio between their frontline planes and the enemy's heavy artillery, he immediately burst into laughter. Although from a cost perspective, he felt that the lost planes might not necessarily be cheaper than the enemy's lost heavy artillery, one couldn't only consider cost in warfare. With the Black Hawk Empire's current production capacity, these planes weren't exactly limitless, but they certainly weren't in short supply either. The rear was continuously increasing fighter jet production, and at this rate of growth, it wouldn't be long before their front line achieved a considerable degree of fighter jet freedom. But in contrast, what about the Cambrian Empire's heavy artillery? The Cambrian Empire didn't have many heavy artillery factories, every piece of heavy artillery was a precious treasure. Unless they were willing to bring out those heavy artillery pieces that were decades, or even 100 years, outdated, they would definitely not have the opportunity to replenish their artillery in a short time after this batch of heavy artillery was destroyed. Unfortunately, their spies' operation inside Petrograd failed a few days ago. If the operation had succeeded, the spies carrying explosive packages could have successfully blown up the Petrograd arms factory, destroying Petrograd's ability to produce heavy artillery in one fell swoop. But the Black Hawk people didn't know that André had already had players discover most of the spies within Petrograd and recorded their identities and activity locations. Although the special forces had not yet completed the roundup, they had already identified most of the Black Hawk spies with this list. Under these circumstances, when they saw the Black Eagle spy starting to gather and secretly smuggle and transport large quantities of explosives, how could they not guess what the enemy was trying to do? The Black Hawk people thought they had made a huge profit by destroying the players' heavy artillery, but they didn't know that producing these heavy artillery pieces was quite easy for the players. Although the production of heavy artillery, like tanks, requires heavy factories, they were fighting on the outskirts of Petrograd, and Petrograd itself had a large number of heavy factories. Their heavy artillery at the front line had just been destroyed, and new heavy artillery was immediately being sent forward as reinforcement. Compared to the issue of heavy artillery production, what worried the players more now was how to transport these heavy artillery pieces. The road conditions in the Cambrian Empire were terrible, their trucks constantly got stuck and suffered all sorts of strange malfunctions. Simple malfunctions were fine, they could just have the engineer players repair them a few times. But when a vehicle accidentally got stuck in a pit or a ditch, that was the truly torturous moment. Fortunately, some players could change their race to Ogren subhuman. After becoming Ogren, they possessed immense strength and could physically lift the stuck trucks back out. If it weren't for this monstrous strength, under normal circumstances, these vehicles stuck in the pits would have been a massive pain and pure torture for logistics. In the command post, Major General Bogaichuk, who was responsible for defending Schlüsselburg, was originally still worried. He had learned about the massive bombing initiated by the enemy and knew exactly how much heavy artillery the front line had lost. In his view, the sudden loss of so much heavy artillery on his side of the defense line, while not enough to cause the entire line to collapse, was still considered an extremely heavy loss. Every piece of heavy artillery was a precious treasure. Sometimes, he would rather sacrifice 1,000 soldiers than lose a single 203 mm heavy artillery piece. General, reporting in. Petrograd has sent us a batch of urgently needed military supplies, and a new batch of weapons and equipment has also arrived. Please come and sign for them. Major General Bogaichuk nodded. When he walked outside and saw the more than 20 brand new heavy artillery pieces, he opened his mouth in astonishment. He didn't even know how he signed the documents. He felt dizzy, as if he had drunk too much vodka. He only snapped back to reality when the players transporting the heavy artillery left and began redeploying those pieces in new positions. By the goddess, this is incredible. Does Petrograd's heavy artillery factory really have such strong production capacity? Are you kidding me? I just lost over 10 heavy artillery pieces here, and now 20 more have been delivered. Although his face was full of disbelief, the Major General was absolutely beaming with happiness at that moment. What is an extremely comfortable war? For him, this was the peak of comfort. Good heavens, achieving heavy artillery freedom for the first time, he was almost unsure how to squander it. However, due to the constraints of traditional thinking, even though Petrograd had delivered a batch of heavy artillery in time, he still did not dare to deploy these heavy artillery pieces on the previous positions again. Because, in his opinion, these heavy artillery pieces were very likely stock that Petrograd had accumulated beforehand. Although he didn't know why Petrograd would stockpile cannons, or why these heavy artillery pieces hadn't been sent to the front line even during the previous fierce fighting, this did not stop him from thinking conservatively. Therefore, he immediately ordered the players to set up new artillery positions, placing the cannons in locations that were as concealed and as far back as possible. Because Andrei had previously told the players to obey the Major General's orders, although they didn't particularly like the command, they still placed the new batch of heavy artillery in the locations designated by the Major General. As a result, their heavy artillery was somewhat out of range of the front line, unless they contracted the defense line and allowed the enemy to advance a bit further. But how could the players tolerate this frustration? Having just been subjected to a massive bombing, these artillery players were busy plotting how to retaliate. Since the 203 mm cannons couldn't be moved around freely, surely they could use other cannons? Immediately, players drove Katyusha rocket launchers and began moving toward the front line, quietly transferring via the forest paths. At the same time, some other players simply modified the trucks used to transport the cannons. They used extra steel plates to reinforce the truck chassis, then mounted their 12 mm mortars onto it, creating a brand new truck-mounted orphan vehicle. Although the orphan vehicle was indeed quite orphaned and often turned into a sneaky bastard during play, it didn't matter, they created it specifically with the idea of firing a couple of shots at the enemy and then running. Some players even imitated the guerrillas, bringing over the heartless cannon used by the guerrillas. They simply prepared a few abandoned oil drums right in the position, buried them somewhere, and started stuffing them with satchels of explosives. Regardless of whether the heartless cannon had a short range or poor accuracy, its power was truly immense. One satchel of explosives landing was equivalent to at least one 150 mm heavy artillery shell. If several satchels were fired together, the enemy would instantly be beaten into submission. When these players arrived at the front line with all sorts of bizarre cannons, the Cambrian officers stationed there were completely dumbfounded by the sight of this collection of contraptions. "Gentlemen, what are you?" A Cambrian major who ran over looked at the Katyusha rocket launcher and asked with a face full of curiosity. He couldn't be blamed for his lack of knowledge, mainly, he had genuinely never seen this strange thing before, and he couldn't even tell that it was a cannon. "Reporting, sir. We are the mobile artillery unit. You can also call us the rocket team." The player was spouting nonsense and joking around, but the officer actually believed him. He knew that Andrei's Volkov army group had an inherently strange structure, containing a large number of unbelievable units. So at a time like this, it seemed perfectly plausible for a special unit called the rocket team to suddenly pop up. "Alright, rocket team, give me a detailed description of the performance of these special cannons. Moving forward, I expect you to effectively execute fire support missions on the battlefield, and whatever you do, don't mess up at a crucial moment." After the major finished listening to the player's introduction, he became even more distrustful of this so-called rocket team. As the saying goes, an expert reveals their skill immediately. Just listening to the players' descriptions, he felt that this group looked like a bunch of amateur artillery soldiers. There was no help for it. Compared to professionally trained career artillery soldiers, the players were undoubtedly self-taught, unable to use professional terminology, and their explanations were often disorganized. But the major didn't know that these players were classic combat-oriented characters. If asked to explain how to fire a cannon, they certainly couldn't articulate it clearly, but if asked to find a spot and fire a couple of rounds, they had no problem. After these artillery units were in position at the front line, the major did not change his troops' combat strategy. They were still executing their original tactic, having the troops continuously yield ground and contract backward, then covering the area with artillery fire. But the players were not prepared to use such a conservative approach anymore. Since they had mobilized so much firepower, they naturally intended to hit the enemy hard. Immediately, players ran out, pretending to claim they had received the major's orders requiring them to take over several positions on the front line. Because these players frequently ran over before, many of them were already acquainted with the Cambrian soldiers on the front line. Hearing this, a group of Cambrian soldiers who were not particularly keen on staying behind to defend naturally didn't think too much of it and happily retreated to the rear to rest. After the players successfully took control of a batch of bunkers on the front line, they immediately invited Command Master Colonel Yulton to plan out a strategy for them. After glancing at the front line map, Colonel Yulton immediately got into the zone and started sketching out formations. Very well, here is what you can do next. Set up a pocket formation at the front line, strengthen the defenses on both flanks, send out armored units for appropriate harassment, and make the central defense slightly weaker. If nothing unexpected happens, the enemy will definitely attack the easier path, and then more and more of their forces will be concentrated in the center. At that point, you quickly launch an artillery bombardment, ensuring massive losses for the enemy. Ah, this plan sounds great. After Colonel Yulton finished his plan, the players immediately began deploying according to this model. To prevent the enemy from breaking through the flanks, some players drove Tiger tanks directly over, deploying 6 Tigers across the positions on both wings. Without heavy armored units, the Black Hawk army would inevitably suffer extremely heavy losses if they tried to break through the defenses of these 6 Tigers. Not to mention, besides the Tiger, the players even brought out the Sturm Tiger, ensuring that when the enemy launched an attack on the flank positions, they would certainly experience what a living hell was like. As for the frontal positions, the players followed Colonel Yulton's request, deploying only infantry units, with fire support mainly relying on mortars carried by the infantry. Once they had set up this formation, a new round of attacks by the Black Hawk army began. It started with an artillery bombardment, where the Black Hawk army concentrated a large number of 150mm howitzers and fiercely shelled the front line. Under this intense shelling, many concrete bunkers were destroyed by the enemy. Since the Black Hawk army had chosen to break through the central path suffered particularly severe bombardment. Conversely, the players' armored units deployed on the flanks were relatively safe because the enemy's artillery fire was sparse there, and the players had preemptively buried the tanks in the ground, adding a layer of protection. This meant that the Black Hawk army shelled for a long time without destroying the main force of the players' armored units. After seeing the central front line position being bombed, Major General Bogajczyk immediately ordered a reserve unit to be dispatched to quickly reinforce the central defense line. When this reserve unit quickly arrived at the central position by truck, they looked at the devastated central defense line and the group of infantry still busy doing who knows what in the ruins, and their vision instantly darkened. By the cold-blooded lady, what have you been messing around with here for so long? Where are your cannons? Where are your armored units? The officer leading the reserve unit, seeing the players' sloppy appearance, immediately started yelling. But the players completely ignored him, merely replying casually, "Go ahead and talk, we're listening." Seeing the attitude of these guys, the Cambrian officer felt like his lungs were about to burst from anger. He truly couldn't understand why these guys, all coming from General Vorontsov's troops, acted so undisciplined and carefree. "Andrei, I'm really sorry, but my troops are just that undisciplined and carefree." He actually wished the players had iron discipline, hoping they would act like war machines, striking exactly where commanded without any unnecessary actions. But unfortunately, the players came here to play the game, they weren't here to be played by the game. When Andrei issued the mission, he could specify the required outcome. But as for how the players executed the mission, that was beyond his control. Furthermore, he couldn't make the mission so detailed, or else how would it be different from a tutorial? Just then, a player's head was suddenly pierced by an enemy sniper, causing him to collapse instantly. Damn it! The Black Hawk Devils are charging. The officer who had just been busy cursing quickly ordered his subordinates to rush into the broken defensive line, but he never expected the players' reaction speed to be much faster than he imagined. He had thought that when these undisciplined fellows saw the enemy charging, they would likely panic and break, or perhaps fire 3 symbolic shots and then run away immediately. Because, in the past, most of the conscripts he had seen behaved this way. It was virtually impossible to expect these guys to maintain high combat morale while still being completely undisciplined. But at this moment, he fully realized what was truly unbelievable. For the Empire. Attack. When the Black Hawk people launched their assault on the front line, they were suddenly surprised to find that the enemies had actively climbed out of their trenches. A few crazy individuals ran forward, machine guns held at the hip, constantly spraying fire, while even more of them charged ahead with fixed bayonets, initiating a desperate salted fish charge. In an instant, the two charging forces collided without any fanfare, and then the Black Hawk people experienced what hell was like. Madmen. They are all a bunch of madmen. Because they had witnessed the unscientific fighting style of the enemy machine gunners, the Black Hawk soldiers, when they first launched their charge, intended to engage in close quarters combat and fight a bayonet battle. If they couldn't close the distance, the enemy machine gunners would inflict extremely painful losses upon them. God knows how these Cambrian supermen managed it carrying such a heavy machine gun while running and spraying fire everywhere. Were the bipods on their machine guns just for show? But when they truly engaged in bayonet combat, they realized what fighting for their lives meant. Setting aside how insane those Cambrian soldiers were during the salted fish charge, just look at the fire support from those machine gunners. What kind of fire support is this? A group of them were gathered together fighting with bayonets, yet the machine gunners behind them started sweeping the area directly in front, killing their own comrades along with the enemy. What truly terrified the Black Hawk people was that even after suffering such betrayal from their comrades, the remaining Cambrian soldiers showed no intention of retreating. Instead, they charged even more fiercely. It was as if they had discovered a new continent, developing a magical use for the machine gun in close combat, and more machine gunners began to enjoy spraying indiscriminately at friend and foe alike. And to prevent the machine gunners from being rushed and killed immediately by the Black Hawk people, the remaining bayonet players, despite their hearts being full of Woko, had no choice but to desperately block the Black Hawk charge, leaving room for the machine gunners behind them to fire. Amidst a fierce volley of fire, the charging Black Hawk people and the group of players immediately wiped each other out. The remaining Black Hawk soldiers were stunned by this sight, and before the players could even pick up their machine guns, they quickly fled screaming. Meanwhile, the medics, who had long been ready, jogged over with their small needles, quickly reviving people on the ground. Despite enduring such intense machine gun fire, with some soldiers nearly having their waists severed, these guys instantly recovered after receiving an injection from a medic. Damn it, what kind of miracle cure were the Cambrian Empire's medics using? They could even bring the dead back to life? Did they manage to produce the alchemist's supreme masterpiece, the legendary universal red potion? After this round of insane meat grinding, although the Black Hawk army didn't see any armored units, they were thoroughly terrified by the players. The fierce fear the stunned, and the stunned fear the reckless. Facing such a group of reckless lunatics, they truly dared not charge, especially since these guys seemed to possess some kind of strange miracle drug, making them incredibly tenacious. The reserve troops positioned behind them witnessed the entire unbelievable battle process. Watching these guys charge, kill a large number of people indiscriminately in an extremely chaotic manner, and then have a large number of them revived by medics, the officer who came to provide support was completely bewildered. Fortunately, the soldiers under Andre's command inherently possessed a cognitive filter, so they didn't find the previous scene too unreasonable. At least they didn't question the players' revival needles too deeply. Even so, they were completely frightened by the unrestrained fighting style of these guys. Seeing the leading officer standing dumbfounded, a player walked up with a smile, patted his shoulder, and said, "See that? Learn from it. That's not how you fight a war." The officer nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, but his mind was blank. In his subsequent diary, he wrote, "Facing the troops under Vorontsov, I, who have been a soldier for over 10 years, feel like nothing more than a green recruit." The Black Hawk army launched several consecutive charges against this broken defensive line, but each time, they were forcibly repelled by the frenzied players. No matter what tactics they used, even throwing gas bombs onto the enemy positions, sending in flame troopers, or deploying fear knights into the battle, they still failed to capture the position. He didn't know what magic this position held. It was clearly dilapidated, with most bunkers destroyed by previous artillery fire, yet the remaining Cambrian soldiers absolutely refused to surrender, effectively turning the area into a brutal meat grinder. The Black Hawk colonel officer commanding from the rear was becoming numb to the situation here. He no longer knew how many attacks he had ordered his soldiers to organize, but every single assault was beaten back by the enemy. Within those ruins, countless Cambrian soldiers were like undying ghosts. They simply couldn't be killed. "I apologize, General, please give me a little more time. I guarantee I will take this position." After receiving the urgent call from Lieutenant General Frederick, the colonel quickly answered in a low voice, "The Cambrian army on this position is abnormal. They possess incredibly astonishing willpower. Even if they are hit by a flame trooper and are engulfed in flames, they still pull the pin on a grenade and take our men down with them. I now strongly suspect that this position might be critically important to the Cambrians for certain reasons, which is why they are fighting so desperately to defend it." Hearing the colonel's words, Lieutenant General Frederick hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, if that's the case, I will give you another 2 hours. I will now have the heavy artillery units in the rear conduct another round of fire support. I hope you can utilize this bombardment to capture the position within 2 hours. If you fail to take it, we will shift our direction of attack." Unknowingly, Lieutenant General Frederick had also fallen into a misunderstanding. Just like the colonel, Lieutenant General Frederick also strongly suspected that there was something fishy about this position. Although he didn't know why the enemy was fighting so desperately over such a small defensive sector, war was often like this. The more the enemy wanted to achieve something, the more they must prevent the enemy from achieving it. Since the enemy wanted to defend desperately here, it must mean there was some crucial element involved. Even if they were just defending a pile of feces, until the Black Hawk army captured that pile, they would inevitably believe that the pile of feces held significant meaning. With this mindset, Lieutenant General Frederick attached extreme importance to the position before him. He even personally made an extra phone call to the artillery position, instructing them to fire even more shells in one go. Although the artillery didn't quite understand, they still followed the Lieutenant General's order and fired a full 1.5 basic loads of shells onto the position. Under such terrifying bombardment, both the players and the Cambrian army supporting them suffered heavy casualties. Located in the ruins, the Cambrian officer leading the support team brushed the dust off his body, glanced at the horrific sight of corpses strewn everywhere, and then helped up a player who was sheltering beside him. Looking at the dust-covered warrior, he said with a wry smile, "I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have judged you based on appearances before. I admit that while your discipline is indeed loose, you are truly the most outstanding warriors I have ever seen. As for what comes next, we must retreat to preserve our strength. There is no need for us to pay such a painful sacrifice for a position that holds little value." Hearing this, the player, who had just been grinning because of the NPC's praise, suddenly froze. With a stiff expression, he opened the chat channel and asked his other teammates, "Wait a minute, everyone, do you remember why we came here to defend in the first place?" Right after the message was sent, other players suddenly had an epiphany and immediately realized the situation. Woko. Oh no, didn't we come here to defend precisely to create a false impression for the Black Hawk people, so they would capture this position? What happened? How did we get addicted to fighting them desperately here? It was over, they had actually forgotten their initial tactical plan. According to the original plan, they were supposed to put up a symbolic resistance and then quickly abandon the position. Immediately afterward, the artillery positioned nearby and prepared in advance would unleash 1,000 cannons upon this area, hitting the Black Hawk army hard. But now look what happened, they were so busy fighting desperately here that after half a day of combat, the neighboring artillery units were starting to get impatient waiting. Thinking of this, the player quickly grabbed the Cambrian officer next to him and said, "You are right, we shouldn't waste our lives here for nothing. We need to retreat immediately. Damn it, retreat quickly to the next defensive line and prepare for a counterattack." Seeing the soldier's attitude change by 180 degrees almost instantly, the Cambrian officer, who had originally intended to persuade him to retreat, was stunned. He scratched his head, finding it hard to believe that this fellow, who was now desperately rushing to retreat, had just moments ago been determined to live or die with this position. He didn't understand how the soldiers under Andrei could be so drastically inconsistent. Did these guys suffer from split personalities? Chapter 347, World War II era surface-to-air missiles. Attack! Attack! A Black Hawk officer roared hoarsely, leading his soldiers in another charge, his face filled with despair. He didn't know when this damned charge would end. Before this, he had led his soldiers in 3 charges, but each time they were repelled by the enemy. The enemy screaming madly, charging out of the trenches with bayonets, and the incredibly dense hail of bullets and shells from the front, all left a profound impression on him. This Cambrian army was a terrifying formidable foe he had never seen before. He couldn't even imagine that this was actually the Cambrian Empire's army. In previous battles, his entire company suffered heavy casualties. Before launching the attack, their infantry company was at full strength with 201 men, but after 3 charges, only less than 100 men remained in their entire company. He had thought this charge would again be a terrifying journey filled with death, and he had even prepared himself mentally to accept his fate. But to his utter surprise, this attack was completely different from before. The enemy hadn't opened fire, nor had anyone charged out of the trenches desperately. Everything was eerily silent, as if there was no one left in the trenches ahead. "Officer, what's going on? Have the enemies retreated?" A soldier, rifle in hand, charged forward with the company commander. Seeing no gunfire from the opposite side, he couldn't help but ask in confusion. "Damn it, how should I know?" The company commander cursed under his breath, then quickly turned to shout at the other soldiers, "Slow down, stay alert, advance cautiously. First squad and second squad go forward to scout. After ensuring there are no problems ahead, we will continue the charge." He didn't know if the enemies had truly retreated or were playing some other trick. Perhaps the enemies were still hiding in the trenches, only wanting to let them get closer before firing because they were low on ammunition. Under the company commander's order, the 10 remaining soldiers from the 2 infantry squads quickly rushed out. They moved back and forth, constantly using small obstacles on the battlefield for cover, fearing being shot by a hidden sniper. After much effort, they finally reached a position close to the trenches. All the soldiers quickly pulled out grenades under the squad leader's command and threw them forward simultaneously. Accompanied by a series of grenade explosions, they quickly rushed to the edge of the trenches, and without even looking inside, they raised their guns and began to sweep the area. After sweeping, they discovered that the trenches were empty. The Cambrian soldiers who were supposed to be defending here had all vanished without a trace. They quickly informed their allied forces in the rear. Hearing that the enemy had retreated, the other Black Hawk soldiers cheered, their faces filled with excitement. Some soldiers even cried uncontrollably, feeling that this victory was incredibly hard won. "Excellent, our men have finally pushed through." The colonel, commanding the battle from the rear, watched with satisfaction as the Black Eagle Empire's flag was planted on the opposite trench by 2 soldiers, and nodded with a smile. But his adjutant quickly reminded him, "Colonel, be careful, the enemy might be tricking us. They suddenly retreated at some unknown time, and I have a bad feeling." "Don't worry, I'll be careful. I want to see what tricks these guys are playing." The colonel calmly waved his hand, then somewhat expectantly ordered his nearby guard unit to move forward and proceed to that position together. He was eager to see what was so special about this position. He wondered why this place would make those Cambrian soldiers defend it so desperately. One might even think their Tsar was hiding on this position. Player, haha, if the Tsar was really hiding on this position, they'd guarantee to leave immediately and definitely wouldn't protect him. After arriving at this position, the colonel inspected it but found nothing strange, all the arrangements seemed very normal. From the layout of the trenches, the person who designed this defensive line must have been skilled, much better than the straight-line trenches made by many Cambrian Empire conscripts. But other than that, they didn't see anything strange here. It was precisely because everything seemed so normal that the Black Hawk people felt even stranger. "Colonel, what do we do next? Continue advancing or rest here?" Hearing the adjutant's question, the colonel glanced back at him, asking as if looking at an idiot, "Continue advancing? Are you kidding me? Do you think with so many of our men dead and the soldiers exhausted, we still have the leeway to continue advancing?" In the fierce attack just now, his troops suffered at least a quarter or more casualties. If considering combat soldier casualties, he might have lost almost half of his combat-ready forces. In such a situation, if his troops could still charge forward regardless of casualties, it would only mean his troops had become godlike. Even if he used his troops like dirt, he wouldn't be so ruthless. The Black Hawk army settled into this position, temporarily stopping to rest and reinforce it. Due to the previous fierce shelling, this position was almost completely destroyed. Except for the basic structure of the trenches, the remaining bunkers and machine gun nests were almost all destroyed, and even several tunnels had collapsed. Sandbags and other things were blown everywhere by the shelling. Although the entire position could not be said to be completely unusable, it was close. A group of Black Hawk soldiers quickly reinforced the position, hoping for the rapid arrival of reinforcements from the rear. As long as the reinforcements arrived, they could use this position to form a salient, deeply embedding themselves into the enemy's defensive line, splitting it into two parts, left and right. At that time, they could both prevent the enemy's defensive lines from linking up and quickly annihilate one part of the defensive line before attacking the other. Therefore, they had to hold this place. However, after carefully studying the terrain, the Black Hawk colonel who had just arrived at this position was again somewhat confused. To be honest, if the enemy really wanted to desperately defend this place, they didn't need to set up their position in such an open area. They could have set up a new position in the forest not far away, and with the environment of the woods, they would undoubtedly be able to resist more fiercely. If they were worried that the flanks of the defensive line would be cut off by the enemy, and that's why they set up the position here, then they might as well move the entire defensive line backward and set up a new and a more suitable defensive location further back. Thinking of this, the Black Hawk colonel aimed his binoculars at the distant forest, seemingly wanting to see if there was any movement from the enemy in the woods. But he didn't know until he looked, and when he looked, he was shocked. Just by looking, he saw many strange trucks driving out from the distant forest towards them. When he saw the strange launch racks behind these trucks, he was stunned for a moment, then remembered a piece of intelligence he had seen before. No, these are the enemy's rocket launchers. Damn it, we've been tricked. Recalling the detailed description of the Cambrian Empire's rocket launchers in that intelligence report, the colonel's face instantly turned ashen. How could he not know that their position had become a live target for the enemy's rocket launchers? Hoping for the artillery in the rear to counterattack the distant rocket launchers in time was already too late, because their artillery was currently busy relocating. These large caliber howitzers were in a disassembled state, and it would take at least 15 minutes to restore them to a firing mode. And with the powerful mobility of the enemy's artillery, in 15 minutes, they would have already finished a round of firing and disappeared to who knows where. No. Amidst the colonel's desperate cry, a large number of rocket projectiles instantly soared into the sky, then fiercely covered his shattered position. Even if the Black Hawk soldiers desperately sought cover, the surrounding trenches were already in a dilapidated state, and the relatively sturdy fortifications had been destroyed. Even if they wanted to hide, where could they go? To carry out this surprise attack, the players cobbled together nearly 100 Katyusha rocket launchers. With such a large number of rocket launchers bombarding simultaneously, the scene was no longer simply spectacular, it was quite cataclysmic. When the continuous explosions finally ended, the front position had been almost leveled, with raging flames everywhere. To increase the lethality of this explosion, the players had specifically equipped the rocket launchers with incendiary shells, so that after these rocket launchers completed their bombardment, the position in front of them had completely turned into a sea of fire. Some Black Hawk soldiers, engulfed in flames, struggled to run out of the position, but after only a couple of steps, they would fall to the ground, unable to move again. These rocket projectiles, when burning, would produce a large amount of toxic gas and rapidly deplete the surrounding oxygen. Even if the Black Hawk soldiers had gas masks, they couldn't withstand such dense burning effects, not to mention the shock damage produced by the rocket launcher explosions, which was enough to cripple these Black Hawk soldiers even if they had cover. In the rear, the artillery, originally preparing to transfer with the frontline troops, was suddenly stunned by the scene that had just occurred. They quickly redeployed, rapidly forming a defensive line, preparing to continue their fierce bombardment of this newly appeared Cambrian army. But at the same time, several regiments responsible for attacking from the flanks sent back news. The Cambrian army, originally defending on the two-wing positions, was now launching an attack against them. The enemy was attempting to quickly collapse the Black Hawk army in front of them, then encircle this force. When Lieutenant General Frederick learned of the dire situation on the front line, he was momentarily stunned. What kind of joke is this? Is that Vorontsov guy's appetite really that big? He roared furiously into the phone, hold the line for me. I'll send you reinforcements immediately. Damn it, I can't believe it. What are those arrogant bastards thinking? How do they think they can use these troops to swallow up my soldiers? Lieutenant General Frederick was somewhat shocked. He truly hadn't expected the enemy to launch such a desperate counterattack against him in this manner. No, to be precise, this should have been a trap laid by the enemy from the beginning. Thinking of the tragic sacrifices made by both sides on that position earlier, Lieutenant General Frederick was momentarily amused by his anger. Damn it, so that's how it is. No wonder the troops on that position fought so desperately, they wanted to confuse me in this way. Lieutenant General Frederick felt he had seen through Andrei's intentions. On that position, Andrei must have concentrated his most elite troops, purely to give him the illusion that Andrei did not want him to take the position. If he took the position too easily, he would likely adopt a cautious attitude and only dispatch a small number of troops to defend it. Furthermore, if he took the position too easily, he would definitely let his troops continue attacking the next defensive line and would not allow them to linger here, as the Black Eagle Empire's military strategy always favors offense. Therefore, that guy had his elite forces stubbornly hold this position, which had only mediocre defensive capabilities, just to mislead him. Anyway, if he pressed forward with heavy forces, he would eventually break through this position. If he had to expend great effort to capture this position, he certainly wouldn't suspect that it was actually a trap. There was no time to dwell on it. Now, he could only order his troops to quickly switch from offense to defense. However, Lieutenant General Frederick was also very curious. Where did Vorontsov get the confidence to think they could rout his forces during a counterattack? Being able to use a defensive line to block his attack doesn't automatically mean they can shatter his troops during a counterattack. If Andrei couldn't pierce the forces he had deployed on the two flank defenses right now, this encirclement tactic would be completely useless and would instead lead to the total loss of the flank defenses. But when he received another call from the front line, he suddenly realized he might have been too naive. On the left flank position, the Black Hawk soldiers, who had previously been launching suppressive attacks to prevent troops from being drawn away to support the central position, had all retreated back to their own positions. Looking at the tanks rumbling toward them, a Black Hawk officer screamed at a nearby armored hunter, "Fire! Quick, fire! Take out that tracked vehicle immediately!" The Black Hawk soldier holding the rocket launcher couldn't help but roll his eyes, explaining to the officer beside him, "Sir, you're overthinking it. The enemy is at least a kilometer away. My rocket launcher can only shoot up to 200 meters at most, it can't shoot that far." Although the Black Hawk Army believed their individual anti-armor capability had risen to a new level with the introduction of the rocket launcher, many generals in the military were even considering whether armored units were still necessary. However, they quickly realized that while the rocket launcher could indeed help infantry fight back against armored units, using it to completely replace armored units was unrealistic. Furthermore, relying purely on this item to engage an entire armored unit was not very realistic either. Setting aside the siege capability of armored units, which rocket launcher infantry cannot replace, the simple issue of range alone is enough for the enemy's armored units to use kiting tactics to deal with the infantry. To use this item against armored units, they had to let the enemy approach before firing. Otherwise, if they exposed themselves prematurely, the enemy could easily take out the soldiers holding the rocket launchers one by one from outside their firing range. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion, while the two were still talking, a Tiger tank positioned opposite them fired a shell toward them. From a distance of 1,000 meters, the Tiger tank precisely hit a hunter mech they had deployed on the position, destroying the massive machine instantly. The mechs currently used by the Black Hawk Army actually have a rather troublesome issue. These armored units are generally very tall, making concealment difficult. For comparison, even the Peacemaker, the smallest conventional mech, is taller than a Tiger tank. This means that trying to bury and conceal these mechs on the position is extremely difficult, if not impossible. A tank can hide its entire hull, exposing only a small turret, and with a little camouflage, it becomes invisible. But a mech has no way to conceal its entire body. Setting aside how much effort it would take to dig such a deep pit, the simple fact that the mech's mechanical arms are not long enough is the biggest problem. To maintain a normal firing posture, they can only bury the mech halfway, and even the mechanical legs might not be entirely covered. If someone looks and sees a massive mountain suddenly protruding from the opposing position, how could they fail to guess that it is an armored unit? Even if they set up concealment structures, the tall parts exposed outside would still be very obvious and impossible to hide. The Tiger tanks didn't advance at all. Under the player's control, these Tiger tanks reached a distance of 1,000 meters and began picking off the armored units deployed on the enemy's position one by one. After using it for so long, the players gradually discovered. Compared to the Tiger's armor, its cannon is actually the most formidable weapon. 100 mm of vertical armor might have been impressive in the early stages of World War II, but facing the various monsters and demons that occasionally appear in this world, 100 mm of vertical armor is truly nothing. The enemy always finds a way to pierce it. In contrast, the highly accurate and extremely penetrating 88 flak gun is terrifying. In most situations, the Black Eagle Empire's mechs find it difficult to trade fire with the Tiger, and the same goes for their dreadnought mechs. As long as they maintain sufficient distance, the Tiger can practically pick off the enemy's armored units one by one, like target practice. Watching the several mechs deployed on the position get destroyed like that, the Black Hawk officer in charge of defending the area turned pale. He couldn't help but feel ashamed because he realized his strategy seemed flawed. "Sir, I told you long ago that you should deploy the mechs on the flanks of the position, using their mobility as much as possible to harass the enemy. Blindly imitating Vorontsov's tactics is unreasonable. We have many weapons and configurations that are completely different from the enemy's, their tactics might not suit us." Hearing his adjutant's words, the Black Hawk officer felt even more ashamed. "Sigh, I know." He never expected that his previous intention to imitate Vorontsov's tactics had actually been spotted by his subordinate officer. Damn it, why are the Cambrian Empire's mechs generally shorter compared to theirs? Especially the new tracked vehicles, which are much shorter than traditional mechs. Unless one counts behemoths like the Mendeleev, the enemy has a natural advantage when employing this tactic. Thinking this, he couldn't help but feel that his previous tactics were utterly idiotic. After eliminating the several mechs that were fixed on the position and looked no different from live targets, the players' tanks began to charge forward. However, before these tanks charged, the orphan carts, which the players had modified in advance, circled around the enemy's position first. From the very beginning, the Black Hawk people hadn't quite understood what these small trucks were for, thinking the Cambrian army wanted to use them to quickly transport forces to the flanks of their position. Most Black Hawk soldiers defending the position paid no mind to this maneuver, as their position was inherently structured like a spider web. Even if the enemy circled around to the flanks, they would still be met with firepower, and the machine guns and artillery on their position were enough to prevent those trucks from getting too close. If they got too close, the trucks would be mostly destroyed before they even reached the vicinity of the position. If the enemy dropped the infantry a kilometer away and let them launch a desperate charge, that would be meaningless too. Even if the Cambrian Empire's soldiers weren't so weak that they would collapse after running 1,000 meters like fragile college students, they would certainly suffer heavy casualties during the run, and the trucks would serve no purpose in covering the infantry's rapid approach. But when cannon fire suddenly erupted from the back of these trucks, and mortar shells instantly dropped into their trenches, they immediately understood, the enemy had modified these things into mobile artillery vehicles. What kind of joke is this? How did they modify the vehicles into this state? Seeing that the enemy had actually mounted 120mm mortars onto these trucks, some Black Hawk soldiers couldn't help but curse. Compared to mounting the mortars on the vehicles, what they found even harder to understand was how the enemy managed to accurately hit their position while moving. To aim a mortar, it must be stationary, changing position requires re-aiming and then firing. Even a 120mm mortar, if not carefully aimed and the truck is allowed to drive randomly, the bombardment would turn into random shelling. However, the Black Hawk people did not understand the aiming mechanism players used when operating the mortar. If they knew that every shot the players fired automatically generated an overhead map in their field of view, they would understand why the enemy was always able to land shells on their position. The 120mm mortars continuously blasting into the trenches were extremely vicious, their lethality against infantry inside the trenches was even more astonishing than howitzer shells. This weapon has an extremely high trajectory angle, ensuring that every shell descends from the sky and lands precisely inside the trench, instead of exploding outside. At the same time, because mortar shells are thinner, they can fit more explosives inside for the same caliber, resulting in greater explosive power. Coupled with the enemy's precise shelling, the Black Hawk soldiers on the position were instantly pinned down and unable to launch a counterattack. By the time this barrage of mortars finally ceased, they hadn't even had time to scramble out of the trenches before they saw the enemy charging up, pouring into their trenches like a tide. Furthermore, the Sturmtiger's terrifying 380 heavy cannon brought tremendous shock to the Black Hawk people. Even though they had seen this thing on the battlefield more than once, every time they saw it, they felt as if it were challenging their common sense and understanding. Who knows what the Cambrian Empire intended to fight when designing this weapon? Could they be trying to create an armored killer capable of critically damaging a Titan with a single shot? Under the players' continuous fierce assault, the Black Hawk army's flank positions ultimately fell. Although many Black Hawk people managed to retreat in time, approximately half an infantry division's worth of troops were still encircled. Lieutenant General Frederick's face was ashen, he was genuinely numb regarding the current awkward situation. A perfectly fine offensive was somehow beaten into this state, he didn't know how he was supposed to explain this to his superiors. Having no choice, he had to abandon the planned offensive operation and instead began ordering his soldiers to attack the encirclement, striving to rescue the besieged troops. After such a serious defeat, he naturally needed to reflect on his entire combat process, but after reflecting, he found that there was nothing seriously wrong with his operation. He had already set up defenses for his flanks while attacking, but who could have imagined that the enemy's offensive capabilities would be so strong? Or rather, he never expected the Volkov Front Army to provide such immense support to the Cambrian defenders in Petrograd. Even though both sides had been divided into two front armies, their coordinated defense was incredibly seamless. If he wanted to break the current deadlock, the primary urgent issue was that they had to break the coordinated defense between the two front armies. But this brought the problem back to square one. To break the coordinated defense of the two front armies, they first had to take Schlüsselburg, but to take it, they had to withstand a pincer attack from both front armies. Now, the problem had fallen into a dead loop. Coupled with the enemy's deployment of a large number of fortifications in this area, Schlüsselburg became even harder to crack. After realizing this, Lieutenant General Frederick was utterly speechless. He truly had no solution for the current situation. But just then, a military officer seemed to have thought of something and suggested to the Lieutenant General, "General, should we ask the battle mages in the army for help? Perhaps they can come up with a solution. Maybe they have some special spell that can help us break through the current deadlock. Besides, if we choose to exert pressure on Petrograd from another direction, is it possible that the defenders there might withdraw first, thereby transferring all defenses to the Volkov Front Army?" Lieutenant General Frederick shook his head and frowned, saying, "You're being too naive. Battle mages aren't omnipotent. How could a simple spell solve our current predicament? As for exerting pressure on Petrograd, that's even more unrealistic. If we had the ability to exert enough pressure on Petrograd, we wouldn't need to be attacking Schlüsselburg here." Thinking of this, Lieutenant General Frederick was suddenly amused, feeling as if he had fallen into a new dead loop. To take Schlüsselburg, they had to exert enough pressure on Petrograd, forcing the enemy to further contract their defenses. But it was precisely because they couldn't take Petrograd by direct assault that they were trying to cut off this transportation hub. So, what could they do to exert pressure within Petrograd? Are they to let the Air Force continue bombing? But wasn't the Air Force's previous bombing enough? According to the results of previous bombings, Petrograd has now been transformed into a fortress city with extremely abnormal anti-air firepower. If they continue to bomb there, they will mostly achieve only symbolic significance, and it will be difficult to inflict additional damage on enemy factories. In comparison, if they have the time to constantly bomb this place for attrition, they might as well bomb other major cities of the Cambrian Empire. The Cambrian Empire doesn't only have Petrograd, they also have industrial zones in other places, which are equally worthwhile bombing targets. Never mind, I'll contact the Battle Mage Regiment first to see if they have any good ideas. Perhaps through magical means, we can indeed catch the enemy off guard, but to be honest, I feel they likely won't be of much use. Evidently, Frederick, as a relatively traditional army officer, was not very optimistic about battle mages, always feeling that the tricks these guys pulled were just for show. There's no helping it, no matter where, there are reformists and conservatives, and the Black Eagle Empire is no exception. While Lieutenant General Frederick was still worrying about his upcoming offensive, Andrei suddenly received a rather interesting order. Anti-air artillery is needed, the more the better, especially large-caliber anti-air artillery. After studying the contents of the order, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Andrei's mouth. It seemed the Vorontsov family would likely make a hefty profit from arms orders. Unlike the situation in World War II, a comparison would reveal that the Black Eagle Army's strategic bombing capability in this plane was much stronger than that of the Third Reich in World War II. Especially after the Black Eagle Empire suddenly unlocked the concept of aircraft and developed a Griffin super heavy bomber, their bombing capability became incredibly formidable. Even Andrei was caught off guard by them before, and several factories in Petrograd suffered severe losses, let alone other parts of the Cambrian Empire. At this moment, whether in Moscow or Volgograd, or in the rear Ural industrial zone, these places all suffered repeated bombings by the Black Eagle Army. Clearly, the Tsar's forces did not have Andrei's luxurious anti-air firepower configuration, nor could they muster Andrei's suicidal boarding parties. The players on Andrei's side were all versatile combat masters, and when parachuting, they even had the unscientific bonus of system rules, which allowed them to launch extremely fierce boarding attacks on the enemy. But on the Tsar's side, they didn't have the energy to train so many paratroopers, let alone deploy them in seemingly suicidal boarding missions. In fact, this mission should have been a death sentence. If it weren't for Andrei's repeated successes, the Cambrian Empire would never have recorded this tactic. Even now, the officers in the Cambrian Empire General Staff still couldn't understand how Andrei managed to make his subordinates so proficient at boarding. They analyzed it for a long time but couldn't see any feasibility in this tactic, yet the facts were right before them. Andrei frequently used this tactic to take down the Black Hawk people's airships, so much so that the Tsar repeatedly made them resimulate, always feeling that these people were unreliable, almost driving them crazy. Thinking about anti-air cannons, Andrei examined his players' anti-air cannons and suddenly realized that he really should unlock new anti-air cannons. He had to admit that while bang-bang cannons were very useful in most situations, their power was ultimately a bit lacking, not comparable to things like the 88 flak gun. Moreover, the 88 flak gun could not only be used against enemy aerial units but was also excellent for anti-armor purposes. With the 88 flak gun, and the player's heaven-defying modification abilities, they could even transform it into other strange things, making its uses even more widespread. So Andrei opened the system interface and began to research suitable weapons to unlock. The 88 flak gun definitely needs to be unlocked. Just its reputation alone demands it. Although the 88 flak gun might not have been the best performing large-caliber anti-air cannon in World War II, it had the greatest reputation, and great reputation itself could explain many things. Unless it was under extremely special circumstances, if a weapon had a sufficiently great reputation, it meant its performance on the battlefield was quite good. After unlocking the 88 flak gun, Andrei began researching other things, and then suddenly discovered a weapon that greatly surprised him. Gentian surface-to-air missile, what the hell is this? Good heavens, did they even make surface-to-air missiles during World War II? Andrei admitted that he was truly ignorant. He really didn't know that there were already surface-to-air missiles during World War II. After carefully checking the system's introduction to this missile, Andrei finally understood why he had no impression of it, because this missile had never seen actual combat. This thing was developed by the Third Reich in 1944, a missile modified based on the principles of jet fighters. It was indeed manufactured and had a prototype, but it was very troublesome to produce and differed greatly from the missile he imagined. This thing could be guided by radio or infrared, but overall, after it was launched, someone had to stay on the ground and use a remote control to guide it. The operator would control the missile to quickly approach the enemy aircraft, much like playing with a remote-controlled airplane, and then detonate it near the enemy aircraft, because it had a proximity fuse. At that time, the missile, packed with explosives, would burst into a large number of fragments, delivering devastating blows to enemy aircraft. However, this thing also had drawbacks, such as delay during remote control, and the electronic components were easily damaged, potentially leading to unstable conditions during remote control. In short, this thing was indeed very precise, but it remained largely in the design phase, could only be produced on a small scale, and could not be mass-produced at all. As a result, in 1945, the Third Reich simply invested their limited research funds into researching jet fighters and abandoned this missile. But it didn't matter, the fact that the Third Reich couldn't mass-produce it didn't mean Andrei couldn't. He only needed to consume influence points to produce this item, and anything produced by the system was guaranteed to be of high quality, so there was no need to worry about the scrap rate that concerned the Third Reich. Furthermore, since this was a World War II era equipment, its exchange price was relatively cheap, and the era penalty was not as severe as for later equipment. So Andrei immediately unlocked this weapon as well. As for what to do when this weapon exploded, and a large number of high-speed fragments were easily absorbed by the enemy's void shield, Andrei's view was to simply use saturation attacks. Once this thing explodes, the damage it deals to a void shield is much higher than ordinary anti-air shells. A few more of these missiles, and even the void shield of a large airship wouldn't be able to withstand it. Thinking of this, Andrei then turned his attention to another weapon, the Japanese cherry blossom manned rocket. Although this thing had an incredibly insane design, overall, if one didn't consider the human cost, it actually had decent destructive power. Its huge explosive charge, coupled with its terrifying dive speed of over 1,000 km per hour, made it a dedicated warship and fortress destroyer. While it was indeed very costly in terms of personnel, for players, this didn't seem to be a problem. They were already charging with meltamines all day long. Now, replacing meltamines with cherry blossom rockets was just adding another entertainment and making things interesting feature for the players. Chapter 348, How the Tsar is like an incompetent husband. Read Taiwan Good Book Selection super awesome. Since we already have the Sakura rocket, can we also get the V1 missile? Andre thought that, then turned his gaze to the system interface, found the V1 missile in the missile section of the artillery district. But just as he was about to exchange the V1 missile, he suddenly thought of another weapon, the JB-2 rocket developed by the Americans as a copy of the V1 missile. This thing's shape is actually very close to the Third Reich V1 missile, but overall, because it's an improved version of the V1, it's stronger in some aspects. Compared with the preset timing control of the V1 missile, this so-called rocket actually also a missile is controlled by radio. It uses the missile's internal radar beacon and radio commands from the tracking radar for mid-course correction, making the missile more flexible. Even if the pre-calculated trajectory has errors, it can be adjusted on the fly. And compared with the V1 missile, the American-developed version also flies faster, meaning it's harder for enemy aircraft to intercept. Although pricey, considering its long range and advanced nature, Andre didn't hesitate to exchange it. After acquiring this weapon, Andre turned his attention to the V2 rocket, wondering whether to exchange that as well. Unlike the cruise missile stage V1 rocket, the V2 rocket is already an early ballistic missile, with greater destructive power and range, and it's completely uninterceptable. But after seeing its hit rate and price, he abandoned the idea. The biggest flaw of the V2 rocket is its terrible accuracy. Even with player control, its hit rate won't be great, and the impact spread is huge. If it were actually produced, it would become a brand new high blood pressure gadget, far surpassing some fixed artillery. Moreover, from a cost-performance standpoint, it's simply not worth it. A V2 rocket costs far more than a V1 rocket, about 10 times the price. With such poor accuracy, it only makes sense if it can hit, potentially recouping influence points, otherwise, the result would be embarrassing. Players might waste a lot of time, end up spending all their merit, and Andre would be in the red, so it's better to let players stick to other weapons. In the end, Andre added all the weapons he exchanged into the game and pushed another update. The sudden update made players in the midst of battles pause briefly, but they didn't really mind. Partly because updates are lightning fast, just a few seconds and announcements follow immediately, and partly because the update doesn't affect their current fights. Although players still don't understand why other games need to shut down for updates, this game lets them keep fighting, which they love. When the update finished and they saw the notes, the players were instantly delighted. Wow, that's great, didn't expect the missiles to be out so quickly. Nice 3 missiles right off the bat, anti-air missiles, ground-to-ground bombing missiles, and even a suicide bomber for fun. Oh, if we pilot the Sakura rocket, will the game also come with a heavenly black card, on board, voice line. Ugh, bad luck woke up and suddenly became a little Japanese. Even though players don't really like the little Japanese, it doesn't stop them from being curious about the Sakura rocket, mainly because it looks magical. If a player only has one life, no one would use this rocket, but since they can spend a bit of merit to resurrect and become a hero again, the cost performance becomes very high. It's unclear whether the Sakura rocket lacks a precise guidance system or some other unknown factor. When Andre exchanged this item, he found its price was more than half cheaper than the American JB-2 rocket. That means as long as players can hit suitable targets with this rocket, they can instantly break even. Especially since this rocket flies much faster than the JB-2 rocket, the Sakura rocket proves extremely useful. The 88 flak gun is also a good item, and in this game it comes in 2 modes. One mode is like the anti-air gun positions in Battlefield 1, where players can spend merit to have engineers hammer out an 88 flak gun position on the spot. The other mode manufactures the cannon in a heavy factory and then uses a dedicated tractor to tow it to a designated spot. The former is quicker to build, while the latter offers more flexibility, allowing the gun to be moved at any time. Overall, both modes have their merits. Given the 88 flak gun's strong anti-armor capability, players are eager to test it on enemy armor. Strangely, compared to using it against air units, players generally feel it should be used against armor. Maybe because World War II German forces loved using it against tanks, leaving a stereotype: as soon as they get the cannon, they think of anti-armor tactics. Looking at it this way, combining the anti-air position feature with this cannon is simply brilliant. Andre read the players' chat, analyzed their tactics, and realized a major advantage of this weapon. For the Black Hawk Army, if they want to use the 88 flak gun against armor, they must first haul the cannon to the spot and fix it before use. Otherwise, dragging it directly would cause massive recoil, making the cannon inaccurate or even tip over. Thus, they can hardly use this artillery in ambushes. Setting it up and fixing it takes at least 20 minutes. In contrast, players can set up an 88 flak gun position much faster, about 40 seconds, even though it builds slower than the Bang Bang gun, which is sufficient. Just let the front troops hold for a few dozen seconds, and they'll have an anti-armor marvel. Unless the Black Hawk Army's blitz is extremely swift, they can't charge in. Even if they charge, they'll face heavy losses. Meanwhile, Andre exchanged a production line from Volkov's factory, then had the steel mill on the player side quickly supply steel, planning to have local technicians use the line to produce 88 flak guns for other units. This item has many uses. performs excellently, and Moscow just placed an order for anti-air weapons. Seizing the chance, he rushed to produce a batch of cannons to ship to Moscow, earning profit and preventing Moscow from being bombed too badly. Given the Black Eagle Empire's stronger bombing power, Andrei can't imagine how dire Moscow's situation has become. In any case, he's certain that, compared to the original Moscow defense, today's Moscow faces far harsher anti-air pressure. Just as Andrei had imagined, once the Black Hawk Army unlocked the heavy bomber, they immediately dispatched planes from a rear airport, and after a long flight, began a relentless bombing of Moscow. The Black Hawk Army did not start a large-scale bombing of Moscow right away, instead they first scattered a huge number of leaflets inside the city. Anyone who holds this leaflet and subsequently surrenders to the Black Hawk Army will be guaranteed safety for life and property. Although the leaflet's wording is brief, that single promise is enough to tempt many who already have little hope for the war. Even those who are relatively optimistic about the war cannot resist the lure and scramble for the leaflets dropped by the bombers. For ordinary citizens of Moscow, it would be good if the Cambrian Empire wins. But if the Cambrian Empire loses and fails to protect the capital? When that happens, they still have to keep living. In such a situation, if this leaflet can truly prevent their losses, it counts as a rather unreliable insurance. Perhaps with this thing, when the Black Hawk Army finally breaks in, they could save their whole family. Thus, even though the Tsar has issued a decree explicitly forbidding citizens from possessing the leaflet and treating any found with it as treason, the leaflets are still being scooped up everywhere. Even many soldiers and officials have taken the leaflets. They may not truly intend to defect to the Black Eagle Empire, but they always want a fallback. Damned scum, this is an outrageous humiliation. When did the Empire's subjects become so disloyal? When the Tsar learned from Beria that not even a tenth of the leaflets had been recovered, he erupted in a tirade. Your Majesty, we... Beria lowered his head, apparently wanting to explain, but the enraged Tsar dismissed him, flinging his pipe at Beria and smashing it onto his face. Enough, I don't want excuses. I need every leaflet confiscated. Otherwise, as long as soldiers and civilians keep these, what will they think deep down? The Tsar knows human nature well. If they realize they have no way out, they'll gladly fight to the death in Moscow, but if they see an escape route, regardless of whether the leaflet's claims are trustworthy, the mere hope of a lucky break is enough to push many to take reckless risks. When they think they don't have to resist and might survive, even protect their families' lives and property, how can they still resist seriously? It's like an army fighting with its back against a river. If there's no boat on the bank, they'll fight desperately. But if a boat suddenly appears, even if it can't carry everyone, soldiers will go mad trying to grab it instead of fighting. Because of this, the Tsar is so anxious. Continue sending people to search, and make their attitude even tougher. Catch some typical cases, those who refuse to hand over leaflets or are found with them at home, select the most harmful, and hang them. At a time like this we can't be indecisive, we must show enough iron-fisted resolve, otherwise surrenderist sentiment will spread rapidly. Amid the Tsar's roar, Beria quickly straightened his cap and rushed out. He knew he would soon have to unleash a massacre in Moscow, though he wasn't sure how the Tsar would later quell the public outcry. He wasn't too worried that the Tsar would throw him under the bus, because he isn't a famous figure in Moscow, at least not among the masses. The nobility know that Tsar has a loyal dog named Beria, and that this dog often handles the Tsar's shady, under-the-radar deeds. But to ordinary civilians, who is Beria? How could they possibly know a covert spy chief hidden in the shadows? Even so, Beria can't help but feel uneasy. Since ancient times, the Tsars of the Cambrian Empire have always portrayed themselves as benevolent fathers, each Tsar proclaiming himself the people's little dad. Coupled with propaganda, most Cambrian commoners share this view, believing that oppressors are landlords and aristocrats, while the Tsar is just and fair. It's just that the Tsar is constantly blinded by the aristocracy after all, he's surrounded by many sycophants. But if a massacre sweeps through Moscow and many are hanged at once, the Tsar's reputation will inevitably suffer. The Tsar knows this, yet now is the most critical phase of the war, so he can't afford to worry about it. If Moscow's morale collapses, the Tsar's reign will be over, and he'll have no way to continue being the little dad. Under the manipulation of the media, human memory is limited. After the war, he only needs to slowly heal the wound, and eventually his good reputation can be restored. Beria's subordinates acted, but he doesn't have enough men to search the entire city, so he had to once again rely on the garrisoned military police and other troops in Moscow, issuing orders with dispatches. And that's where the problem arises. When these units receive orders to conduct a citywide sweep, expecting their hands to stay clean is impossible. It's like asking the Eastern Depot to copy a household's records while demanding they don't pocket a silver or two, simply impossible. Especially when the soldiers hear that anyone found with a leaflet will be sentenced to hanging and all their property confiscated, they start scheming. A pack of wolf-like soldiers go door to door searching civilians, occasionally slipping away with a few items. If they fancy something fun or a girl's hand, they'll even resort to false accusations. After all, slipping a leaflet into someone's drawer and then claiming it was found during a search, how could they possibly face the military police in court? Consequently, when these people start moving, the whole of Moscow instantly becomes a haze of smoke and chaos. When Beria returns with the list of those found, the Tsar suddenly regrets issuing the order. He suddenly realizes he may have underestimated Beria, or rather, the hounds of Moscow. If he proceeds to judge based on that list, there'll be no trial, just a mass slaughter, since the list must contain tens of thousands. Good grief, sentencing and executing tens of thousands within days, that's nothing short of a massacre. Moreover, the list includes at least 100 people shot on the spot by the military police for refusing capture, making the situation even more heinous. Beria, look at the mess you've made, what have you done? The Tsar roared at Beria, pointing at the list and the protesting crowd outside. Goddess above, my god, are you trying to overturn all of Moscow? Beria's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, he never expected things to turn out like this. Damn it, before this he was only thinking of currying favor with the Tsar, even placing a few political rivals he didn't get along with on the purge list, waiting for leaflets to be slipped into their homes and then arrested. But the situation spiraled beyond his expectations, he can only admit he underestimated the discipline of the Tsar's military police. There's no choice even to prevent the riot from escalating, the Tsar must send his troops to suppress it. The protesting crowd and fully armed Tsar's guard faced each other across a distance, the air thick with tension, no one knows what will happen if a spark suddenly ignites. As the saying goes, fear what comes. When the Tsar sensed the atmosphere was off and wondered what to do if conflict broke out, a gunshot suddenly rang out from somewhere. A protester hiding in the crowd somehow obtained a handgun, quietly shot the guard ahead, and then quickly slipped deep into the crowd, fleeing at an astonishing speed. His shot was very accurate, the Tsarist guard who was hit fell to the ground on the spot, blood spraying instantly. It seemed he had been struck in a major artery and faced a grim fate. Seeing these rioters actually dare to fire, the Tsarist guards showed no hesitation and immediately returned fire. In an instant, the protesters who were still marching ahead collapsed en masse. The bloody clash erupted, some screamed and fled, while others angrily charged the Tsarist soldiers, desperate to fight them. Facing the oncoming crowd, the Tsarist guards could not simply stand by, so they opened fire and shot down many, creating even more bloodshed. In the end, the conflict caused hundreds of gunshot deaths, with even more people dying from trampling. The streets leading to the square ran red with blood, a scene of unbearable horror. The Tsar's face turned ashen as he stared in stunned disbelief, suspecting a conspiracy. Otherwise, the protesting citizens wouldn't be so foolish as to randomly fire at the guards. Were they truly courting death? He strongly suspected that Black Eagle spies had infiltrated the crowd, taking advantage of the chaos to fire, detonating the powder keg at the most tense moment. But dwelling on that now is useless, since the bloodshed has occurred, the conflict between the Tsar and Moscow's civilians will become extremely sharp, even reaching a perilous point. Soon after, a second wave of bombers from the Black Eagle Empire flew in, dropping more leaflets over Moscow. The Tsar is cruel and narrow-minded, ruling through terror. Following him has no future. Only by allying with the Black Eagle Empire can you make the right choice. It's time to embrace civilization. Seeing the leaflet, the Tsar angrily tore it to pieces, shouting, "Civilization? Those Black Hawk devils actually have the nerve to call themselves civilized? To hell with them. Damn it, those guys at the start of the war slaughtered tens of thousands, even millions, yet now they keep proclaiming they are civilized." Honestly, the Tsar felt that compared to the Black Hawk people, he was far more respectable. The actions of these Black Hawk devils truly showed him what it means to lie with one's eyes open. Yet many uninformed Muscovites actually believed the propaganda on the leaflets. Although they no longer dared to march in protest, they kept swapping leaflets privately, debating whether to welcome the Black Eagle Empire. Some think the Black Eagle Empire is a bunch of savage lunatics who only want to turn everyone into slaves, so aligning with them brings no benefit. Others are less concerned, believing that opportunities to join the Black Hawk people are limited, first come, first served. Whether life improves or worsens under their rule, at least grabbing a big thigh first would improve their situation. Faced with these undercurrents, the Tsar felt momentarily at a loss. He indeed wanted to deploy his special forces to crush these covert organizers and resolutely resist such surrenderism. But he feared his special forces might slip up again, and if those troublemakers caused another massive bloodshed like before, what would become of Moscow's public sentiment? Where are the anti-aircraft guns? What are our anti-aircraft firepower good for? Why can't we bring down the enemy aircraft after all this time? Damn it, I ordered them to barrage the sky, yet it still does nothing. Did they sell all the anti-aircraft shells for vodka? In his fury, the Tsar turned his blame toward the units responsible for air defense. In his view, it was these incompetent fools that caused the situation to deteriorate so badly. If not for their inability to shoot down the Black Eagle pilots, allowing the massive bombers to defecate over their heads, he wouldn't be in such a passive position. The officer handling Moscow's air defense affairs wore a worried expression, as he too had grievances he couldn't voice. The Black Hawk people's shield system is simply too powerful, causing them great trouble. They believe their deployed anti-aircraft firepower is substantial, even 20 years ago such firepower could take down any air force of the time. But the Black Hawk shield blocks their fire completely, and the bomber's speed is so high that they simply cannot bring the enemy planes down. Your Majesty, I have done my best, but to be frank, if we cannot find a way to breach the enemy's shield system, we will likely face the same situation again. The current Black Eagle army is still applying psychological warfare against us, they haven't launched a direct bombing yet, but if they do, the scene inside Moscow would worsen dramatically. Good heavens, another I've done my best. The Tsar trembled with rage. Honestly, from his perspective, he actually wishes the Black Hawk people would just bomb directly. If the Black Eagle army bombed Moscow on such a scale, killing tens of thousands at once, he could immediately hold a speech to mourn the tragedy and then fully turn his wrath toward the Black Hawk people. Then every mistake would be blamed on the Black Hawk people, while the Tsar would be hailed as the hero leading everyone against the enemy's bloodthirsty slaughter. But the Black Hawk devils' sowing of discord tactics are skillful. Unknowingly, they turned Moscow's internal conflicts against the Tsar. Just then, Beria rushed in, eagerly reporting to the Tsar, "Your Majesty, good news, I've just received a notice from Volkhov. they've produced the first batch of anti-aircraft guns and even a new type of anti-aircraft weapon that seems highly effective against enemy bombers. Hearing the news, the Tsar snatched the telegram from Beria's hand and glanced at it quickly. Excellent, excellent, who would have thought it was another little toy from the Vorontsov family. After reading it, the Tsar muttered under his breath, grinding his teeth, unable to stop cursing inwardly. Developing a new weapon is indeed good news, but he does not want that weapon to come from the Vorontsov family's territory. He was also irritated. After all, in recent years he has poured plenty of funding into the Imperial Research Institute, yet why are these guys' research speeds so sluggish? Many international reports claim the Cambrian Empire neglects scientific development, treating talent poorly and labeling them as barbaric gun-wielding savages. After reading such reports, the Tsar felt he truly had grievances he couldn't express. If you calculate by R&D funding, his contributions would never be less than any top European power, yet in reality, most of that money goes down the drain. Spending the same amount, why does the Black Eagle Empire's technology surge while his side only produces flashy junk? Now, the Cambrian Empire's technology is also advancing rapidly, but all that progress stems from the Vorontsov family's domain. What is the Vorontsov family doing with all these military-industrial technologies? Opening arms factories to become arms barons? If they truly plan to open factories and become arms magnates, that's one thing, but according to the Tsar's information, the Vorontsov family doesn't have that many factories and has never produced the equipment they've just unveiled. In other words, those weapons have been hidden until now, only with the outbreak of an unprecedented war have they finally been brought out. Otherwise, there's no way the Vorontsov family could have researched all these things within a few months, right? Even if they were blessed by the goddess of summer and suddenly became super intelligent, they couldn't develop at such a perverse speed. Fine, I'll contact the Vorontsov first and have them rush a new batch of anti-air weapons and the technical team that can operate them. I need them to protect Moscow's airspace. Besides that, Beria, increase the covered investigations. I need to catch a few genuine Black Hawk spies. Hearing the Tsar's order, Beria quickly nodded repeatedly. He knew what the Tsar was after. The Tsar wanted to pin all the blame on the spies and extricate himself from the previous bloodshed. Otherwise, at this critical moment, the Tsar's reputation in Moscow would instantly sour, and the public would stop trusting him, a truly dangerous situation. Because of that, the Tsar must ensure the spies he captures are genuine. If he were to catch fake spies, they'd just finish their trial performance, only for the real spies to expose him later, making him look foolish again and ruining his credibility forever. When Andrei learned that Moscow was under such a severe leaflet assault and that the Tsar had made the situation even worse, he was at a loss. My God, does the Tsar think all Moscow's ministers are a bunch of idiots? Didn't anyone consider waging an information war against the Black Hawk people or using softer methods to solve the problem? Andrei covered his forehead and sighed, saying that while the enemy was busy sowing dissent, they should have ramped up propaganda and seized the publicity front. Instead they sent troops to hunt and suppress with force. What a foolish approach. What should have been a united front turned into the Tsar acting like a bald-headed deity, launching a wave of secure the interior before the exterior. Honestly, at that moment Andrei began to truly doubt the Tsar's intelligence. He had previously thought that Tsar was simply bad, never imagining that Tsar could be that stupid. Forget it, let Moscow sort out its own mess. At a time like this, whatever I say is bound to be wrong. Although Andrei was anxious, he was too lazy to remind the Tsar about the propaganda issue. If he did point it out now, the Tsar might think Andrei was mocking him, or think the Vorontsov are getting overly ambitious. Damn, I have no idea why the Tsar always sees me as constantly ambitious. Strangely, he feels like he's turning into Kiriman. Andrei muttered under his breath while writing new quests for the players, then ordered them to deliver a batch of anti-air missiles and anti-aircraft guns to Moscow, and to set up a field airstrip there for his planes. Relying solely on anti-air firepower to intercept aircraft simply won't work. There's no logic in constantly taking hits without a way to fight back. Only by being able to launch proactive strikes against enemies and intercept their aircraft can an efficient air defense be formed. Well, I wonder what kind of chaos those players I sent to Moscow will actually cause. Andrei sighed. Based on his political instincts, even if he doesn't fully understand the Tsar's crew, he can roughly guess that the Tsar will later pick up his bowl, finish his meal, and then curse the heavens. When enemy aircraft arrived, the Tsar thought his anti-air forces were saviors. When the enemy planes left, the Tsar saw the Vorontsov claim another victory and likely grew even more angry. He hopes the guy doesn't develop liver cancer or heart disease from all that anger. Andrei feels that Tsar might just die of rage. Many players, after Andrei updated the game system, were eagerly waiting, hoping to find targets and test their anti-air missiles. According to Andrei, some players have already set up missile launch bases on the front line, but instead of firing a couple of shots for fun, they're preparing a massive strike. They never imagined the next anti-air mission they'd receive would involve Moscow. Tisk tisk tisk, the Tsar is so weak, how pathetic. Pathetic Tsar, always has to cling to Andrei, the player's leg, just like an incompetent husband. Some players, after seeing the quest, couldn't help but sharply comment on the Tsar. Indeed, when they think that Tsar secretly fears the Vorontsov family yet must rely on them to fight, the atmosphere feels bizarre. Suddenly, a player asked in chat, by the way, has anyone seen what the Queen looks like? I wonder if she's attractive. Do you think one day Andrei will storm the palace, grab the Queen by the chin, and whisper in her ear, Queen, you don't want your husband to lose the throne, do you? That's perfect, I'm already thinking of logging off to draw a digen. No, let's send a few reconnaissance soldiers to circle Moscow, look for a chance to infiltrate the palace and photograph the queen, otherwise we have nothing to draw. When Andrei saw this, his vision went black. Good grief, what the heck is this? How did it suddenly turn into a bizarre plot? He admits he has no idea what the queen actually looks like. Maybe she's a seasoned beauty still full of charm? Just as Andrei's mind drifted, he shook his head and pulled his thoughts back on track. I'll blame the players, they're just too lewd. Even pure little Andrei got polluted by them. Do you think those players actually went into the palace, caused a ruckus inside? Watching the players' increasingly dangerous chatter, Andrei shook his head and silently mourned the Tsar for 3 seconds. Poor Tsar, he still doesn't know that far away in Folkhov, countless big-headed soldiers are oddly thinking about their wives. Andrei hesitated, he wanted to adjust the players' activity range to keep them from messing around the palace and making the Tsar overthink. But then he thought, why should he worry so much about the Tsar's overthinking? It's as if the players do nothing and behave properly, the Tsar will stop overthinking. His overthinking stems from Andrei's overwhelming military power, a contradiction that can't be reconciled. So let the players do as they wish, let them wreak havoc however they like. After all, they're the ones tormenting the Tsar, not themselves. Relax, enjoy this immoral life. Thinking that way, Andrei felt his mood improve considerably. Thus, a group of players, loaded with massive equipment on armored trains, rode the military convoy allocated by Andrei and rushed to Moscow to launch a big battle against the Black Hawk Air Force. Another group silently infiltrated Moscow by any means, each sneaky individual hoping to glimpse the queen's true form, screenshot her, and draw her for the guild elders. Can't help it, that elder really wants to draw a Djinn and even offered a hefty bounty. Whether there's a bounty or not doesn't matter, they mainly want to see an NTR Djinn with Andrei as the protagonist and the Tsar as the victim. Chapter 349, The dead soldiers have arrived at the palace, yet they call themselves loyal subjects. Ugh. Accompanied by a loud train whistle, a massive military train slowly pulled into the station, and the already waiting support crew rushed over, swiftly removing the rear panel of the carriage. But when they saw the strange weapon strapped to the carriage, they all froze in place. Oh, goddess above, what is this thing? Is this the legendary aircraft? Staring at the oddly squat and somehow comical contraption before him, a passing officer looked it over from left to right, unable to see any resemblance to the aircraft he had in mind. He knew aircraft existed, and he even oversaw security at an aircraft development base, protecting the scientists there. But this weapon was completely different from the biplane Andrei had sent earlier, the disparity from his mental image of an airplane was just too great. Sir, this isn't an airplane. It's a ground-to-air missile, a very curious new gadget. At that moment, a player who had just leapt down from the train excitedly pointed at it and said, this thing is far more powerful than an airplane, definitely black tech, just a bit tricky to control. As he kept talking, his excitement waned because he realized just how difficult it was to operate. Damn, it's fine elsewhere, but the latency is deadly. During World War II, German missile technology was indeed ahead of its time, but that didn't mean they weren't lagging overall. Everything is relative. Other nations hadn't even produced missiles yet, or were just starting out, yet the Germans already had a bunch of flashy toys, which looked impressive. However, most of those missiles had low combat value and were a nightmare to operate. Take, for example, the anti-air missile made from Dragon Gallbladder that the player had just redeemed. He was thrilled and even went looking for a spot to fire one just to hear the sound. In practice, though, its performance left them disappointed. Everything else was manageable, but the worst part was the remote control delay. Unlike their imagination of simply pressing a button and having it turn instantly, when they actually pressed the button the missile took 3 to 5 seconds to change direction, and the farther away it was, the longer the lag. Because its remote control tech was outdated, it lacked even a supporting computer and relied solely on pure manual control. Expecting it to be as convenient as modern missiles is unrealistic. In fact, compared to the original German Dragon Gallbladder missile, the player's version is already fairly usable. Back then, besides dealing with latency, the Germans mainly worried about signal interference. If the remote unit missed its target, or something obstructed the sky, or the weather turned bad with heavy fog, the missile's control would simply fail. For that reason, Germany never deployed this weapon in actual combat before the war ended, and even during development they were skeptical of it. So the player should actually be grateful they don't have to worry about signal interference. Otherwise, after finally launching a missile, a signal jam would make it uncontrollable, and that would really raise your blood pressure. The officer didn't understand what the player was saying and disliked the soldier's attitude, so he glared and barked, "Enough, soldier, watch your rank. Maybe you were lax under Vorontsov's command, but this isn't the Folkhov region, this is Moscow. You are now walking on the most glorious capital of the Cambrian Empire, under the gaze of His Majesty the Tsar. You should be humble and reverent." The officer put on a pretentious air, squinting at the player as if looking at a stinky country bumpkin, showing no hint of concealment for his contempt. The player, however, rudely spat to the side, raised a middle finger and said, "Ah, right, you Moscow folk are so glorious beaten into dogs by the Black Hawk devils, then you proudly call us to aid, only to flaunt your aristocratic pedigree here. Stop being foolish, chubby, keep messing around, you aristocratic bastards are about to get hit by a street lamp." After saying that, the player burst into laughter and left, leaving the officer fuming in place. His face turned crimson, swelling like a pig's liver, his fingers trembling as he tried to reach for the sidearm at his waist. But when he saw the soldiers under Vorontsov's command all giving him a hostile look, his anger melted away like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. He suddenly realized these soldiers were entirely different from the meek ones he had previously encountered. These were Vorontsov's elite troops, each refusing to bow to Moscow's old money aristocrats, perhaps even a band of treacherous rebels. At a moment like this, if he kept flaunting his Moscow aristocrat act and mocked these country folk, he might end up with blood spattered 5 steps away. Seeing the pretentious officer finally chicken out, the player laughed heartily, unabashedly mocking. Ha ha ha, what's this? Did you really think this guy would actually draw his gun? A player sneered, finding the aristocratic faces quite amusing. Wait, looking at his rank, he probably isn't even aristocratic, otherwise he wouldn't still be a lieutenant at his age. He's simply a so-called Jingyi ridiculing the countryside. Good grief, the ones from Petrograd hadn't even mocked Moscow's country bumpkins yet, and now Moscow people are the ones mocking them. After some fiddling, the players dismantled the anti-air equipment themselves. Besides the anti-air gear, they also brought back a few tanks. These tanks weren't meant for the players to cause trouble, they were part of a mission from Andrei to have Moscow conduct research on them. Since they couldn't design tanks themselves, Andrei simply supplied real tanks for them to copy. Problem solved? The tanks he brought were T-34/85 tanks, KV-1 tanks, and Su-85 tank destroyers. In his view, these tanks were suitable for Moscow to replicate now, as they are practical and relatively easy to produce. At the very least, they're far easier to mass-produce than Tiger tanks or Storm Tigers, not to mention the chaotic super tanks. If they tried to bring the P-1000 giant rat over to Moscow, Andrei wouldn't even know how the tech tree would warp. Compared to fiddling with flashy but impractical super equipment, a workhorse like the T-34 is far more useful. As for Titans, facing such gear, you'd naturally need dedicated Titan units to match it. This thing isn't meant to be compared with tanks at all. Soon after, the Tsar learned about the situation at the train station. When he heard Andrei had delivered some unprecedented equipment, he asked with interest, "Not bad, I didn't expect Vorontsov's family to actually deliver something decent this time. Tell me in detail what gear they brought, anything especially useful we could copy." But the aide officer who had just come in to report looked embarrassed and froze. This. Seeing his aide officer stammer, the Tsar's previously interested expression darkened, and he frowned, asking, "What's going on? Is there something you can't say?" Faced with the Tsar's questioning, the attendant officer grew even more embarrassed, not because he had anything he couldn't say, but because he simply didn't know what to say. Damn it! Only then did he remember that the officer he had sent to inquire hadn't brought back any useful information. He had no idea how that fool managed to get intel from Vorontsov's soldiers. Aside from telling him that Vorontsov had dispatched a bunch of new equipment, he said nothing else. The attendant officer didn't know that the officer he sent almost got into a fight with Andrei's soldiers at the train station. Because the situation was so tense, a stray spark could have ignited the gunpowder, so he never had time to question those soldiers in detail about the weapons. By the time he returned, the officer realized he hadn't obtained any useful intel. With no other choice, he had to bluff his superior, loudly berating Vorontsov's soldiers and subtly provoking his boss into anger, shifting the focus away from himself. Consequently, at that moment his superior was inexplicably put on the spot before the Tsar, creating an extremely awkward scene. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, my subordinate failed to gather detailed information on those weapons. The thing is, Vorontsov's soldiers were downright rude, they openly provoked my troops at the train station and completely disregarded you. Before the man could finish his tirade, the Tsar waved his hand impatiently. "Enough, enough. Stop with the useless talk. What exactly is the Vorontsov family like? Do you think you know them better than I do? Honestly, it's maddening. How can you fail to get any intel? What the hell is wrong with that pig brain of yours?" After berating him, the Tsar angrily threw him out and turned his gaze to the distance. He saw that Vorontsov's soldiers, after arriving in Moscow, staged a parade on the city streets before heading out to set up defenses across the region. When the soldiers formed columns, pulling anti-aircraft guns and those strange, plane-like weapons on carts, marching proudly down the streets, the surrounding citizens erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Many citizens waved excitedly at the troops, and some even tossed food to them from unknown sources. It was no small feat. Even though Andrei had previously cracked down on grain merchants and lowered prices, Moscow's grain prices remained sky-high. With war looming and enemy bombers flying overhead, hoping that food prices wouldn't rise was unrealistic. Yet despite the soaring grain costs, some citizens still voluntarily handed the soldiers bread or home-baked cookies, showing their enthusiasm. Of course, a few self-proclaimed capital citizens looked down on the outsiders, but most of them weren't around at that moment. Even if they showed up, they wouldn't make a scene now. Do they really think Moscow's citizens are a weak bunch who won't punch back? "Brothers, let's play a song. How about the Moscow Defenders Anthem?" Suddenly, a player excitedly suggested it in the chat. They'd all come to Moscow to fight in the defense battle, and not having a defender's song would feel out of place. Even if few could sing it, it didn't matter, because players discovered the game actually had a song request feature. They only needed to download the track, and the game characters would sing it for a small amount of influence points. Thus the marching soldiers on the streets immediately began singing on their own, their voices unnervingly uniform. The uplifting song spurred the surrounding citizens even more, many started singing along on the spot, and the chorus kept growing. Though the added voices made the sound a bit chaotic. It was undeniable that, at a time like this, the battle hymn acted like a potent stimulant, instantly boosting morale and enthusiasm. Soon the song traveled far, even reaching the Tsar perched in the tower, who faintly heard the chant below. Watching the harmonious scene, the Tsar clenched his fists, the sight burning brightly before his eyes. Your Majesty, you. A attendant, noticing the Tsar's sour expression, mustered the courage to approach. Before he could finish, the Tsar roared, "Get out! Don't disturb me! Leave at once!" Fearing the Tsar's wrath, he fled, lest the Tsar, in a bad mood, decree his exile to the Siberian frontier to pioneer the wasteland. After the attendant left, the Tsar huffed heavily, feeling his mood turn terribly sour. Earlier, a horrific bloody clash had soured the Tsar's relationship with Moscow's citizens. Now, seeing such camaraderie between soldiers and civilians, how could he possibly feel good? If it were his own guards mingling with the people, he'd be delighted, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. His guards usually only upheld the Imperial Guard's stiff demeanor, never getting close to ordinary citizens. Even though the soldiers' uniforms were more ornate, it only deepened the gap between them and the populace. So why did Vorontsov's foreign troops receive such a warm welcome the moment they set foot in Moscow? The Tsar wondered if the Vorontsov name was so renowned that it already won the hearts of Muscovites. While the Tsar wallowed in envy and resentment, ordinary citizens cared little about politics. To them, the arriving troops were unequivocally heroes. When frontline armies were collapsing, Andrei shone like a pearl in the night, leading his forces to victory after victory. Continuous propaganda turned Andrei from a celebrated general into a symbol of triumph. The citizens weren't military experts, but every time the radio broadcast victory news, it was always Vorontsov's troops crushing the Black Hawk Devils on the front lines. That alone, plus their advanced weapons and the long trek to Moscow to protect the skies, made the populace ecstatic. Moreover, unlike the Tsar's cold, ruthless guards who slaughtered indiscriminately, Andrei's soldiers seemed far more humane. At least when they paraded, they waved to ordinary citizens instead of clearing the streets and forcing everyone to watch from afar. After flaunting themselves on Moscow's streets, Andrei's troops quickly spread to every corner of the city to set up defenses. Anti-aircraft guns are easy, just mount them on a high building to create solid gun positions. Or find open spots that aren't blocked by skyscrapers. But anti-aircraft missiles are a hassle, their launch racks are bulky and can't be set up just anywhere like the guns. Andrei's soldiers immediately consulted the local Moscow garrison, though the discussion was far from pleasant. The player feels that each of the Tsar's soldiers exudes a rotting, decadent aura, always sniffing people and carrying an obnoxiously condescending attitude. Meanwhile, the Tsar's soldiers think that the men under Andrei are each disobedient troublemakers, showing no cultivation or restraint, speaking bluntly and not even knowing basic etiquette. If they could smooth over the bribes and settle all the hierarchical arrangements, even if they spoke rudely, the Tsar's soldiers could just pretend not to hear them. Seeing a fight about to break out, the Tsar quickly sent someone to stop them, then cleared several squares so they could deploy the anti-air missiles there. In addition, some missile launchers were placed on the outskirts of Moscow. These missiles would be the first to strike when the enemy's air force attacked. This time, the officer sent by the Tsar finally asked the player what the missiles were actually for. When they learned it was a gigantic super rocket that could be steered in the air via remote control, needing no pilot and capable of automatic turns, their first reaction was disbelief. There was no way around it, the device was beyond their comprehension. But soon the Tsar ordered Moscow's research institute to hurriedly study a similar weapon, demanding a rapid project that could match this armament. He didn't know whether it was reliable in actual combat, but the player's description made it sound extremely dependable, even calling it the decisive key to future battlefields. If ordinary soldiers or those lofty military theorists said the same, the Tsar would never take their words seriously. However, considering these soldiers came from Vorontsov's subordinates, and the coherent theories they mentioned likely originated from that commander, the Tsar naturally paid attention. Although the Tsar dislikes suspected warlords and the ever-expanding Vorontsov family, he must admit that Andrei is the Cambrian Empire's most capable commander. Even when a reporter interviewed Andrei and he claimed that all victories were due to the troops' effort and that he himself possessed no great military talent, the Tsar didn't believe him. Both are soldiers, why do they fight so fiercely under Andrei? It must be because Andrei wins battles, so the soldiers are willing to support him. Because of this, the Tsar has great confidence in Andrei's military insight, and consequently also places importance on the missiles. While the Tsar was busy launching the project at the institute, an officer suddenly ran over and whispered a few words into his ear. What? Are you serious? What a joke. Damn it, what does the Vorontsov family actually want? Why are those soldiers wandering around the palace grounds? The Tsar asked furiously, also muttering to himself. When he heard that his Imperial Guard had caught a few sneaky soldiers trying to infiltrate the palace, his first reaction was suspicion. He didn't believe those soldiers were merely curious or bored and decided to sneak into the palace for fun. Those guys trying to get into the palace must be plotting something against him or someone inside the palace. Damned it, where are the captured soldiers now? Interrogate them immediately and find out what they intend. Hearing the Tsar's command, the officer shook his head awkwardly and whispered, My apologies, Your Majesty, I'm afraid we can't. Our soldiers, just as they were about to seize them, those captured men inexplicably died on the spot. We strongly suspect they may have hidden poison somewhere in their bodies, but so far we haven't detected any toxin or related reaction. Upon hearing such a horrific detail, the Tsar gasped sharply. Good grief, these aren't just soldiers, they're clearly death soldiers. They were captured and, without a word, committed suicide in some unknown, extremely covert manner. That's the hallmark of death soldiers, usually only spies or unprepared assassins have such a setup. No matter how hard the Tsar and that officer racked their brains, they wouldn't think those infiltrators simply wanted to see what the Empress looked like and have a big boss draw her portrait. What they didn't anticipate is that those soldiers weren't actually committing suicide. The player, after being caught, automatically chose to locate a respawn point and revive. Players who revive this way retain their original identity and can avoid dungeon punishments or time-wasting delays. But because they had already been captured, they couldn't simply vanish. Andrei's system lacks that function unless they resurrect in a place unseen by anyone. Thus the system left a corpse on the spot as a decoy, generated a random identity for it, and fooled everyone with a perception filter. Unexpectedly, this mechanism gave the Tsar a wonderful misunderstanding. When the Tsar realized Vorontsov had sent death soldiers to infiltrate near his palace, apparently with ulterior motives, his hair stood on end. Scary, truly terrifying. What the hell is that bastard Andrei planning? At this moment, the Tsar dared not associate Andrei with the reckless playboy of the past. Their behaviors are vastly different. That former slacker was clearly just a facade to lower their own guard. Increase the palace search effort immediately, triple the number of guards, and ensure patrols cover every corner. Also, contact the special forces, have Beria dispatch a squad here to join the patrols. I'm uneasy about the current guard rotations. The Tsar said quickly to the officer, feeling utterly insecure without bolstering palace security. Although he doesn't believe Andrei would attempt an assassination now, who knows if he might lose his mind and send a sniper or demolitions expert to blow him up. Better to assume it could happen than to dismiss it, and he will never allow anyone to spy on the palace. Unfortunately, thinking of his own guards made the Tsar even more uneasy. A considerable portion of the officers in the Shemayanovskaya Imperial Guard are hereditary, and ordinary soldiers, having been stationed near the palace for ages, have grown complacent. Having them march in parades, perform marching steps, and act as a showcase isn't a problem. They're already a professional honor guard. But assigning them as a professional patrol unit is far less reliable. After issuing those orders, the Tsar lost interest in staying at the research institute and returned to watch those guys tinker with incomprehensible gadgets. Just back in the palace, he quickly summoned Beria and said, I have a task for you, remember, act with utmost caution and stay hidden. I need you to send a group of spies into Petrograd and Folkhov, find out what the Vorontsov family has been up to lately, and investigate how tightly they control those areas. I have a very bad feeling, their recent moves seem extremely suspicious, and I must prepare for any eventuality. Beria nodded, appearing calm on the surface, but a storm was already raging inside him. Hearing the Tsar's words, could the Vorontsov family be planning to strike the Tsar in the near future? If that were to happen, what should he do? Beria isn't looking to switch sides. Someone of his rank can't defect. After all, he's the Tsar's personal intelligence chief, already tightly bound to the throne. He was mainly worried that if the Tsar ultimately couldn't outmatch Vorontsov, he'd end up sharing the same fate. Thinking of the terrifying scenario where the Tsar is overthrown and he is secretly executed, he couldn't help but shiver. Even if it means avoiding a secret execution, he must first investigate exactly what Vorontsov is up to, then decide what to do about himself. Damn it, why hadn't he noticed the Cambrian Empire's undercurrents before? He suddenly felt a little scared. After all, he was the Tsar's chief spy, so logically he should have been aware of all these things. But some of those guys hid so well that, over all these years, he hadn't noticed a single hint of anything amiss, and that was what shocked him the most. Whenever there is action, there will inevitably be traces left behind. If the other side truly left no trace, it either means the incident never existed, or the traces have been covered up. The former is impossible. Just look at the various equipment Andrei's group brought out, their massive army, and their everyday performance. If these guys are truly loyal subjects, then what were those huge operations they were pulling off earlier? And why did they send assassins to scout the palace? Because of that, Beria suddenly couldn't help but suspect that perhaps a Vorontsov family mole had already been placed among his own people. Could it be that within the special forces there exists a completely unknown secret faction that has been cleaning up after the Vorontsov family all along, which is why no trace has shown? At the thought of this possibility, cold sweat instantly dripped down his forehead, even soaking his gold-rimmed glasses. No time to be scared here, Beria sprang into action. Before gathering intelligence on Vorontsov, the first thing he needed to do was conduct a thorough sweep inside the special forces, absolutely rooting out any hidden traitors. If he can't expose the traitors hidden within the ranks, every move he makes will be laid bare before the enemy. Later, he might appear to be conducting a covert operation, but he must make sure no one knows more about it than he does. At Folkhov, someone was eating lunch while checking player chat logs, hoping the Black Eagle Empire would launch an air raid so that Andrei could watch a missile launch live stream and sneeze. After that first sneeze, he didn't have time to rub his nose before a series of sneezes followed. Andriusha, what's going on? Did you catch a cold? Yelena sat beside him, handed him a clean handkerchief, and asked with concern, if you're feeling unwell, I can heal you with a goddess's blessing. The goddess's blessing isn't just for wounds, it works great on common illnesses too. Seeing a faint green glow emanating from Yelena's hand, Andrei quickly shook his head. No need, I don't think I have a cold. I'm starting to suspect someone might be cursing me behind my back, or plotting something nasty, since my fame keeps growing and I'm getting more hated. Yelena raised an eyebrow, uncertain, and asked, is that so? I think I'll just heal you anyway, just in case. Andrei waved his hands repeatedly, and after a long round of refusals, finally dismissed Yelena's offer of a blessing. Honestly, Andrei now hesitates to let Yelena treat him casually, especially after discovering that this world truly contains warp and that he inexplicably became a Tsianch Emperor dual chosen one. He's grown weary of such tricks. By correlation, the Cambrian Empire's goddess of spring is highly likely to be Nurgle, at least deeply linked to Nurgle. Although Nurgle does represent health, that kind of health isn't something ordinary people can bear. Even if other soldiers show no issues after being treated by a medical sister, Andrei still feels a lingering dread, fearing that a single treatment might turn him into a death guard someday. At that moment, Andrei suddenly noticed a message in his chat log. In the Belarus region, a newly built airport near Minsk has just received a batch of Griffin bombers. Seeing the news, Andrei stuffed bread into his mouth and furrowed his brow, pondering. He wasn't sure where those bombers were intended to strike. After all, launching from Minsk's airport, the Griffin bombers' range could easily reach his own side, Moscow, even the Urals and Volgograd, with no problem. It was thanks to a player who's doing well in Minsk and even organized a Black Hawk People reconnaissance squad that grew stronger, allowing Andrei to learn of this early. But after a few seconds of thought, Andrei gave up on analyzing it. Thinking about it was pointless, regardless of the enemy's target, those planes are definitely coming to bomb something. Instead of trying to guess their target and set up defenses, Andrei might as well launch a bombing of their airport first. Coincidentally, the Black Hawk Devils bombings have become increasingly rampant lately. Andrei felt that if he didn't give them an effective retaliation, those guys might soon forget his air force even exists. So he immediately wrote a mission for the players to bomb Minsk's airport quickly, while also ordering the guerrillas to sabotage the airport, a two-pronged approach. Especially this time, players had unlocked the bizarre Sakura rocket. Andrei could hardly wait to see players wield the Sakura rocket and give the enemy a little shock. Seeing Andrei grin like a fox, Yelena blinked, not understanding how this guy could smile so broadly while eating bread. She instantly sensed that nothing good was afoot. "What's up, Andryusha, what are you laughing about? You look like you're in a great mood." When Yelena stared at him, Andrei realized his facial expression was a bit too abrupt. He rubbed his face, toned down the overly bright smile, then pointed toward Minsk and said, "Nothing, I just heard that the Black Hawk people sent a huge batch of aircraft to their airport in Minsk. Perfect timing, I'll have my air force deploy first and bomb their airport, a preemptive strike." Seeing Andrei's enthusiastic demeanor, Yelena nodded, feeling a pang of sympathy in her heart. In her view, Andrei also has it rough. It seems that no matter when, Andrei's attention keeps drifting toward warfare, instantly shifting to battle matters. Even while eating, his mind is on war strategies, even planning bombings of the Black Hawk people's airport. She worries that Andrei seems overworked. When he fights, he burns the command post for days on end, able to command a battle for several days without rest, truly a pace that could wear a person to death. Thinking this way, she decides she needs to develop her cooking skills, make more nourishing dishes, or else Andrei's stamina will surely suffer. Chapter 350, A Meteor. Stella. Tisk, I'm really stumped. So this thing actually needs heavy bombers to carry it. Just as Andrei was about to dispatch the player air force, bringing a small shock to the enemy with Sakura rockets, he suddenly noticed an awkward problem. The Sakura rocket is large and heavy, weighing over 2 tons per shot, and must be carried by a heavy bomber. This meant that the mosquito bomber Andrei had been using could not carry it. In previous wars, Andrei had never really unlocked heavy bombers because he felt they weren't particularly necessary for him at the moment. Compared to regular bombers, heavy bombers have many advantages, such as long range and large bomb capacity. But for players, there are no fuel restrictions when flying. As long as they don't exceed the combat zone centered around Andrei, they can fly as far as they want, without considering range at all. Bomb capacity is the same, unless players want to carry bombs similar to the Grand Slam, they don't need to worry about regular bombs. Because for players, bombs are skills possessed by their vehicles, and they don't need to consider bomb capacity. Once the skill cooldown is complete, they can continue bombing below, almost like unlimited bomb usage. In this situation, Andrei never considered unlocking heavy bombers precisely because the two advantages heavy bombers possessed could also be handled by regular bombers for him. With the game's features, these vehicles each have incredibly unscientific and heaven-defying abilities. But when he developed the Sakura rocket, he realized he had to unlock heavy bombers. After a moment of thought, Andrei chose to unlock the American B-17 Flying Fortress bomber. On one hand, Americans used this extensively in World War II, and it indeed proved its capabilities on the World War II battlefield. On the other hand, the unlock price for this bomber was relatively cheap. Things like the B-29 were indeed very powerful, almost monstrous, but they were also expensive. With the game's features, he basically didn't need the B-29's full range of functions, and after comparing bombers from other countries, Andrei felt that the American B-17 seemed more reliable. As for the Japanese planes, Andrei didn't even consider them, as their plane design level was just so-so. Although they did design the Sakura rocket, the Mitsubishi G4M they used was really not very good. Its protection was too fragile, and it was particularly prone to catching fire, even earning it the nickname Flying Lighter. It simply couldn't compare to American bombers. After getting the B-17 bomber, Andrei also issued a patch to the players, updating this bomber. At the airport, players who were about to fly their bombers had just discovered that the Mosquito bomber couldn't carry Sakura rockets. Before they could complain or try to use their I think therefore I can power to modify the original bomber, they suddenly saw a system update, and then this heavy bomber appeared. Oh, this heavy bomber is finally unlocked. It wasn't easy. Hehe, it's probably because the game updated the Sakura rocket, then realized the planes couldn't carry it, so they just unlocked a B-17. After players entered the heavy bomber and piloted it, they found an option to carry Sakura rockets in their accessories. Compared to other weapons, the Sakura rocket can only carry one shot at a time and cannot refresh repeatedly like a skill. Furthermore, before launching, a player must be inside to control it. But even so, players were still eager to try this strange weapon, so much so that when arguing over who would control the Sakura rocket, these players almost started fighting among themselves. I believe if a certain island nation could see these players scrambling to pilot the Sakura rocket, they would surely cry with envy. After all, who wouldn't want their soldiers to be willing to fight to the death? Unfortunately, players didn't care about fighting to the death, they were only interested in the entertainment value of this thing. When players can revive and death becomes cheap, this controllable suicide rocket becomes a very interesting big toy, especially since its destructive power is so strong, it's practically a score farming artifact. Before long, one plane after another took off from the Volkhov airport and flew towards Minsk. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Minsk airport, the guerrillas led by players arrived first. Among the guerrillas, Grigory looked at his fully armed teammates and, for some reason, felt a bit out of place with them. Looking around, he now felt somewhat unfamiliar with the guerrillas in his hands. Indeed, when he opened recruitment, more and more people immediately joined his guerrillas. Although every guerrilla member needed an internal person to vouch for them to join, these newly joined individuals were all very peculiar. They seemed not to fear betrayal at all, actively vouching for others, and then more people would join and vouch for newcomers. As a result, before long, his guerrillas grew like a snowball, even reaching a size of over 100 people. The expansion of scale was nothing, but the guerrillas' armament getting better and stronger with each fight, that was what Grigory found incredible. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, were those Black Hawk officers all dead? Weapons like the heavy machine guns and small caliber artillery pieces held by these guerrillas didn't look like they should appear in a guerrilla force. Before long, even mortars and similar items appeared among these people. What exactly was going on? And the attire of these guerrillas also struck him as very strange. Lepekal, tell me honestly, what exactly is the composition of our guerrilla force? Which units are they from? Why do I see multiple different military uniforms on these guerrilla members, and even guys dressed as Black Hawk soldiers have appeared? Grigory looked at Heludan, cautiously asking this question, while Heludan nonchalantly patted his chest and guaranteed, "Boss, don't worry, I promise everyone in our guerrilla force is a decent person. Although everyone has different identities and comes from all corners of the world, they are absolutely sincere in wanting to come here to fight the Black Hawk Devils, I guarantee you. What's more, as the saying goes, all within the four seas are brothers. As long as they are here to fight the Black Hawk Devils, shouldn't we accept them?" Grigory nodded blankly. If it weren't for the fact that behind him, he even saw a formidable character wearing strange power armor and capable of firing lightning from his hands, he would have actually believed those words. Although the guerrilla force before him was a chaotic mix, with strange compositions, Grigory had to admit that their combat power was truly formidable. Without these newly joined members, with just his old crew, they could only engage in minor skirmishes around here, causing insignificant trouble for the Black Hawk Devils. But now, these guerrillas were getting stronger and stronger, even daring to actively come and attack the Black Hawk People's Airport. Looking at the distant airport, Grigory curiously watched the strange large flying machines parked on the runway. It was his first time seeing them. Although these things were completely different from the airships in his memory, he had already seen them take off before, and he had to admit, the sight was quite breathtaking. I say, there are quite a few guards near this airport. How are we going to break in? As soon as Grigory finished speaking, two players dressed in Black Hawk soldiers' uniforms rushed out, ready to go up and talk to the guards around the airport. Wearing Black Hawk soldiers' skins, they were extremely confident in their disguise, seemingly underestimating the intelligence of the NPCs in this game. Stop, what are you doing? Which army do you belong to? What are you doing here? Seeing several Black Hawk soldiers swaggering towards them, the guards around the airport quickly raised their guns and pointed them, asking. Don't get excited, we've been ordered by our superior to come here and take over your post. Hearing the fluent Black Hawk language from the other side, several guards frowned, and one immediately shouted, Stand still. Which superior's orders are you following? I haven't heard of any such order. Whose superior's orders? The players who had just walked out were a bit confused. They had just casually made up an excuse, but they didn't expect the other party to be so persistent. After thinking for a moment, one player suddenly remembered something and casually said, Colonel Conrad sent us, he told us to take over your posts. There was no other way, this player only knew Colonel Conrad and a few other officers, but those few clearly weren't high-ranking enough, so only Colonel Conrad seemed to be able to pull rank. But upon hearing that name, several guards exchanged glances and then fired at the players without hesitation. That was clearly nonsense. Colonel Conrad was an officer responsible for counter-espionage, catching spies, and maintaining local order. How could he be involved in Air Force matters? Several sudden gunshots caused two players to be hit and fall to the ground instantly. The remaining players quickly reacted, firing back. They thought they could just casually bluff their way through, but they didn't expect the NPC intelligence in this game to be much higher than they imagined, they weren't fooled. Seeing the two fallen teammates and the remaining comrades who were lying on the ground busy exchanging fire with the enemy, Grigory looked at Heludan with dissatisfaction and angrily asked, What's going on? Is this what you call a plan? Heludan's expression was also a bit awkward. It turned out he had overestimated his teammates. Accidents are inevitable, and it's not strange for their infiltration attempt to fail, is it? After mumbling a bit, Heludan looked at the other players around him and waved his hand, saying, Forget it, launch the attack. If it doesn't work, we'll just assault them directly. Damn it, it won't be long before those flying beasts come to bomb them. Let's quickly earn some merit points and get out of here. As soon as he finished speaking, under Grigory's bewildered gaze, the surrounding guerrilla members emerged from their hiding places and charged out with astonishing speed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? They said they were just coming to look at the airport and wouldn't act rashly, didn't they? Good heavens, why are they all launching a desperate charge towards the enemy now? Seeing so many enemies attacking them, the Black Hawk people were startled. They had completely underestimated the number of enemy troops hidden in this area. The machine guns mounted on the towers swept downwards at top speed, but the players' mortars fired shells almost simultaneously. With a boom, both towers equipped with machine guns were blown up. A sniper hidden in the dark shot down a player, but his exposed position led to him being mowed down by another player's machine gun. A pacifier mech rushed over quickly, firing bullets into the players' ranks, causing 2 unlucky players to die on the spot. However, one player, who had received a magnetic storm infantry suit after completing Andrei's mission, raised his hand and shot out a bolt of lightning, instantly electrocuting the pacifier mech until it exploded into a large fireball. Chaos, complete chaos. Seeing the chaotic scene before him, Grigory could only steel himself and lead his men forward, while secretly cursing the newly joined guerrillas in his heart. He now understood that the new batch of guerrillas who had joined him were most likely regular army veterans, and probably even assault team members. Otherwise, why would proper guerrillas be so well equipped and fight so desperately? Grigory felt bewildered, and the Black Hawk people also felt utterly confused. The players suddenly erupted, launching an extremely fierce offensive that caused heavy casualties among the airport defenders. The main reason was that the defenders around the airport had absolutely no expectation of such an enemy force attacking them. They hadn't even deployed many heavy weapons to guard the area. As several 120mm mortars were set up by the players, and heavy mortar shells landed on the airport runway, blasting out craters, the players' mission was essentially complete. The officer in charge of airport security watched this scene with a grim face. He knew that the upcoming air raid plan would have to be delayed. Although their aircraft were quite adaptable to terrain, they weren't so robust that they could still take off normally when there were shell craters on the runway. Kill them all. Wipe them out, leave no one alive. The officer roared loudly into the communication, but no sooner had he spoken than a reconnaissance soldier boss hidden in the shadows spotted him and shot him in the head from 600 meters away. With the commanding officer killed on the spot, the Black Hawk soldiers became somewhat panicked. They couldn't count how many enemies were attacking them from all directions. Although at a glance, the number of enemies didn't seem large, the firepower they unleashed was simply unimaginable. The magnetic storm infantry players seemed to have become the Black Hawk people's main target, with all sorts of chaotic firepower constantly striking him. There was no other way. This guy was wearing a very conspicuous power armor and was acting like a lightning king on the battlefield. When he crippled a Black Hawk mech and then knocked down several soldiers, he instantly became the biggest target. Everyone else was honestly shooting with guns, so why was he the only one conjuring lightning and calling down bolts from the sky? With such flashy special effects, it was clear he was an elite unit. If not him, then who should they target? After a period of continuous assault, Grigory finally reached Heludan's side. Looking at the continuously falling teammates around them, he clutched Heludan's shoulder with a pained expression and roared, "Enough! Retreat! Quick! Lead the rest of us out! Damn it, we are guerrillas, we need to operate covertly behind enemy lines. We are not a suicide squad meant to perish with the enemy airport. My comrades cannot die in vain like this, and I am not an elite meant to fight the Black Hawk Army's regular forces." Heludan shrugged, unfazed by Grigory's furious roar. Honestly, not a single soldier composed of ordinary people in their guerrilla unit had died yet. After all, these guys charged too slowly, had limited weapons, and didn't dare to fight as desperately as the players, so the enemy didn't focus their attention on them. Therefore, the soldiers currently dying everywhere were all players, and mostly from his guild. What was there for Grigory to feel pained about? But just then, when Heludan saw that the airport defenders had fired signal flares into the sky, seemingly preparing to request reinforcements, he decided not to continue fighting. Indeed, if they kept fighting, all of them would likely be wiped out. To be honest, it wouldn't matter if only the players were wiped out. Before they were completely wiped out, Heludan guaranteed that the enemies would fully experience the terror of the players, enough to make them feel a deep sting. But there were still many ordinary NPCs in their team. These people were the most valuable, because with them, they could establish the framework of the guerrillas and continue to explore the Minsk dungeon. Otherwise, these outsiders would face trouble trying to operate in Minsk. Without locals to cover for them, given the players' personalities, it would be incredibly difficult to build mutual trust with the locals. Not long after, the players' guerrillas retreated. The airport defenders cautiously looked outside, not daring to pursue them at all. After all, this raid had killed hundreds of their people and cost them 2 mechs. Even worse, their airport runway was destroyed by shells, and even a Griffin bomber was destroyed by enemy artillery before it could take off. This was a tremendous disgrace. Up until now, their Black Eagle Empire's bombers were not without records of being shot down, but the number of times was extremely rare. The powerful Griffin bomber, with its superior performance and reliable shields, had become the Black Eagle Empire's bombing, making it infinitely more convenient than the airships of the past. And now, for a plane to be destroyed by the enemy before it even had a chance to take off, this was simply terrible. A plane destroyed by the enemy in such a way truly brought shame to the Air Force. Colonel Conrad, what exactly is going on? Why are the local guerrillas getting stronger and stronger? By the Emperor, I appointed you here to do this job, hoping you would do better than the previous Colonel Dietrich, but you have betrayed my trust. The guerrillas here are 10 times more rampant than they were during Colonel Dietrich's tenure. In his office, Colonel Conrad listened to the angry shouts coming from the phone, his expression numb. He had even written his resignation, ready to simply quit his job and return home, transferring himself to a secondary position. No wonder, this place Minsk was simply cursed. He had dealt with guerrillas before, the guerrillas in the Iris Empire were as easy to deal with as catching marmots. But after coming to Minsk, he felt like he no longer recognized the creature known as a guerrilla. 120 mm mortars, heavy machine guns, small caliber artillery of approximately 40 mm, rocket launchers, sniper rifles, and anti-armor rifles. These weapons, enough to arm an assault team and, if used properly, easily destroy a tank company, inexplicably appeared in the hands of the guerrillas. In addition, even some of the Cambrian Empire's latest model power armors and various other incredible weapons also appeared here. He also couldn't understand what was going on with the smuggling channels here. Were the local arms dealers really that resourceful? To crack down on smuggling, he didn't hesitate to execute several of his subordinate officers and even disrupted the smuggling channels of several important figures. Because of this, his reputation among many officers was ruined. If it weren't for his superior constantly shielding him from pressure, some important figures would probably have come to deal with him by now. But even so, he believed his efforts to combat smuggling had reached a frantic level, yet he still found it difficult to curb such incidents. Until just now, when he learned that the guerrillas had actually dispatched troops to attack the airport and even caused significant damage to it, he was completely numb. Damn it, the guerrillas in this Cambrian Empire are truly cursed. How are their guerrillas better fighters than regular troops? After hanging up the phone, Colonel Conrad couldn't help but curse under his breath. He wanted to give up now. Facing such an incredibly bizarre guerrilla force, with extremely fast personnel replenishment and a large number of heavy weapons, his methods were truly no longer effective. Given this, he might as well find ways to achieve some hidden political achievements elsewhere, such as how to plunder wealth in the local area, or how to collect treasures for certain important figures. These things might not be openly commendable merits, but they could indeed ensure his smooth career progression, and they were much simpler to do than dealing with guerrillas. At this moment, he suddenly understood those who chose corruption. As he processed these thoughts and prepared to have a cup of coffee to relax, he suddenly heard the air raid siren outside. Oh, damn it! The air raid siren blared through the sky, and the citizens of Minsk, hearing this sound, scattered for cover. Those who could hide in cellars quickly did so, and those who couldn't ran to other places with underground spaces. Compared to other first-tier great powers, the Cambrian Empire's infrastructure development was relatively poor. There weren't even things like subways, so subway stations, which could have served as excellent civil defense structures, simply didn't exist here. However, to the relief of these citizens, they saw that the incoming aircraft were not flying towards the residential areas, but rather towards the airport located in the suburbs. It seemed these planes wouldn't bomb them, and they could continue to watch the excitement safely. In a tavern, a customer calmly drank the wine on the table, casually taking other guests' unfinished drinks as well. After all, everyone except an old, frail bartender who couldn't run had fled, or quickly hid in the wine cellar, fearing being affected by the air raid. Looking at the departing aircraft formation and the panicked crowds, this drinking buddy calmly finished a cocktail, then burst out laughing, saying, "Ha ha ha, a bunch of cowards. See what I told you. You fools don't know that these things called planes are aircraft from the Vorontsov Legion. Vorontsov is a renowned heroic unit. So rest assured, I don't believe the Vorontsov Legion would come here to bomb civilians. This place is full of fellow Cambrian Empire citizens, what is there to bomb? Even if there's bombing, it's impossible for us to be affected." Although this guy laughed heartily, the people hiding elsewhere completely ignored him. Anyway, they wouldn't come out until the planes had left. There was nothing they could do, they couldn't be entirely blamed for being timid. The main reason was that the Cambrian Empire's army often acted inhumanly. Especially when Krasov was still alive, he constantly boasted about things like Belarus independence. Who knew if the Cambrian Empire would be utterly enraged, immediately categorize them as rebels, and start executing them en masse. As the saying goes, the Tsar is always sluggish when fighting foreign enemies, but once suppressing internal dissent, his vigor is immediate and immense. The Cambrian Empire has its own national conditions, which is why they really don't trust the Imperial Army. At the airport, when the air raid siren sounded, the ground crew busy clearing debris from the runway instantly paled. Quick, quick, quick. Take off from this runway, it's been cleared. Someone guided the planes, quickly running toward an adjacent runway. Because this runway was located in a more secluded spot, it successfully avoided the players' previous shelling. But having only one runway was useless. How could just one runway get all the planes at the airport airborne? Moreover, this runway wasn't long enough, it could only accommodate smaller fighter jets. It was completely unrealistic to expect behemoths like the Griffin bomber to take off from a runway like this. Quick, quick, quick. Get the anti-aircraft guns set up and fire. Following the loud command of the officer, anti-aircraft guns that had been prepared beforehand were quickly brought up on two nearby high grounds. The artillery rapidly took position and began fiercely bombarding the players' planes from the flank. Bang! 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 40 mm anti-aircraft guns roared incessantly toward the sky, occasionally joined by 88 mm anti-aircraft guns firing armor-piercing rounds, but their hits were not very effective. Because a considerable number of players chose the B-17 bomber for this bombing run. This aircraft flies at a high altitude, making it difficult for enemy anti-aircraft guns to hit. Furthermore, even if hit, this bomber, known as the Flying Fortress, is quite sturdy. Generally speaking, unless struck in a critical area, this type of plane is difficult to destroy. Reflected in the game, this bomber also has remarkably high health. Damn it, those anti-aircraft positions on the flank are really annoying. Launch Stella. Let's just wipe out that position. Stella. Although the Japanese loved calling this special manned rocket the Sakura, the players weren't fond of that name. Sakura? That name isn't imposing at all, it just sounds like something the devils would use. Stella is much better, and it also serves to commemorate the great hero Arash. Especially in Chaldea, Stella is an extremely useful skill for clearing mobs. For those heartless masters, even if the great hero has to die every time this skill is activated, they don't care in the slightest. Their motto is simply bloodless and tearless. When that massive rocket launched and soared through the sky at astonishing speed, the Black Hawk artillery soldiers busy operating the anti-aircraft guns were all dumbfounded. What the hell is that thing? Damn, that thing is moving way too fast. It was the first time they had seen an aircraft with such exaggerated speed, they even forgot to fire. The shock it delivered truly felt like seeing a shooting star. What surprised them even more was that the thing actually managed to make a sharp turn in midair and was now flying toward them. Shit. That thing isn't just a rocket, it's a plane too. It actually has a pilot inside. Nonsense. That's clearly a rocket projectile. What kind of plane flies like that? Oh no, that guy is a maniac. He's going to pilot that rocket projectile right into us. The Black Hawk soldiers at this anti-aircraft position frantically ran away, completely abandoning their defensive duties. The officer in charge of commanding the position couldn't help but curse as he ran, damn it. Lunatics, they're all lunatics. The Cambrian Empire has gone completely insane. What is wrong with them? What are these crazy people thinking, launching a human being inside a rocket projectile? Yura. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the players' maniacal laughter, the Sakura rocket violently dove onto the anti-aircraft position and exploded completely. This thing was loaded with a full 1.2 tons of TNT explosive. When the fuse was detonated, the resulting explosive power was astonishing. A tremendous explosion echoed across the sky, a mushroom cloud rose high, and the terrifying shockwave swept across the entire position, overturning the surrounding anti-aircraft guns. Soldiers who failed to escape were instantly killed by the shockwave, and even those who ran a certain distance away were left vomiting blood and feeling dizzy. They looked back in terror, knowing without a doubt that the pilot who had driven the rocket projectile into them was finished. Are you kidding me? I don't understand how the Cambrian Empire manages to fool those pilots. Why would they be willing to fly this kind of weapon? A Black Hawk officer scrambled up clumsily, ignoring his dusty and disheveled appearance, and roared hysterically in anger. He didn't know who he was being hysterical toward, nor why he was being hysterical, but he simply found the brutal scene incomprehensible and couldn't grasp the convictions of these Cambrians. They aren't human, they are a group of devils. I have a bad feeling about this. The Empire's decision to invade the Cambrians was absolutely the worst possible move. We are unleashing a mad beast. The Black Hawk people were utterly shocked by the new weapon developed by the Cambrian Empire, feeling that anyone who could design such a weapon must be seriously mentally ill. But the players, on the other hand, were having a blast maneuvering the Sakura manned rocket. In its actual application during World War II, this thing had various flaws that drew criticism. Besides the question of whether pilots were truly willing to die, one of the most criticized aspects was its questionable quality. Its fuse was highly unreliable, with only about a 65% chance of successful detonation. Furthermore, because its wooden casing was too fragile, it easily deformed or even broke apart during high-speed flight. Moreover, most pilots did not possess the necessary physical fitness. When they maneuvered this thing into a dive, they had to face a load of up to 8 gs, causing them to black out instantly and nearly lose consciousness. Consequently, most pilots operating the Sakura rocket were actually incapable of steering it accurately. The human guidance system was far less reliable than imagined. But none of this was a problem for the players, naturally. Equipment produced in the game is always top-notch and completely free of these messy failure rates. Furthermore, the player's physical fitness is superhuman, akin to something out of a supernatural urban legend. Under these circumstances, this powerful and incredibly fast suicide rocket instead shone brightly in the hands of the players. The Black Hawk army stationed here originally thought that their dense anti-aircraft firepower would be enough to repel the players' bomber fleet, or at least make them pay a heavy price. But they never expected that the enemy bombers flying at high altitude wouldn't drop bombs directly onto their dense anti-aircraft positions. Instead, they deployed Sakura rockets downwards. One Sakura rocket after another, controlled by a group of players, dove downwards. Many players, to fit the scene, even changed into Kriegskins to execute a Krieg-style death charge. Facing this rocket, which could reach subsonic speeds, the anti-aircraft interception efforts of the Black Eagle Empire were very poor. They had thought that after a period of special training, their artillery soldiers had finally managed to keep up with the flight speed of the Cambrian Empire's planes. But when they encountered rockets diving at such ridiculous speeds, they realized they were wrong. As rocket after rocket smashed violently into their airport, the planes parked there suffered devastating blows in the blink of an eye. Except for a handful of fighters, the bombers parked on the airfield were destroyed one after another. Even before this, because they were preparing for their upcoming bombing missions, many bombers had already been fully fueled, and bombs were stacked nearby. When all these factors, combined with the constantly falling Sakura rockets controlled by the players, created a chain reaction, this large airport, meticulously constructed by the Black Hawk army, instantly exploded into a sea of fire. No. The Black Hawk pilot, who had barely managed to take off, watched everything in despair. He had hoped he could intercept the enemy fighter jets and at least make some contribution. But when the enemy disregarded martial ethics and deployed the Sakura rocket, he realized his plane's interception capability was utterly useless. Even if he pushed his plane's speed to the limit, or recklessly attempted a dive, his plane couldn't possibly keep up with the Sakura rocket. At the same time, because these extra-large rocket projectiles were all manned and controlled, their flight trajectories were completely unpredictable, making it impossible for him to attempt a dive interception beforehand. Although his plane was airborne, he could only watch helplessly as rocket after rocket slammed into the airport below, turning the airfield into massive fireballs. Amidst his desperate shouts, he piloted his plane higher, attempting to attack the bomber fleet above. But before he could even reach the bombers, the gun turrets located underneath him fiercely strafed him, instantly blowing up his plane. After completing the bombing run, the players departed satisfied, leaving behind only a scene of ruins. When the Air Force Lieutenant General, who was planning the operation from the rear, received the news that the air fleet had been destroyed and the airport completely obliterated by the enemy, his blood pressure spiked, and he instantly fainted. Before completely losing consciousness, the Lieutenant General couldn't help but mutter in despair, "It's not that our army is incompetent, but the enemy truly doesn't value their lives." Meanwhile, in Moscow, the players who had finished deploying their anti-aircraft positions and were just waiting for the enemy air force to arrive and bomb them looked confused. That's strange. Didn't they say Moscow was visited by enemy planes every day? Why aren't the Black Hawk Devils planes showing up? Chapter 351, What do you mean, let me infiltrate myself? Everyone, we truly must be wary of the Cambrian Empire, these northerners are even more freakish than we imagined. In the Black Eagle Empire's Northern Army headquarters, the newly appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Army, Marshal George von Festrich, spoke with a serious expression to the group of officers before him during a new round of operational meetings. Regrettably, the original Marshal Schwegen had been dismissed by the Emperor due to unfavorable outcomes in previous battles and was temporarily assigned to the reserves. Barring any surprises, his military career was likely coming to an end. After all, the Marshal was getting on in years, and as an aristocratic officer of the traditional faction, his relationship with the Emperor was not particularly harmonious. At least, he wasn't the kind of general the Emperor felt truly close to. At a time like this, when the Northern Army had suddenly suffered such severe losses with an entire army group nearly wiped out by the enemy, he naturally became the scapegoat to bear the primary responsibility. Upon hearing this, the Black Hawk officers nodded one after another, agreeing that the Marshal was correct. Had they heard the Marshal say this 6 months ago, they would have surely felt he was boosting the enemy's morale while undermining their own, thinking the Marshal had grown old and lost the sharp edge of youth. However, during the recent days of warfare, they had gained a profound understanding of how troublesome the enemy could be. To put it bluntly, they felt that all the battles they had fought before, combined, were not as difficult as the current siege of Petrograd. This war had truly drained too much of their energy and blood. Seeing everyone nodding in agreement with his words, Marshal Festrich was somewhat surprised. He had originally planned to pick out a few troublemakers and suppress them publicly to establish his authority. Since these people were so compliant, taking over command seemed like it would be much easier. Everyone, setting aside long-term matters for a moment, let's talk about the battle that just ended a few days ago, specifically, the enemy raid on Minsk. We never expected that shortly after the Empire developed guided rockets, the Cambrian Empire would actually replicate a similar weapon, and that they would even choose to use living people for guidance. It's truly unbelievable to me that Cambrians pilots could be so courageous. Their spirit of self-sacrifice is truly shocking. The rockets developed by the Black Eagle Empire were originally just a discarded weapon proposal, the thing hadn't even been given an official name. After all, once it was designed, they took one look and felt it was both a massive waste of pilots and a product of wild fantasy. They found it hard to imagine that Black Eagle Empire pilots would actually be willing to sit in such coffin-like rockets, using themselves as guidance to crash into the enemy and perish together. It wasn't until they developed Ghoul's undead units that retained memories of their past lives that they used this special method to reactivate the previously discarded rocket design and officially named the project the Reaper rocket. But when they saw that the Cambrian Empire had also started using these things and was using living people for them, they truly felt the Cambrian Empire had gone a bit mad. Your Excellency Marshal, regarding the previous rocket raid, I must admit it was indeed an oversight by the Northern Army. Not only did we fail to anticipate the enemy's use of such a weapon, but we also didn't expect their technological progress to be so rapid, and we neglected the protection of our airfields. As soon as Marshal Festrich finished speaking, a general immediately stood up and offered a self-criticism. He then produced a report, handed it to the Marshal, and explained, to prevent the airfields from suffering heavy losses in future enemy air raids, we have decided to implement defenses similar to those of an airship base. In addition to adding more anti-aircraft guns, we will install extra deflection shield systems at the airfields. Compared to airship bases, airfields are actually more efficient at striking the enemy, we should prioritize the protection of such facilities. Indeed, the other officers nodded in agreement with this point. Before this, many of them hadn't truly realized the importance of airfields. A major reason for this was that building an airfield was undoubtedly much less difficult than constructing a large-scale airship base. Consequently, they felt that if an airship base were destroyed by the enemy, it would be difficult to restore in a short time, whereas an airfield was relatively easy to rebuild. Furthermore, many old-school Air Force generals favored airships, viewing airplanes as cheap, low-quality items. Thus, they had previously undervalued aircraft and failed to provide adequate protection. As soon as that general finished, another one continued, Your Excellency Marshal, I personally believe we should learn from the previous missile attacks, the Reaper missiles previously developed by the Empire need to be improved. Previously, the Empire used these Reaper missiles to hunt enemy airships. I believe this was a flawed operational approach. In comparison, these weapons seem to be more effective for ground attacks. To be honest, the original method of attack wasn't necessarily wrong, as these weapons were indeed effective against the Cambrian Empire's unshielded aerial battleships. However, after capturing their airships, the Cambrian Empire had also replicated the shield system. Although the Cambrians' shields were clumsier and much larger than theirs, the deflection shields made it difficult for their missiles to directly penetrate enemy airships. As for using them against planes, there was the issue of insufficient maneuverability. Thus, after suffering Andrei's air raid, they suddenly realized that these things seemed better suited for ground bombing. Correct, you're right. I will pass this suggestion on to Grand Marshal Herman. Marshal Festrich nodded. He had also noticed this point earlier. Since these weapons were now to be oriented toward ground bombing, the original missiles would certainly need to be modified and adjusted. For instance, the maneuverability and operability of the original missiles could be reduced, but in exchange, their explosive payload and diving speed would have to be further increased. Compared to airships, ground-based anti-aircraft fire is denser. Moreover, these missiles might need to strike fortified enemy strongholds, necessitating sufficient armor-piercing capability. Therefore, both speed and payload must be improved. After discussing a few other matters, Marshal Festrich concluded, next, the large airfield at Minsk will be temporarily decommissioned until it is repaired and new defensive facilities are installed. Don't worry about the air raids on Moscow, we have other airfields available. The Empire's Griffin bombers have an extremely long range, sufficient to carry out effective bombing missions against Moscow. Regarding this, the group simply nodded. They didn't actually care much about these details. Compared to the bombing of Moscow, they were more concerned with the bombing of Petrograd, as they were not the units responsible for attacking Moscow. The previous aircraft were merely borrowing their airfield. They had originally planned a large-scale air raid on Moscow, only to have the planes destroyed on the ground by the enemy. Marshal, what about Petrograd? Someone raised their hand and asked quietly, but before they could finish, Marshal Festrich began speaking about Petrograd. You don't need to worry about Petrograd. The Empire will continue its previous offensive strategy, focusing primarily on the encirclement of Petrograd. Compared to Petrograd, we need to deal with the Volkhov Front Army. Only by completely annihilating this front army can we sever the link between Petrograd and Moscow and further assist the Central Army in threatening Moscow. Hearing this, the officers present couldn't help but sigh softly. This was truly bad news. They had thought the new marshal would bring them some brilliant new strategy. To their surprise, this guy was still using Marshal Schwegen's old tactics. Noticing the reaction of the crowd, Marshal Festrich shook his head. I know what you are worried about. In fact, from a strategic perspective, Marshal Schwegen's strategy was not flawed, he only had issues with tactical command details. Upon taking command, I will focus on strengthening these factors. At the same time, our army must make some changes to our existing tactics. Seeing the confused expressions on everyone's faces, the marshal suddenly pulled several small models from the briefcase behind him. After placing the models one by one on the table, he looked at the crowd and asked, I wonder if you've noticed a problem. The Empire's military technology is advancing by leaps and bounds, with new equipment being continuously deployed, yet our frontline tactics haven't changed much, and many new pieces of equipment haven't even appeared on the battlefield on a large scale. This is wrong. Aside from the fact that production of some new equipment hasn't kept up, the most important reason is that we've failed to integrate this new equipment into our original tactical systems. Moving forward, we must start making changes in this area. We can no longer continue attacking with the old methods. We will deploy more new equipment into the war and utilize it to its full potential. After saying this, the marshal handed everyone a reference book. You can take a look at the contents here. I'm not sure if it's correct, as this is a plan formulated by the General Staff, and most of these tactics haven't been tested in actual combat. However, I think we might try experimenting with them next. Perhaps these tactics could have some unexpected effects. Really? Perhaps. It wasn't that the other Black Hawk officers hadn't realized the issue Marshal Festrich raised. But realizing it was one thing, making changes was not that easy. It wasn't just that the soldiers had already formed fixed patterns of fighting and were more familiar with the old tactics, even the general's command thinking was becoming further ossified. After all, the original tactics were truly effective. With those few reliable moves from the past, they could conquer the world. Suddenly introducing a new tactic might have unexpected results, but they also feared that these new tactics might end up backfiring on them on the battlefield. As a result, the number of people who truly dared to try was quite small, and most of those who experimented recklessly ended up as failures. In the period that followed, because of the changes in the leadership, the Northern Army's ground offensive pace slowed down considerably. Even the pressure on the defensive lines Andrei had previously arranged suddenly diminished. Most of the Black Hawk Army now only conducted probing attacks against these lines. At the same time, however, the enemy's air raids were truly giving Andrei a headache. When the air raid siren wailed, Andrei couldn't help but sigh and quickly ran toward the headquarters basement. As he ran, he casually asked Yelena, how many times has it been this week already? The 6th time. They missed one air raid 2 days ago, but today, they seem intent on making up for it. Good grief, 6 days into the week, and the enemy had stubbornly launched 6 air raids against his airfield. They were simply giving him no room to breathe. In particular, Andrei never expected that right after he had developed the Sakura rockets, the enemy would immediately learn the player's tactics. He had previously remarked that besides being suitable for anti-ship roles, the Sakura rockets were also excellent for attacking ground targets. But he never imagined that the Black Eagle Empire's manned rockets would start attacking him too. Andre didn't know where the Black Eagle Empire had resurrected so many Gulzes, but just as he didn't care about players dying, the enemy didn't care about the consumption of these Gulzes at all. Whenever the enemy's Griffin bombers appeared, rockets would fall onto the airfield one after another. Even though Andre had people urgently producing energy cores to prop up shields, they still couldn't withstand more than a few hits. These rockets not only had great mass but also immense kinetic energy, meaning that the energy consumption required for the shields to deflect them was staggering, and the shield systems would frequently overload. It was thanks to the group of Psyker players who could act as human power banks, otherwise, given the Vorontsov family's previous mage reserves, those two mages would likely have collapsed from exhaustion without being able to charge these energy cores. At this moment, Andre truly envied the Black Eagle Empire's mage training system. They're coming, they're coming. The Black Hawk Devils are back. Seriously, what's the deal? Why have the Black Hawk people's air raids become a daily event? The players also scrambled into their planes, taking off quickly to meet the enemy. While taking off, they were quite puzzled by these sudden air raids, unable to understand why the Black Eagle Empire had become so diligent with their bombing runs. As the players' fighters took to the sky, a portion of the planes immediately broke off from the massive Black Eagle Empire formation to engage the players in a chaotic dogfight. Amidst the messy aerial combat, Black Eagle Empire planes would fall from the sky from time to time. On one hand, it was because the fighters on Andre's side were equipped with autocannons, providing fiercer firepower that could suppress the enemy planes during dogfights. On the other hand, it was because these players were exceptionally talented pilots. Their physical capabilities far exceeded most pilots in the Black Eagle Empire, allowing them to perform many incredible maneuvers that normal pilots simply couldn't execute. For instance, various steep dives, sharp climbs, and a series of high-angle maneuvers. An elite pilot might be able to pull these off once or twice, but they certainly couldn't do them continuously like the players, whose physical endurance was like that of robots. Furthermore, their aircraft parts couldn't withstand such intense maneuvers. After such a workout, their planes might just fall apart. However, it must be said that to avoid losing their own pilots, the Black Eagle Empire had come up with several dirty tricks, including incorporating ghouls pilots into their flight formations. When the players took to the air and saw that the Black Hawk pilot in the cockpit was actually a corpse with half its face rotted away, they were momentarily stunned. Wait, what kind of move is this? They had thought that the Black Eagle Empire's use of the undead was limited to skeleton tides or ghouls' bonsai charges. But now, these undead were actually flying planes? While the fighters on both sides were busy tangling with each other, the Black Eagle Empire's bombers had already rushed in and launched Reaper rockets at the airfield below. Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the airfield below was instantly swallowed by flames. Damn it, I just finished building that airfield, and it's gone just like that. This is unbearable. Chase them down and kill them, an eye for an eye. The players, seeing the airfield they had just finished repairing which hadn't even lasted half a day get destroyed, were filled with extreme rage. As the Black Eagle Empire's planes retreated to return home, the players' planes charged forward almost recklessly, hounding them and attacking their tails all the way back to enemy territory before finally letting up. There was no other way. If they had a choice, the players wouldn't have stopped, but the enemy's anti-air defenses were too strong. If they blindly charged in, the anti-aircraft guns on the ground would give them a hard time, making it not worth continuing the fight. Because the airfield was destroyed, this group of player planes had to quickly relocate and return to Petrograd. Meanwhile, a group of engineer players immediately began looking for a new spot to rebuild the airfield. Once the airfield here was fixed, the players would relocate back and wait for the Black Eagle Empire to return for another air raid. Looking at the wreckage of planes scattered across the ground and the airfield that had been completely reduced to ruins, Andre shook his head helplessly. Beside Andre, Yelena said with a look of distress, Andryusha, this isn't good. What should we do if this keeps up? The enemy keeps destroying our airfields, causing heavy losses to our air force. If we keep fighting like this, can our air force even hold out? Hearing this, Andre actually started laughing. Ha ha ha, don't worry. On the contrary, I believe that if we keep this up, the first to break will be the Black Eagle Empire's air force. Andre laughed while pointing at the wreckage on the ground. Almost every time they come for an air raid, they lose dozens of planes. Even if half of those losses are ghouls pilots, they're still losing about 20 real pilots. I know the Black Eagle Empire has always placed great importance on training pilots, and they have many, but no matter how they train them, they can't quickly produce a large number of pilots who know how to fly. If nothing unexpected happens, I believe their frantic air raid campaign should be coming to an end. Otherwise, where would they get so many experienced pilots? Yelena nodded, but then she pointed at the wreckage of the players' lost planes and said with a frown, but what about our air force's losses? We've also lost many planes and pilots. And our airfields have been bombed. How many temporary airfields have we lost already? Are you saying we can actually withstand such losses? Regarding this question, the smile on Andre's face became a bit awkward because he wasn't quite sure how to explain it for a moment. Under normal circumstances, Andre's side would have definitely collapsed long ago. The number of people in the Cambrian Empire with a foundation in flight was far fewer than in the Black Eagle Empire, and their industrial level couldn't compare, nor could their aircraft production efficiency. Normally, if he wanted to fight a war of attrition like this, he would definitely be the one to break first, even if the players' aircraft losses were significantly lower than those of the Black Eagle Empire. But the problem was, the situation on Andre's side wasn't normal at all. Players didn't even need a day to quickly build a field airfield, and that airfield could launch all sorts of planes anything could fly. Furthermore, Andrei's air force didn't need ground maintenance, bombs and fuel were already loaded, and they could take off at any time. As a result, when the enemy planes flew over, the number of planes that were actually destroyed before they could take off was very small. Calculating it this way, the Black Eagle Empire wasn't really gaining any advantage. At least from the growth rate of influence points, Andrei felt the Black Eagle Empire was purely here to give him system economy. With the enemy feeding kills so frantically, Andrei's influence points growth rate was at least 50% faster. Thinking of this, Andrei bluffed Yelena, saying, I can only say, I believe we can withstand the losses. In times like these, we have to rely on sheer willpower. Whoever gives up first is finished, but if we can pull through, the losses on the Black Eagle Empire's side will definitely be enough to cripple them. Hearing Andrei say this, Yelena thought he was just hiding his pain over the losses, and her heart grew a bit heavier. Don't worry, Andryusha. Since you've said so, their sacrifices are worth it. I believe they will understand you. Whether the players would actually understand Andrei was hard to say, after all, players usually love to curse at the shitty devs when playing games. If Andrei could transform into a loli on the spot, the player's level of understanding would probably increase by several dozen percentage points. Unfortunately, Andrei would rather die than sell out his integrity. In fact, it was just as he had predicted. When this batch of Black Hawk Air Force returned to their air bases elsewhere, an Air Force general came before Marshal Festrich and said quickly with a worried expression, Marshal, we cannot continue this attrition. If we go on like this, the Empire's pilots won't be able to take it. In these few days, we have lost over 100 pilots and over 250 fighters. Such losses have completely exceeded our initial expectations. The Cambrian Empire's Air Force resistance is much more tenacious than we imagined, and their speed of reconstruction and recovery is too fast. This completely contradicts our initial estimates of their industrial production capacity. Marshal Festrich nodded with a worried expression, smoking one cigarette after another. You are right. Our frantic air raid campaign must indeed be temporarily halted, otherwise, our Air Force's ability to support the front lines will inevitably drop significantly. But I don't understand, when did the Cambrian Empire produce so many planes? It's as if they can conjure planes out of thin air, churning them out without stopping, like blowing up balloons. The Marshal had no idea he had unwittingly become a prophet. After much thought, he could only conclude that he had underestimated the Cambrian Empire's military-industrial production capacity. In fact, the Cambrian Empire's military-industrial capacity had indeed always been in a state of being underestimated. If one looked purely at the armament of the soldiers and the use of various advanced equipment, the Cambrian Empire's industrial capacity seemed quite backward. But in reality, considering the massive size of the Cambrian Empire's army and some of the cutting-edge technologies they possessed, they might not stand in the first tier of European powers, but they were quite firmly in the second tier. In terms of industrial scale, the Cambrian Empire's industry is far stronger than imagined. The reason it leaves such an impression is partly that the Cambrian Empire doesn't really care about arming its ordinary soldiers. To them, the grey cattle are merely cheap cannon fodder and consumables. Rather than spending time arming those grey cattle to raise their overall combat effectiveness by a level, they would rather recruit even more of them. After all, they have plenty of people, and lives are cheap. The cost of sacrificing soldiers is much lower than the cost required to improve their equipment. On the other hand, it's also because the Cambrian Empire's industrial system is extremely chaotic. The industrial systems of different states and lords are all different, many parts aren't even interchangeable between factories, and the amount of industry the central government can mobilize is even smaller. As a result, the Cambrian Empire's industrial system remains fragmented, with many local power players having their own industries and using them to arm their own troops. Ultimately, this makes the production of many weapons in the Cambrian Empire very complex, making it impossible to mobilize this seemingly massive industry as a whole. There is just too much redundancy. Forget it, let's not talk about their industry for now. The Cambrian Empire's industry has always been a mystery, even the Tsar himself isn't clear on it. The Marshal waved his hand, and as he spoke, he suddenly burst out laughing for some reason. The general beside him didn't know why the Marshal was laughing, but since his superior was laughing, it wouldn't be right if he didn't, so he joined in. Seeing the general's awkward laughter, the Marshal's smile faded as he explained, I used to hear that while the Tsar seemingly controlled the entire Cambrian Empire, he actually only controlled Moscow and couldn't control anywhere else. I thought that was just an exaggeration. But now, looking at the Vorontsov family, I think they haven't just given us a shock. Even the Tsar must be quite startled, wouldn't you say? The general nodded thoughtfully, finally understanding the Marshal's point. Undoubtedly, the Tsar could never have known there was such a powerful faction within his own borders, otherwise, how could he have sat still in the past? And before this, these other nations had never heard of any Vorontsov family either. After all, they were just a local count's family. But now, Vorontsov has thoroughly made a name for himself on the European continent. With a hidden but very real elite family guard of at least tens of thousands, if not 100,000, a military-industrial system comparable to a first-rate power, and research in many fields at the cutting edge of the era. To put it bluntly, if the current Vorontsov family were to become independent, the power they hold would at least be equivalent to a second-rate power, which is quite shocking. When did such a powerful local family hide within the Cambrian Empire? Under normal circumstances, even if the Tsar used all his power, he probably wouldn't be able to muster such a terrifying force, right? For this reason, not only has the Tsar tightened his supervision of local nobles, but other European countries have done the same. The Black Eagle Empire even conducted a special industrial audit of the Junker nobility. While the Junker nobility in East Prussia were drinking beer and singing songs, living their own beautiful Japanese, the emperor's secret police suddenly showed up and asked them, "Confess honestly, does your family hide a factory capable of secretly manufacturing Titan mechs?" When those unlucky nobles heard this, they were all dumbfounded. "Buddy, the beer is in our hands, not yours. How is it that we're not drunk, but you are? Do you even hear yourselves?" A hot-tempered Junker noble slammed the door on the spot and couldn't help but point at the investigators and curse, "Idiots! Use your pig brains. If I had a factory that could build Titan mechs, would I still be raising horses all day to make money? The imperial troops are all moving toward mechanization. The demand for military horses drops every year, and the number of civilian cars is increasing. Do you really think we don't know this is a sunset industry?" Even after a long investigation, the Black Eagle Emperor found no such terrifying power in his country, but he remained wary. He couldn't help it, the situation with the Tsar next door was still fresh in his mind. If such a local power really appeared, it would be enough to give the Black Eagle Empire a massive headache. After complaining a bit, the Marshal suddenly looked at the Air Force General and asked, "Besides the unscientific military-industrial capabilities of the Cambrian Empire, or rather, Vorontsov, do you know what else I found strange?" The Air Force General shook his head and asked uncertainly, Marshal, I'm not sure. Are you talking about their Air Force's reaction speed?" Marshal Festrich nodded and said seriously, "Exactly. That is also something I find completely incomprehensible. How on earth is their Air Force reacting so quickly? Unless they can detect us in advance from over 100 kilometers away, how could they have their planes scrambled and ready to intercept the moment ours arrive, or even before? Think about when our airfields were bombed. Our planes had no idea enemies were coming. By the time they saw them, it was too late. It's impossible for ground crews to refuel and scramble planes in such a short time. So, I believe they must have some means of detecting our Air Force's movements in advance." The Air Force General frowned. He had found it bizarre before, and with the Marshal's reminder, it suddenly clicked. "Your Excellency, do you think they might have mastered radar technology? Perhaps while we are gradually starting to apply this technology, the Cambrian Empire is also using it. Otherwise, I really can't imagine how they could detect us in advance. The low bombing efficiency of the Air Force lately, besides the lack of pilot quality, is primarily because the enemy's reaction speed is too fast. They always seem prepared to resist in advance. Every time they launch a surprise attack, the enemy reacts early and scrambles with extreme speed. This is clearly not right. If the enemy has radar, then everything is explained. So, next we need to figure out how to deal with the enemy's radar. Perhaps we should send elite squads for infiltration to find and destroy their radar stations." As soon as Marshal Festrich finished speaking, the general in front of him shook his head repeatedly and said, "No, absolutely not. Marshal, you've just arrived and might not know how uncanny the Vorontsov Legion is. After fighting them for so long, our main conclusion is, never engage them in infiltration warfare, and especially not in complex terrain." Seeing the Marshal's surprise, the general quickly explained, "You might not believe it, but Vorontsov has a group of highly skilled soldiers, comparable to our various special ops teams. Combined with their familiarity with the terrain, it's a nightmare. Whenever our troops fight them in complex terrain, we never come out on top. Infiltration warfare is definitely a foolish choice." The Marshal frowned, half doubting this claim. "Then what? Do you have a better way to destroy the enemy's radar stations?" "Marshal, in my opinion, we might be able to use the locals against them. Send Cambrians to wage infiltration warfare." The general said excitedly, "Think about it, the locals know the terrain much better than we do, and they don't have language barriers. If they can trick the enemy into trusting them and successfully infiltrate, delivering a fatal blow at the critical moment, it's highly likely to cause heavy losses for Vorontsov. They are the best choice for finding and destroying the radar stations." This was a good idea, it was worth a try. So the Marshal didn't hesitate and immediately ordered an infiltration operation using locals. While many Black Hawk Devils began bribing nearby Cambrian traders, Abaddon, who was originally in Minsk, busy playing cat and mouse with the guerrillas while looking for ways to get promoted and rich, also received a transfer order. Holding the order, the expression on Abaddon's face instantly became strange. "What's going on here? Isn't my investigation team responsible for handling public security issues? How did we suddenly turn into a behind-the-lines infiltration squad? We're even supposed to destroy these radar stations." Abaddon felt the situation was absurd. Setting aside this bizarre operation, it was like being chosen by a demon sect, successfully infiltrating the righteous path as a mole, only to have the first mission be to go back and infiltrate the demon sect. What is this? I'm infiltrating myself. And the radar stations, he had never heard of such a thing in this god-forsaken place. Since when did the Allies build something so good? Damn it, did everyone else update the game and not tell me? Am I still playing an old version? The Black Hawk officer who delivered the order didn't know why Abaddon was so surprised. He thought the loyal lackey was just confused about what a radar station was. This wasn't strange. If he actually knew what a radar station was, it would have raised suspicions instead. After all, radar was a brand new thing. Most of the Cambrian Empire didn't have it, only Vorontsov's territory was suspected of having such things. So, if this investigation team captain really knew about such a rare new product, where would he have heard of it? The Black Hawk officer patted his shoulder, gave a brief explanation of what radar was, and said solemnly, "Captain, in previous battles, you have fully proven your loyalty and ability to the Empire. We all agree that keeping you just to deal with guerrillas is a waste of your talent. For the prosperity of the Empire's military fortunes, please go and complete this arduous task. We believe in your ability. Chapter 352, What do you mean there's a human brain in the computer? So there you have it, folks. We've been sent by the Black Hawk Devils as an infiltration squad. Would you say this move is a pro play or what? Abaddon walked at the front, speaking to a non-existent camera as he moved. Right now, he was taking this opportunity to start a live stream, hoping to gain a massive following. Unfortunately, the number of viewers in his stream wasn't actually that high. Most of those watching the spectacle were other players from the game, with only a few being curious outsiders who knew a bit about it. There was no helping it, in the real world where the players lived, Andrei's game was still considered unlisted and hadn't passed safety inspections. As a result, almost no one was promoting it, and it was still stuck in the closed beta phase. Naturally, its popularity wasn't as high as those major hits. However, strictly speaking, the game's current popularity wasn't low either. After all, the player count had reached 30,000, and the internal war scenes and action sequences were incredibly hardcore. Although most of the bloody scenes had to be pixelated, and many player abilities were purely for comedic effect, the internal production quality was absolutely exquisite compared to other games. The NPC reactions, in particular, were incredibly immersive. Some people with wilder imaginations even speculated that these NPCs might actually be real people behind the scenes. In their view, if these NPCs were all AI generated, how could an AI make them so flesh and blood? Could AI really have such powerful capabilities? Due to Andrei's unique circumstances, the game couldn't be played by simply downloading and registering. There were only 30,000 accounts in total, and the slots were limited. For this reason, even if some players got bored and chose to leave the game, they could usually find channels to sell their accounts. After all, accounts for this game were truly scarce. There were plenty of people interested in the game waiting for an account to go on sale so they could buy one. Even though the viewer count was low, Abaddon was quite happy entertaining himself. After briefly complaining about the situation, Abaddon pointed at the squad behind him, specifically the group of elite Black Hawk soldiers, and said, "Everyone, tell me, if I suddenly turned around and sprayed them with a machine gun, would these guys survive my surprise attack or would they drop dead on the spot? I wonder if they're still on guard against us, their teammates, while they're staying alert." As he spoke, Abaddon looked back. Indeed, these dozen or so Black Hawk soldiers were all in a state of high alert, and their equipment could be considered quite luxurious. Two abyssal mages together formed the strongest offensive firepower of the team, capable of unleashing a rain of hellfire at a moment's notice. In addition, two molten soldiers in the team could effectively handle armor-piercing tasks, while two infiltration-type power armor soldiers, the ones known as Night Knights, served as the team's effective assault and breakthrough force. Combined with the team's sniper, mortar soldier, medic, demolitions expert, and two mechanics specialized in repairing power armor, the squad was truly versatile. Seeing Abaddon suddenly look back at them, a Black Hawk soldier frowned and asked, "Lieutenant Colonel Abaddon, is something the matter?" Lately, through close coordination with his teammates and playing cat and mouse games with the guerrillas all day, Abaddon had achieved quite a series of results. Besides killing many guerrillas, players who volunteered to throw their lives away, they had successfully thwarted several sabotage operations, earning significant merit. Because of this, the Black Eagle Empire felt that this Abaddon, who had defected to them, was a promising talent and believed he could be set up as a role model. Consequently, his rank had climbed at an extremely rapid pace. During wartime, the speed of promotion is definitely at its fastest, especially since Abaddon's rank wasn't an official Black Eagle Empire rank but one from the Belarus Restoration Army, which made it even less valuable. Because of this, he enjoyed a rocket-like promotion, but when facing real Black Hawk soldiers, these arrogant fellows barely respected his rank. Even though the man who asked the question was only a corporal, he showed no respect toward a lieutenant colonel, instead looking completely impatient. "It's nothing, everyone. I have a hunch. I believe the radar station we need to find is likely nearby." Hearing Lieutenant Colonel Abaddon say this, the group of Black Hawk soldiers immediately grew alert, but the soldier who had just asked the question persisted, "What do you mean by a hunch? What's that supposed to mean? Do you Cambrians fight wars based on hunches and intuition? No wonder you're retreating at every turn." Facing this guy's mockery, Abaddon's brow furrowed. As a player, while he was willing to seriously complete his undercover mission, especially since it gave him a large amount of merit daily, that didn't mean he would actually act like a puppet soldier and treat the Black Hawk Devils like lords. So he retorted unceremoniously, Yeah, you're right. The Cambrians are indeed retreating at every turn, but what does that have to do with me, a Belarusian? Don't tell me that the corporal here isn't willing to support the policies of the Black Eagle Empire, or is even dissatisfied with them." Good grief, a massive political accusation was suddenly thrown his way, causing the corporal's expression to change wildly in an instant. "You." He was about to argue further, but an officer in power armor behind him unceremoniously kicked him in the butt. "Enough, stop making a fool of yourself. We are comrades in arms. Look at how you're acting." After reprimanding the corporal, the Black Hawk officer turned to ask Abaddon, "However, he does have a point. Why do you think there's a Cambrian's radar station nearby?" Abaddon shrugged and pointed at a building on a small hill in the distance. "Look at that thing. Don't tell me someone built a house on a hill like that just because they thought the scenery was nice. And look at the paths nearby. There are clear tire tracks. These tracks belong to Cambrian Empire trucks, which means that must be an important Cambrian's outpost up there. Plus, that outpost seems to have a strange structure on top, which matches the description of the radar station you gave me earlier. Hiss. So that was it. Why hadn't they noticed? After listening to Abaddon's analysis, the officer nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Colonel Conrad certainly didn't misjudge you. You really are a talent. Then, he waved to the surrounding soldiers. Alright boys, let's quickly take that outpost and see if it's the radar station. If it is, our mission is complete. We'll seize the Cambrians' radar and see what technology they're using. If Lieutenant Colonel Abaddon's analysis is wrong, at least we'll have destroyed an enemy outpost. We can keep looking afterward. After saying this, the squad quickly moved toward the small hill, everyone falling silent. At any other time, these Black Hawk people wouldn't have hesitated to use Abaddon and his group of Restoration Army cannon fodder as scouts. After all, why did the Black Eagle Empire maintain puppet armies if not to serve as cannon fodder and local police? But at a time like this elite squad chose not to do so. Instead, they simply pulled ahead of Abaddon's group to lead the charge themselves. This wasn't out of the goodness of their hearts, but because they didn't trust the skill level of Abaddon's group, fearing these guys might accidentally expose them and ruin the mission. But they didn't know that the people hiding in that outpost had already noticed them. After all, Abaddon was live streaming the whole thing, and the people up there were watching his stream. Taking advantage of being at the back of the line, another player leaned in and asked Abaddon, "First Company Commander, what's the deal with that radar station? We didn't actually set up a radar station here, did we?" The player was curious, he didn't know they had unlocked radar station technology. Did they even have skills for that? Abaddon glanced at him, a look of mock heartbreak on his face. "Sigh, there's no love left, brother. When Horus isn't around, you call me warlord, but when Horus is here, I'm just the first company commander. People really do change when the situation changes." The player gave a friendly international gesture and whispered, "Don't change the subject. Besides, Abaddon is just a lowly in front of Horus." "Fine, here's the deal." Abaddon quickly explained what was going on with that radar station. In fact, when he started the operation, two options had appeared for his undercover mission. One option was to take this opportunity to completely wipe out the Black Hawk elites in the squad, then lead the players in the investigation team to defect immediately, ending the undercover mission. This way, he could settle the mission and receive a lump sum of merit. But besides that, there was another way to execute the mission. Continue the mission to gain the trust of the Black Hawk army while passing them false information, using this fake radar station to completely mislead them. When Andre saw Abaddon's actions at the time, he immediately thought of these two options and sent them both out, letting Abaddon choose for himself. Sure enough, whether it was to stay in the enemy camp for entertainment or to earn more merit, Abaddon chose the second option. At the same time, Andre used the power of the players to quickly build a fake radar station here, specifically designed to lead the Black Hawk devils astray. So that's how it is. People who play tactics really have dirty hearts. After hearing this, the player couldn't help but complain, though it wasn't clear if he was complaining about Andre or someone else. Wait, that's not right. What's inside this radar station that could actually mislead the Black Eagle Empire? Abaddon chuckled and whispered, "He, the devices in this radar station were all modified from servo skulls. There's even a fake computer that looks like it actually works. The core operating device of this thing is connected to a total of 12 intact brains collected from the battlefield. I wonder what kind of expression the Black Hawk people will have when they take this back and tear it open." This could be considered a further development and utilization of the servo skull by the players. Regrettably, they had tried to use the servo skull to manufacture equipment from Warhammer 40K, only to find that it simply couldn't be done. According to the servo skull, because their internal components were too low grade and they lacked a massive amount of data, they were incapable of manufacturing advanced weaponry and could only perform simple maintenance and upkeep on existing equipment. But it didn't matter, if they let them imitate some designs from the machine cult, creating something that looked plausible but was fundamentally different was no problem. Take this cogitator array, for example. You couldn't say it was entirely wrong, because parts of its structure were actually logical, but fundamentally, it was a complete mess. If the Black Eagle Empire tried to replicate this to create a cogitator, they certainly wouldn't succeed, but if they just did some simple research on it, they would indeed find many desirable features. Because of this, Andre was particularly curious whether the Black Eagle Empire would invest a massive amount of energy into researching it after they got their hands on it. If they really did invest a massive amount of energy, they would eventually discover that their path had veered completely off course. After all, this thing was fundamentally wrong. The reason the gadgets in the radar station that looked like computers could run normally was because they were being remotely controlled by a servo skull. I see, haha, this is actually quite wicked. At the thought that the Black Eagle Empire's computer research might very well be led astray down the path of the machine cult, the players couldn't help but want to laugh. As for whether they would actually research and produce a functional cogitator, the players didn't really care about that sort of thing. However, just because the players didn't care didn't mean Andre didn't. He even went as far as to specifically ask his own servo skull. And after asking, the answer Andre received was, absolutely impossible, because this path is fundamentally wrong. It's like a primitive man seeing a human fire a musket and then trying to imitate it by waving a stick around. The knowledge they are taught tells them that firing comes from that series of dazzling dances, but in fact, firing comes from gunpowder. Gunpowder is the true core. It's the same with that fake cogitator. That thing is just a mess of randomly connected wires and brains. What's actually functioning is the servo skull hidden in the shadows, performing remote control. To want to research a cogitator using that kind of thing, the Black Eagle Empire might as well just try to snatch a servo skull instead. In that case, Andre was no longer worried. As long as the Black Eagle Empire really couldn't research a cogitator because of this, he wasn't afraid. He could even use it to lead their technology tree astray. Otherwise, if the Black Eagle Empire really did research computers one day and paired them with the prototype missiles they already had, that would truly be game-breaking. The Black Hawk squad was still advancing slowly, completely unaware that they and their people were being screwed over by Abaddon from the very root, and even less aware that they were being live-streamed. As they climbed all the way up the slope and were just about to reach the mountaintop outpost, suddenly, 2 rockets were fired simultaneously from the left and right, instantly hitting 2 Night Knights in the team. In a violent explosion, the 2 light-armored Night Knights were blown to pieces on the spot. Facing something like a bazooka rocket launcher, let alone light power armor, even the thickest power armor wouldn't be able to stop it, unless they could hide inside a heavy mecha. Not good, we've encountered an ambush. Damn it, the sides of this mountain path are all sheer cliffs. Where on earth did the enemies come from? The other Black Hawk soldiers reacted instantly. The 2 Abyss mages quickly released shields to protect themselves and then rapidly summoned hellhounds. At a time like this, it was unrealistic for them to use high-powered spells. They might end up blowing themselves up before they even hit the enemy. What's more, they still wanted to research the Cambrian Empire's radar technology. How could they just blow up the mountaintop outpost on a whim? If they really wanted to blow it up, they would have done it back at the foot of the mountain. Turning their heads to look, they found 2 beautiful girls with cat ears and tails, wearing Cambrian military uniforms, aiming rocket launchers at them. With their extraordinary claws, these 2 strange Cambrian-modified soldiers could actually move freely on the slope and even fire rockets at them from the sheer cliffs. The 2 players who had chosen the cat-girl subrace were both hiding here using their climbing skills, just waiting for the chance to launch an ambush. The 2 of them reloaded their rockets as fast as possible and fired again, instantly blowing away the medic and a mechanic in the team. But just then, the sniper hiding below finally found a suitable shooting angle and fired. Before this, he had kept his muzzle aimed at the outpost above, never imagining that the enemy would actually climb over the mountain slope, which resulted in his squad suffering such tragic losses in an instant. He quickly tried to mend the situation, rapidly taking out 1 player hanging on the cliff, but the other player quickly climbed to the side and dodged his snipe. At the same time, inside the outpost, a scout player who had long since set up his gun and was waiting for the enemy quickly killed that sniper based on the coordinates provided by his teammates. The death replay was truly useful, players never had to worry about dying mysteriously or without knowing why, making it very convenient for them to seek revenge afterward. Not good, the enemies in this outpost discovered us in advance. They were prepared. What are those Restoration Army people doing? Tell them to hurry up and come help. At a time like this, the Black Hawk people finally remembered the cannon fodder troops they had left behind. Previously, they felt that these Restoration Army soldiers, who could only serve as guides, probably wouldn't be of much use and might even cause trouble for them. But at this moment, they really hoped there was some cannon fodder to draw some of the fire for them. They shouted down the mountain, telling Abaddon to quickly lead the others up for support. Abaddon was also not one to hesitate. He set up a Black Eagle Empire light machine gun at top speed and began sweeping the mountaintop outpost, starting to suppress the players there with fire. At the same time, the mortar crew hiding at the foot of the mountain quickly threw smoke grenades upward, using the smoke to cover the Black Hawk assault squad's continued advance. Under normal circumstances, players wouldn't care about such insignificant suppressive fire at all. However, to cooperate with Abaddon's acting, they indeed pretended to be suppressed and quickly ducked back. Good, hurry and charge up under the cover of the smoke. One of the molten soldiers in the team said as he rushed forward. But he didn't raise his molten gun, instead, he took out a short shotgun. Because he was afraid his molten flames might burn down the radar station, he had no choice but to switch equipment. Curse it, why did I, an anti-armor soldier, end up charging up at a time like this? Thinking of his previous negligence, he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Clearly, his weapon was not at all suitable for fighting in this kind of situation. The coverage of the smoke grenades wasn't large, but this bit of cover was enough. Seeing a figure ahead, the shotgun-wielding molten soldier didn't hesitate and fired a blast of buckshot. But to his surprise, after taking a blast of buckshot, the figure not only didn't fall but instead charged right into the smoke. When he saw clearly that guy in full heavy armor, wearing a gas mask and holding a spiked club, his expression instantly turned to horror. But before he could even cry out, that heavy trencher's club had already smashed into his head, splitting his skull on the spot. Die. The other molten soldier couldn't care less and sprayed a blast of molten fire, directly taking out the charging trench raider. However, a large spray of machine gun bullets from the smoke opposite also pierced through his body and punctured the molten tank he was carrying. Boom. This magical equipment exploded instantly, flames spreading everywhere. The demolitions expert who was just about to charge up behind him got a face full of fire and let out a blood-curdling scream. But at the same time, Abaddon's side was still continuously providing fire coverage on the outpost, with bullets constantly hitting near the entrance. That's enough, retreat. After the 2 remaining players in the outpost exchanged a glance, they directly chose to retain their original identities and respawn. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at another respawn point where a battle was ongoing, leaving behind 2 corpses that had died suddenly of unknown causes. Immediately afterward, these 2 corpses were riddled with holes by Abaddon's strafing. Damn it, we finally managed to capture this radar station. Quick, 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 don't just stand there. Hurry and check if the radar here is still usable, then dismantle the key components and take them away. The few surviving Black Hawk soldiers, along with Abaddon and his group, quickly rushed up and then kicked open the outpost door. When the surviving engineer in the team saw the green screens inside the radar station flashing with various data analyses and performing calculations, he was instantly stunned by the sight. Oh, Emperor above, how is this possible? Is this thing a computer? Hearing this, Abaddon pretended not to understand and asked, What? What did you say? What's a computer? Nothing, just a kind of machine that's very important to the Empire. The mechanic said casually, then quickly said to the Black Hawk soldiers, Give me some time, you need to hold this position. We must dismantle this thing and take it away. This thing is too important for the Empire. With this thing, the radar is nothing. Even if our entire unit is wiped out, we must take this away. The Black Hawk soldiers nodded and then quickly said to Abaddon and his group, Did you hear that? Hold this position at all costs. Damn it. Abaddon really couldn't help but want to curse. These Black Hawk devils were truly treacherous. Man, no wonder they say puppet troops are just cannon fodder. At the critical moment, if they didn't use the puppet troops as shields, it would be a miracle. It was hard to say whether it was because the players had made the fake computer host too well, or because that Black Hawk mechanic's skills were a bit rusty, but he spent a long time there creaking and groaning as he dismantled it, unable to figure it out for the life of him. Meanwhile, outside, more players had already arrived and, according to the previous agreement, launched an attack on the mountaintop outpost. Of course, under the coordination between Abaddon via internal communication and the other players, their side could only be said to look like they were fighting fiercely, but in reality, they weren't dealing any damage. Abaddon kept strafing with his machine gun, and the other soldiers did the same, firing outside with all their might, but all those bullets hit various covers. Not a single bullet hit the teammates on the other side. After they ran out of bullets, they quickly ducked down again to reload, and then it was the turn of the teammates on the other side to launch a counterattack. Various fierce firepowers suppressed them so much they could hardly lift their heads, but not a single shot managed to hit. Seeing this, a Black Hawk soldier immediately approached with his gun, looking for an opportunity to take out the two enemies opposite him. But before he had even been there for 3 seconds, the bullets that had been flying everywhere suddenly concentrated in his direction, riddling him with holes in an instant and even tearing away half of his face. The mortar soldier met a similar fate. He was hiding in the back trying to fire his cannon, but unexpectedly, a player's 120mm mortar shell struck first, landing directly on top of his head. Alright, I finally got this thing disassembled. Quick, a few of you come and carry this away. The Black Hawk mechanic suddenly shouted, sitting on the ground panting for breath. Hearing this, a player immediately ran inside. You idiot, get more people. You're just one person, how could you possibly lift this? Seeing only one person run in, the mechanic had started cursing with dissatisfaction, but he instantly shut his mouth when he saw the player successfully lift such a large mainframe all by himself. After a series of difficult and convoluted maneuvers, they successfully escaped the area by taking side paths and quietly hijacking a Cambrian's truck, with the journey being a heart-pounding battle the whole way. Along the way, Cambrian Empire soldiers constantly rushed out to intercept them, but they managed to turn every danger into safety using various means. The mechanic was not proficient in combat, and by now, he was the only one left alive in the Black Hawk team. Therefore, he completely failed to notice that the surrounding soldiers were actually staging a fake battle with the opposition. Instead, he thought the skill level of these Restoration Army soldiers was quite good. Everyone, thank you so much for this time. The Empire will not forget your contribution. He spoke excitedly to the group of players, unable to stop himself from fantasizing about the future. He wondered just how much credit he would receive for risking his life to salvage such a complete computer mainframe. This thing was far more advanced than the computers they had studied before. If they could successfully replicate the technology in this device, the Black Eagle Empire would truly take off. The players remained silent, uninterested in what the mechanic was saying. They were only interested in completing the mission to mislead the Black Eagle Empire. Soon, the mainframe was sent back to Minsk by them. When Colonel Conrad learned what the object actually was, he didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately dispatching elite troops to escort the item to the rear at maximum speed, eventually transporting it all the way to Berlin. When the item was delivered to the Imperial Military Science Research Institute in Berlin, a group of computer experts who had been waiting for a long time rushed over, looking at the mainframe in disbelief. My God, this is impossible. It's unscientific. How could the Cambrian Empire have developed such an advanced computer mainframe? These computer experts felt that the mainframe before them was far too different from what they had imagined. Wasn't this thing a bit too small? Although they had never successfully built a physical computer unit, according to their previous calculations, if they were to build one, the computer's volume would have to be at least the size of a basketball court. Alright, everyone, don't overthink it. This is indeed a genuine computer mainframe. Our soldiers on the front lines have already proven it. Open it up and see. Let's study what advanced technology the Cambrian Empire used to compress vacuum tubes to such a small size. No, they definitely didn't use vacuum tubes, otherwise they couldn't have made this thing so small. The group of scientists chattered and debated, but their movements were very efficient. They carefully pried open the mainframe's casing and then, like a group of children busy unwrapping presents, they crowded together just to see what was hidden inside the large box. But when they saw the scene inside, the scientists were instantly stunned. Ugh! My God, what is this? Are you kidding me? Can a computer actually be made this way? When they pulled 12 brains out of the large box submerged in nutrient solution and plugged with various electrodes and wires, the faces of the Black Hawk scientists changed wildly. They had thought their own ideas were already quite advanced and subversive, as the technology of the Black Eagle Empire was itself advanced and subversive enough. But once they clearly saw the contents of this computer mainframe, they had to admit that compared to the mad scientists of the Cambrian Empire, they were still too conservative. Damn it, they had only thought as far as vacuum tubes, and hadn't even researched anything that could replace them. But they never expected that the Cambrian Empire would go straight to the finish line, simply using human brains as components for a computer mainframe. As expected of the evil Northern Empire, this is truly insane. Faced with such a result, some Black Hawk scientists found it unacceptable. They found it hard to imagine what kind of scene it would be if every computer they manufactured in the future had to contain a bunch of living brains soaking inside. But other Black Hawk scientists were lost in thought, their eyes gradually brightening. They felt as if they had discovered a brand new use for the human brain. They never expected that a human brain could be used in such a way. Despite the great controversy surrounding the project, the Black Eagle Emperor overruled all objections and approved the research project on brain-based computers. In the eyes of the Black Eagle Emperor, this was already nothing. Their Black Eagle Empire had already implemented the Anatomy Act before this, and by now, they had even entered the stage of openly using necrofactories. Since they were already blatantly desecrating the corpses of imperial citizens, what would one more desecration matter in the end? As long as the project was kept secret and the ordinary imperial citizens were kept in the dark, it would be fine. Of course, even if they knew, it wouldn't matter much. At most, they would just make a few verbal complaints. Andre didn't know what kind of strange research the fake computer mainframe underwent after being snatched by the enemy, but he didn't care about that. When the enemy snatched that fake mainframe, he immediately clenched his fists in excitement. Great, the operation was a success. He, I wonder if these Black Hawk devils can actually figure something out? Could it be that they'll really develop the stuff from the machine cult? Thinking about the prospect of the Black Hawk people playing with wetware in the future, Andre couldn't help but chuckle. But speaking of which, if the Black Eagle Empire really managed to create a cogitator, then Andre could confirm one thing for certain: the Black Eagle Empire is definitely cheating. If they really managed to pull that off, it would mean the Black Eagle Empire had awakened the power of I think, following the path of idealism just like the Greenskins. Otherwise, he really couldn't imagine how the enemy could produce the real thing when the players had just thrown together a plausible-looking fake cogitator. Just then, Yelena suddenly pushed open the door to Andrei's office and handed him a telegram from Moscow. Haha, Andrei, good news. The anti-air units we sent to Moscow earlier have achieved great results. The Black Eagle Empire launched another round of air raids on Moscow, but they suffered heavy losses this time. 6 Griffin bombers were even destroyed on the spot. They likely won't be able to launch any large-scale bombings for a while. The Tsar sent us a commendation order, solemnly praising the performance of the Volkov Front Army anti-air team in this battle. Andrei took the telegram, scanned it quickly, and then casually tossed it aside. Not bad. It seems that if that anti-aircraft missile can maintain its stability, its effect is indeed quite good. Its output efficiency is much greater than ordinary anti-air guns. With a smile on his lips, he muttered to himself, suddenly feeling as if he had discovered a sharp weapon to counter the enemy's void shield. As long as the missile is airburst before it touches the opponent, instantly detonating the full 500 kilograms of explosives inside, it would be enough to severely damage the enemy's bombers in an instant. Even if the opponent's void shield can swallow some of the high-speed shrapnel, the shockwave and series of energies produced by the explosion cannot be swallowed. In this way, the problem that had been troubling Andrei because of the opponent's void shield finally seemed to have an effective solution. Of course, even so, Andrei felt that the insane explosive payload of the Third Reich Genshin SAM missile was quite unbelievable. He really couldn't understand what the Third Reich intended to hit with this anti-aircraft missile that they would pack 500 kilograms of explosives into it. Good grief, if it weren't for the fact that this thing was clearly labeled as an anti-aircraft missile in the system, he would have thought it was an anti-ship missile. Looking at Yelena, Andrei pointed to the commendation order and said, regarding this commendation order, we can notify the entire army and solemnly praise the anti-air team's outstanding performance in battle. But aside from that, don't believe anything else. Things like the Tsar's promises in the letter to provide more support to the Volkov Front Army are all fake, they're just empty checks. If Andrei had maybe 50% expectations for the Tsar's credibility when he first transmigrated here, by now, he probably didn't even have 1% left. It had to be said that this Tsar's performance in many aspects was quite similar to a certain principle. Besides liking to be a micromanagement master at times, his ability to issue empty checks was truly astonishing. Furthermore, Andrei had recently heard that the Tsar seemed prepared to further deregulate the printing of rubles, intending to print them in massive quantities. When he learned this news, he immediately told his old man to hurry up and spend all his paper currency, spending as much as possible to exchange it for physical goods. He knew just how perverted these guys could get when they had no integrity and started printing money recklessly. Just think back to the Fabi in the past. In the end, the excessive printing of Fabi even caused the Japanese plan to print counterfeit money to go bankrupt, because they discovered that the cost of producing the counterfeit money was actually higher than the purchasing power of the money itself. Many families didn't even use paper for papering their walls, they used money instead, because money was cheaper than paper. Chapter 353, Armies Gather, the spearhead points directly at Moscow. Andryusha, isn't the scene you described a bit too exaggerated? I must admit, the Cambrian Empire's current economic situation is indeed not very prosperous. To fill the holes, the Tsar will definitely have to print more money. I also know there are great hidden dangers in this. But the kind of situation you mentioned, where money eventually becomes worth less than paper, isn't that a bit too inconceivable? At least, it's hard for me to imagine. In front of Andrei, his servo skull had its mouth wide open, but the sound coming from it wasn't the characteristic mechanical voice of a servo skull, it was the voice of General Constantin himself. On the other end, General Constantin frowned as he spoke to the floating skull in front of him, his expression slightly twisted. He felt that talking to this thing was awkward no matter how he looked at it. This was a function of the servo skull that Andrei had recently discovered. Besides being able to chat with players via internal communication, it could also serve as an excellent communicator in its own right. Although Andrei didn't understand the specific communication principles it used, this thing was much more useful than current old-fashioned telephones. This method of communication was not only difficult for enemies to intercept with petty tricks, but more importantly, it was highly secure. Andrei didn't have to worry about being eavesdropped on, unlike when using a telephone. Andrei sighed and spoke somewhat urgently to General Constantin. I know this might sound like alarmist talk, but you have to believe me on this. Even if you don't want to believe me, you can find a few reliable economists and have them analyze it for you. I don't believe they won't be able to deduce the outcome I described. In short, you'll soon see just how low the Tsar's moral bottom line can go. Holding on to unrealistic expectations at a time like this is purely childish. Hey, this brat's wings have really grown strong. General Constantin curled his lip, feeling somewhat emotional. The current Andrei was truly a world away from the rebellious, class-skipping Andrei of the past. No matter how much Andrei had acted up back then, he never dared to talk back. But now, when Andrei faced him, he spoke with real confidence. But it made sense. He was already a front army commander, equal in rank to himself, and so young. If this were 20 years ago, and he were talking to his late father, if he had Andrei's current rank and status back then, he could have sat on his father's shoulders while talking. All right, in that case, I'll listen to you. After all, your judgment is indeed accurate lately. General Constantin shook his head and cut the communication. Next, he had to quickly take stock of the cash on hand and figure out how to spend it fast. The Vorontsov family was already a massive household, and now it had grown even larger. Simply inventorying the assets would take quite a bit of effort. After hanging up, Andrei didn't know if his cheap old man had taken his advice, but he had given all the warnings he could. If he really didn't want to listen, there was nothing more Andrei could do. Sighing, he also quickly began to tally his own cash and research how to spend it rapidly. Under normal circumstances, Andrei shouldn't have so much cash on hand. After all, he didn't usually demand money from the family, and as a front army commander, he obviously couldn't have such a high salary. However, before this, he had sold a large batch of anti-aircraft guns to Moscow, and even a batch of anti-aircraft missiles. Although these things were operated by players, Moscow still had to pay him a large sum of money. So much so that when Andrei received the money and heard rumors that the Tsar was going to print more money, he even wondered if he had accidentally bankrupted the Tsar. Of course, it was unlikely for the Tsar to go bankrupt. At most, it would be the government. One must know that the Tsar and the Cambrian Empire government were two completely different concepts, the two could not be conflated. Andrei really didn't know how many assets the Tsar of this world had, nor did he have any channel to inquire, let alone any interest in conducting a secret investigation. But in his impression, if calculated according to the assets of the Romanov family during World War I on Earth, the Tsar's assets were truly terrifyingly vast. Rumor had it that at the start of World War I, the Romanov family held 1,400 tons of gold alone. Even when the revolution broke out, the Romanov family secretly moved over 800 tons of gold, which eventually vanished. Some rumors said the gold was sunk in Lake Baikal, others said it was divided among other White Russian nobles, and some even claimed it was swallowed by the Americans. This reflected that the Tsarist family was definitely extremely wealthy. Even when Russia's finances had completely collapsed near the end of World War I, they still held on to massive wealth. Therefore, Andrei didn't believe the Tsarist family of this world would be so noble as to sacrifice their family fortune for the country during wartime. In Andrei's view, if they didn't take advantage of the war to speculate and profit from the national disaster, that would already be considered noble. After all, back in the day, the Generalissimo and the four big families had raked in money until their hands were soft, which was still fresh in memory. One could only say that a certain bald Generalissimo really had some skills. After calculating, Andrei couldn't find any particularly suitable place to spend the money, so he simply used it all to buy grain wherever it was available. Relying on the Tsar to continuously provide all the grain was simply unrealistic, the guy might have a sudden lapse in judgment at any moment. So Andrei decided to stockpile some grain himself, at least to be used for emergencies at critical moments to avoid any serious crisis. Of course, having said that, Andrei figured that as long as the Tsar had a functional IQ, he wouldn't dare let the army in his hands go hungry, especially since there were so many troops on the northern front. Counting his own front army and the old man's troops over in Petrograd, that was an army of millions. If a monarch had a brain lapse and dared to let an army of 1,000,000 who already didn't strictly follow his commands go hungry, then he truly must be insane. While Andrei was busy spending money quickly, the Tsar was busy printing money frantically. Andrei didn't know that the reason the Tsar was so anxious to print money, besides the actual financial crisis and the inability to pay out money for a time, was another factor. The Cambrian Empire's currency minting plates had been stolen by Black Eagle spies. God knows how the security at the Bank of Moscow was handled for something so important to be stolen. When the Tsar learned this terrible news early in the morning, he was completely stunned and was so angry he couldn't eat all day. Arg! This is infuriating. Those fools should all be shot. Damn it, isn't there any good news lately to make me happy? Facing several of his close ministers, the Tsar made no effort to hide his current emotions, roaring in anger, his face turning a deep liver red. The ministers all kept their heads down and remained silent, fearing they might accidentally make a sound and become the Tsar's punching bag. After panting for a few breaths, the Tsar recalled the various events of recent days and couldn't help but feel dizzy. Bloody clashes between the public and the Tsarist guards, and the Vorontsov family's death squads appearing near the palace. For some reason this was already bad enough. And during the previous large-scale air raid on Moscow by the Black Eagle Empire, he felt once again that fate was playing a joke on him. Previously, the Black Eagle Empire stopped dropping leaflets and prepared to use actual air raids to inflict huge losses on Moscow, as they wanted to destroy the industry, transportation, and landmarks here while instilling fear in the local residents. In the view of many Black Eagle Empire generals, simply dropping leaflets to undermine morale was useless because they had to consider Moscow's propaganda environment. Just as their domestic propaganda claimed everything on the front lines was going great and they would soon take Moscow and end the war. The Cambrian Empire's internal propaganda also liked to say the front lines were doing well, claiming they were about to welcome an opportunity for a counterattack and that the Black Eagle Empire was being bloodied against their defenses, and the war would soon end. Consequently, many Black Eagle generals believed that if they didn't bring some real fear to those unruly subjects in Moscow, those guys might actually think the Black Eagle Empire was doomed on the front lines. So they launched an attack, only to encounter the player teams who had prepared in advance. The terrifying anti-aircraft missiles, with their destructive impact from close-range explosions, immediately dazed the Black Eagle Air Force. They had thought their bombers, equipped with shields, were invincible and that no anti-aircraft measures could intercept them. It wasn't until those round but incredibly fast things suddenly flew into the sky, performed irregular zigzag movements to approach the bombers, and exploded nearby that they realized what shock truly meant. The explosives loaded inside those things were several times more powerful than even the main guns of a battleship. The impact of a single explosion was enough to heavily damage their bombers on the spot. If it weren't for the shields successfully blocking the shrapnel and the fact that the explosions weren't too close to the bombers, it wouldn't have just been heavy damage. The bombers wouldn't even have had large pieces of wreckage left. Under the strike of those things, even the large number of large-caliber anti-aircraft guns that the Cambrian Empire had suddenly acquired seemed quite unremarkable. As a result, this air raid operation, besides causing them to lose troops and generals, didn't bring any serious blow to Moscow. They couldn't even blow up a single important factory. Logically, this should have been something to be happy about, but the Tsar couldn't bring himself to be happy about the previous air defense battle because, during the fight, he had a lapse in judgment and tried to micromanage again. Who knows what he was thinking? Perhaps he was unwilling to be seen as inferior to the Vorontsovs. Even though the players had proposed setting up missile and anti-aircraft gun positions around the palace to defend the airspace above it, the Tsar refused to agree. According to the Tsar, he had full confidence in the Imperial Guard regiment and didn't think their anti-aircraft fire would be any worse than the players' anti-aircraft teams. In this situation, what else could the players say? If the NPC adamantly refused to let them deploy, they obviously couldn't force it, otherwise, wouldn't they be acting like lapdogs? Although they were keen on helping NPCs in the game, it was mostly to complete tasks for rewards or to grind favorability to buy things. As a result, they went to help only to be met with a cold shoulder, gaining no benefits and potentially even coming into conflict with the other party, so they weren't about to waste their time on such a pointless endeavor. The situation then became thoroughly awkward because, in this air raid, the most severely damaged landmark in all of Moscow was the Tsar's palace. Perhaps the Black Hawk Air Force felt the anti-aircraft fire here was relatively weak, leading them to eventually choose this direction to carry out their bombings. During the intensifying aerial bombardment, a total of 4 bombs, each weighing 250 kilograms, struck the palace. Although 2 of the bombs somehow got stuck on the roof and failed to detonate, the remaining 2 still collapsed 2 of the palace's towers and caused over a dozen casualties. This matter didn't just make the Tsar lose face, it terrified him. Good grief, he was still hiding in the palace's underground fortifications, yet the palace actually got bombed. This time, it was only 4 250-kilogram bombs falling on his head, but what if next time the Black Eagle Empire sent a few 1 or 2-ton Grand Slam bombs? Wouldn't he be finished along with everything else? And so the Tsar's composure broke, and upon learning of the theft at the bank, he completely lost it. Notify the mint to continue printing money and further issue war bonds. Damn it, it's impossible for those Black Hawk devils to use counterfeit currency against me like they did with the Wuxiao Empire. I will make their counterfeit money plan go completely bankrupt. Amidst the Tsar's angry roars, the mint's printing presses began churning out money day and night, causing the number of rubles in circulation to grow larger and larger. While it wasn't obvious at first, many Cambrian citizens had already noticed something. The prices of food and various goods these days were changing by the day, with the cost of everything constantly rising at an alarming rate. This led countless Cambrian citizens to strongly demand daily wage payments. Meanwhile, as soon as they received their daily wages, they would almost immediately run to exchange those banknotes for various foods and daily necessities. They had no choice, the prices of everything were different every single day. Perhaps the handful of money they held could have bought a cow 10 days ago, but 10 days later, it was uncertain if that same amount could even buy an old hen. The skyrocketing prices in Moscow naturally affected the surrounding cities quickly, radiating outward with startling speed. Although Volkov hadn't been significantly affected yet, Andrei had already taken precautions, using metal currency and vouchers to pay the soldiers' salaries. Solid gold and silver coins could effectively boost the soldiers' morale. After all, even before the paper currency faced inflation and was relatively stable, its value was never as solid as gold and silver coins. Unfortunately, if Andrei were to pay all the soldiers' salaries entirely in solid gold and silver, he wouldn't be able to afford it even if it killed him. Thus, he could only mix gold and silver with various food vouchers to prevent the soldiers from becoming indignant. Of course, the Tsar's side still paid some attention when issuing salaries to Andrei's troops. For instance, besides the banknotes that were depreciating at a staggering rate, he would also send a considerable batch of silver coins to the soldiers, mixing the gold and silver coins with the paper money. For government officials or workers in other factories, he dared to issue only paper money, as these people had little room to resist. But if he dared to pay Andrei's troops entirely in paper money or simply stop paying them altogether, things would go south. To be honest, if the Tsar really stopped paying Andrei's troops, Andrei wouldn't actually mind. It might be difficult at first, but with the various channels and industries Andrei held, he could always find a way to get money and goods to support his army. However, by then, the Tsar would be the one breaking into a cold sweat. After all, if the salaries these soldiers received were all issued by the Vorontsov family, what reason would they have to remain loyal to him? Because of this, he truly didn't dare to neglect Andrei's military pay, as that would be digging his own grave. Just as Andrei was still complaining about the Tsar's economic mess, Yelena suddenly walked in and handed Andrei a report, saying, "Andryusha, we've just intercepted a secret enemy telegram. It seems to contain important military intelligence." Hearing this, the previously nonchalant Andrei instantly perked up and snatched the document. "No way, is this for real? General Ron is preparing to launch a new round of attacks toward Folkhov." Andrei muttered while quickly scanning the map, feeling that something about this seemed unreliable. After making a few simple marks on the map and combining them with the enemy movements previously detected by the players, he quickly determined that this intelligence was likely fake. No need to think twice, this news is almost certainly fake. I wonder what kind of tricks these Black Hawk devils are up to. Setting aside the question of whether the Black Hawk Army's telegrams were so easily intercepted and then decrypted, a piece of intelligence Andrei had received a few days ago was enough to prove this was false. Not long ago, the bases established by the players had discovered some enemy movements. They noticed a large amount of supplies and fuel being transported to the Black Hawk Army, specifically to General Ron's army group. From that point on, Andrei had the players closely monitor the movements of General Ron's army, frequently having players active near the bases go out to scout for news, and also having a bot and listen for information on the matter. At the time, he wasn't sure if General Ron was preparing to attack him or someone else, but when he learned from multiple channels that General Ron's armored units were rapidly heading south, he knew the enemy was pulling out. Although it seemed a bit strange, just recently, after the Black Hawk Army completely finished the encirclement of the Kievan Rus region, they had readjusted their forces. In this reorganization, the Northern Army responsible for attacking Petrograd was clearly weakened. Meanwhile, the Central Army, which the Black Eagle Empire had previously split to support both the northern and southern fronts, was merged again and grew even larger in scale. When Andrei saw this, he knew the enemy was preparing to advance on Moscow, he just didn't know which axis they planned to attack from. At a time like this, the Black Eagle Empire naturally wouldn't waste too much effort coming to attack him, especially since his defenses here were already rock solid. Their previous series of attacks had fully proven that a quick breakthrough of Andrei's defenses was impossible. If they persisted in attacking, they would only be wasting their soldiers' lives. After explaining these things to Yelena, Andrei immediately checked the map and drew several lines, saying, "It should be in this direction." The army group in General Ron's hands, as well as the Northern Army and other armored units, are all shifting toward the central axis. The enemy will likely choose Smolensk as their forward base next and then launch a large-scale offensive against Moscow. It looks like the Black Eagle Empire's general offensive is about to begin. Operation Typhoon. Andrei was naturally familiar with it, especially as many memories in his mind were rapidly being awakened while he looked at the map before him. Yelena nodded. To be honest, she wasn't surprised by the Black Hawk Army's current movements. But there was one thing she didn't understand: what was the deal with that telegram from before? Furthermore, while she was gathering information in the cafeteria earlier, she heard that the Black Hawk people's telegrams in the Northern Army were becoming increasingly frequent, looking as if they were preparing for some large-scale military operation. After asking Andrei about this, Yelena immediately received a roll of the eyes and an answer. Is that even a question? It's obviously just the simple tactic of increasing and decreasing stoves. As soon as he said it, Andrei suddenly remembered that Yelena likely didn't know about this tactic that had been used to death in ancient China, so he gave a brief explanation and applied it to the current situation. Clearly, they are using telegrams to deceive us right now. Through increasingly frequent telegrams and an offensive order intentionally left for us to decrypt, they want to use these things to mislead us into thinking the enemy's main force is massing here. But in reality, their main force has already slipped away in secret, leaving behind nothing but a large number of telegraph operators. After hearing this explanation, Yelena suddenly understood. So that's how it is. I thought the Northern Army really was preparing for a new round of fierce attacks. I didn't expect they had all run off to support the Central Army. These Black Hawk devils are truly cunning, using this method to trick people. Andrei didn't think much of Yelena's complaint. After all, he really didn't find this move by the Black Hawk Army to be particularly innovative. Compared to worrying about whether the Black Hawk Army was cunning, he was more concerned with whether his own army should take this opportunity to make a move. If he focused solely on Petrograd, launching a military operation at this time could indeed help improve the situation there, taking advantage of the moment when the Black Eagle Empire's forces were weak to strike them. However, after drawing on the map for a bit, he found that taking the initiative to attack at this time seemed to have little significance. Although Petrograd currently appeared to be under siege, because the transportation hub at Schlüsselburg had never been cut off, Petrograd's supply of materials was still relatively sufficient. Therefore, even if he further attacked the Black Hawk people, it wouldn't make the situation in Petrograd much better unless he could completely crush the Black Hawk army's northern army in one go. And that was clearly unrealistic. The military strength in his hands wasn't yet strong enough for that, unless he was prepared for a total war of attrition. Besides, just because the Black Hawk army wouldn't attack Petrograd didn't mean they truly wouldn't attack Volkhov next. When their main central army advanced toward Moscow, they would certainly have someone take the initiative to attack Andrei's side to ensure the safety of their flank. General Ron's army wouldn't attack because it was about to be reassigned, but in another direction, Tikhvin, an important transportation hub leading from Volkhov to Moscow, had a very high probability of facing an enemy assault. By the way, Yelena, has Moscow sent us any orders? Come to think of it, could it be that Moscow still hasn't noticed the Black Eagle Empire's movements? Yelena shook her head, pulled a document from the pile, and handed it to Andrei, saying, "No, Moscow did indeed issue an order to us earlier. But you told me before that the Tsar's orders aren't important, so I put it among the secondary files." Right, Andrei had indeed said that to Yelena before. Since he didn't pay much attention to the Tsar and had no interest in dealing with that eccentric old geezer, the Tsar's orders naturally seemed unimportant. After taking out the order, Andrei had only just glanced through it before he couldn't help but spit in disgust. Damn it, this is pure nonsense. This master of micromanagement doesn't know how to fight, so he shouldn't be giving random orders, okay? When he saw the Tsar demanding that he reassign the main force of his armored units, and even requiring him to send the Winter's Fury Titan Legion back to Moscow for defense, he couldn't help but roll his eyes immediately. Good grief, if he really sent the Winter's Fury Titan Legion back to Moscow, would he ever get that Titan Legion back? No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible. Besides, the Tsar didn't need to launch a large-scale offensive against the enemy, so what on earth was he doing by pulling so many of Andrei's armored units to Moscow? If Andrei really moved that many armored units away, then the Black Eagle Empire would inevitably launch an attack on Schlüsselburg, and the situation he had been managing would completely collapse. Casually tossing the Tsar's order aside, Andrei said to Yelena, "Tell the Tsar that we are about to face a fierce offensive from the Black Hawk army and cannot spare too many troops. Decline their request for now, we absolutely cannot give them the Titan Legion. However, we definitely have to provide support, lest the Tsar's side accidentally collapses. So, in the reply, say that we will support the Moscow direction with 3 armored brigades. The support of these 3 brigades will be enough." 3 armored brigades sounded like a lot, but in terms of actual armored units, the establishment of these 3 armored brigades was only roughly equivalent to a single armored regiment of the Black Eagle Empire, meaning there were more infantry. As for where these 3 armored brigades actually came from? Naturally, they were the ones Andrei had formed over these past few days by mixing players with regular soldiers and giving those regular soldiers emergency training. He had already set up a tank factory and could produce T-34s, and the production capacity was quite decent. Under these circumstances, Andrei immediately had players serve as tank commanders, using a method where veterans led new recruits to quickly assemble several armored brigades with relatively small establishments. Strictly speaking, these armored brigades could only be considered Andrei's second-line troops, armored units that would only be pulled out to fill the lines when he truly couldn't spare any player armored units. Among them, each armored brigade had a total of about 1,500 soldiers. Aside from the armored soldiers, the rest were all mechanized infantry riding in trucks and armored vehicles. As for tanks, each armored brigade possessed 53 T-34 tanks, with no other miscellaneous armored units whatsoever. Because the T-34 itself was already very practical, Andrei had no interest in adding other gadgets to it, especially the badge of Mech sent as support at the beginning. Those things were basically thrown aside by Andrei to gather dust, or otherwise sent off to Petrograd. Overall, the T-34 tank was a very balanced tank. Andrei hadn't had much personal experience with this before, but after he truly began commanding in war, he realized what a concept this balance was. The armor and firepower of this thing were both quite good, enough to engage in armor versus shell duels with the enemy's general armored units. Even when facing the cannons of a dreadnought mech, its protection seemed a bit weak, but it was at least sufficient. At the same time, the mobility of the T-34 tank was also quite excellent, and it was relatively durable and rugged. Since these tanks were being equipped for the regular army, Andrei's maintenance capabilities here had dropped significantly. With players serving as tank commanders, they could barely double as maintenance soldiers, but there was no doubt that the armored maintenance skills of the regular soldiers had to be improved. Because of this, the relatively rugged T-34 tank naturally became a wonderful choice. Otherwise, if he really brought out something like the Tiger with its interleaved road wheels, these raw recruits wouldn't even know how to begin fixing them. After providing these troops as support to Moscow, we can transfer the Western Army and gradually move them to the eastern defensive line. If nothing unexpected happens, the enemy will certainly launch an attack on Tikhvin next. The line from here to Kirishi will become our primary defensive focus. Even if the Black Hawk Army doesn't launch an attack in the end, we can take the initiative to strike out from here and launch a fierce attack on their flank, further delaying their time to attack Moscow. Andrei knew that delaying the time the enemy entered Moscow was very important. After all, the Black Eagle Empire in this world had launched its offensive even earlier than the original Third Reich. This meant that the enemy would have even more time to attack Moscow, and the arrival of General Winter would be even later. Andrei knew all too well what a miraculous existence General Winter was. Back then, the two peerless powerhouses Napoleon and Hitler had both fallen to it, their attacks on Moscow were thwarted, and in the end, it was all because of the terrible harsh winter. Of course, from the perspective of results, Napoleon was somewhat stronger than Hitler, since he actually managed to capture Moscow. However, back then, Tsarist Russia was following Kutuzov's scorched earth policy and had proactively yielded Moscow to Napoleon. Thinking about it that way, Napoleon would have been better off not attacking Moscow and retreating earlier. After finishing issuing this series of orders, Andrei picked up his cup and took a sip of water, then thought of something else and quickly added, "Oh, right, remind Moscow to try and reassign more of their troops. Don't let large groups of troops cluster together for defense in the Bryansk direction. If my prediction is correct, the Black Eagle Empire shouldn't follow the usual routine this time by attacking directly along the main road. I suspect even more that they will launch an attack from Novgorod Oblast, from the direction of Shostka and Seversky." Yelena nodded, not doubting Andrei's judgment in the slightest. Because in the vast majority of cases, Andrei's judgment was correct. At the very least, he was much stronger than the majority of the good-for-nothing generals in the Cambrian Empire. His solid track record had always supported Andrei's stellar reputation. This news was quickly sent to Moscow. When Moscow learned that Andrei was actually only willing to reassign 3 armored brigades to support them, many generals immediately expressed strong dissatisfaction and voiced their protests one after another. But compared to them, the Tsar, who was currently discussing how to fight the war with a group of generals in the operations room, appeared very calm at this moment. "Your Majesty, regarding the Volkhov Front Army's passive treatment of your orders, do you really have nothing to say?" One general, seeing the Tsar remain silent, asked cautiously from the side. But the Tsar merely waved his hand and then asked him in return, "Say what? What do you want me to say? Are you planning to have me call to complain about the Volkhov Front Army? Forget it. Even if I really swallowed my pride and made the call, it wouldn't be of any use. Being able to obtain the support of 3 armored brigades is already considered acceptable." In this regard, the Tsar was very open-minded, because he hadn't expected Andrei to actually provide him with any powerful support in the first place. He had already asked for an anti-aircraft unit, and then opened his mouth wide to ask for armored units. The Volkhov Front Army wasn't some rear area, they were also hard-pressed on the front line, so how could they possibly spare too many troops? What's more, that army was almost becoming the private army of the Vorontsov family. Even though he had planted a lot of moles inside, it didn't seem to have much effect. Under these circumstances, Andrei's willingness to reassign 3 armored brigades to him was already a pleasant surprise. The group of generals, seeing the Tsar so calm, thought he had changed his nature and all breathed a sigh of relief. During these days, the Tsar's temper had also become increasingly irritable and capricious, which made life quite difficult for many of their generals. After finishing the discussion on the issue of reinforcements, they immediately began to talk about the issue of the defensive lines used to block the enemy on the front. "All right, everyone. Regarding General Vorontsov's suggestion that we adjust the direction of our defensive lines and prepare for the possibility that the Black Hawk Army will not attack from the Bryansk direction, but from a more southern direction, what are your thoughts on this matter?" As soon as the Tsar finished speaking, a general immediately slapped the table and jumped up, saying, "Nonsense. The only reason this kid says such things is purely to make himself noticed and appear different from everyone else. The Black Hawk Army has always been accustomed to launching attacks along important transport lines. How could they possibly abandon the important main road of Bryansk and instead take a detour from the side to launch an attack? This is simply unrealistic. Doing so would not only lead to a slower movement speed for their troops but would also mean that their supply lines would have to be stretched by over 100 kilometers. This would absolutely cause a lot of unnecessary waste." But as soon as he finished speaking, another general stood up to support Andrei's idea. Compared to the opponent, this supporter's reason seemed much more hollow, as if it were a kind of blind support. "General Voynov, although I must admit that what you said earlier makes sense, I am still more willing to believe General Vorontsov's judgment. After all, since the beginning of the war, he doesn't seem to have lost a single battle, and has fully proven his ability." But upon hearing this, General Voynov instantly bristled. "What do you mean by that? Are you questioning my military level? General Vorontsov hasn't lost a single battle, but I haven't lost a single battle either. I consider myself no worse than him." Good grief, this statement was a bit of a stretch. Although no general present refuted him, the looks in many people's eyes as they turned toward him all conveyed a similar meaning. After all, this general had not independently commanded a single battle until now, he had always been busy in the general staff before. According to this logic, their Cambrian Empire could find at least dozens of generals comparable to Vorontsov. If all these generals were so reliable, then the Black Eagle Empire should have been unable to hold out long ago, right? After arguing for a long time, the Tsar felt distracted and irritable. Both sides seemed to have their own valid points, and what these guys said all appeared to make sense. How was he supposed to distinguish who was right and who was wrong? So he slapped the table and said, "Enough, stop arguing. Let's ask for the opinion of the frontline commander." As it happens, the name of the commander of the Bryansk front, General Andrei Ivanovich Cherkasov, is also Andrei. Let's see what this General Andrei thinks of the other general's suggestion. Chapter 354, The Micromanagement Master continues to exert effort. Regarding the fact that another front commander on the front lines was also named Andrei, the group of Cambrian generals present basically had no particular opinion. Because this name was far too common in the Cambrian Empire, just as the name Charlie was ubiquitous in Western Europe, there was nothing special about it. Not to mention anyone else, even among everyone present at that moment, including the nearby secretaries and the guards outside, they could likely find at least 2 more people named Andrei. The call was quickly put through to the front lines, to the headquarters of the Bryansk front. After General Cherkasov answered the phone, he hurried to greet the Tsar. To be honest, when he first received the call, he felt a bit happy deep down. After all, the Tsar thinking to call and greet him at a time like this, what did that signify? It was clearly a sign that the Tsar held him in high regard. Until he heard that the Tsar had called to ask for his help in judging whether the speculation made by the other General Andrei was correct, his mood instantly soured. Your Majesty, that is utter nonsense. That young brat anyway, this is absolutely ridiculous. General Cherkasov had originally wanted to ask if that young boy even knew how to fight a war. But at the thought of Andrei's combat record, those words became difficult to say. But even if Andrei's record was brilliant, he still disagreed with this judgment, because agreeing would make him look like a fool and would severely diminish his prestige in the military and the Tsar's trust in him. Furthermore, he had sound reasons for believing the Black Hawk Army would choose to launch a frontal assault through the center. So, he quickly explained his conclusion over the phone. It was basically the same as what the General Staff had discussed, analyzing it from the perspective of logistics and the Black Hawk Army's combat habits to reach this conclusion. In short, Your Majesty, if the enemy chooses to take such a long detour from the flank, they will face too many uncertainties. Besides, what makes them think such a large army could detour without being discovered by our reconnaissance units? Once their movements are detected, we can quickly adjust our defense lines. With our defensive deployment, we can completely set up a line in front of them before they even arrive. So, there's no reason for them to take a massive detour at a time like this. After hearing this, the Tsar nodded and then made the final decision. Very well. In that case, Cherkasov, fight according to your own ideas. I trust your ability. Block the Black Hawk Army at Bryansk. You must not let them break through to Moscow. This battle will become a major turning point. We will push these despicable invaders back and win the victory of this war. The Tsar couldn't help but start fantasizing again. There was no helping it, he was currently desperate for a victory. Having been losing battles constantly, the pressure on his side was quite immense, especially since Andrei's side was always winning. The latter also showed a strong tendency toward independence, which gave the Tsar a severe sense of urgency. His family had ruled the Cambrian Empire for so many years that they had long ago summarized a pattern. To put it bluntly, the Cambrians' people might tolerate a Tsar lording over them and acting as he pleased, but all of this was predicated on the Tsar being strong externally as well as internally. If a Tsar sat on their heads and squeezed them for all they were worth, only to be beaten by foreigners every day and lose every foreign war, then he would be in danger. At that point, he would have to worry about whether he would be abandoned by the Cambrians' people. General Cherkasov on the other end of the line had no idea what the Tsar was thinking. When he heard that the Tsar trusted him so much and stated that the battle could be fought entirely according to his own ideas, he was momentarily moved. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you for your trust. I guarantee that I will deliver victory into your hands. With that, he hung up the phone and, filled with fighting spirit, continued to arrange his frontal defense line. As the saying goes, ideals are plump, but reality is skinny. When Andrei learned that Moscow didn't seem to have adopted his suggestion, he shook his head, unable to help but sigh that they were courting disaster. The reason he could guess that the Black Hawk Army was going to launch an attack via a large flanking maneuver was not only because he knew the history of World War II, but also because the Bryansk defense line was deployed far too obviously. A full 600,000 troops were all pressed onto the frontal defense line, making the front as solid as an iron bucket, while as a result, there were hardly any people on the flanks. Concentrating forces for defense wasn't necessarily wrong, but the Black Hawk Army had long ago scouted that the enemy's frontal line had concentrated so many troops. How could they possibly ram straight into it? The Black Hawk Army weren't fools. If they were really made to attack such an impregnable defense line, how many more troops would they lose? Even if they had advantages in armor and the air force, and their rear industry was extremely powerful, that wasn't how you used them. Taking a detour of over 100 kilometers seemed dangerous, but in reality, it wasn't as bad as imagined. With the Black Hawk Army's logistical capabilities, they wouldn't fail to keep up just because of an extra 100 kilometers. On the contrary, once they successfully completed the flanking envelopment, the frontal defense line at Bryansk would collapse instantly. Most Cambrian Empire armies were very poorly prepared in terms of supplies, so they had to rely on constant blood transfusions from the rear. Their ability to hold out was inherently poor. Adding to that, with the war progressing to this point, the morale of most Cambrians' troops could only be described as mediocre, to the point that when they found themselves surrounded, they often collapsed very quickly. Precisely because of this, even if Andrei didn't know the Third Reich's original strategy, if he were to command the opposing army, he would absolutely do the same. Wasn't it just a few more trips through the woods? If running through the woods a few more times could bypass an army of 600,000, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. General Ron's armored units withdrew and began to assemble and depart from Novgorod. At the same time, the armored units of the Black Eagle Empire's armor master General Wilhelm also departed from Novoslod. However, the two units bypassed toward the northeast and southeast respectively. During this process, because the Black Eagle Empire's armored units mostly moved at night and paid special attention to their own concealment, it wasn't until the enemy truly launched the attack that General Cherkasov discovered the enemy's movements seemed different from what he had predicted. Inside the Bryansk front headquarters, when they learned that the enemy had launched an attack from a more southern direction and had routed the troops there with staggering speed, the headquarters instantly fell into chaos. No, we've been tricked. The enemy indeed did not choose to attack along the central axis, they've come out from the woods. Calm down, things haven't reached the worst point yet. We first need to figure out whether this is the enemy truly launching a full-scale offensive, or if the enemy wants to use this method to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The group of officers spoke one after another, all busy arguing over whether the enemy was conducting a main attack or a feint. Because the Black Hawk army was cunning, they didn't dare to determine the enemy's main direction of attack just like that. It wasn't as if similar things hadn't happened before, where the enemy seemed to launch a fierce attack, only for the real killing blow to come from another direction. Faced with such arguing, General Cherkasov, who was already distracted and irritable, suddenly became enraged. He slammed the table with a bang and then roared at the group still busy arguing, "Enough, all of you shut up. What did the troops retreating from the front say? How many enemy forces did they encounter?" Faced with this question from the general, the officers present fell into a surprising silence. Reporting to the commander, because the enemy broke through too quickly, we haven't seen a single unit retreating from the front yet. We only received news that their defense lines were rooted, and then there was no more word. They are likely still in a state of being surrounded by the enemy, or they haven't been able to find a channel to contact us. Tisk, this is truly terrible. General Cherkasov gnashed his teeth. This was exactly the situation he feared most. The front only knew the enemy was very fierce, but absolutely no specific useful information was known. This resulted in him being completely unable to judge the enemy's specific numbers. To be honest, based on the level of the defense line he had deployed on that route, if the main force of the Black Hawk army attacked there, it indeed could be like crushing dry weeds. But if they sent a small force for a feint, such as only sending one armored division or something, he felt his defense line would likely still fail to hold, to the point that he was completely unable to judge any effective information. After thinking it over, General Cherkasov actually ordered at a time like this, send out part of the armored units to intercept the enemy. Do not let them continue to break through. The remaining units are to stay put. No matter what, we must now ensure that the frontal defense line does not fall into chaos. That way, even if the enemy deters from the flank, we can have more sufficient reaction time. Besides that, get our reconnaissance units moving immediately. Report the situation at the front via radio at the fastest speed. After issuing the orders, General Cherkasov sat in his chair, wondering what he was actually thinking. He suddenly felt some worry. Could it be that the jinx from that brat of the Vorontsov family was actually coming true? At this moment, he suddenly felt a surge of hatred toward the sparse radio equipment in his units. After all, a significant portion of his units were those that had retreated from the front and were then reorganized. Most units had lost their radios during the retreat. When the rear reorganized these units, they only provided the full set of primary weapons but did not consider the issue of radios and other small items, so the communication of this army of his was indeed very problematic. In the past, he hadn't paid attention to these small details either. After all, in the military academy, he himself hadn't studied much knowledge in this area, and when he fought, he was also more concerned with the number of troops, cannons, and armored units. In his view, these were the most important things, everything else was just minor details. But this time, he suddenly felt that he might truly stumble over these minor details. The good news was that after spending 3 days, General Cherkasov finally confirmed that the main force of the enemy's armored units was launching a military operation from the flank, and that it wasn't a feint. But the bad news was that the breakthrough speed of the enemy's armored units was a full twice as fast as he had imagined, so much so that by the time he confirmed this news, the Bryansk region had been completely surrounded by the enemy. His unlucky army of 600,000 was thus surrounded by the Black Hawk Devils, and before they could even make an effective counterattack, their path of retreat was cut off. Break out, we must break out and retreat toward Moscow. But commander, if we launch a breakout now, then the frontal defense line. To hell with it. Forget the frontal defense line. Our rear is gone, so why care about the front? The general, who had already lost his composure, hurriedly ordered his troops to quickly break out toward the rear. But at this time, he made another fatal mistake. He failed to gather the main force of his troops, choosing to break through in haste, which resulted in piecemeal tactics. Because during the offensive, the Black Eagle Empire's air force launched a large-scale bombardment on the front line, although their planes suffered significant losses, the previous airship formations were still there. Under the bombardment of a large number of airships, as well as the destruction and interception by infiltration squads, communication between the various units of the Bryansk front was severely hindered. Consequently, when he issued orders, some units closer to the headquarters did receive them and began to quickly break out toward the rear, but other units stood frozen in place, not knowing what to do. Through reconnaissance conducted by multiple airships circling in the sky and relying on the radio stations deployed on them, the Black Hawk army quickly learned of the Bryansk front's movements and discovered the Cambrian army currently fleeing in panic like rabbits. Located at the front line, advancing alongside his armored units, General Wilhelm laughed heartily as he looked at the officers around him and said, "Haha, gentlemen, celebrate this victory, we have achieved another great victory." After fighting for so long, the Cambrian Empire's army still hasn't made much progress. Their performance is much the same every time, to the point where I'm starting to lose that sense of freshness. Hearing this, the group of officers around the general also burst into laughter, feeling that this battle was truly incredibly easy. Meanwhile, on another axis, General Ron also looked relaxed, even feeling a bit moved. Upon hearing the news that the Cambrian army was breaking out in panic but was being bombarded by airships and artillery in turn, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Sigh, the war has finally become normal, this is the true level of the Cambrian Empire's army. General Ron couldn't help but sigh with emotion. After fighting several brutal battles with Andrei's side before, he had developed a psychological shadow regarding the combat effectiveness of the Cambrian Empire's army. Consequently, while executing this plan, he had even argued with General Wilhelm because he thought Wilhelm's plan was a bit too risky. The enemy might very well cut off his retreat before he completed the encirclement. But General Wilhelm felt that General Ron's concerns were completely groundless because he didn't believe the Cambrian army could have such a fast reaction speed. In his view, with those fellows' incredibly dull reaction speed, never mind cutting off his retreat, if they could even discover his operational intent before he completed the encirclement, they would already be considered fast. Seeing General Wilhelm's relaxed expression, General Ron eventually just shook his head and said, "That's because you haven't fought Vorontsov. If you truly fought a battle against his troops, you would realize what terrifying reaction speed means. If it were Vorontsov's team, when the front line encountered a surprise attack, his army could complete deployment in about 3 hours and establish a solid defensive line in 1 day. With such reaction speed, even if Vorontsov's army were ambushed, in most cases, it would be difficult for the Black Hawk army to achieve effective results. Even many Black Hawk generals called Andrei's ridiculous reaction and troop movement speed prophet-like reaction ability, seriously doubting if Andrei had the ability to foresee the future. But unfortunately, apart from using certain battles from World War II as a reference, Andrei really didn't know anything about foreseeing the future. At most, he could learn of enemy movements at the first opportunity through player communication and then mobilize players to rush there at the fastest possible speed. This was the advantage of informatization, as well as the advantage of the player's terrifying mobility. After completing the current encirclement, General Wilhelm did not stop his troops, he only detached a portion of his forces to stay behind and consolidate the encirclement, while the remaining troops continued to advance toward Oryol. 2 days later, his army successfully occupied Oryol and began to continue advancing toward Tula, with a breakthrough speed that was simply lightning fast. In Moscow, the Tsar and his group were already in an uproar. At this moment, the Tsar was in a towering rage, reprimanding all the generals under him. "By the goddess, where has all the military knowledge you learned before gone? Are you the Empire's battle-hardened veterans? So many people in the entire general staff added together couldn't even compare to Vorontsov in the end. To think I trusted General Cherkasov so much, yet he has squandered the elite troops I gathered like this." At the thought of the terrible news that 600,000 troops on the front line had been disastrously surrounded, the Tsar felt like spitting blood. Damn it, does he know how difficult it was to scrape together those 600,000 troops? He had sold everything he had, finally gathering all the units he could muster, and only then did he assemble this army. And now look, could it be that the terrible encirclement at Kyiv is happening all over again? Recalling the nearly 500,000 troops swallowed by the enemy in the previous Kyiv encirclement, the Tsar suddenly felt like spitting blood. Although in terms of quality, the 500,000 troops over there were actually of higher quality than the 600,000 here because their equipment was better and they had more veterans. But even so, the 600,000 troops here absolutely cannot be lost. If these 600,000 troops are gone, then he probably won't be able to hold on much longer. Your Majesty, please do not worry. The situation at the front is not as bad as we imagined. After the Tsar finished venting his emotions, a Cambrian general, for some unknown reason, had a sudden lapse in judgment and stepped forward to comfort the Tsar, saying, "Your Majesty, although the Black Eagle Empire has indeed surrounded our army again, they do not have that many troops to consolidate the encirclement. Their encirclement is far from being as tight as we imagined. Based on the current situation, as long as we break up the Bryansk front and order them to disperse and break out in various directions, we should still be able to withdraw a significant portion of the army." Ha, that's really great news. The Tsar's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. He didn't know how many of those 600,000 troops could eventually be withdrawn, but that wasn't the point. The point was, could those withdrawn troops quickly regain their combat effectiveness? Undoubtedly, it would be impossible for them to carry much heavy equipment while retreating, a large number of artillery and armored units would have to be left behind. At the same time, with them retreating in such a dispersed manner, their units would be completely scattered. How would he gather them back together then? If it really came to that, he couldn't possibly transform into a living saint and fly directly to the battlefield to pick people up everywhere, could he? Speaking of living saints, he suddenly thought of something and asked the general, "By the way, how are our living saints on the front line doing? Have they done their best to delay the Black Eagle Empire's armored groups?" Since there were no more troops to mobilize, but the Tsar had to stop General Wilhelm's rapid advance, he could only send living saints to block the opponent. Although he had only sent 2 living saints in total, generally speaking, if used properly, 2 living saints should be enough to cause considerable trouble for the enemy. "Yes, Your Majesty, our living saints have delayed the enemy as much as possible, but their situation is not very good." A staff officer took out a document to report, shaking his head. Of the 2 living saints, one died in an ambush by the Black Eagle Empire's Mage Corps, and the other was seriously injured in that same ambush. Now, there isn't much room for direct combat with the enemy, they can only barely hold on. It's over, the Tsar felt like spitting blood again. My living saints. Does he know how difficult it is to borrow living saints from the church, distinguish? And he was also puzzled, he had clearly reminded these guys before to be careful of the enemy's Mage Corps, but why didn't they listen? The Tsar didn't know that at the beginning of the war, the 2 living saints had indeed fought very smoothly against General Wilhelm's armored units. Initially, they just kept harassing from the periphery, and after freezing an enemy unit at will, they would retreat without hesitation. Relying on this method, they destroyed over 300 enemy military vehicles in 2 days and even took out over 50 mechas, with extremely impressive killing efficiency. But unexpectedly, after achieving such efficiency, these guys got cocky. Recalling the operations previously performed by the Living Saint under Andrei, the two of them suddenly felt that they could do it too. Since Andrei's Living Saint could forcibly snatch an army group commander from the enemy's army group and capture that unlucky fellow on the spot, why couldn't they? With the attitude of if he can do it, so can I, they went directly to attack General Wilhelm's headquarters. Especially since General Wilhelm himself particularly liked to inspect the front line, his headquarters was also quite far forward, making an attack even easier to succeed. But the two Living Saints had no idea that General Wilhelm was precisely exploiting this psychological state of theirs. Initially, General Wilhelm was quite dissatisfied with these Living Saints always running over to attack him, but he was somewhat helpless against them until he listened to a suggestion from a staff officer to use himself as bait and start fishing. During these past 2 days, he would run around the front line whenever he had nothing to do, scurrying about with the vanguard armored units. With such fanfare, he really did lure the two Living Saints out, and then the two Mage Corps lying in ambush both struck, resulting in one death and one serious injury. General Wilhelm had to admit that doing this was indeed risky, but he won the gamble. Now, the seriously injured Living Saint no longer had much strength or courage to run over and attack him again. Up until now, the greatest obstacle he could create was occasionally freezing a patch of the road ahead, creating a muddy area to slow down his speed. Consequently, when certain roads became too muddy, he even had to specifically send a group of abyss mages to the front to bake the ground, using this method to reharden the muddy ground and allow the armored units to pass. In this process, General Wilhelm also reached a conclusion: the armored combat vehicle designed after Vorontsov's unit is not as excellent as we imagined. This thing has its advantages: it's easy to mass produce and suitable for ambushes, but its adaptability to road surfaces is far inferior to mechas, it easily gets stuck in the mud. In comparison, although the mechanical legs of a mecha exert more pressure, causing them to sink faster, because of its walking mode and the high stability of the walking mechanism, the mecha is actually better at overcoming harsh terrain. Of course, in cases of bad luck, this thing will sink into the mud when it's supposed to, it's just a bit better than the tank destroyers manufactured by the Black Hawk people. After General Wilhelm resolved the rather annoying trouble of the Living Saints, he let his troops continue their advance. His goal was to occupy Tula as soon as possible, completely cut off the escape route of the Bryansk army, and at the same time, advance on Moscow at the fastest possible speed. Although he wasn't very optimistic about the Emperor's demand to capture Moscow before the end of the year and end the fighting once and for all, he had to admit that if his army could be the first to march into Moscow, it would be an immense honor. At the same time, the Tsar could never allow Tula to be lost just like that. If he really did that, how could he continue the war? But then the problem arose: this wretched place, Tula, had no troops guarding it at all. There were plenty of weapons, defensive facilities, and things like airfields here, but the problem was that there were essentially no defenders. The number of troops stationed there wouldn't even exceed 1,000. To expect an army of fewer than 1,000 people to stop General Wilhelm's armored group, how was that possible? Even if these 1,000 men were all Imperial Eagles who had been successfully modified and had the side effects of the modification weakened, they still wouldn't have such immense power. After thinking it over, the Tsar's side was becoming a bit desperate. He decided to use airborne troops to defend the area. Your Majesty, what you are doing is simply unrealistic. How can we use paratroopers to fight against armored units? Airborne troops can only carry light weapons. Their anti-armor capabilities are extremely weak. Facing armored units, they will only be crushed in an instant. When the other generals heard that the Tsar intended to send an airborne unit to forcibly support Tula and have them block the enemy's armored units, they quickly tried to stop this master of micromanagement. Many generals broke out in a cold sweat, unable to help but complain about the Tsar in their hearts. If you don't understand warfare, then don't meddle recklessly. Why are you always giving blind orders? Even if you deployed these paratroopers in Moscow to engage the enemy in urban street fighting, it would be better than letting them charge directly against enemy armored units, wouldn't it? Enough. We can't worry about that much anymore, we must support Tula immediately. The Tsar cursed and said, the generals under me are not only incompetent buckets of rice and stupid bores, they've now even become cowards. I know those airborne troops lack anti-armor capabilities, but they are the fastest reinforcements we can mobilize. They don't need to carry many weapons, they just need to be sent there and then quickly take the corresponding weapons from the local armory. That will be enough. Send elite infantry and artillery there, have them take equipment directly from the armory, and they can construct a defensive line. Just then, a general suddenly raised his hand and reported loudly, reporting to your Majesty, I just thought of a reinforcement unit that can be urgently mobilized, and that is the 3 armored brigades that Vorontsov previously sent to support us. The armored units of these 3 brigades cannot possibly stop the enemy's armored group, but they can indeed construct a defensive line for us and delay their pace as much as possible. And at that time, as long as we simultaneously send a large number of airborne troops for emergency support, we can gain more time. We can then turn around and mobilize troops from other areas to come here. This is good. The Tsar's eyes lit up, now the anti-armor problem was solved. Moreover, he also wanted to witness for himself what kind of quality the armored units Andrei sent over actually had. He hoped the troops sent by that ambitious man wouldn't all be a bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled men with no combat effectiveness. Soon, the 3 light armored brigades that had only just arrived in Moscow by train, without even having time to rest for more than 2 days, once again boarded the train to Tula. At the same time, the Tsar also quickly mobilized his guard airborne troops, along with another group of elite veterans and artillery, and sent them to Tula together via airlift. As long as they could hold out for 2 days, he could transport 8,000 elites to Tula. With these people constructing a new defensive line, they were now in a race against time. When the Tsar issued this order, the players immediately received the corresponding quest. Ha ha ha, brothers, the quest is here. We're going to risk our lives against the Central Army's armored group. This embarrassing Tsar is about to lose his grip again. Our next task is to delay for as much time as possible, so don't be too reckless when fighting. Whatever you do, don't go head to head, we only have this many armored units on hand. After receiving the quest, the players all began chatting excitedly in the communication channel, their emotions quite high. For players, having a battle to fight was enough to get them excited, especially since according to the current offensive, the enemy they would face next might very well be the General Guderian of this plane. Guderian was a well-known figure, a master of armored warfare. In a series of World War II games, Old Gu's strength was firmly T1 or even T0, mainly depending on whether a lot of money was spent. Compared to the players' war fanaticism, which was like that of Kern followers, most of the ordinary soldiers in this team were not as excited. But even so, they were still full of confidence in the upcoming war. Because they had previously won a series of battles with Andrei and eliminated countless Black Hawk Devils. By the current standards of the Cambrian Empire, every one of them was an elite veteran. To put it bluntly, if judged by the current armored military standards of the Cambrian Empire, setting aside Andrei's own forces, these armored brigades he provided as aid were definitely among the highest level armored units in the Tsar's hands. In any other armored unit, it would be impossible to find such a large number of elite tankers, not to mention that this armored unit also had a group of players as officers and core forces. What would happen if a player was used as a tank commander and then stuffed into an ordinary tank, with the other members of the tank being ordinary tankers? Andrei had been curious about this question before and had conducted a series of tests during subsequent training, eventually figuring out the characteristics of this mode. In this mode, a series of characteristics that players had when driving tanks almost disappeared. For example, things like infinite shells, fast-loading cannons, game tanks not automatically breaking down, vehicles running at their theoretical maximum speed, and crew health being bound to the tank, all of these disappeared. But even so, they still possessed quite a few advantages. First of all, with players present, they could contact each other through internal communication, which was equivalent to every tank being equipped with a radio. Under normal circumstances, the Cambrian Empire's armored units were extremely short on radios. Generally, only platoon leaders or even company commanders were equipped with radios. It was better in Andrei's units, but even then, it wasn't possible to equip every vehicle with a radio. By using this method, they completely achieved radio freedom, and the communication was more accurate than before and would not be jammed. Secondly, the player's field of vision in the tank would not be limited by narrow observation ports, they could adjust their vision between an interior mode and a third-person perspective. This meant they could better see the situation around the tank and were not easily ambushed by the enemy. In addition, with players present, if something really happened, they could get out of the tank at any time to repair it, which was equivalent to having a built-in repair hack. Although doing so was dangerous and they could easily be hit by enemy machine guns, in any case, the player's repair speed was extremely startling, which was enough to reverse the situation at a critical moment. Because of this, Andrei discovered that filling a player into a tank as a commander could bring a huge boost to the tank's combat effectiveness. So he immediately created such a strange mixed unit. A mixed unit would consume no more than 100 players but could forcefully support an entire armored brigade. At the same time, when Andrei learned that these armored units had begun to move and were preparing to face the armored elites of the Black Eagle Empire, he immediately issued an order to this unit through the players: don't fight the enemy head-on, focus on sneak attacks. This order was immediately passed through the players' channels to a Cambrian tanker officer in charge of commanding the 3 armored brigades. Division Commander, General Vorontsov has sent you a telegram, he seems to want to give you some suggestions. Hearing the adjutant's words, Major General Radnov, who had just been granted the rank of Major General by the Empire and had become the commander of this armored division, quickly took the telegram and frowned. The telegram was well written. In it, Andrei analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of both sides in detail and emphasized: they were unable to confront the enemy head-on. The armored units must use the small to overcome the large, which meant relying on armored ambush warfare to delay the enemy's speed. Major General Radnov agreed with this statement and was also prepared to humbly seek advice from the veteran tankers in the team, letting them bring out their past experiences and replicate their previous glory. However, the problem arose: he had also received a telegram from the Tsar at the same time. In this telegram, the Tsar demanded that he must strike rapidly, give full play to the mobility advantage of the armored units, and fiercely strike the enemy's flanks. According to the Tsar's thinking, the Black Eagle Empire's armored units had such an advantage and especially liked to launch attacks toward the enemy's flanks, so they should learn from the enemy's strengths. Unfortunately, compared to Andrei's well-reasoned telegram, the Tsar's telegram appeared quite amateurish and looked unreliable at a glance. After the adjutant left, the Major General wiped a handful of cold sweat from his forehead and said with a bitter smile, "Damn it, what bad luck. A perfectly good tactical decision has suddenly turned into a matter of political alignment." From a political perspective, as a newly promoted general appointed by the Tsar, he should naturally obey the Tsar's orders unconditionally. But in his view, war didn't care about factions, it cared about an objective sense of right and wrong. After thinking it over, he decided to choose Andrei's way of fighting and comforted himself: "Sigh, let's stick to armored ambushes. The Tsar's order is simply a death sentence. When a general is in the field, he may ignore the sovereign's orders. I believe His Majesty should understand my difficulties." Although he knew that doing this would likely cause the Tsar's dissatisfaction and suspicion, he couldn't worry about so much now. If he didn't do this, then following the Tsar's way of fighting would be pure suicide. Even if he didn't die in battle on the spot, he estimated that after the armored units were sacrificed, the Tsar would have him executed anyway. In comparison, the issue of the Tsar's future reckoning would have to wait until later. At least Andrei's suggestion would allow him to better survive on the battlefield and achieve victory. Chapter 355, Enter what village? Not entering, no matter what. Oh, so it can be done like this? I've learned something new. What? This kind of camouflage mode works too. Wait, aren't we supposed to hide the tracked combat vehicles? Why are we intentionally setting up fake ones outside? Major General Radnov stared blankly as the players made a series of preparations for an armored ambush, feeling that his eyes had truly been opened. In the past, when Andrei won an armored battle, he did say he relied on ambushing the enemy with armored units to achieve victory. At the time, the group of generals in the rear didn't take it too seriously. It wasn't until now, when he saw with his own eyes how these soldiers under Andrei's command set up positions and various decoys, that he realized there was actually so much to consider when fighting an armored ambush. On the players' side, experienced veterans were in charge of planning, while other new players along with a bunch of Cambrian soldiers provided the labor, quickly setting up the ambush positions. Abandoned villages, haystacks by the roadside, and deep pits quickly dug by the players, all of these could hide the tanks very well. After playing the game for so long, the players naturally knew that an ambush was like a sniper's job. You must remember to shoot and then move. The enemy wasn't stupid. When they saw fire suddenly erupt from a location and a shell blast one of their armored units, they would certainly know to fire back. Even though the tanks Andrei provided to the players were all T-34/85 tanks, the defensive power of these tanks could hardly withstand the enemy's long-barreled 75mm guns. That being the case, to avoid being destroyed as much as possible, they had to set up more positions so the tanks could relocate quickly, while also using decoys to confuse the enemy. At the same time, some players rode war horses from the game and galloped outward. Their mission was to act as reconnaissance soldiers and discover the enemy's armored units as much as possible. It didn't matter if they were discovered and killed or accidentally captured alive. For the players, as long as they saw the enemy, they could immediately notify their comrades through team communications. Because of this, these guys were all top-tier reconnaissance soldiers. Even though Andrei hadn't planned to assign too many players to such a second-line unit, he still stuffed dozens of players in, aside from the tank commanders. These dozens of people could serve as super engineers, rapid response repairmen, cavalry, or elite soldiers leading the charge. They were very versatile. At the same time, these people could be concentrated and used as a special operations team. With them, the combat capability of an armored brigade would immediately increase significantly. Not long after, the cavalrymen scouting outside detected the enemy's armored units. Or rather, the Black Eagle Empire had no intention of concealing their armored units' movements. At this stage of the war, all concealment was futile. They only needed to move fast enough to seize all their objectives before the enemy could react. Then, even if their movements were exposed, it wouldn't matter because the opponent simply couldn't keep up with their reaction speed. Report, General. Our reconnaissance soldiers have discovered an enemy armored unit 15 kilometers from here. Major General Radnov looked up, staring blankly at the soldier who had suddenly burst into the headquarters. However, at this moment, he didn't intend to dwell on the other's rude behavior. He was more curious about. Soldier, how do you know the enemy's armored unit is approaching? Did the reconnaissance soldiers come back to report? He didn't understand. The guy's uniform clearly marked him as an armored crewman, and he hadn't sent any armored units out for scouting. He had only sent a small number of cavalry as reconnaissance soldiers. In that case, why hadn't the cavalry returned to report, but this armored crewman had suddenly run back instead? Report, General. Our reconnaissance cavalryman was unfortunately killed in an encounter with the enemy. He dragged his heavily wounded body all the way back, told me the news, and then died. The player made up a story on the fly, while also reminding the cavalry player not to show his face in front of the general, or his lie would be exposed. So that's how it was, that cavalry was truly heroic. After casually mentioning that the cavalry should be awarded a medal, the general quickly asked the several officers present, "Everyone, the enemy is coming. Is our armored unit in position?" As soon as he finished speaking, the officers saluted in unison and said, "General, please rest assured. We have participated in many armored battles within the Volkov Front Army and received tactical guidance from our General Vorontsov. With our rich combat experience, the frontline soldiers have long been ready. Haha, as long as those Black Hawk devils dare to barge in like bulls, our traps are guaranteed to make them question their lives. In that case, good. I didn't expect these guys to set up their positions so quickly." The Major General was surprised. He had thought their positions might only be half finished, or that the forward positions might even have to be abandoned. But he never expected they would finish setting up in such a short time. Based on this display of earthwork alone, he felt that most of the Tsar's armored units couldn't compare to his own. "Very well, I look forward to your performance. You must ruthlessly crush the enemy's arrogance." At the front line, Major Luke, who was leading an armored reconnaissance battalion and rapidly approaching, suddenly couldn't help but sneeze. "Battalion commander, I keep feeling that the atmosphere ahead isn't quite right. Is it a bit too quiet around here as we've been driving along?" Inside the armored vehicle, the adjutant sitting next to him whispered to the major. "Haha, don't worry. Silence is normal, there's no Cambrian army defending this place at all. As for those ordinary local militias and other miscellaneous armed groups, they've probably been scared into hiding long ago upon hearing of our arrival, like rabbits seeing an eagle." Major Luke showed a contemptuous smile. not worried at all about any potential enemy ambushes in the vicinity. In his view, their movement speed was simply too fast for the Cambrians to react. During their journey, they had been quite cautious at first. For instance, whenever they saw haystacks or similar things nearby, they would have the lead armored vehicle fire a burst or even have the vehicles at the rear fire a shell. This was because General Wilhelm had indeed warned them beforehand to be careful of enemy ambushes. However, they had encountered hundreds of haystacks along the way and none of them turned out to be problematic. After all that effort, they had not only wasted many shells but also further slowed down the unit's movement speed, which made Major Luke very dissatisfied and caused him to gradually lower his guard. Because of this, he didn't care at all about the large field of haystacks before him. He had seen countless haystacks like these along the way. Wasn't it perfectly normal for haystacks to appear in a wheat field? But just then, a series of sudden cannon shots rang out. Several armor-piercing shells instantly flew out from different haystacks, hitting the two armored vehicles at the very front and rear of their column on the spot. Besides those two, several other vehicles toward the rear of their column were also destroyed. In this single round of shelling, 5 vehicles in their entire unit were pierced. Damn it, what's going on? It's an ambush. Return fire. The enemy's armored units are hiding in the haystacks. Having suddenly encountered an ambush, the Black Hawk army marching in a column on the road instantly fell into chaos. A soldier quickly jumped down from a half-track, looking in panic at the distant haystacks, but before he could even lie down, machine gun bullets were already spraying from them. One Black Hawk soldier after another was mowed down by flying bullets just as they jumped from their armored vehicles. The other armored vehicles on the road immediately became a mess. A wheeled armored vehicle tried to drive quickly into the wheat field to avoid the enemy nearby on the flank, but as soon as it left the road, it ran over a landmine hidden in the field by the players. Boom! The anti-tank mine exploded instantly, turning the armored vehicle into scrap metal on the spot, with several wheel hubs flying out like cannonballs and smashing into the surroundings. One unlucky Black Hawk soldier had finally managed to hide behind an armored vehicle, only for a massive tire to fall from the sky and strike his head like a cannonball, snapping his neck instantly. Another vehicle drove off the road and also ended up hitting a mine. At some point, the players had laid a large number of mines around here, precisely along both sides of this road. Don't move. There are mines here. Where are our tracked combat vehicles? Major Luke shouted, his eyes filled with panic. Battalion commander, we can't. If we don't move and stay on the road, aren't we just sitting ducks? The adjutant shouted anxiously in Major Luke's ear, but just as he finished speaking, another vehicle, panicking and trying to leave the road, ran over a mine. Haha, nice shot. Stop talking nonsense and retreat quickly. This crappy place has no cover. Didn't you see their gun barrels turning this way? One player was still excited, but his teammate ruthlessly threw cold water on him. Just as he was wondering, a high explosive shell suddenly shot from behind the road, coincidentally blowing off his tank's track. Damn it, is anyone coming to help fix this? The player shouted twice in the team comms but found no one responding. Gritting his teeth, he used the cover of the straw in front to open the tank's hatch and quickly ran down to repair the vehicle. How annoying, usually, this kind of work should be handled by a radio operator, but clearly, there wasn't one on this vehicle at all, and he was already serving that role. Good, we hit them. There's definitely an armored unit over there that we hit. Major Luke heard the crisp sound of steel clashing and immediately became excited. But almost at the same time, the combat vehicle at the rear of their column was also destroyed by a flying shell. Compared to the enemy, their armored vehicles were still too fragile. This armored reconnaissance battalion was somewhat different in organization from the Northern Army's armored reconnaissance battalion that Andrei had encountered before. Aside from this armored reconnaissance battalion being larger in organization and manpower, one significant difference was that this unit was not equipped with any mechs. According to past practice, even for a Black Eagle Empire armored reconnaissance battalion, they should have a dedicated group of pacifier mechs incorporated, and perhaps even 2 dreadnought mechs acting as the spearhead. However, not long ago, their armored reconnaissance battalion had undergone a complete reorganization. All the mechs in their unit had been replaced by the rear with newly developed tracked combat vehicles. Even the wheeled armored cars in their unit included several of the latest modified models based on the original design. These vehicles had an added turret sporting a 45mm anti-tank gun. Just as Major Luke was rejoicing, he suddenly saw an enemy tracked combat vehicle emerge from a haystack over there. Compared to their side's tank destroyers, which were modified from the Saint Chamond as a prototype, this type of tank from the Cambrian Empire appeared much taller and more powerful, and its mobility and flexibility were far superior. As for their own tanks, those things were basically useless in every aspect except for the gun mounted on top. It wasn't just here, tanks emerged from several other haystacks in the surrounding area. These tanks were extremely mobile and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. What made Major Luke lose his composure even more was that as those tanks retreated, their turrets actually turned back to fire several consecutive shots at them. Although the tank's accuracy was poor while firing on the move, one of their armored cars was still unfortunately hit and blew up on the spot. Damn it! What are our tracked combat vehicles busy doing? Major Luke turned back in anger, only to see those originator tracked combat vehicles twisting and turning on the road, still busy trying to find a firing angle. This thing was indeed a step forward for the Black Hawk Army, as they had successfully copied the enemy's tracked combat vehicles. But the problem wasn't the performance of this tracked combat vehicle they produced far too terrible? The Black Eagle Empire's R&D department stated they wouldn't take the blame. After all, the performance of the wreckage handed to them was only at this level. At least under normal circumstances, the level of a Saint Chamond tank was the level of the current Black Hawk Army's tanks. Due to more advanced engines, their tanks were even slightly faster than the Saint Chamond tanks. But without a doubt, those thick and clumsy iron coffins really couldn't compare to the agile T-34. Major, should we pursue? The adjutant beside him asked with some indignation, but as soon as he finished speaking, Major Luke gave him a hard slap on the forehead. Pursue, 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 pursue your head. Why weren't you this dedicated when chasing women? Idiot, our unit has no more than 20 armored combat vehicles equipped with cannons. It's almost impossible for vehicles with 45mm guns to penetrate their tracked vehicles. Are we pursuing just to die? Although there were only a few retreating enemy tracked combat vehicles, Major Luke knew very well that this was definitely not a simple numbers game. Given the flexibility of the enemy's vehicles, their originator vehicles couldn't compare at all, and the armored cars they named Lynx were also no match for the opponent. Even if their armored units far outnumbered the enemy, charging in would ultimately just be sending themselves to the slaughter. After being slapped by the major, the adjutant had a look of grievance on his face. Wasn't it just because he saw how arrogant the enemy was and felt indignant that he said that? Besides, he didn't need to chase women at all. With his looks and status, plenty of women would actively chase him. Report the situation here. We need the troops in the rear to know about this. Remind them to be extremely careful of enemy ambushes. Major Luke said casually, then urged the engineers behind him to hurry up and clear the mines. Otherwise, with the road ahead blocked by the wreckage of their armored vehicles and no one to clear the mines on the sides, wouldn't they be trapped to death? It wasn't just Major Luke's vanguard, several other Black Eagle Empire vanguard units also encountered player attacks on different roads. Although the number of players setting up ambushes in these places was small, they hit very accurately and didn't linger at all. So much so that when the Black Hawk soldiers angrily raised their rocket launchers, ready to rush up and teach them a lesson, they found that those guys had long since vanished. Suffering several minor setbacks in a row made the advancing Black Hawk army more alert, and armored units from the rear were quickly dispatched. In addition, more mechanized infantry were being sent over. Now that they had a large number of rocket launchers, they found that the infantry's anti-armor capabilities had significantly improved. Compared to the anti-armor rifles of the past, rocket launchers were simply too useful, both penetration and lethality had increased immensely, and they could be used against various enemy targets. In this situation, the Black Eagle Empire increasingly valued the combination of armored units and infantry, strictly requiring that armored units must have sufficient infantry accompaniment to advance. Before long, an elite Black Hawk armored battalion was quickly sent to Major Luke's side. Although this armored battalion had suffered significant losses in previous battles and now only had about 40 mechs left, they still possessed strong combat power. Furthermore, as a temporary supplement, they even brought a batch of new tracked combat vehicles, which further enhanced their combat effectiveness. Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin, we must be extremely cautious in our next actions. I don't believe the enemy would only set one ambush here, they must have other units lying in wait elsewhere. When Major Luke met the commander of this armored battalion, he skipped the pleasantries and spoke directly. Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin nodded seriously. Major, what you say makes a lot of sense. Therefore, I need your units to continue scouting ahead for us. Please, you must draw out the enemies hidden in the shadows. I assure you, as long as your units can draw them out, my boys can destroy them immediately. As he spoke, he waved to several mechs behind him, and those dreadnought mechs also waved their cannons, their movements looking quite human-like. Major Luke didn't care if the mechs' movements were human-like, even though he knew that being able to give mechs a human-like grace proved the pilots possessed extremely high skill. He only felt that this Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin was the one being truly human-like. How did this guy have the nerve to say such cold and heartless words with that warm mouth of his? Asking him to help scout was just a nice way of putting it. To put it bluntly, wasn't this just making his units act as cannon fodder to probe the way? But the problem was, in this situation, he really couldn't refuse, as his unit's duty was indeed reconnaissance. After cursing under his breath for a bit, Major Luke quickly ordered his units to continue their advance. However, compared to before, his unit's advance was now markedly more cautious. Not only did the armored vehicles stop forming dense columns as they had before, but they also deliberately slowed their speed. Meanwhile, the originator tracked combat vehicles equipped with 75mm cannons were sent to the very front of the unit to ensure that if they encountered an enemy armored attack, these vehicles could react as quickly as possible, rather than being stuck in the back awkwardly adjusting like before. Along the way, Major Luke's unit was jumpy, to the point where they were startled by every rustle of grass. Whenever they saw an obstacle by the road, their first instinct was almost always to have a tank fire a shot first. They would promptly open fire on any object large enough to hide a tank. It couldn't be helped, they had truly been frightened by the previous encounter. No one wanted an enemy tank to suddenly rumble out from a haystack or a small house due to a slight oversight and catch them off guard again. But even so, they still suffered the loss of 3 vehicles during their march. These 3 vehicles weren't destroyed by players using tanks, but were taken out by anti-tank mines that players occasionally dropped on the road. The Black Hawk soldiers were bewildered, God knows why a mine would pop up here and there in this god-forsaken place. Because of this, every time one of their vehicles hit a mine, they had to send out engineers to search the surrounding area to ensure no other mines were present. But strangely enough, as if purely to mess with their heads, the enemy only laid 1 or 2 mines at a time, never many. Yet even so, when they accidentally hit another one, they had to stop and search the surroundings once more. Because no one knew if the mines the enemy set here were configured exactly the same as the ones before. What if they had buried several more mines here, but they judged based on previous experience? Wouldn't they then suffer unnecessary losses? Behind Major Luke, Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin's unit followed closely, while also constantly observing the losses of Major Luke's unit. Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin sighed, a look of solemnity appearing on his face. The situation isn't good. The enemy here is more troublesome than I imagined. The Cambrian Empire armored unit we're facing now is likely quite different from those rookies we met before. Not to mention anything else, simply being able to set up an ambush that makes me feel this uncomfortable and being able to mess with our heads all along the way is proof enough of their capability. Just as the lieutenant colonel was about to wax philosophical, a soldier suddenly ran over, waving and shouting quickly, "Battalion commander, we have a situation. Our men have found a small village ahead. Should we drive in?" To this question, Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin merely curled his lip in disdain and said, "What do you think? If it were you, would you just drive into the village like that? Forget it. In such an obvious environment, I'd find it strange if the enemy didn't have any arrangements in the village." After a casual complaint, Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin drew a line on the map and pointed ahead. "We'll bypass the village from the south. Ignore those guys and let the following infantry deal with the enemies in the village. Oh, right, call the Air Force while you're at it. Have them bomb the village. I'd like to see if they can still stay hidden in there under a bombardment." The lieutenant colonel had previously seen a battle fought by the Northern Army where they encountered Andrei's troops and fought a brutal meat grinder of a battle in a village. At that time, he discovered that the enemy seemed to love setting up armored units for ambushes in villages, and he had to admit that such complex terrain was indeed very suitable for armored ambushes. So from then on, he had been reminding himself in his heart. Armored units should stay out in the open, don't go wandering into villages or towns for no reason, and try to avoid complex terrain as much as possible. If there really was a suspicion of enemies in a place like this, one would either have the accompanying infantry clear them out or call in the Air Force to bomb them. Sure enough, just as Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin had anticipated, the players had already set up an ambush in this village. However, contrary to what he had imagined, the players hadn't actually deployed many tanks in the village, they had only hidden 3 there. As for the rest, the gun barrels seemingly exposed and some of the chassis structures, those were all inflatable tanks set up by the player engineers. Ha ha ha, the Eagle sauce is still the ultimate authority. Which genius came up with the idea of inflatable tanks? Looking at the full 20 tank models deployed in the village, some players couldn't help but laugh. Although these things looked quite bloated, like bouncy castles, and no matter how you looked at them, the silhouette of a Sherman tank was completely inconsistent with that of a T-34 tank. But in reality, these things were actually quite useful in war. Setting aside whether the Black Eagle Empire could tell the difference between a Sherman and a T-34, even if they could, they wouldn't be able to tell the thing was inflatable when looking from a distance. When they saw a gun barrel poking out of a house from a kilometer or a few hundred meters away, the first reaction of the Black Hawk people would never be to wonder if it was an inflatable toy, instead, they would immediately want to destroy it. The players guessed that the Black Hawk army would notice this village, at the very least, they would never casually expose their flank to a village with a tank ambush. And if they launched an attack on the village, then with the players' abilities, this village would surely be transformed into a brand new meat grinder. But the players never guessed that this time, the Black Hawk army commander would actually disregard the rules of engagement. Before long, 6 modified Black Hawk fighters carrying bombs flew toward them. The players and other Cambrian soldiers hiding in ambush in the village instantly wore expressions of existential doubt. Damn it! It's enemy planes! Take cover! Quick, quick, quick! Hurry up and build the anti-aircraft guns to shoot them down. Most Cambrian soldiers scrambled for cover, huddling in cellars or hiding in other sturdy spaces as much as possible. In comparison, the players appeared much more defiant, as their minds were entirely focused on figuring out how to shoot down the enemy planes. A player ran to an open area and started building an anti-aircraft gun position as fast as possible, but his 88mm gun position was only half finished when dense fire from several machine guns tore through the air. Hit by this fierce fire, the unlucky player was instantly turned into a pile of shredded meat and had to find a respawn point to revive. What made him feel even more desperate was that after finally picking a respawn point and reviving in a small hut, a bomb dropped from one of those fighters hit right then. Boom. Seeing himself die again less than 3 seconds after respawning, the player instantly lost his cool and cursed furiously. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a player had successfully constructed an easier-to-build pom-pom gun and immediately operated it to open fire on the planes in the sky. What? There are anti-aircraft guns here too. Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin, who was watching the show with his armored units from a gentle slope in the distance, was startled by the anti-aircraft fire suddenly erupting from the village. He had guessed there was an enemy ambush, but he really hadn't expected the enemies lying in wait to have prepared anti-aircraft guns in advance. No way, what is the situation here? Could it be that this isn't just an ambush, but some important enemy headquarters? Otherwise, he really couldn't imagine why the enemy would set up anti-aircraft guns here. Sir, after the bombing is over, should we go and search this village? Hearing the suggestion from a nearby officer, the lieutenant colonel was slightly tempted, but he still shook his head. No, this place looks problematic no matter how you view it. There's no need for us to take unnecessary risks. And remember, we are an armored unit. What we need most is sharpness and a courageous forward thrust. Meticulous work like searching should be left to the infantry behind us. Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin was still unwilling to risk entering the village. Mainly, he knew that once they entered the village, the advantages of his armored unit would be neutralized, which would be fatal. Because of this, watching from the sidelines was enough. Next, when withdrawing, he just needed his armored unit to stay alert to avoid an enemy sneak attack. Just as Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin was thinking this, the crisp sound of cannon fire suddenly came from behind him. Several armor-piercing shells flew in, instantly blowing up a caught-off-guard dreadnought mech. The other mech still standing around watching the show turned around one after another and saw the enemy armored unit hidden in the woods. Are you kidding me? How did these guys get into the woods? Damn it, we've been ambushed. Return fire. Several T-34 tanks operated by players had appeared in the woods at some point, using the dense surrounding vegetation as cover to continuously fire forward. Despite the long distance, several enemy mechs were still hit. Once these mechs were struck by the 85mm cannons, they were basically finished instantly. Unless it was a hunter mech, this model might have a chance to tank it with its thick armor. Other mechs had no chance of survival against the T-34's 85mm shells. Although the opponent's gunnery was mediocre, the classic silhouette of the T-34/85 was still instantly recognized by Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin. He muttered to himself in disbelief, how is this possible? These are special armored vehicles that only exist under General Vorontsov. When did that famous Northern General's elite armored unit come to the Tula line to set up defenses? The thought that he might need to attack Vorontsov's defensive line next gave him a huge fright, leaving him with no confidence at all. It couldn't be helped, as the saying goes, a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Andrei had achieved such brutal battle results in the north that the other Black Hawk armies naturally knew how troublesome that guy was. If one army fell before him, it might be due to negligence, but if all armies fell before that guy, wasn't that enough to prove the opponent's strength? Return fire. Quick, return fire. But do not enter the woods. The lieutenant colonel quickly ordered the other mechs. Immediately, dreadnought mechs also fired into the woods. From time to time, large trees would be pierced by the armor-piercing shells fired by both sides and then crash down. The woods indeed obstructed their sight, to the point where the accuracy of both sides was quite terrible when firing. Inside a T-34 tank commanded by a player, seeing that the vehicle had already fired its third shell, the player acting as the tank commander said to several soldiers without hesitation, "All right, Sasha, drive us out of here quickly. Kozlov, you brat, be faster when you're firing. What are you dawdling for?" As soon as he finished speaking, Sasha started the tank and quickly drove toward a path cleared by the players on the side. Under normal circumstances, their tanks naturally couldn't go crashing through the woods, but the players had already cut down many trees here beforehand. Although the process was a bit convoluted, they had successfully set up several hidden paths and ambush points in the woods, all to launch a sneak attack from behind when the Black Hawk army bypassed this area. It was a bit of a pity. According to their original plan, they were prepared to wait until the enemy began to besiege the village from the flank before having the tanks hidden in the woods and other places charge out. At that time, by coordinating with the players and garrison soldiers remaining in the village to strike from the inside out, they could have definitely dealt a heavy blow to the enemy. However, they hadn't expected the enemy not to fall for their trap and instead take a detour from the side, which rendered their previous arrangements useless. But it didn't matter, they still had plenty of tanks outside the village, enough to have an armored clash with the enemy. A Black Hawk mech wanted to chase into the woods, but Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin quickly stopped him. "Idiot, don't be foolish. Aren't you afraid of getting your mech stuck in the woods? Get to the open ground. Engage the enemy in the open. We must not let them use the terrain to their advantage," Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin said furiously, while also shouting for the mortars in the rear to fire into the woods. As for the planes, seeing those in the distance still busy engaging the enemies in the village and even one plane being shot down by enemy anti-aircraft guns, he didn't hold much hope for the Air Force. "Sir, the enemy is coming out from the east side of the woods. Then chase them and take them out." Accompanied by Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin's roar, 4 dreadnought mechs took the lead and ran over there, each mech taking large strides and pushing their speed to the limit. Seeing the distant T-34 trying to escape, one mech stood still and quickly raised its gun to aim. Boom! The sound of a cannon came, but it wasn't the player's tank that was hit, it was this mech. As the mech collapsed while emitting black smoke, its teammates instantly discovered that another enemy combat vehicle was hidden in a haystack in the distance. Damn it! What the hell were those reconnaissance soldiers doing scouting ahead? Regarding this question, Major Luke only gave a cold chuckle and didn't want to say anything else. That group of small armored vehicles under him didn't have the capability to engage in a major battle with the enemy's armored units, so he had only gone through the motions during reconnaissance. Besides, he had been troubled by the problem of landmines before and didn't dare to advance quickly. If it weren't for Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin getting impatient, his troops would probably still be busy scouting slowly. The combat vehicle appearing from the haystack was just the beginning. At the edge of the village, inside a certain mound, and in several other hidden corners, shells were continuously being fired. This series of shells instantly destroyed all the mechs that had just approached. The staggering losses left Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin stunned. Chapter 356. Quick, write down those 6 numbers. There's an ambush here, spread out our armored units. The lieutenant colonel shouted over the radio, but after a string of shell strikes even these Black Hawk armored soldiers were starting to panic. These Central Army tankers were a cut above their Northern Army counterparts, better hardware, shinier battle records and zero experience with a crisis like this. In the past, whenever enemy armor showed up, they'd tear through it without breaking a sweat. On top of that, Cambrian Empire mechs were configured so oddly their weak spots stuck out like sore thumbs, letting the Black Hawks win easily and almost never find themselves on the back foot. So when they suddenly realized they were the ones in danger, the crews froze like deer in headlights. Yet as the lieutenant colonel kept yelling, the Black Hawk armored soldiers finally snapped out of it. At the same time, armored grenadiers leapt from their carriers and rushed to reinforce the mech line. Boom! A shell whipped past the frontal plate of a T-34, ricocheting away. The player cowering inside felt cold sweat bead on his forehead 1 degree different and that round would have punched straight through. Commander, we're locked. Stay cool, take them out. Roll out of cover, swing around those haystacks on the left. He snapped the order and prayed these rookies could pull it off. Leading a pack of greenhorns was exhausting. By Cambrian standards the crews outside were hardened veterans elite, even. By the player's book, though, these Hanwoo armored soldiers were raw recruits. Their combat hours were thin, their driving reflexes and loading speed nowhere near what he expected. Compared with a superhuman player, they were just ordinary grunts, and their limited training left them a full beat slower than the average player's squad. On the order the driver swallowed his fear and gunned the tank out of the haystack. The instant he cleared it 2 armor-piercing rounds slammed into the hay seconds later and they'd have gutted him. Simultaneously the gunner hurled a shell at the distant enemy mechs. Alas, tanks of this era had no stabilizer, firing on the move was little better than spray and pray. As the player put it. Reticle hasn't even shrunk, why the hell are you shooting? The wild round missed every Black Hawk mech, yet it wasn't a total loss. It flew wide and dropped square onto a mortar crew behind them, flipping gun and crew into the air. Then came the comedy of errors. A shell had already been dropped down the mortar tube. When the gun toppled, the live round slid home, struck the pin and blasted off down the barrel. The mortar bomb schemed the ground, slipped under an armored car and detonated against the axle. The blast tore open the fuel tank, turning the vehicle into a roaring fireball. The explosion shredded the car and its Black Hawk soldiers, and every nearby crewman spun to stare. Already jumpy, the Black Hawk armored soldiers heard the blast behind them, couldn't see through the smoke, and assumed a sneaky tank was in their rear. Several mechs that had been lining up shots at the player's tank swung their guns rearward, hunting a phantom enemy. Brave New, holy crap, these NPCs with me are gods. What kind of aim was that? Cold Crow, fluke, no way that was intentional. Big Sword Garen, newbie, here are all NPCs in this game this cracked. While the player gawked at the miracle shot, the Hanwoo crews inside New's tank hooped. Beautiful, Kozlov, bloody beautiful. Nice one, kid, since when did you learn to shoot like that? Cramped inside the turret, they still pounded Kozlov's shoulders in glee. Right now nobody cared that he'd aimed slowly, the round had landed on the money. Kozlov sat dazed, eyes spiraling, he hadn't the faintest idea how it happened. He couldn't bring himself to admit he'd been aiming at the lead dreadnought mech and missed by 100 meters, only to nail the mortar. Let alone predict the chain reaction, with math like that he'd be in an Imperial research lab, not a tank. Poor Kozlov was naive. He'd never seen how the Cambrian Empire's research institutes worked and thought brains alone got you in. That fluke shell skyrocketed Hanwoo morale and rattled the Black Hawks. When they saw the enemy tank pulling back or shifting direction, some crews wanted to chase, but the lieutenant colonel barked them down. Enough. Break off and regroup. Idiots, secure our rear before we chase ghosts. He still didn't know the shell had come from their own mortar and believed a hidden enemy tank had blown up the armored car. Fearing that non-existent tank, he refused to let his armor pursue. Meanwhile, the Black Hawk fighter bombers that had circled overhead finished their run and peeled away. The moment the players set up their anti-aircraft gun, the raiders' luck ran out. One plane, climbing after its dive bomb release, took a string of flak bursts astern and nosedived in flames. Another pilot spotted the gun and dove straight in, determined to duel it out. Pride told that Black Hawk flyer his skill and firepower could silence the ground gun. But pride didn't save him. He never expected the gunners to hold their ground under 4 machine guns and trade death for death. He shredded the crew even as the flak sheared off his wing and sent him cartwheeling in, too low to bail. The 4 surviving fighters, out of bombs and carrying only rifle caliber rounds, saw no point in lingering. Their light ammo could scratch infantry at best, not sway an armor brawl. Worse, that flak gun felt cursed. They'd already lost 2 birds to it. Anyone still breathing? Out of the cellars now. A Cambrian officer poked his head from a cellar, watched the planes recede, and shouted into the ruins. Right away, one Cambrian soldier after another crawled out from every corner, many still wearing the look of men who had just cheated death. Of course, besides these men, nearly 100 soldiers would never get back up. Even though they had ducked for cover in time, the earlier strafing had still cost them dearly. Plenty who hadn't found shelter in time were torn into bits on the spot by the enemy planes. Everybody, to the edge of the village, get into the fight. Our own armor's still trading blows with them. Grab your anti-tank rifles and show those Black Hawk devils what we're made of. The words had barely fallen before the men answered their officer's order, snatching up every weapon they could and charging out. The enemy's cautious strike had caught them off guard and cost them dearly, but it hadn't knocked the fight out of them. Every last one of them was burning for revenge, just waiting to take it out on the Black Hawk people. At the same moment, 2 of the 3 tanks that had been lying in wait inside the village rumbled out of cover. One of them had hidden in a barn, the other in a stable. The fuming players had meant to ambush the foe, but the other side had refused to play fair. Fine, then there'd be no ambush. They'd hit them from behind instead. A Black Hawk army detachment holding the perimeter clearly hadn't expected the enemy to charge straight after an air raid. When the 2 steel beasts thundered out of the village spitting machine gun fire, the Black Hawk soldiers were left reeling. Major Luke stared slack-jawed at the 2 vehicles rolling out and at the infantry surging behind them, every man spoiling for a fight. This wasn't what he'd pictured. He'd thought the enemy's main force would be lying in ambush inside the village, yet it looked as if they weren't there at all. He suddenly realized the intelligence he'd scouted and sent back might be wrong. Open fire, stop them. What good are those guns if you don't use them? Major Luke bellowed, and 2 starter tanks that had been waiting round the corner instantly spat shells at the T-34 that had just rolled out. Boom. 2 sharp clangs and that was that. Clearly, the stubby guns on those 2 vehicles weren't in the same league as the long 75s mounted on the dreadnought mechs. With limited production, the Black Hawk Army couldn't fit every test bed with a long barrel, the simpler stub gun was far easier to churn out. Haha, didn't even dent us. The player inside the tank laughed as he ordered his gunner to fire back, but after fumbling for several seconds the gunner looked mortified. Skipper, the turret rings jammed, shells wedged it. Hey? The player blinked, embarrassment written all over his face. What he didn't know was that this nuisance owed a lot to a little handbook the Black Hawk Army had put together. In battle after battle, Black Hawk units had run into Andrei's armor and been smashed to pieces. And as Andrei's tanks kept upgrading, they became tougher and tougher to kill. With the dreadnought mechs they could still punch through most of Andrei's tanks, anything short of a heavy was fair game. But with their other mechs, or the ordinary anti-tank guns, AT-34. And it's like were almost impossible to knock out, shots just bounced. So the Black Hawk Army racked their brains and came up with a new trick. If you can't pierce them, shoot for the tracks and the turret ring instead. In theory, wreck those key spots and the tank's fighting days are over. Trouble was, theory itself now seemed to be in Andrei's hands. While swarms of engineer players clattered away with spanners behind the tanks, the Black Hawk soldiers watched in disbelief as the enemy repaired their vehicles at an impossible speed. They couldn't fathom it, yet they still aimed by the booklet. Instead of showing off marksmanship, they accidentally scored a useful hit against this mixed force of players and ordinary Cambrian soldiers. With the turret jammed, charging on was out of the question. Reverse, get us out of here. The player yelled, ordering the infantry advancing alongside to pull back too. They'd meant to spearhead the assault with the tank, but the blasted thing had let them down. Until the repair players caught up, the tank had no choice but to withdraw. Seeing this, some reckless Black Hawk soldiers tried to storm the village, only to be scythed down by heavy fire from every side. The engineer players had put real effort into this kill zone. They hadn't dared throw up anything too large, it would never stay hidden. But fixed heavy machine guns? They'd planted dozens of those throughout the village. So when the first wave of Black Hawk soldiers charged, nearly 20 heavy guns opened up from all directions at once. The savage, almost cheating volume of fire stunned them, only a handful limped back. Damn it, what's going on? Neither Major Luke nor Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin could make sense of the battlefield. If the village was a trap, why so few armored troops? If it was bait, why were the infantry crack troops, not expendables? Enemy armor was still racing round their flank, while the infantry in the village and more tanks suspected in the woods kept them paralyzed. Then Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin realized he was the one surrounded. He had meant to encircle the enemy, how had it flipped? Before he knew it, the noose was round his own neck. Pull back, contract the line, get our mechs out of here. Mortar smoke, now. The moment he saw the danger, Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin ordered a rapid retreat without a second thought. It galled him, Central Army armor had never been forced into such a corner. But pride wouldn't keep them alive, only a fool would press on. They would withdraw, then use air superiority to wipe these enemies out. No good, they're trying to run. Brave Niu, leading the charge, spotted the enemy movement and swore. Floor it, brothers. Run them down. He yelled to his teammates over the comms as he roared forward. Under the Hanmu armored soldiers, the tanks snapped into a perfect wedge and slammed toward the foe. They had looped wide round the village, but Black Hawk armor was waiting. A dreadnought mech fired first, punching clean through the front of a T-34 and detonating its ammo rack. Watching the turret cartwheel sky high in a fireball, the other crews panicked. Sir, they're tough, what do we do? Brave Niu slapped his thigh. What else? Hit them harder. Kozlov, show us that gunnery magic again, let's see the best shot in the army at work. Kozlov's mouth hung open, for a moment he had no idea what to say. Clearly that last shot had been pure luck, so how had these people somehow hailed him as the army's top gunner? There was nothing he could do. The loader smoothly rammed a shell into the breech, and Kozlov hurried to line up his aim. But trying to hit a target while bouncing along at high speed was no easy task, especially when the vehicle was jolting like a boat in a storm. The T-34 was a wild ride off-road, and that made his already shaky aim even worse. After several futile attempts, Kozlov gave up in frustration and snapped off a round. He was hopeless at aiming, he might as well leave everything to luck. Yet, freakishly, his shell found its mark again. A dreadnought mech was struck, though the hit did little real damage, the shot merely clipped its flank before whistling past. Phew, false alarm. The 2 Black Hawk armored soldiers inside the mech both exhaled in relief. When they heard that metallic clang they'd feared they'd been penetrated. Keep advancing, wipe out these northern scum. Just as the Black Hawk armored soldier was about to close the distance, he realized something was wrong. The impact must have smashed a transmission link. When the dreadnought took its next step, one leg strode forward while the other stayed rooted. It looked like someone tripping mid-stride. The mech pitched headfirst into the dirt. That was one of a mech's big weaknesses compared with a tank's tracked chassis, its legs were inherently unstable. Trip them and they flipped. A flip alone wouldn't matter, but both crewmen were slammed violently inside the cockpit. They'd just finished loading and were about to fire when the machine toppled. During the tumble, one Black Hawk armored soldier brushed something and accidentally triggered his own cannon. With a thunderous boom the shell blasted sideways, punching straight through the teammate mech on his left. Boom. Watching their comrades' machine sprout black smoke and erupt in flames, the two battered crewmen stared in stunned disbelief. Damn, they'd just killed their own wingman. Hurrah! Kozlov, you absolute legend. Incredible one shot, 2 kills. How did you do it? Inside Brave Neo News tank the whole crew were ecstatic. Thank goodness he'd hit the record button at the start of the fight, the glorious moment was saved. Otherwise he'd never have proof of such wizardry enough bragging rights for a whole year. The Hanmu armored soldiers whistled and slapped backs, only a bottle of vodka short of chugging in celebration. Only Kozlov stood bewildered, the cheers a muffled roar around him. Guys, listen, what if I told you it was all coincidence? The other Hanmu armored soldiers snorted in disbelief. Come on, Kozlov, since when are you so modest? Right, one fluke is luck, but twice? If that's coincidence, go buy a lottery ticket and become the god of gamblers. Only Brave Neo pondered, eyes suddenly sparkling. He grabbed Kozlov by the shoulder. Quick, say any 6 numbers, no thinking. 1 second, spit them out. Shaken a couple of times, Kozlov felt dizzy. No idea what his commander was on about, he rattled off a string. The instant he had the numbers, Brave Neo logged out and rushed to buy a lottery ticket. He didn't know if it would work, but he'd just seen an in-game walking luck charm. If it was only an Easter egg, fine, but if this NPC was truly blessed, he'd gladly sponge off that luck. Under the gaze of the Cambrian soldiers, their commander froze for a few seconds like a statue. After a brief stutter he came back to life, yet somehow felt like a stranger. Haha, the old guy's logged off, finally my turn to play. The commander muttered, then resumed giving orders as if nothing had happened, leaving the crew puzzled by the sudden lag. From then on he seemed a different person, his tactics, well. Frankly, it looked as if that last shell had rattled his brain, every order was reckless, all charge and no sense. Yet some freakish luck clung to them. Though their tank had broken formation and charged ahead, volley after volley from enemy mechs missed them completely. While they were taking fire, their gun god Kozlov fired again, casually snapping a shot at a nearby peacemaker mech. The shell flew true, cored the enemy machine and turned it into a torch. This time, though, no one cheered, instead they thought Kozlov had slipped previously, his shots caused chain reactions, so why not now? Kozlov was speechless under their disappointed stares. Damn, his first 2 wild shots had been hailed as miracles, yet when he fired his best aimed shell, perfectly on target, they called it mediocre. What could he say to that? Over a Dreadnought's radio, Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin received the report, Sir, we're still losing armor, Hans, York, Alkia. Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin drew a slow breath and replied calmly, hold positions and pull back, our air force will hit them. I know you're angry. We'll repay the Cambrians with oceans of their own blood, our brothers won't have died for nothing. Heavy as the losses were, Schwerin felt a sliver of relief. After all, he'd extricated nearly 30 mechs his battalion's corps survived. The handful of rearguard mechs and vehicles were expendable, sometimes you had to sacrifice a limb to save the body. Once this is over, Major Luke's going to answer for this, his lousy reconnaissance cost us everything. The thought made Schwerin clench his fists. In his mind, if Major Luke had done proper scouting he'd never have been ambushed so badly. Major Luke, however, was equally bewildered. He'd circled the area earlier and found nothing except a probable enemy presence in the village. The foe was simply too cunning, what more could he have done? While Schwerin was still plotting how to pin the blame on Major Luke, a crisp, unfamiliar report rang out. Recognizing that sound, Schwerin's spirits soared. Excellent, an 88 flak gun. Our reinforcements have arrived. But before he finished speaking, a frantic voice crackled over the comms, Commander, we've got trouble. Someone just set up a gun on the ridge behind us, one of our dreadnought mechs is down. What? That's impossible. Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin couldn't believe it, he was 100% certain the weapon that had just fired was an 88 flak gun. That thing was the Black Eagle Empire's god-tier anti-armor tool, anything short of a Titan unit was scrapped the moment it showed up. So why in hell was it shooting at its own side? Another friendly fire fiasco? While the thought formed, the dreaded gun barked again. This time the shell punched straight through a retreating dreadnought mech beside him, the lightly armored frame was skewered fore to aft, and the 2 crew inside were stone dead. Damn it all, when did we plant an 88 back there, and how did the enemy get their hands on it? The colonel wanted to howl, this was cutting off his only escape route. Infuriating, how come he hadn't known his own force fielded such a beast? If some other unit had won, why park it in this forgotten fold of terrain? So far Schwerin still hadn't realized the gun actually belonged to the Cambrian Empire. Once the players unlocked the 88 flak gun, the squad hidden behind the ridge held fire, waiting for the Black Hawk armored soldiers to roll past. Their orders were simple, let the column pass, let it spring the ambush ahead, then throw up an 88 emplacement here at maximum speed. With a hilltop perch and that precision gun they could pick off targets 2 kilometers away without breaking a sweat. At 2 clicks even elite Black Hawk gunners would struggle to return fire with any hope of hitting. And if a shell did land lucky and kill them, so what? The mission paid for itself after 2 mech kills. Colonel, what do we do? A Black Hawk armored trooper asked, voice shaking. Having tigers ahead and wolves behind was no longer just a proverb. Ahead, enemy armor was barreling forward in a furious charge, high-powered, highly mobile, and far better protected than anything the Cambrian Empire was supposed to field. Those machines fought so well they didn't feel Cambrians at all, they looked like something the Empire couldn't even build. Behind them, a single 88 emplacement now held the ridge, yet at 2 kilometers it still scored better than 50-50 like a sniper calling names for death. How were they supposed to fight that? Take that position out, blast us away out. Shell that ridge, blow them to hell. Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin roared. At this moment he could spare no thought for the attackers still slamming his front. The rearguard could handle those, the gun blocking his retreat was the mortal threat. As long as it fired, his battalion would never disengage intact. It was like asking men to sprint hundreds of meters under a sniper's crosshair. Survivors would be too few to matter. 3 dreadnought mechs sprinted rearward and opened fire, while several hunter mechs lobbed 120mm mortars. But before they could settle, another mech was hammered into scrap. The players' rate of fire was terrifying. If they hadn't needed to aim they could have wiped the field in a minute. 3 seconds per shot turned the 88 gunner into a reaper, every crisp boom meant another mech punched through without fail. The first trio of dreadnoughts managed a single salvo before the gun picked them off one by one. The hunter mechs trying to reply with mortars fared no better, none escaped the gun's hunt. Lieutenant Colonel Schwerin's nerves cracked. The slaughter was merciless, a living nightmare for every armored unit. And how in God's name were they so accurate? If his own Black Eagle gunners had done it he wouldn't blink. Elite crews could manage, but Cambrians were supposedly touching an 88 for the first time. Were there truly savants who could master a gun by feel alone? While the thought flashed, a shell smashed into his own mech. It hadn't come from the ridge-mounted 88, it was a lucky shot from brave New's vehicle, racing forward under his kid brother's wild command. They'd driven like madmen, yet fate seemed to ride with them. They weaved through rockets and shells and punched clean into the enemy formation. Kozlov had fired at a prominent target on the move, never expecting the round to connect. But luck was cosmic, the shell one-shot the battalion commander himself. The Cambrian's crew inside cheered, unaware their casual snapshot had just killed a Black Eagle armored lieutenant colonel. After the brutal fight only a handful of Black Hawk soldiers escaped, armored survivors were even fewer. Under the 88's deadly tally, only 3 mechs risked plunging into the forest and survived the trackless paths, the rest were destroyed. Nearly 1,000 Black Hawk troops were left behind. Realizing their plight, and led by Major Luke, they chose surrender. No alternative remained, fight on and die, or yield and maybe live even if exiled to some hellhole waited. Inside the command post at Tula, Major General Kradanov waited anxiously for news. He didn't know how the fight was going, only that his armor was tangling with the elite Black Eagle vanguard. He prayed his force wouldn't be crushed, a draw would feel like victory. Admitting it stung, yet if he could manage a standoff, he'd earn the right to style himself the Cambrian Empire's master of armored warfare. Just then a Cambrian soldier sprinted in, waving a dispatch. General, urgent report from the front. Chapter 357 Sneaking into the cornfield, heh. The words urgent frontline report made Major General Hladnov, already anxious, feel his heart skip a beat, cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. Quick, what happened at the front? Let me see. Without time to think, he anxiously urged the messenger. Taiwan Novel Net huge library, awesome power. No matter whether the losses up ahead were heavy or something else had happened, he believed he was mentally prepared. Besides, he felt his armored troops shouldn't have done too badly. After all, they were elite forces under General Vorontsov, and when they'd set the ambush earlier they'd looked quite professional. Embarrassing as it was to admit, he suspected his men's expertise in armored warfare might even exceed his own as an armored major general. Report, General, great victory at the front. We've won. After a hard fight we destroyed over 40 enemy armored vehicles and 30 plus mechs, and captured nearly 1,000 prisoners. What the heck? Major General Hladnov blinked and dug a finger in his ear. Hold on, what did you say? Say it again. Noticing nothing amiss, the messenger, still flushed with triumph, repeated every word. General, it's wonderful we won. We wiped out an armored battalion and an armored reconnaissance battalion. He gesticulated joyfully. The moment he finished, the surrounding officers burst into cheers. Haha, brilliant. Victory. Well fought, thanks to the general's brilliant leadership. At the flattery the previously blank-minded Hladnov finally came back to himself. Strangely, whenever someone praised him his mouth curved upward, no matter how crude or awkward, he loved it. Not at all credit goes to the frontline troops' bravery and everyone's teamwork. He delivered the pleasantries with a grin stretching to his ears. Snatching the report, he read it again and again, slapping his thigh in delight. Excellent, absolutely excellent. By the goddess, Vorontsov's troops can really fight. At that instant Major General Hladnov became, unawares, a total fan of Andrei. For one simple reason, the troops Andrei had sent were rock solid. He still remembered how worried he'd been on receiving orders to command this armored brigade. He feared being caught in the crossfire between Andrei and the Tsar. Though he didn't grasp what they were scheming, his Moscow contacts had whispered the infighting was fierce. So at first he'd assumed Andrei would fob him off with a collection of old, weak remnants. Never had he imagined the brigade would be so razor-sharp, smashing 2 armored battalions of the Black Eagle Empire in one go. Of course, one of them was only a reconnaissance battalion light armor, not true main force. But you don't write that in a report. Destroyed an armored battalion and an armored reconnaissance battalion sounds far less grand than 2 armored battalions, and who says a recon battalion isn't armor? Suddenly he thought of something. Hold on, how many armored brigades did we commit to win such a triumph? Don't tell me all 3 brigades joined together for this. That would make the victory far more plausible. He couldn't picture one brigade crushing 2 enemy battalions. Units can't be judged by name alone, manpower and equipment matter. Otherwise nothing adds up. In the Cambrian army an armored brigade might field only 50 tanks and 1,000 men. A single Black Eagle armored battalion, by contrast, could deploy 60 plus mechs, armored cars and artillery also 1,000 strong. Add a reconnaissance battalion and their armor count could exceed 2 Cambrians brigades. The messenger wondered if the general had drunk too much vodka. After all, the general himself had assigned each brigade its sector. Didn't he know where his 3 brigades were? General, only 1 brigade fought. You said to deploy the 3 separately, just to delay the enemy, not to destroy him. The soldier asked, puzzled, weren't those your orders? Caught out, Vladnov looked embarrassed. Aha, of course I was only checking. He waved the question away, yet he'd asked because he feared his men might have acted on their own. That sounded fantastic, but in the Cambrian army it was possible. Units from different factions, nominally merged, might still fight independently or ignore a newcomer commander. Since his troops were Vorontsov's proud elites while he was a czarist appointee, they could well have gone their own way and he'd have no leverage. Relieved they had obeyed, he was instantly stunned anew. Tell me in detail, how exactly did you fight the Black Hawk people? I don't understand how 1 brigade could tear them apart like that. Pulled back, the messenger had no choice but to recount the battle. Listening, Vladnov rubbed his chin, baffled. Could an armored ambush really work that well? And what other goodies had his men been hiding? Leaving aside their tough tanks, how had they secretly brought the latest anti-aircraft guns? And another thing, those anti-aircraft guns are really that effective against armor? Thinking this, Major General Vladnov couldn't stop nodding. He felt he could turn this battle into a case study and write a military paper. That mattered if he produced a paper valuable enough. He wouldn't be just another general when all was said and done. After retirement, in any setting, he could proudly call himself a military theorist. Riding the wave of excitement, Major General Vladnov snatched up his pen and began scribbling the paper, while ordering an aide to send the prisoners to Tula and hurry back. He knew armored units fight best on the move, yet he could see nowhere to go, so the order remained, hold the line. Still, to spark his men's initiative, he reminded them they could decide locally, mounting small-scale pursuits or shifts within limits. Embarrassing as it was to admit, the troops under Vorontsov fought well and showed real independence. They were nothing like ordinary Cambrian soldiers who needed an officer's whip to think about attacking. After the fight, the players were busy clearing the field. For them that simply meant checking for drivable armor or wrecks they might still repair. The players' own armored strength was thin and there were no depots nearby. With no choice, they counted on looting from the enemy. What if the captured tanks or mechs had no one to pilot them? They'd make do. Players filled the technical posts, ordinary Cambrian soldiers the rest. Scrounging together, they salvaged a dozen usable armored cars and 2 damaged but workable mechs. After the shuffle, some players who had been repairmen or other roles climbed into the vehicles, mostly as drivers. In a mech, simply firing wasn't hard. The autoloader handled shells, but aiming the gun was the tricky part. Drivers, though, had to move carefully. One wrong twitch and a tumble would ruin everything. Same with the armored cars. If you couldn't work the weapons, approximate aim was enough. The guns were similar but driving mattered. Luckily this was an armored unit. Even without players, the remaining crews were skilled, far above common grunts. Plenty of them could drive, so they quickly drove off the Black Hawk people's gear. Moving the prisoners was a hassle, yet they scraped together trucks and started shuttling them rearward. Some officers considered shooting the lot, but after reflection they dropped the idea. No orders sanctioned it, and the prisoners were valuable to the higher UPS. Unless the division commander said otherwise, they'd be the scapegoats facing a firing squad later. Soon General Wilhelm, leading his armor deep, heard that a forward unit had been mauled. The shaken survivors recounted their ordeal, insisting, "Sir, we didn't fail, the enemy was just too cunning. The armor we faced wasn't the usual trash, it was Vorontsov's elite, 2 notches above the Cambrian Empire's common units." Word reached General Wilhelm that many tracked vehicles identical to Andrei's had appeared at the front, and he sensed trouble. How can Vorontsov's armor be here? After frowning in thought he dismissed the notion that Vorontsov was rushing the whole force this way. Impossible. He knew nothing of the Cambrian Empire's internal feuds and cared less. He judged purely as a soldier. Unless the Cambrians meant to abandon Petrograd and let the Fokhov line collapse, they would never pull the Fokhov front army here. Never mind the march, that army protected the Central Army's flank and Petrograd's lifeline. Yet those vehicles were unmistakably Vorontsov's, full of trademark quirks. The Cambrians now built tracked machines, but only the odd Mendeleev type. These balanced, hard-hitting vehicles were a Vorontsov family specialty. So Vorontsov must have scraped together an elite detachment. The Northern Army's deception failed. General Wilhelm frowned. The North had sent fake telegrams to pin the Fokhov front army, apparently seen through. He didn't know whether some recon unit had spotted them or Andrei's instinct had pierced the ruse. Either way, the man was a thorny foe. Advance, but keep tight with the infantry, let the mechanized troops probe ahead. If you suspect ambush, don't hesitate, call the Air Force. Our air support is stronger than ever, let them handle it. With that backing, General Wilhelm felt his lightning war theory had leapt a level. Before, slow airships had left a gap in his doctrine of swift air strikes. Airships took hours to launch even under perfect conditions. On a fluid battlefield, hours of waiting could be fatal. Now, with aircraft, frontline units could have help in under half an hour. When a tough strongpoint or suspected ambush appeared, the spearhead armor simply called in the planes. The only snag, too few pilots could fly them. Once the players had finished scavenging the battlefield, they wasted no time lingering in the defense zone. They moved their forces out at top speed. As for the 88 flak gun position they'd set up earlier, well, they simply abandoned it. There was no helping it. They'd built it as a fixed emplacement, so the gun couldn't be towed away. If they'd gone for a towed artillery setup, they could have packed the piece onto a truck and driven off with it. At the time, though, the players had thought aim-placed guns cheaper, and more importantly they lacked the means to produce towed artillery. An aim-placed gun could be hammered out by massed troops, but a towed piece had to roll off a heavy factory line before it could be hauled to the front. Clearly, they didn't own a single heavy factory capable of producing artillery. If they had, they'd have built heavy tanks first. One miserly player declared he would stay and share life or death with the gun. When the enemy came, he'd take as many with him as he could, otherwise it was a total loss. Yet after he stayed, as bombers dived from the sky, the player realized the situation wasn't quite what he'd imagined. Damn it! These Black Hawk devils are carpet bombing us. When the huge Griffin bomber in the sky swooped in and began its carpet bombing run, the player manning the anti-aircraft gun couldn't help swearing. Curses aside, he swung the anti-aircraft gun into action without a second's delay. The 88 flak gun had one advantage: besides punching armor, its original job was anti-air. So even under bombardment, it could hit back. Boom! Boom! Only 3 seconds apart, 2 shells rocketed skyward toward the massive Griffin bomber. The first round missed, but the player corrected fast using its trajectory. Yet when the second shell vanished mid-air and a translucent shield flared around the plane, he burst out, "What the hell? A bomber that big with a void shield, how is that fair?" He had seen the same void shield on the bombers that raided Petrograd, but it still disgusted him. He swung the barrel, planning to switch targets, maybe pick off an escort fighter. But before he could re-aim, a bomber dived and raked him with gunfire. In that burst the unlucky player was shredded, and the anti-aircraft gun itself was wrecked. Void shield ruined my youth. Resurrected in a small wooden hut, another player cursed, convinced the shield had screwed him. "Next time I see a plane, I'll shoot the ones without shields. If I go after shielded birds again, I'm a dog." After the Air Force carpet-bombed every possible ambush site, General Wilhelm's armor rolled forward. Armored reconnaissance spearheads rumbled onto the scorched ground. The sight of gutted wrecks and uncollected corpses made their faces grim. Hard to believe our earlier armor got mauled like this. And from the wreckage, the enemy's losses look way smaller. That last point stung most. They found barely a handful of T-34 Hulks. Almost every destroyed vehicle was one of their own mechs or tanks. Many Black Hawk armored soldiers felt their morale crack. They had never dreamed they'd be beaten this badly. Ridiculous swapping losses like this against the Cambrian Empire's armor. Had the Cambrian Empire's armor really become that strong? Reluctant as they were, the numbers spoke for themselves. They couldn't claim the enemy had hauled away every multi-ton wreck during retreat. If the Cambrian army could drag off thousands of tons of wreckage, what kind of god-tier logistics did they possess? After surveying the field, they skirted the area and advanced in noticeably looser formation. Even though the Air Force had just flattened the zone and sworn no enemy armor could survive, the remaining Black Hawk scouts felt every bush might hide a gun, every grove an ambush. Any second, a tank might roll from behind a tree and blow them away. The scouts pushed on, the main armor followed, seeing the same grim evidence and the same lopsided wreck count. Major General Thomas, commander of 17th Panzer, leapt from his vehicle and strode to a shattered T-34/85, studying it intently. Beautiful, better than I expected, and upgraded already. Barely 2 months earlier he had examined a wrecked T-34/76 and remembered it well. Clearly this was its successor, same hull, but the turret and gun were new. Measuring the 60mm sloped armor and the long gun, he shook his head. The Cambrian Empire is improving faster than I thought. Compared with this, our own mechs are already obsolete. We may still outmaneuver them and match their firepower, but in protection and stealth we're far behind. He was comparing it to the Dreadnought mechs that equipped Black Hawk units in bulk. In truth, the Dreadnought mech was dated. Its gun was good, but everything else was mediocre. It had mobility, yet mobility alone was pointless. On real battlefields you couldn't always flank, sooner or later you had to fight head-on. With only 40mm of frontal armor, the Dreadnought was hopeless in a straight slugging match. Against 60mm of sloped plate, their 40mm vertical armor looked like paper. "Sir, if I recall, the Empire has built a prototype new mech far better protected and armed than the Dreadnought," his aide whispered. Thomas shrugged. "Worthless talk. We won't see new models before the winter campaign. Better to push upgrades for the Dreadnought and Hunter mechs, both have potential. Oh, and the Peacemaker is long overdue for retirement." Up to this point, Major General Thomas simply couldn't understand why the Black Eagle Empire mass-produced garbage like the Pacifier mech. That thing carries 4 machine guns and nothing else, no way to fight enemy armor at all. He's not short of machine guns on the battlefield. If he really needs them, why not use an armored car? Half-tracks have decent off-road ability, and you can mount a quadruple anti-aircraft machine gun on one, guaranteeing firepower no weaker than a pacifier. At the general's grumbling, the adjutant beside him could only give an awkward laugh, at a loss for words. Because he, too, felt the Black Eagle Empire had its share of problems when building armored units, though they were still feeling their way forward. "General, what do we do next?" Hearing the question, Major General Thomas pointed ahead. "Advance at top speed and take Tula. We can't give the Cambrians a moment to breathe." That said, it wasn't long before Thomas learned from reconnaissance soldiers that their march was being harassed by enemy armor and infantry at every turn. Realizing they could never outnumber the enemy and would soon face relentless air strikes, the players conferred with the armored brigade's commanders and decided to split the brigade into even smaller groups. They were ready for a dirty war, no more frontal clashes, just scatter units into every corner, hit once and vanish. That was exactly the kind of raid they wanted, constant harassment. And so, several armored reconnaissance battalions on the move were the first to suffer. Their vehicles cruised along the road when, without warning, a Cambrian soldier with an anti-tank rifle popped out from the flank. Before they could react, the man shouldered his rifle, blasted one tank to scrap, and sprinted away. Watching the fleeing Cambrians, a Black Hawk officer snarled, "Bastard! After him, don't let that scum escape." As he spoke, he ordered his own armored car to open fire, but the ambusher was cunning. The man had clearly planned his escape route in advance. In the vast cornfield his figure melted from sight, leaving no trace. The car's machine gun raked the distance until an entire belt was spent, then a squad of infantry plunged into the corn to find the enemy or his corpse. Prone on the ground, a player worked the bolt of his anti-tank rifle, calmly sighted the armored car that had just sprayed him, and gave a thin, cold smile. Crack! Another sharp report sounded from the opposite side of the field. The armor-piercing round punched through the hull, tore into the driver's cabin, and drilled clean through the driver's chest. Still carrying residual energy, the bullet punched through the rear bulkhead and skewered the machine gunner crouched behind it. "Arg! I'll kill him!" The officer in the passenger seat roared, wiping blood from his face, legs shaking uncontrollably. The shot had missed him by a hair's breadth along his ribs. Had it struck, he'd be as dead as the driver. But seeing the driver's nearly severed corpse, he felt rage blaze out of control. The squad that had given chase wheeled about and rushed toward the new gunshot. Yet they hesitated to plunge into the corn. Inside, they'd be blind and easy prey for another ambush. One Black Hawk soldier gritted his teeth and hurled several grenades into the field. Explosions thudded one after another. He didn't know whether the blasts killed the bastard, but at least they might scare him. Even as the thought formed, another armor-piercing bullet cracked out and blew the soldier's head apart. "Enough! Into the corn, kill him! I refuse to believe one man can be this hard to finish." The squad leader bellowed, charged in with his submachine gun, and the rest followed in a rush. After losing so many men, their fury had boiled over. Worse, the ghost-like sniper would haunt every step of their retreat unless they finished him fast. But the moment they stepped into the corn, they walked straight into the player's trap. Wearing the Tank Hunter Elite Soldier set, the player grinned at his mini-map. 100-meter radius was neither large nor small, yet in tall corn that limited vision it was godlike. This time he didn't cycle another bolt-action shot, he switched to a double-barreled shotgun better suited for close quarters. "Awaken, time to hunt." The instant the words left his lips, he ghosted behind a Black Hawk soldier and leveled the gun. To avoid losing one another, the men moved duckling style, each clutching the shoulder of the man ahead. None noticed the hunter silently tailing the very last man. "Hold up, stop." The point man, the squad leader, sensed something and spun around. "Sound off, how many have we got?" 2. 10. Satisfied, the squad leader nodded then froze. Wait, a full infantry squad was only 10 men. But hadn't one of their own been shot earlier? Then who in hell was the extra man? Blam! Blam! Before the leader could raise his weapon, the last 2 men in line were shredded. At such close range the double-barreled shotgun blasted their chests into ruin. No medevac could help. In their current state, scooping out the offal could serve as husband and wife lung slices. If anyone could still save them, it wouldn't be a miracle doctor, it would have to be an actual god. Having claimed the pair, the player spun and sprinted, vanishing into the corn. Using player perks, he raced through the stalks far faster than the Black Hawk soldiers gingerly parting the plants. "Shit! That bastard just killed 2 more of my men. Show yourself, coward, where are you hiding?" The enraged squad leader dashed ahead, still losing sight of his quarry. He sprayed bullets wildly, unsure whether any struck, but while he fired the player slipped alongside, shotgun ready once more. Chapter 358 The Monster That Attacked from the Inferno. Bang! 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 Each time the shots came in pairs, the rhythm almost musical. But to the Black Hawk soldiers already swallowed by the cornfield, that beat was the footfall of the Reaper. Whenever it sounded, every heart lurched, each man prayed the next target would not be him. No one hit by that shotgun walked away at such close quarters. The spreading pellets shredded anything alive, and even a miss left you one breath from death. A single blast of those heavy shells turned organs to pulp, catch it in the face and your skull simply came apart. Only the lucky took it on an arm or leg, losing the limb outright, yet the bleeding that followed could still finish you. With wounds that tore so wide, stopping the flow was nearly impossible. Under constant ambush in the corn, no one could pause to bind a comrade. Lose that much blood and, without aid within 5 minutes, you were gone. After several volleys only the squad leader and 1 rifleman of the Black Hawk infantry squad were still breathing, the rest lay in widening crimson. The 2 survivors stood back to back, eyes raking the stalks, terrified the next roar would be their last. "Come out, you bastard, show yourself. Coward. Filthy sneak. Hiding in the dark, fight like a man." The rifleman cracked, screaming himself hoarse, voice raw with despair. He knew the enemy would never step out because of a few taunts. Likely the Cambrian soldier did not even understand his words, but if he did not vent the terror he would collapse. Neither dared move. The slightest shift might open a blind spot, and the next shot would be the end. All they hoped for now was that the men outside would notice something wrong and come to pull them out. Rescue at any price. They had forgotten, the Cambrian in the shadows carried more than a shotgun. They had plunged into the field to kill the man with the anti-tank rifle. Seeing only 2 enemies, shoulder to shoulder, the player switched weapons, trading the shotgun for the long, heavy barrel of the anti-material rifle. This time he did not raise his head for a close shot. Using the mini-map, he aimed from over 60 meters away. Wonder if these corn stalks'll stop an AP round. Guided by the mini-map, he lined up on the vague blip and squeezed the trigger. Crack! The report of the anti-tank rifle was unmistakable. The armor-piercing bullet sheared through stalks, punched into the squad leader's chest, tore straight through and exited the rifleman's back. The impact hurled them down, thorax and heart-lung mass blown to fragments, both dead before they hit the ground. After that single shot the cornfield fell silent. The Black Hawk soldiers outside shifted nervously. Once the squad had vanished among the stalks, the remaining armored cars had begun to roll on, leaving only 2 vehicles and a few dozen men to wait. They belonged to the same platoon. They had to stay until their comrades re-emerged. But that last sharp crack told them the Cambrian anti-armor soldier was still very much alive and the squad they had sent in was finished. Damn it, what kind of monster is that? When no one answered his shouts, the Black Hawk platoon leader knew what had happened. The thought that one Cambrian had used the corn to wipe out an entire squad turned his limbs to ice. Bring up the mortar, load white phosphorus and fire it into the field. I don't care if it's a devil or a man, burn him out. The leader snarled, but before the tube could be set a single armor-piercing bullet lanced out and burst his head. Moron officers can give orders, but why stand in the open on an APC? Not shooting would hurt my conscience. Having claimed the officer, the player shifted position, muttering that the man had served himself up. Otherwise he could not fathom what confidence made the officer poke half his body from the turret to shout orders. Platoon leader's dead. The rest ducked behind the APCs, faces white with shock. They now believed the squad they had sent in was truly gone. A machine gunner hosed the field blindly, but the corn swallowed the rounds and no one knew where the killer stood. Only when the mortar was finally in place did they dare cheer. Set behind an APC, shielded by double steel plates, the tube was safe. The player had no clean shot. He dropped another rifleman, then a shell shrieked aloft, arced high and plunged into the corn. Crump! With the explosion a storm of white phosphorus fanned outward. In seconds dry stalks were burning. Round after round followed, turning block after block of corn into a roaring sea of fire as if the entire crop were to be scorched away. They had meant to harvest the field in half a month. Now food mattered less than killing the hidden foe. Watching the blaze spread, the Black Hawk soldiers breathed easier. Ha! That bastard's gotta be toast. Who could live through that? Mount up, move out. The flames'll turn our boys to ash. We'll log them later so some damn clerk doesn't list them missing. They turned to leave, ready to rejoin the main column. There was no time to recover bodies, and little desire to do so. Corpses would not rest in graves. The necromancers of the mortuary guild would raise them as ghouls, an end no one wanted. They thought they had finally killed the player, but before the flames could claim him he stripped off his elite soldier set and respawned at a new point. This way, they could hold on to their elite soldier set and keep using it in the next battle instead of buying it all over again. Along the way, plenty of players had set respawn points in buildings by the roadside, so now they had loads of places to choose from. Dead or redeployed, they could instantly switch location and jump right back into the fight. Thanks to those respawn points, the Black Hawk Empire armored reconnaissance unit in front of them had been stumbling every step of the way. They kept getting ambushed from every direction, and they had no idea how many men the Cambrian Empire had stationed here. To them, it felt as if the nearby woods themselves were speaking Cambrian. It was terrifying, the first time they'd ever faced an ambush war where every bush and tree seemed an enemy. No telling where a few Cambrian soldiers might suddenly pop out and hit them with all kinds of chaotic attacks. The ambushers were not only well equipped and highly trained, every one of them was also fearless in the face of death. Even when hugely outnumbered, they didn't hesitate. Even if the ambushers knew revealing themselves meant certain death, they still tried to take as many with them as possible before they fell. Some of the Cambrian soldiers ambushing them were even carrying spears tipped with explosives. These guys would lie motionless in the roadside grass. When an armored vehicle rolled past, a madman would leap up, shouting "Q Barbie Moonu," while ramming the explosive spear into the vehicle, blowing it apart on the spot. Because of this, 2 of their armored cars had already inexplicably turned into fireballs, and the remaining reconnaissance troopers no longer dared race down the road. As they advanced, every armored vehicle automatically slowed. Large numbers of infantry dismounted and moved alongside the vehicles. The moment they spotted a possible hiding place, they laid down fire first. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. An armored car on the road suddenly raked a distant thatched hut with heavy machine gun fire. The flimsy hut couldn't stop the bullets and quickly collapsed. Several Black Hawk soldiers rushed forward to search the ruins and, sure enough, found a corpse inside. See, gentlemen? Our enemies have been ambushing us from places like this. They can hide anywhere that offers cover. So remember, wherever you see a possible hiding spot around here, hit it as fast as you can. Hesitate, and you might lose your life. The officer pointed at the corpse shredded by machine gun bullets and snarled, face twisted with rage. He was at his wits' end with these monkey-like ghosts, who knew the Cambrian Empire would suddenly fight so dirty. In his mind, Cambrian officers had always been brainless hotheads, fond of standing on the parapet waving sabers while ordering their men to charge like boars. They used that tactic partly because Cambrian infantry doctrine and doctrine in general was backward, and partly because Cambrian soldiers came dirt cheap. Of course they knew about artillery barrages or calling in Air Force support. But compared with cheap cannon fodder, their shells and airships were expensive. The cost of the rounds and fuel expended could exceed the value of a soldier's life. Thanks to the chaotic Cambrian industrial system, the Empire faced an awkward problem. Raw industrial materials were pricey across the board. The Black Eagle Empire and the United States of the Stars, with their highly developed industry, used large-scale integrated production giant factories, unified logistics, streamlined assembly lines. That let them push the price of industrial goods and raw materials to the minimum. By contrast, a Cambrian factory had to buy raw materials piecemeal from several small plants in different places, then wait for those plants to deliver uneven, mixed quality materials from all directions before production could even start. Transport losses along the way, plus tolls from noble lords and bribes to bureaucrats, naturally kept Cambrian industrial feedstock prices sky high. So even if a shell was produced in the darkest slave factory in the Cambrian Empire, it still cost over 60% more than one from the Black Eagle Empire. That made the Cambrian Empire prefer human wave tactics to heavy fire support. Cannon fodder was truly cheap. Of course, when fighting this way, Cambrian officers definitely did not lead the charge. Partly because they knew casualties would be horrific, and one misstep meant annihilation. Partly because they feared that while they charged in front, some soldier behind them might shoot them in the back. Recalling the Cambrians' old style and looking at their current tactics, the Black Hawk officer could only sigh that the world was going downhill. Even the once hot-headed Cambrian bumpkins were now playing sneaky games. Where did that leave the Black Hawk army? The Black Hawk soldiers, energetic and deep-pocketed, naturally had room to solve problems with endless fire support. Whenever they spotted a cornfield or any woods or grass that might hide men, none of them set foot inside, instead they had mortars lob white phosphorus shells straight in. Along the way they had already burned who knew how many farms and forests. The inferno kept spreading, columns of smoke could be seen rising 20 kilometers away. TCH, set the hills on fire and you'll rot in jail. A player watching from afar with binoculars couldn't help muttering at the sight of the blaze. Say, if I remember right, the Flame Trooper elite class doesn't take damage from fire, does it? Suddenly another player got a wicked idea, looking at the distant flames, the corner of his mouth curved in a grin. In Battlefield 1, Flame Troopers really are immune to fire and even to gas damage. In-game, that trait exists just so you don't accidentally burn yourself, but in reality a Flame Trooper with that ability would be a ghost in the fire. Although Flame Troopers are a bit fragile and have the shortest attack range of any elite soldier, that single immunity to flame gives the class plenty of room for clever play. Several players immediately redeemed Flame Trooper sets and sprinted off into the distance. Spotting a large stretch of woods ahead, the Black Hawk army about to pass along its flank didn't hesitate, they lodged incendiary shells straight into the trees. As white phosphorus rounds thudded into the forest one after another, the dense jungle soon became a roaring sea of flame. Good, that should do it. Even if Cambrian soldiers were hiding in there, they'll be roasted. Move through quickly. Watch yourselves, don't let sparks get on you. The Black Hawk convoy sped through. One Black Hawk soldier stared at the blazing inferno, lost in thought. He couldn't explain what the scene made him feel, all he knew was that the destruction stirred a twinge of guilt, yet at the same time sent a thrill surging through him. He couldn't say why. Perhaps everyone is born with a hunger to destroy. Watching the world burn around him, he felt a rush of excitement. Just then a soldier behind him pointed at the flaming woods and shouted, "Hold on, look. Isn't that a figure over there?" A figure? Ha, impossible. Even if someone was there, they'd be ashes by now. Maybe just some Cambrian soldier still writhing in the flames. The other Black Hawk soldiers casually brushed it off, none of them believed any Cambrian soldier could survive a blaze like this. Against such a wall of fire, even protective anti-flame spells were useless. Spells could shield them from the heat, but they couldn't provide air. Suffocation was inevitable. So even if the Cambrian soldiers in the trees could endure the heat, they still had to breathe. Were they supposed to carry oxygen tanks into battle? Hold on, someone's really over there. The Black Hawk soldier who had spoken suddenly stood, slammed his submachine gun into the firing slit, and raked the distant woods. Bullets smacked into trunks, cracking like fireworks. The rest of the squad jumped, wondering what demon had possessed him. Why was he so sure someone was there? Hey, you gone crazy? There's nobody there. You think anyone could live through that inferno? The soldier next to him took a wary step back and shouted, convinced stress had snapped his comrade's mind. But in that instant he glanced into the burning forest and spotted running silhouettes. Hell, what are those things? He blanched, certain he was seeing ghosts. The charging players didn't care. Several flame troopers reached the woodline and hurled incendiaries in unison, slamming two moving APCs. The bombs burst, the carriers vanished under rolling fire, and the men aboard screamed as they leapt out, wreathed in flame. The players showed no mercy. Sprinting forward with flamethrowers, they bathed the vehicles in jets of fire before the Black Hawk soldiers could react. Flamethrowers aren't ideal against armor, most vehicles don't burn out from a quick roast. Usually you only scorch external fittings, tires, perhaps, or snake flame through a hatch. Unless you hit an engine or fuel tank and ignite it outright, killing an armored vehicle with a flamethrower is next to impossible. Yet when several flamethrowers converged on one carrier from every side, the crew were still engulfed, shrieking hideously. The half-track had no roof plate, nothing to stop the fire. A slight tilt of the nozzle sent the stream searing inside. Black Hawk soldiers became living torches one after another, the survivors howled, unable to believe their eyes. They watched Cambrian soldiers' big tanks on their backs, gas masks over their faces burst straight out of the inferno. Heat rippled the air, the distant flames warped the world. Still the Cambrians had hidden within the fire, and from it they struck, bringing vengeance in flames. No, they're not human, they're vengeful spirits. The burned Cambrians have come back. The dark gods raised them as fiends. Panic spread, the convoy dissolved into chaos. The flame troopers ignored the fleeing men. After igniting every crewman, they yanked open the hatches. Haha, this APC is mine now. A player stripped off his elite soldier set, jumped into the cab and laughed. Another scrambled into the rear and swung the heavy machine gun. Normally they could never steal a vehicle so easily. Black Hawk soldiers aren't fools, they'd shoot any charger in the open. Who'd joke about a turret-mounted MG? But the horror had frozen them, no one thought to fire. Only when the stolen half-track's gun began sweeping the column did they wake and rake it with bullets. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. The player gunner blazed away, but enemy tracks answered, the odds looked bad. The machine guns couldn't pierce each other's armor, yet with crossfire from front and rear the player's shield was useless. Stop gawking, drive. Get this junk moving. The freshly killed gunner yelled over comms, wondering why the driver hadn't floored it. Quit yelling, we're dead center of the column, vehicles fore and aft nowhere to go. The driver groused, slammed the starter, and rammed the carrier ahead. Boom. The crash flung every man aboard, even the players toppled. Finding the enemy track nose to nose, the flame troopers wasted no time and lobbed 2 incendiaries onto it. A Black Hawk gunner reaching for his MG saw the bombs fall and went white. Before he could leap, the bombs exploded, turning the whole crew into human bonfires. Hee, little fire stick coming your way. A player laughed, tossing out an old net meme. Cheesy as the joke was, the incendiaries weren't terrible against armor in-game, lethal in reality. Once the half-track rolled, the flame troopers in back became monsters, flinging bombs non-stop. Black Hawk crews screamed for their drivers to pull away from the lunatics. A flaming half-track racing at you while lunatics hurl bombs is pure nightmare fuel. Any carrier that failed to dodge was set ablaze, the convoy dissolved into a rout. Soldiers caught by splashes of fire rolled and shrieked. The clinging, burning oil was vicious, rolling wouldn't snuff it. After tumbling, they only smeared the sticky fire over more of themselves, turning bigger patches alight. 2 tank hunters with anti-tank guns finally clanked up and pumped several rounds into the stolen half-track, ending the rampage. Damn, how did those Cambrians pull that off? A shaken captain leapt down and walked toward the smoking wreck. He knew the enemy inside must be dead, the guns behind him could punch straight through light armor. Yet he still felt a chill, half expecting the burnt foes to rise again and spew flames of revenge. Mage, have you figured out how those Cambrian soldiers lived through the fire? The major asked a nearby abyss mage who had just examined the site. The attack had cost him dozens of men and 6 charred vehicles, far too heavy a price. The mere memory of the horror he'd just witnessed made the battalion commander's face twitch. He didn't know the word cheat, or he would have sworn the Cambrians were hacking. My apologies, sir. I found no flame-proof magical devices on any of the Cambrian soldier corpses. Frankly, I don't see how those Cambrian soldiers could fight inside fire with something like a fire ward charm unless they don't need to breathe. The abyss mage forced himself to analyze it rationally, and the more rational he tried to be, the more convinced he became that those soldiers shouldn't have been able to do it. Don't tell me their backpack flamethrowers come with built-in oxygen hoses? All right, I get it. The battalion commander took a deep breath, waved the abyss mage away, and told him to leave. Once the mage was gone, the commander turned, trembling, to his adjutant. Good. We've confirmed the enemy isn't using magic, at least nothing we understand. So what's your take? Some kind of heretical divine blessing? The adjutant shook his head, he was too thick-headed to puzzle it out. All he knew was that it felt uncanny beyond imagination. Pass the word to the rear, tell them to stay on their guard. I'm dying to know those Cambrians who fight in flames, besides using fire as a weapon, can they still use conventional arms? In the end the commander decided to leave that headache to the staff officers in the rear. While ordering the signaller to send the telegram, he muttered to himself. He'd already sized up the enemy's loadout in the earlier fighting. Flamethrowers packed a punch, sure, but the enemy could just as easily have used rocket launchers or anti-tank rifles, something with real range. If those men truly could lurk inside fire, then the flames themselves became their best cover. With a wall of fire between them, even if the Black Hawk soldiers knew enemies were shooting from the other side, they could only trade long-range shots, charging in was impossible. Seen in that light, the guys who'd been lugging flamethrowers and tossing incendiaries everywhere suddenly looked suspicious. The commander strongly suspected they'd wrangled some slapdash blessing, maybe a living saint had laid hands on them. Major General Thomas in the rear got the frontline report quickly. Tales of vengeful ghosts springing from flames left him unmoved. Like the battalion commander, he refused to believe in vengeful spirits. Either the Cambrians had cooked up some odd new spell, or the clergy had handed their troops a blessing. Next time we lay down fire, make the abyss mages earn their keep, have them bomb with sulfur fire rain. Thomas replied by telegram, those mages are lazy, they should pitch in far more often. Otherwise they're wasting the Empire's investment. Thomas wasn't sure abyssal spells would even hurt the enemy, but it was worth a try. Whether they were using magic or some god's blessing, maybe they could shrug off mundane flames but not sorcerous ones. Black Eagle Empire had long studied magic versus physical resistance, yet even now had produced nothing useful. Although the armored reconnaissance battalion had taken every kind of beating up ahead, its presence cleared the path, letting follow-on units pass far more smoothly. Jumpy Black Hawk people destroyed so many player spawn points that, once the points were gone, the players couldn't respawn behind them for backstabbing. Yet just as the enemy moved, the players launched a fresh operation of their own. By the time the foe reached Tula's outskirts, a band of players and their engineers had already dug in, waiting. Major General Hladnov arrived by car, inspected the works, and silently awarded them one verdict. Sinister and cunning. To him, the troops Andrei had sent were downright black-hearted. Enemy Air Force raids kept foiling armored assembly, so the troops hit back hard. They scattered entire streets and out-of-the-way lots with inflatable tanks. Hladnov didn't know why those balloons didn't quite match his own armor's silhouette, but from the air the enemy would never spot the difference. Honestly, even up close he could barely tell them apart. Could the Black Hawk people even tell they were balloons? If they noticed the shape didn't match a T-34, they'd probably just assume it was some new Cambrian Empire model. To keep their 88 flak guns hidden, players dug under whole buildings, burying everything but the barrel. With only the muzzle poking out, the guns were nearly impossible for the enemy to knock out. The trade-off was that the 88s couldn't elevate for anti-air work, but that was fine. Killing armor was the job. For air defense, other positions sat atop sturdy rooftops. Against ordinary fighters those guns were plenty, they might not scratch a Griffin bomber, but anything less was toast. Report, General, our defense line is set. An armored brigade commander ran up, saluted, and asked eagerly, Sir, if all goes well, how long must we hold until relief arrives? Vladnov thought a moment, then gave a wry smile. Sorry, your guess is as good as mine. If the stars align, the first airlifted reinforcements should reach the airship base 12 hours from now. If not, it could be 2 days, 3 who knows. Vladnov had long wanted to rant about the Cambrian Empire's hopeless logistics and chaotic rear echelon command. Whenever headquarters swore reinforcements would arrive in X hours, the smart move was to ignore them. Why? Because Cambrians' reinforcements were never on time. A punctual relief force was rarer than a two-headed Tsar. Chapter 359, So. What was the Air Force busy with before? Never mind, let's not talk about reinforcements for now. How well armed are the brothers under our command? Major General Vladnov sighed slightly, skipping over the topic he wasn't particularly willing to face, and immediately moved on to another matter. General, rest assured, the brothers are fully armed. We even gathered all the soldiers who know how to ride horses and formed a temporary cavalry battalion. Although there aren't many of them, and cavalry might not always be reliable, if used correctly, I believe they can bring you a surprise. A brigade commander said quickly. After they retreated to the Tula defensive line, they naturally made use of the weapon warehouses located there. Although most of the weapons in this place were supposed to be reserved for the paratroopers arriving later, following the principle of first come, first served, since they had arrived first, how could they not take a batch? The weapon configuration of Andrei's soldiers wasn't actually that good, mainly because their initial equipment was too poor. Among the soldiers that Tsar had sent to Andrei, most were at the level of light infantry, and some couldn't even meet those standards. Some units didn't even have a rifle for every man. Even though Andrei had put in the effort to reorganize them into armored units, the equipment gap remained significant. They had tanks, but the soldiers fighting alongside them lacked both submachine guns and grenades, and many soldiers even had old-fashioned rifles. Having a rare opportunity to re-equip, they naturally didn't hesitate to scavenge the arsenal here first. As for what to do if the quartermaster was unhappy later? Ever heard of special circumstances require special measures? If they couldn't hold Tula, the equipment sitting neatly in the warehouse would be useless, it would only benefit the enemy or be tossed away as junk. If they held Tula, then as war heroes, how could they be given a hard time over such a small matter? So, after some shuffling, these ordinary infantrymen could be considered to have upgraded their gear. While they couldn't reach the level of a submachine gun for every man, a new rifle for everyone was no longer a problem. Cavalry, I believe they can play a role. However, this cavalry unit will be under my direct command. I need to find the right moment to deploy them to the right position. Compared to the general atmosphere of distrust toward cavalry in Andrei's units, Major General Vladnov actually trusted them quite a bit. It couldn't be helped, before becoming an armored commander, he had studied cavalry in the military academy. After all, armored units weren't as developed then, and cavalry was still very useful on the battlefield at that time. He knew cavalry had various weaknesses, but he was also well aware. If a cavalry unit suddenly swept onto the battlefield like a whirlwind while the enemy was caught off guard, this highly mobile force would certainly cause considerable trouble for the enemy. After taking control of the cavalry, the Major General ordered the frontline troops to be responsible for their own defensive sectors, allowing the brigade commanders to act freely. He had no choice because he really didn't understand this defensive line, his combat experience was lacking, which was a fatal issue. Fortunately, the Major General had self-awareness. Knowing his lack of experience, he trusted the veterans Andrei provided, as they had fought the Black Hawk people in real combat. There was no need for macromanagement right now, as for the micromanagement, leaving it to these commanders was enough. After the commanders left, Major General Vladnov let out a long breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Sigh, are these the soldiers under Vorontsov? Their initiative is truly strong. I wonder how Vorontsov used to manage these guys. To be able to handle such a group of opinionated soldiers, that Vorontsov is truly an amazing fellow. Compared to the units he had commanded in the past, this was the first time Vladnov felt the sensation of being led by the nose by his subordinates. These soldiers and officers were too independent. Before he could even arrange specific details, they had already taken care of everything. For a commander like him, who didn't have many ideas and lacked experience, having such a group of highly proactive soldiers could actually be considered a good thing. But if they encountered a strong-willed commander, a conflict might very well break out between the two sides. Because of this, he was curious how Andrei managed to suppress these people. In his imagination, as the currently popular #1 Cambrian god of war, Andrei must be a forceful commander. But in fact, when Andrei commanded, he really didn't interfere much. He would only set a broad goal for the players, leaving the rest for them to handle freely, and the ordinary soldiers had no problem following the players into battle. The Black Hawk Army's bombing began again. In addition to the bombers overhead conducting carpet bombing, they also brought a significant number of self-propelled artillery. Although the caliber of that Wasp artillery wasn't large, its mobility and flexibility were very high, making it very suitable for accompanying armored units in combat. For this reason, General Wilhelm had written to the Emperor many times, requesting that these units be removed from the artillery organization and separately incorporated into the armored units. However, the Emperor seemed unwilling to list them together with the armored units, and those artillery generals were equally reluctant. After all, what general would be willing to let someone else poach people from under them at will? Inside a Griffin bomber, a pilot said to the co-pilot beside him, "Look at that square over there, why are there so many tanks parked there?" The co-pilot took a couple of looks, and his eyes immediately lit up. Haha, these idiots, they often arrange their armored units in such conspicuous places. Do they really think this is a parking lot? Brother, let's go, we'll bomb that place and wipe out their entire armored unit in one go. It wasn't just this Griffin bomber that saw the tanks in the square, several bombers participating in the operation all noticed them at the same time. They were momentarily stunned, thinking those guys were incredibly stupid. Did these Hanwoo armored soldiers really not know how powerful an Air Force strike could be? Although they felt it was strange, since the enemy had delivered such a large piece of meat to their mouths, there was no reason not to eat it. As for there being more anti-aircraft guns over there, even forming multiple layers of crossfire, well, eating meat always comes with risks. Compared to the losses caused by anti-aircraft guns, if they could wipe out the enemy's armored units in one fell swoop, it would definitely be more than worth it. Watching the enemy bombers fly toward those inflatable targets, the players busy operating anti-aircraft guns on the rooftops were instantly delighted. Ha! They bought it, they actually bought it. Boss, nice trick, well played. A group of players essentially became deception path practitioners, ignoring the inflatable tanks entirely and just focusing their fire on the lead bomber. They had already agreed that all the anti-aircraft guns set up here would fire together, concentrating all their fire on the first bomber first. Although the enemy bombers had void shields, which were annoying, they wanted to see if they could brute force the enemy's void shield down with sufficiently dense fire. As long as they could overload their shields, the value of shooting down one bomber would be even greater than shooting down 10 fighters. Anti-aircraft fire continuously shot from all directions. On these small buildings in the suburbs, almost all of them had anti-aircraft guns constantly firing into the sky. The sound of the high cannons was deafening, making the soldiers hiding in the trenches quickly open their mouths. Although doing so meant dirt and dust shaken loose would keep getting into their mouths, it could effectively prevent them from being deafened by the cannon fire. Haha, the brothers in the back are really coming through. Where did they get so many anti-aircraft guns? An ordinary Cambrian soldier shouted excitedly in the trench. The veteran beside him didn't know either, but in this kind of situation, he didn't want to lose face in front of a recruit, so he just made something up. Hey, you wouldn't understand. It's said that the Tula arsenal has plenty of weapons. Besides the gear we took, there are other arsenals with equipment. So it's perfectly reasonable for other brothers to pull out a few anti-aircraft guns from the warehouse, right? Reasonable, indeed very reasonable. However, the quartermasters in charge of the warehouses were completely stunned by the scene. Looking at the only few old, small-caliber anti-aircraft guns left in their warehouse, and then looking at the more than 10 guns outside that were constantly roaring and deafening, they felt as if a supernatural event had occurred. But it didn't matter, for them, this was also an opportunity to balance the books. Damn it, we can't hold on. No. Amidst a burst of cries, the Griffin bomber flying at the very front wobbled, and its void shield was finally breached on the spot. The enemy's anti-aircraft fire exceeded their imagination, especially the several 88 flak guns located around them, which made the faces of these Black Hawk soldiers turn green. They used to be proud of the 88 flak guns they owned, considering them a very effective anti-aircraft weapon, until these things were pointed at the Black Eagle Empire's bombers. Until the moment they crashed, this group of pilots was still shocked by why the enemy possessed 88 flak guns. They really couldn't imagine what kind of traitor would sell such an important weapon to the enemy. Don't panic, fly through. Although the two Griffin bombers following closely behind were also somewhat panicked, they still gritted their teeth and rushed forward quickly. Under the player's control, the 88 flak guns could fire a shell every 3 seconds. The lethality of such dense, large-caliber anti-aircraft guns was truly terrifying, and because of this, these Black Hawk pilots could not hesitate. If they retreated now, they might be able to save the remaining bombers, but they would also inevitably return empty-handed, meaning this bombing mission would have completely lost its purpose. The bait in front was too tempting, so even if they knew the road ahead led to hell, they had to fly through. Even if they died, they were going to blow up those tanks in the square. Several escorting fighters quickly rushed toward the players' anti-aircraft positions, attempting to use machine gun fire to interfere with the players operating the anti-aircraft guns. But the players were completely unmoved. Several pom-pom guns already set up on the flanks shot down the two diving fighters at the fastest speed. And even if the remaining Black Hawk fighters blew the players into fragments, they would quickly respawn at the respawn point. The reason why the players set up all these anti-aircraft guns on the rooftops, besides obtaining a relatively wide field of vision, was for the important reason of being able to pull the respawn point to the position closest to the anti-aircraft guns. They were also gambling with this wave, gambling on whether they could shoot down the enemy's bombers. As long as they concentrated all their firepower on the bombers and ignored everything else, even if they were taken out by the enemy, they would just respawn immediately. They believed they could absolutely ensure the enemy bombers would never return. Several fighter jets that had just finished a dive and were preparing to pull up for another run suddenly noticed the scene behind them. When the pilots saw that as soon as they killed an enemy gunner, a new one would immediately run out from the side door and sit on the seat, completely disregarding the fact that it was covered in blood and minced meat. They couldn't help but be stunned. These Cambrians always managed to burst forth with unimaginable morale at critical moments. Sometimes, Black Hawk soldiers couldn't even fathom where the inexplicable morale of some Cambrian army units came from. The players focused single-mindedly on attacking the bombers, completely indifferent to the interference of those fighter jets. Even if they were covered by a rain of machine gun fire, and even if they were blown to bits, others would step up to replace them at the fastest speed, as if they hadn't noticed how their companions had died at all. Major General Hladnov, in the command center, also witnessed this scene and couldn't help but cover his mouth in shock. Goddess above, how do they do it? Do they not know fear? Regarding this question, the other staff officers present didn't know how to answer, as they also couldn't understand where these people's morale originated. But it had to be said that many of them were shaken by the scene, even feeling a sense of emotion in their hearts. Seeing that such warriors were still willing to stand up for the Cambrian Empire in the face of a powerful enemy, a surge of confidence suddenly rose in their hearts. The enemy could never conquer the Cambrian Empire like this. The shield of the second bomber was also broken. When the pilots inside realized their shield was gone, they seemed to want to pull up to avoid more damage, but it was already too late. 88 flak guns from 3 directions tore 3 large holes in this bomber, but that was just the beginning. More anti-aircraft fire continued to shoot toward the bomber, leaving it riddled with holes in the blink of an eye. When the bomber's belly was hit by multiple shells from the 88 flak guns and the entire aircraft snapped in two, the bomber was completely finished. Boom! The bombs inside the bomber, along with the wreckage itself, crashed to the ground, instantly triggering an earth-shattering explosion. A small building originally used to deploy anti-aircraft guns was caught in the blast and collapsed on the spot. But the anti-aircraft guns in other directions still maintained their firepower. At this moment, the players saw nothing else except for the third Griffin bomber. Even the few players who were crushed to death in that small building and then respawned elsewhere immediately set up their machine guns as fast as they could and fired wildly toward the bomber. They didn't know if doing this would cause any damage to the bomber, but at the very least, any bit of output counted. When it came time to settle the rewards later, they could earn some contribution merits for their assists. Thanks to the sacrifice of the first 2 bombers, the third bomber finally succeeded in dropping its bombs. Although the third bomber had pulled up significantly to avoid anti-aircraft fire, resulting in a much lower bombing accuracy. But because this type of heavy bomber could carry many bombs, when a vast expanse of bombs rained down on the ground, the inflatable tanks placed by the players in the square were still tragically covered by firepower. One inflatable tank after another was swallowed by terrifying flames, and in the blink of an eye, the small square over there turned into a sea of fire. Great, we succeeded. Having finally succeeded in the bombing, the 2 Black Hawk pilots laughed loudly while doing their best to make the bomber climb rapidly, hoping to avoid the fearsome anti-aircraft fire. But as soon as the words left his mouth, one of the pilots looked back and was suddenly stunned. Wait, this isn't right. We've been tricked. Damn it, those tanks are all fakes, they're just for show. Inevitably, when he looked back to see his trophies, he found that what was burning in the sea of fire was not the steel wreckage he had imagined, but only a pile of unknown black substances. What made him even more furious was that, along with the explosion of a bomb, one tank actually flew into the air due to the shockwave, flying dozens of meters away. He knew exactly how powerful the 250 kilograms bombs he had dropped were. These bombs were indeed powerful, but it was impossible for them to make a steel tank weighing dozens of tons fly dozens of meters. At the very least, he couldn't imagine what kind of weapon could create such a terrifying shockwave to blow away such a heavy steel tank. Because of this, in that instant, he realized he had been fooled. The 2 pilots quickly notified their nearby teammates via radio and then continued to do their best to climb the bomber's altitude. They no longer had any interest in continuing the bombing run around here. The anti-aircraft fire in this god's forsaken place was too brutal, continuing to bomb would just be suicide. So that's how it is, it's all a trap. Suddenly, the Black Hawk pilot in the main pilot's seat had an epiphany. He had been wondering why these Cambrians would park their tanks in such an open area, and at the same time, he had wondered why the anti-aircraft fire here was so strong. At the time, he thought the reason the anti-aircraft fire was so powerful was simply because the Cambrians were trying to cover their tank clusters. But looking at it now, this was clearly a pocket trap waiting for them to fly into. Damn, we can't shoot down that bomber. The group of players busy operating the anti-aircraft guns nearby were somewhat discouraged. They hadn't expected the bomber's climbing speed to be so fast. Compared to horizontal movement, when the enemy bomber began to climb, their hit rate dropped at an extremely fast pace. To the point that even though they tried their hardest, they still couldn't break the enemy's shield in the end, and could only watch as the bomber wobbled and rose higher and higher. The same went for the other fighter jets. Once they finished their bombing, these fighters seemed to realize something was wrong and immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Ha ha ha, beautiful, simply beautiful. Well fought. In the command center, Major General Hladnov looked at the fleeing enemy planes and the aircraft wreckage on the ground, and couldn't help but laugh excitedly. In previous wars, the Black Hawk People's Air Force bombings had caused painful losses to the Cambrian army, which had led the Tsar and the command center to further increase the bounty on enemy aircraft. Undoubtedly, setting aside whether they could hold Tula, the mere fact that they had taken down 2 of the enemy's strategic bombers in one go was enough for them to receive praise. For the Major General, these were all merits to be used for promotion. General, if nothing unexpected happens, the enemy's armored units should be preparing to attack soon. According to our statistics from recent times, their armored units should be heading this way within no more than 15 minutes after the bombing by that new type of enemy aircraft ends. Suddenly, the words of the staff officer beside him made the Major General's laughter stop. It's fine. Have faith in the frontline soldiers, they could never be easily crushed by the enemy's armored troops like this. Our own armored units are still waiting. Major General Hladnov waved his hand. He suddenly discovered with surprise that he didn't seem to fear the Black Eagle Empire's armored units that much anymore. If it were 3 days ago, when he learned that the Black Hawk armored units were preparing to head toward his position, he would have inevitably been terrified and panicked. Because in the continuous wars, countless annihilated Cambrian army units had used their blood and tears to fully prove just how powerful the enemy's armored units were. But at the thought of this incredibly powerful group of soldiers under his command, Major General Hladnov suddenly felt that there was nothing worth fearing. Believing in this group of troops trained by Andrei, their combat power compared to other Cambrian soldiers was simply on a different dimension. Unknowingly, the Major General had become a mindless fan of Andrei. He had once questioned Andrei's achievements in his heart, but now, he only felt that Andrei truly deserved to be the Cambrian Empire's #1 general. As he spoke, the Black Eagle Empire's armored units were already heading this way. Glancing at the town ahead that had just been bombed, with fire and black smoke still rising in many places, the advancing Major General Thomas couldn't help but show a resentful expression. Damn it! When those Air Force guys bomb, they really don't consider me at all. They've made the roads like this, how are my men supposed to drive in? Just as he couldn't help but curse those unreliable Air Force brothers, an officer suddenly ran up and handed Major General Thomas a telegram. General, bad news. Our Air Force fell for an enemy plot. They suffered serious losses in the previous bombing, but it seems they failed to destroy the enemy's main targets. Before the officer could finish reading the telegram, Major General Thomas snatched it, read it, and then tore the piece of junk into shreds. Damn it, can the Air Force get any more useless? I've really had enough of them. Didn't they say the key to an armored breakthrough lies in air support? The Major General cursed harshly. He had previously learned a series of armored warfare tactics from General Wilhelm, and one key point he had summarized was that General Wilhelm placed special emphasis on the coordination between the Air Force and armored units. He also tried his best to do this in battle, calling the Air Force whenever he encountered a target that was difficult to deal with, asking them to bomb the enemy immediately. Even when attacking enemy lines, he would first have the Air Force bomb the enemy's defenses before charging. He believed his command was fine, but unfortunately, his allies were incompetent, which was very frustrating. He didn't know what kind of trap those idiots in the Air Force had fallen into, but in his view, falling for a trap was already stupid enough in itself. General, what should we do next? Should our armored units launch a frontal assault? Major General Thomas's adjutant asked from the side, but he shook his head. No, move all our mechs and tracked combat vehicles to the side of Tula and surround it. What matters for armored units is firepower and mobility. They aren't meant to be driven into these complex alleys and then be picked off by the enemy bit by bit. If a mech drives into a place like this, an enemy with a single Molotov cocktail could take it out. Bring out all our armored grenadiers, have them quickly form assault teams, and then launch an attack on the enemy's defensive lines. Major General Thomas didn't much like the enemy's style of defending within urban buildings because the terrain was too complex and really wasn't suitable for armored units to perform. In times like this, only elite infantry squads could achieve effective results. Of course, it would be good to have assault guns, but unfortunately, he didn't have any on hand. After receiving the order, a large number of armored grenadiers and other mechanized infantry immediately jumped down from the armored vehicles and trucks. These soldiers were in no hurry to charge into the streets ahead where the situation was unclear. Instead, they first unloaded a series of weapons from their vehicles. Only after setting up their mortars and heavy machine guns did they begin to organize a charge. The first wave of soldiers to rush forward was merely a probing attack. Their mission was to act as human mind clearers, figuring out exactly what kind of defenses the enemy had in place. Before leading the charge, a Black Hawk officer drew his pistol and shouted to the Black Hawk soldiers behind him, "Warriors of the Empire, the bombardment has ceased. The enemy's defensive lines are already riddled with holes. The moment of waiting is over. Next, let us break through here in one fell swoop, destroy the fortresses of those northern bumpkins, and plant the Empire's flag upon the mountains made of their corpses. Attack!" Amidst a chorus of hoarse shouting, the Black Hawk soldiers launched a rapid assault. Simultaneously, the mortars behind them quickly fired a barrage of smoke grenades to provide cover for the charging troops. After multiple rounds of combat with Andrei, these Black Hawk soldiers had learned some of his tricks. For example, they adopted the smoke grenade tactics that Andrei, or rather, the players were particularly fond of using. In the past, the Black Eagle Empire hadn't really taken smoke grenades seriously, treating them more like signal flares. It wasn't until they fought Andrei and were frequently blocked by his soldiers' smoke grenades, only to be charged with bayonets to the face, that they realized smoke grenades were seemingly much more useful than they had imagined. A large number of smoke grenades instantly turned the open street into a white haze. The Cambrian soldiers hiding in the surrounding buildings and underground trenches immediately lost sight of their enemies. "Sir, what should we do? Don't just stand there. Open fire with the machine guns and suppress the street ahead." Without time to think, the Cambrian soldiers in several hidden pillboxes quickly set up their machine guns and began spraying the street frantically. These small wooden huts looked unremarkable, but engineers had dug foxholes beneath them. Heavy machine guns were stationed there, their barrels protruding from firing slits at the corners of the walls. From the outside, these huts showed almost no signs of being armed. If one didn't charge inside, who would have thought there were bunkers made of sandbags underneath. The sudden machine gun fire startled the advancing Black Hawk soldiers. One unlucky soldier was hit instantly by a stray bullet. Another Black Hawk soldier nearby was quick-handed. Ignoring the danger to himself, he grabbed his comrade and pulled him into a pile of rubble at the side of the road. "Quick, medic! Come and stop his bleeding." The Black Hawk soldier pressed down hard on his companion's wound and shouted anxiously toward the rear, but under such machine gun suppression, the medic behind them couldn't rush forward at all. This continued until a Black Hawk soldier raised a rocket launcher and fired a shot at the wooden hut. In a violent explosion, the flimsy hut was blown to pieces on the spot, along with the Cambrian machine gun team inside. "Quick, quick, quick! Charge!" Seeing that the machine gun nest was finally gone, the officer leading the charge roared his command. But as soon as a squad of soldiers rushed forward, new machine gun fire erupted from the flank. Andre's unit might be lacking in other weapons, but they certainly didn't lack heavy machine guns. After all, players could set up machine gun nests in fixed positions, and they had taken plenty of machine guns from the armory. When players used the fixed machine gun nests they set up themselves, the weapons were immobile but had infinite ammunition, they only needed to worry about the barrel overheating. Unfortunately, when ordinary soldiers used these nests, they functioned like normal machine guns, requiring teammates to constantly haul ammunition up from the rear. The sudden flanking fire caused the Black Hawk squad to suffer several casualties immediately. Even though they had deployed smoke grenades earlier, the mist was constantly being dispersed by the light breeze. After a moment, the Cambrian soldiers could faintly make out the figures within the smoke. Realizing there was a machine gun nest here as well, the Black Hawk soldiers scrambled to find cover as quickly as possible, but this time, their luck wasn't so good. The section of the street they were currently in hadn't collapsed during the previous bombardment, making the area appear extremely open. To find cover, a Black Hawk soldier instinctively kicked open a nearby door, intending to duck into the building for a moment. But the moment his foot hit the door, a tripwire mine set by a player triggered instantly. With a boom, he was blown backward. "Watch out! There are booby traps nearby. Mortars! Mortars, take out that bunker over there." The Black Hawk soldiers were in chaos. The soldier carrying the rocket launcher was shot dead before he could even fire. They never expected that just this one street would have two machine gun nests, and there seemed to be even more Cambrian soldiers lying in ambush nearby. This truly gave the Black Hawk soldiers a headache. The mortars opened fire, but the 80mm mortars they were using seemed unable to penetrate the enemy's bunkers. The machine gun nest on the flank was also semi-buried underground, and even deeper than the first. Furthermore, that building was a reinforced concrete structure, making it even harder for mortars to punch through. But it didn't matter. Besides mortars, the Black Hawk army had other artillery, their Wasp artillery in the rear was still waiting. The officer at the front suddenly received a retreat order. After a brief hesitation, he quickly led his troops to leave the street. However, during the retreat, two soldiers were pinned down by enemy fire. At this point, they couldn't afford to worry about them anymore. As soon as the soldiers withdrew, 4 105mm howitzers prepared in the rear began a heavy bombardment of the area. Amidst the explosions, the building appeared to be on the verge of collapsing. Although the small building hadn't completely crumbled, the soldier operating the machine gun inside was unlucky. He was struck by falling debris from the ceiling and knocked unconscious on the spot. Seeing the machine gun go silent, the Black Hawk soldiers rushed forward as fast as they could once the howitzer fire ceased. Immediately after, a soldier carrying a flamethrower aimed the nozzle at the bunker's firing slit. In a burst of flames, the 3 Cambrian soldiers hiding inside met their end, but the Black Hawk soldiers didn't feel any more relaxed because of it. Damn it, the enemy's defense in this built-up area is beyond imagination. How could they have set up so many defensive positions in such a short time? In the rear, a major in charge of frontline command couldn't help but want to curse. He felt as if the enemy's engineers had some kind of magic buff, their construction efficiency was simply too fast. Looking at it another way, if these engineers were so efficient, why was the Cambrian Empire's railway construction so slow? Reporting to the general, the enemy has turned this city into their own fortress zone. Our subsequent offensive might be even more difficult than imagined. Upon hearing the officer's report, Major General Thomas waved his hand and said, "It's fine, don't worry. They only have so many people, they can't hold out for long. Once our armored units and mobile artillery move to the flanks, their good days will be over. I want to see if they can withstand a pincer attack from multiple directions." Just as Major General Thomas said this, he suddenly received a piece of bad news. The armored units he had just ordered to the city's flank to launch a pincer movement for an encirclement had inexplicably encountered a hidden enemy armored force. "General, many of the enemy's vehicles were camouflaged as roadside buildings or mountains of earth. These semi-buried vehicles launched a surprise attack on our troops, causing heavy losses to our armored units. Furthermore, they seem to have deployed anti-aircraft guns modeled after the Empire's 88 flak gun into their counter-armored efforts. Those things pose a massive threat to our armored units." As he spoke, a look of fear appeared on the face of the officer who had just run back to report. In the past, they were always the ones using these things against the enemy, so the feeling wasn't very profound. But when the enemy used them against them, they truly realized the brutality of such a weapon. The penetration was incredibly strong, it could punch through any mecha in one shot. The rate of fire was extremely fast, and the accuracy was exceptionally high. What kind of godly weapon was this? In that officer's view, it was only because the 88 flak gun was cumbersome to fix and deploy that it couldn't be used in meeting engagements and was limited to positional warfare. Otherwise, if this thing were truly mounted on a walker and given a suit of heavy armor, wouldn't it be invincible on the spot? The officer had no idea that he had accidentally guessed the design of a mecha that the Empire had not yet fully developed. Of course, even if he had guessed correctly, he wouldn't have cared. He had no time to worry about such miscellaneous matters right now. Tisk, so what exactly was our Air Force busy bombing earlier? Major General Thomas curled his lip, unable to resist the urge to curse the Air Force again. Theoretically, the Imperial Air Force should have already destroyed the enemy's heavy firepower and several fortified bunkers, while destroying as much of the enemy's armored forces as possible. That's what the Air Force was supposed to do. But in the end, he couldn't perceive what effect the previous Air Force bombardment had actually achieved. Have our infantry cooperate with the armored units to break through their defensive line on the flank first. I refuse to believe these Cambrians could set up defenses everywhere. Where would they find the time? Major General Thomas was also getting a bit anxious. He spoke coldly, having no intention of waiting any longer. Time was not on his side. Continuing to wait might bring more support, but if things went wrong, the main forces of the Cambrian Empire would have time to react. God knows when they might send reinforcements from the rear to hold this position. Of course, even if they held this place, he had other ways to fight. Chapter 360, Why do Cambrian soldiers always spawn automatically in these ruins? Soldiers, charge! For the Black Eagle Empire, break through their defensive line. Flame troopers, where are the flame troopers? Watch out, there are still people in the houses on the side. In the streets and alleys of Tula's suburbs, Black Hawk soldiers and Cambrian defenders were engaged in a brutal battle of attrition. They paid a bloody price for almost every building they captured. In terms of numbers, the Cambrian infantry defending here were far outnumbered by the enemy, and even their combat quality was inferior. But it didn't matter. Among these Cambrian infantry were mixed a number of players acting as super soldiers, or rather, hero-like units. With these Cambrian supermen who would occasionally go berserk, even though the average Cambrian infantryman was indeed no match for the elite mechanized infantry of the Black Hawk people, they still managed to achieve a favorable exchange ratio. It must be said that the assault techniques of these Black Eagle Empire commandos were very proficient. It seemed they must have gained considerable experience on the Tsar's line during the initial border war. Of course, in the player's view, this Tsar's line, which resembled a knockoff Stalin line, could only be described as rather abstract. Forget comparing it to something like the Maginot line, this lousy defensive line couldn't even hold a candle to the unfinished Stalin line of the past. Who knows if it was to cut corners or simply a failure to consider enemy armored units during the design phase, but out of the hundreds of bunkers along the entire line, not a single anti-tank gun could be found. And even these bunkers mostly existed in isolation, with terrible coordination between each one. So much so that while the Black Hawk people might suffer negligible losses from initial ambushes by hidden bunkers, they could quickly send large numbers of elite infantry to flank them from the bunkers' blind spots and blow them up. Even worse, because the materials used inside these bunkers were subpar, ordinary Black Hawk soldiers could easily penetrate them using infantry guns or even anti-tank rifles. There was no helping it, the Cambrian Empire was always like this when building projects. As the saying goes, the 20-80 split, 2 parts of the project funds were for the actual construction, and the remaining 8 parts were all for greasing palms. Coupled with the fact that the Cambrian Empire never truly believed the Black Hawk people would actually attack, they even thought they'd be on the offensive most of the time. This led to extreme carelessness and rampant corner cutting when building the bunkers. As a result, that defensive line ultimately posed little obstacle to the Black Hawk people. After all the fuss, it ended up becoming a training tool for the Black Hawk assault teams. However, in contrast, these Black Hawk assault teams found the defenses personally designed by the players ahead to be quite troublesome. The enemy not only had ample firepower, but every bunker was interconnected, easily creating crossfire. They thought they had successfully found a weak point in the enemy bunker's coverage, but little did they know it was a trap deliberately left by the enemy. Just as they were breaking through in that direction, new bunkers would always appear behind them, unleashing fierce suppressing fire, or they'd run into a cluster of landmines halfway. To compensate for the disadvantages in equipment and troop numbers as much as possible, the players had laid a vast number of mines in these suburban outskirts. Scout tripwires and mines specifically designed for anti-tank purposes were all deployed. To ensure enemy infantry could also trigger the anti-tank mines, the players had even created many combination mines. Let our mages and cyborgs join the battle as well. Relying solely on these assault teams, we probably won't be able to break through the enemy's defenses smoothly. After some thought, Major General Thomas waved his hand and gave the order. He had originally intended to keep these units as a contingency reserve, but judging from the current situation, it seemed he didn't need to hold back any reserves. From the intensity of the counterattacks from the front line, he could already be certain that the enemy had undoubtedly deployed all their forces on the frontal defenses and the side positions meant for anti-armor. After all, based on previous battles, he had roughly estimated the enemy's numbers ahead. According to those calculations, they simply had no extra reserves to deploy. Thinking of this, a cold sneer appeared on Major General Thomas's face. They're still too naive. Using up all their reserves now is like revealing their entire hand, isn't it? Unfortunately, Major General Thomas had no idea that, for the players, they themselves were the truly practical reserve force. As for those ordinary soldiers, expecting them to turn the tide as reserves in a critical moment was less reliable than expecting them to hold the line effectively. As soon as the Abyss Mages made their move, the battlefield situation underwent many changes. For the ordinary Black Hawk soldiers, even using mortars, it was difficult to destroy the enemy's underground bunkers. And when they used rocket launchers to attack, they easily exposed themselves to machine gun fire. But mages didn't have these problems. The sulfur fire rain used by the abyss mages not only had a long range but also astonishing penetrating power. Aside from its extremely high temperature, this thing seemed to have a special corrosive property, causing it to quickly melt anything it adhered to. It was very effective against both armor and bunkers. Simultaneously, those cyborg soldiers known as Blade Warriors navigated the complex terrain of the streets with astonishing jumping ability, frequently leaping onto building rooftops to attack with their weapons. Compared to their initial form, the current Blade Warriors had undergone more refined modifications by the Black Hawk people. Some cyborgs still followed the original pattern, using submachine guns as their primary means of attack. But another group of cyborgs were equipped with sniper rifles or even large-caliber anti-tank rifles, along with items like rifle grenades. This gave them both stronger long-range sniping capabilities and potent anti-armor abilities. Close quarters assault is just one application for this unit type. If we leverage their high-speed mobility and superior terrain adaptability, this unit type is absolutely capable of being an astonishingly effective sniper. Major General Thomas watched with satisfaction as the Blade Warriors continuously jumped between rooftops, taking shots at the enemy from time to time. As for that method of relying on knives for melee combat, he really didn't find it reliable. Even if a Blade Warrior's arm could be fitted with a plated metal long blade, so what? Compared to using a knife to hack at enemy armored units, he thought it was better to equip them with an anti-tank rifle and let them shoot. After all, as cyborgs, Blade Warriors' healing ability and muscle strength were inherently far superior to ordinary soldiers. They could easily handle weapons with tremendous recoil like anti-tank rifles. These things can really jump, hey? They're like grasshoppers. A scout player, hiding in the shadows, tried to aim at a Blade Warrior but quickly found the target incredibly difficult to pin down. Because the things had legs with large spring-like structures, making both their running and jumping speeds very fast. And whether due to training or some other reason, these cyborg soldiers had a strong tendency for high-speed movement during combat, rarely stopping for long. Watching these guys scurrying all over the narrow alleys, occasionally performing wall-scaling and roof-hopping feats, the scout player was thoroughly annoyed. But then, he suddenly thought of an item perfectly suited to deal with these things: servo skulls. Servo skulls inherently possessed strong mobility because they could hover in the air, completely unaffected by terrain. Plus, servo skulls were particularly small, making them easier to conceal in such complex environments. So, wasn't this the perfect time to deploy their 40K-style drones? Don't just stand there. Everyone, deploy the servo skulls. These things are the real deal for urban combat. He hurriedly reminded his teammates in the chat channel, only to find that many of them had already started using this weapon. Damn. Was he the only slowpoke? While the players were busy deploying servo skulls, the Black Hawk Army was also releasing their own skull bombs. Although, due to the Black Eagle Empire's full-scale development of necro industry, they had realized that using these necro products for industrial purposes was more suitable than using them as disposable bombs or cannon fodder units. But there was no other way. They still couldn't find suitable alternative materials for skull bombs because the navigation function required the residual brain matter inside that was the true core component. Therefore, in the recent period, the Black Hawk Army had been trying to extract human brains intact in advance and then place them into new containers, transforming them into bombs. However, this method severely reduced bomb production efficiency. Compounded by the Black Eagle Empire being misled by Andre and now fully immersed in wetware computer research, their skull bomb output had become critically insufficient. To put it bluntly, this batch of skull bombs was basically the last of its kind in Major General Thomas's possession. Once he used this wave, there would be no more bombs available. Sigh, what a pity. I wonder if the Empire's newly produced remote-controlled bombs can match the effectiveness of these. Watching the skull bombs being continuously released by the soldiers and drifting towards the distant buildings, Major General Thomas sighed softly. These things weren't very practical in most battlefield situations, but in certain special environments like using them to blow up enemy bunkers or clearing paths in complex terrain, this type of bomb was absolutely ingenious. The Black Hawk soldiers, still in the midst of their ongoing assault, suddenly heard the faint sound of propellers coming from behind them. They looked back and saw these skull bombs, with propellers attached to their heads, slowly drifting towards them. Haha, excellent. Our bombs are here. Guys, hurry up and blow that bunker ahead. I've had enough of those two machine guns. A Black Hawk soldier roared, almost at his breaking point. That bunker ahead had been driving them crazy. For over 100 meters of street, there wasn't a single decent spot for them to take cover. The buildings on the side were all rigged with booby traps by the enemy, exploding at the slightest misstep. And if they charged out from this hidden alley now, they would not only face fierce fire from the bunker ahead but also a heavy machine gun positioned diagonally across the street, trained right on them. To make matters worse, it seemed there were enemy snipers hidden in this damned place. 2 of their soldiers had been killed just for peeking out slightly. In this situation, they were almost trapped in this alley. Even if they retreated the way they came, they couldn't find a good breakthrough, because the other side was also blocked by enemy fortifications. Several skull bombs drifted slowly towards the bunker ahead. But just then, a Black Hawk soldier, looking through a periscope they had brought, suddenly saw something strange. Olim, come quick and look. Is that thing our skull bomb? Why does it look different from our bombs? This Black Hawk soldier called his comrade and pushed him under the periscope. As several skull bombs drifted slowly along the wall corner towards the front, he suddenly noticed one skull among them that had no propeller on its head. Although the two looked very similar, only missing a propeller, he still felt that skull was quite off. Olim hurriedly leaned in to check, and then he saw a sight that made his jaw drop. Damn it, what the hell is that? He couldn't help but curse, because after that skull mixed in among the others, it suddenly shot red lasers from its eyes. The lasers had strong penetration and seemed incredibly hot. They instantly pierced one skull bomb and detonated it on the spot. The shockwave from the exploding bomb even sent the other nearby bombs flying. One bomb slammed hard against a wall and also exploded. Another bomb that flew out landed in an enemy sniper's sights, was hit by a bullet, and instantly blew apart. As for the last remaining bomb, it too did not escape misfortune. This bomb didn't even have time to fly back up before it was hit by the laser again, following in the footsteps of its predecessors. Something's wrong, this isn't our skull. What the hell is this thing? Hearing the commotion, a Black Hawk officer leaned down, looked for a moment, and said with a grim expression, "Damn it, this is a counterfeit made by those Cambrian bumpkins imitating Imperial technology. Despicable thieves. They dare to steal the Empire's technology." This officer had previously heard from somewhere that other friendly units had encountered something similar to skull bombs on the battlefield. But that thing could fly without needing a propeller, could shoot lasers, and could even use a welding torch to dismantle their equipment. Although hearing it described like that, he always felt the enemy's equipment sounded more advanced than theirs, but he certainly couldn't say that out loud. Without a doubt, this was the Cambrians stealing their technology, that's all there was to it. Of course, the scientists in their rear, busy trying to figure out what a servoskull actually was, definitely wouldn't think so, because those people were well aware of the technological gap between the two sides. They pondered for a long time but couldn't figure out how the Cambrian Empire produced such equipment. Considering the wetware computer they had captured earlier, these scientists strongly suspected that similar things might be inside that skull. There was no time for further thought. While these Black Hawk soldiers were still busy whispering, the servoskull in the distance had already begun drifting towards them. "Don't let that thing get close to us. Open fire now." The officer shouted loudly, waving his pistol, but not a single Black Hawk soldier was willing to stick their head out to shoot. Nonsense. The enemy sniper was still blocking them from above. Sticking their head out to shoot now would be suicide. If you want them to shoot, deal with the sniper across the way first. Otherwise, whoever pops their head up now dies. Seeing no one willing to fire, the officer was frantic, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say. The teammates in the rear weren't pulling their weight, and the blade warriors running around chaotically didn't have a single one willing to run this way. As a result, their squad was pinned down here, unable to poke their heads out. Just as he thought this, he suddenly noticed a blade warrior leaping rapidly towards them, moving with extreme agility. "Excellent, our reinforcements are here." The Black Hawk officer growled excitedly, but before he could finish his sentence, the skull hiding at the corner of the wall, drifting towards them, suddenly shot a laser at the blade warrior who had just jumped down from the roof. This precisely aimed laser hit the blade warrior's leg. In just 1 second, it melted through the spring jump mechanism beneath the blade warrior. Losing the support of this device, the blade warrior, who originally had long legs and could leap between various obstacles, immediately fell down with a thud. Before this blade warrior could struggle to get up, the Cambrian sniper hiding in the shadows struck again, firing a shot that blew apart the blade warrior's modified, masked head. Watching the reinforcements he had been longing for go offline so sloppily, the Black Hawk officer was momentarily speechless. He gestured to the other soldiers to fall back to the corner while quickly checking his own pistol. Now there was only a desperate fight. When that enemy skull drifts over, everyone fires together. He refused to believe they couldn't damage that thing. Several Black Hawk soldiers huddled in the corner, nervously waiting for the skull to drift over. But they waited for half a minute, and the strange skull still showed no movement. "Don't panic, everyone, stay calm. This is the enemy playing psychological warfare with us." Looking at the somewhat agitated soldiers behind him, the officer quickly tried to soothe them. "Hold your breath, concentrate. That skull can't stay hidden forever." The servoskull that had just drifted over looked dumbfounded at these Black Hawk soldiers who seemed to be saying some strange things, feeling these heretics were a bit stupid. Seriously, he was a skull, and he had a levitation device. So why did he have to emerge from the direction of the street entrance? He simply took a slightly longer route, drifting over from the wall behind these Black Hawk soldiers, and then just hovered right above their heads. It wasn't entirely the Black Hawk soldiers' fault for not reacting. On one hand, they had a mindset bias and hadn't successfully adjusted their thinking. On the other hand, it was because the servoskull was too quiet. In their previous drills and training, a key tactic for defending against skull bombs was listening for the sound. By the change in that propeller sound, they could quickly judge where the skull bomb drifting towards them was, and also infer the intentions of their comrades controlling it. But this time was different. Holy Terra's servoskulls used anti-gravity devices, a piece of technology with extremely high scientific content. Because of this thing didn't produce any unnecessary noise while drifting, and its concealment was also excellent, making it a perfect tool for assassination. With several consecutive laser bursts, a small squad of Black Hawk soldiers hiding in the alley, before they could react, were instantly pierced by lasers shot from above their heads. Only after they fell, with their consciousness not yet gone, did they barely manage to see the skull drifting above their heads using their fading peripheral vision. In other areas, the Black Hawk soldiers' breakthrough progress was also very difficult because these skulls were simply too terrifying. Compared to ordinary humans, these servoskulls seemed even more powerful in urban combat, mainly because their size was small and they were sufficiently concealed. Even though the Black Hawk soldiers who charged in were all experienced veterans, they still couldn't predict this thing's movement path. This thing could appear in various positions. It might drift over from above their heads, might sneak around behind them unnoticed, might even travel through a pipe and emerge from beneath their feet. Even when they charged, this kind of skull could bury itself in some inconspicuous rubble. A small squad of Black Hawk soldiers rushed out from cover, setting up a rocket launcher ready to fire, but they completely failed to notice that a servo skull had already disguised itself as part of a street lamp and slipped into the lamp right beside them. Before they could fire the rocket, lasers shot from the street lamp killed several Black Hawk soldiers in a row, causing the morale of the remaining few to nearly collapse. In the urban combat, these Black Hawk soldiers' progress was very difficult. And on the flanking armored assault, the Black Eagle Empire's armored troops also failed to advance. Facing those extremely well-concealed 88 flak guns, which had formed crossfire positions and were mostly semi-buried underground, the Black Hawk armored force simply couldn't charge forward. The destructive effect of that thing was too lethal. It wasn't something you could break through by just sending a few more mechs charging forward. They made multiple attempts. There were even engineers who, as fast as they could, used surrounding debris to attach a layer of wooden armor to the mechs, piling a bunch of wood onto the mech's surface. But even so, they still couldn't withstand the terrifying penetrating power of the 88 flak gun. Moreover, its rate of fire and accuracy were also ridiculously high, just like a seasoned rifleman with a rifle picking off a squad of reckless soldiers charging forward. Enough. This can't go on any longer. Why haven't our infantry opened a path yet? A Black Hawk armored officer, huddled inside a dreadnought mech, roared loudly over the radio. He clearly saw several squads of armored grenadiers jump down from the armored vehicles and quickly charge towards the enemy artillery positions, carrying rocket launchers. But over there, the fighting was fierce and noisy, so why hadn't they managed to open a path? As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier from one of the armored vehicles nervously replied over the radio, reporting, "Sir. We've done our best, but the enemy's defenses there are absolutely lethal. Our soldiers tried to charge, but the enemy seems to have dug tunnels here. Enemies always pop out from our flanks, catching us off guard. We've already saturated the two buildings on either side, but they..." At this point, the Black Hawk soldier couldn't continue. He felt like he was about to die from frustration. Several squads of brothers charged forward one after another. They were just about to reach the enemy's anti-armor bunker, ready to set up the rocket launchers. But then, from the two small wooden huts on their flanks, soldiers would periodically rush out. They had already sent men in to clear them out. After a fierce urban battle, those soldiers lost 6 men and finally cleared the two small huts. At least that's what they reported. As for why, after supposedly clearing them, enemies still kept popping out from that damned place? That was an unsolved mystery. Enough. I don't need excuses, I need to break through the enemy lines immediately. General Wilhelm has given us orders to capture Tula as soon as possible. If you keep fighting like this, can this battle even be fought? That officer had no sympathy whatsoever for the armored grenadiers ahead. He just thought their performance was absolutely terrible. The mission of these armored grenadiers was to cover the armored troops and help them quickly destroy the bunkers ahead, but after all this effort, they just couldn't get it done. Those aggrieved Black Hawk soldiers had no idea that the reason enemies kept popping up on their flanks was because players had set up a respawn point there. However, to be precise, the players' respawn point was not set inside those two small houses, as they had already noticed earlier. If the respawn point was set inside a house, once the enemy captured those two houses, their respawn point would become directly ineffective. Because of this, they actually placed the respawn point between the two houses, in a concealed underground wine cellar. They would respawn in the wine cellar, then quickly crawl into the houses through pre-dug tunnels, immediately launching fierce attacks on the Black Hawk soldiers. The reason the Black Hawk soldiers didn't discover these tunnels was that whenever a player successfully emerged from a tunnel, the engineer player at the rear would quickly bury the tunnel entrance again. This way, unless these Black Hawk soldiers had X-ray vision and could see the hollow spaces in the underground soil, how could they possibly discover that there were tunnels beneath what seemed like solid ground? It wasn't that no Black Hawk soldiers simply chose to wait in ambush inside the houses. After all, if they could occupy and firmly control that area, wouldn't they be free from worrying about enemy attacks on their flank during the next charge? But don't forget, there were anti-armor emplacements set up by players ahead. As soon as they entered the houses, 88 flak guns would immediately start firing fiercely in their direction. These two small houses were by no means fortresses, they weren't even bunkers and couldn't withstand the fire from 88 flak guns. If any Black Hawk soldiers were hiding inside, a few direct hits would finish them all. Not to mention, there were players in the wine cellar, not far from these houses, well within the coverage of the minimap. Even if Black Hawk soldiers were hiding in corners or some unknown blind spots, the players could see them clearly, then use screenshots to alert the artillery in the chat about exactly where to fire. This was just great, the Black Hawk people simply couldn't deal with the two flanking houses. It wasn't until they brought up artillery from the rear and used self-propelled guns to completely level the two houses that they barely managed to resolve this nuisance. Oh, praise His Majesty the Emperor. I wonder when our armored troops will get more powerful artillery. Seeing the two houses finally reduced to dust, these Black Hawk armored soldiers all breathed a sigh of relief, feeling immensely gratified. One soldier couldn't help but ask, but a soldier beside him ruthlessly mocked, "Haha, young man, stop dreaming. Where would the Empire get the funds to develop more powerful self-propelled guns? With that effort, they'd be better off developing some stronger mechs. Our mechs are already somewhat outdated against the Cambrians' tracked combat vehicles." This also reflected a certain dispute within the Black Hawk armored force. Some Black Hawk armored soldiers believed they currently needed more powerful mechs, while others thought they needed supporting artillery fire. Both sides had valid points. But honestly, neither of these things could be produced in a short time unless the Black Eagle Empire chose to cheat in scientific research again. In the command post, Major General Hladnov anxiously watched the distant battle. His command post was located in a reinforced concrete building in the city center, offering a broad view and a clear sight of the distant fighting. The building itself was very sturdy, and the players had specifically reinforced it beforehand, making it capable of withstanding conventional enemy artillery fire, rendering it quite safe. Due to the distance, he couldn't see the detailed combat process between the soldiers, but by observing the locations of artillery fire and the occasional explosions, he could judge roughly where the enemy had advanced. When he saw the Black Eagle Empire's armored troops approaching from both flanks, only to be blocked by the defensive lines set up by his soldiers, cold sweat drenched his back. No, it's time for our armored troops to move out. We must not let them complete the encirclement, we have to stop them. Major General Hladnov gritted his teeth and quickly issued orders to the officer beside him. He wasn't sure how long those two defensive lines could hold the enemy, but whether the enemy successfully broke through them or chose to flank around, either scenario would deal a fatal blow to Tula. Thinking of this, he sighed. Ultimately, it came down to having too few troops at his disposal. Although he was a division commander, his armored division, composed of 3 brigades, only had a combined strength of just over 5,000 men. Facing him, the attacking Black Eagle Empire's 14th Armored Division had over 15,000 men, 3 times his troops. Because of this, he could only rely on the city's complex terrain to set up small-scale defensive lines. It was impossible to intercept the enemy on a larger scale. If the enemy chose to deter, with his stretched thin troops, he simply couldn't spare enough reserves to block them. The Major General's orders were conveyed to his 3 brigade commanders, who in turn passed the commands down to the players. Upon hearing the order for the armored troops to deploy, some players in the city, still busy fighting the enemy in street battles, hurriedly repositioned and excitedly jumped into their tanks. Quick, 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 move out. Charge. Demasha. The slogans shouted by the players were very abstract, but the ordinary Cambrian soldiers who had been cooperating with them for a while were used to it. These Cambrian soldiers weren't quite sure why General Vorontsov had such a group of abstract soldiers under his command. They often couldn't understand what these guys were shouting about. But in the army, strength is what truly matters. These soldiers serving as tank commanders might be abstract, but their reaction speed and observational skills were unquestionable. Sometimes, some Cambrian armored soldiers even felt these guys could foresee the future. During combat, when their turrets hadn't even turned to the corresponding direction, they'd suddenly spot enemies flanking from behind. Because these individuals' combat skills were top-notch, the Cambrian armored soldiers didn't see their abstractness as a problem. In fact, many armored soldiers had even been influenced by their everyday abstract behavior. Charge, charge, charge. I'm gonna kick the eggs off those Black Hawk devils. Blast them to pieces, and we'll drink vodka tonight. Amidst excited cheers, hundreds of T-34 tanks quickly flanked around from both sides and charged straight towards the flanks of the Black Hawk soldiers. Besides these tanks, a few armored vehicles carrying infantry also followed, advancing alongside the tanks. Once they reached a position 800 meters from the battlefield, the infantry on the vehicles would quickly disembark and continue fighting alongside the tanks. Although the Tsar they never noticed that over there. The importance of infantry-tank coordination, leading to the Cambrian Empire's already limited armored forces suffering extremely painful losses in the early stages. But Andrei had always emphasized this point, and the players did too. Back when players played Battlefield or other combat games, simply letting tanks charge forward recklessly was absolutely unacceptable. Without infantry teammates for cover, a few enemy assault soldiers could easily take out a tank. A tank operating alone was truly vulnerable. Watch out, it's the Cambrians' armored troops. Haha, these guys have finally shown up. Where were they hiding before? Seeing the enemy armored troops suddenly attack from their flank, the Black Hawk army was indeed a little flustered, but they quickly entered combat mode. They didn't think they would lose to these guys in armored warfare. Compared to the question of victory, they were actually more concerned about another matter: where had these guys' vehicles been parked? Their bombers had flown for ages, thinking they'd found where the enemy vehicles were parked, only to realize it was a trap. These Black Hawk people didn't know that the players had already considered where to park their tanks. Their solution was twofold: use decoys for cover on one hand, and on the other, disperse the tanks and park them in surrounding small houses. Although most of Tula's residents had been evacuated, their houses were still there. At this point, the soldiers and players couldn't afford to worry about the houses. They simply modified these houses or sheds a bit and parked the tanks inside. Just by erasing the tracks, tanks hiding inside houses were almost invisible from the air. When the players directed others to quickly drive the tanks over, the Black Hawk armored soldiers here didn't seem interested in prolonging the fight at all. On the contrary, they chose to actively retreat, ceding this battlefield. But come to think of it, it made sense. There were several 88 flak guns ambushed here, many of their mechs would be instantly destroyed just by exposing themselves. Given that, why would they fight in such a dangerous place? In armored warfare, mobile operations are always key. Staying in one place for stationary fire would only get you killed on the spot. But as they were busy retreating, they failed to notice that in several houses behind their armored column houses they had already leveled earlier Cambrian soldiers had appeared again. Besides the players launching frontal assaults, prepare to engage in armored bullet combat with the enemy, another group of players hadn't given up on their guerrilla warfare. Although these houses had been leveled in the previous fighting, the respawn points they had left in the basements hadn't been destroyed. Over 20 players quickly assembled at the respawn point. Just as the enemy's armored troops were slowly backing towards them, these players prepared rocket launchers and guns at amazing speed, with engineer players. Even another one has been found at the scene. 88 flak gun emplacement. Under the cover of the ruins, only the very tip of the flak gun's barrel was exposed. Without careful inspection, one would never notice that a powerful anti-aircraft gun was ambushed here. Chapter 361, Lucky Kozlov still performs consistently. Strange, I have a bad feeling about this. Inside a hunter mech, a Black Hawk armored soldier couldn't help but speak to his companion. He couldn't explain why, but his scalp felt prickly, as if something were staring at the back of his head. Ha, don't be nervous, little fool. Sitting above him, the Black Hawk soldier serving as the gunner patted his shoulder dismissively, a philosophical smile on his face as he said, relax, those Cambrians are just a ragtag bunch. The Empire's real men will crush them easily. While that logic held up, for some reason, the Black Hawk armored soldier sitting below felt that his premonition might very well stem from his companion. Don't think he hadn't noticed his companion's twisted hobbies. One night while sleeping, he suddenly felt something squirming on his foot. He had quietly gripped the pistol under his pillow and squinted his eyes. To his horror, he found his companion, or rather, his roommate, licking his toes with a look of pure ecstasy. Damn it. From then on, he maintained 120% vigilance against this companion, to the point that whether in battle or sleeping, he never dared to leave his back exposed to him. But he was certain his current bad feeling didn't come from this gay bastard, it had to be something else. Just as he wanted to say something more while racking his brain for a way to change teammates or avoid piquing this guy's sexual interest, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Immediately after, his vision went black, and he knew no more. The distinctive sound of an 88 flak gun echoed from behind, but compared to the sound, the shell of such an anti-aircraft gun could reach over twice the speed of sound. Thus, the Black Hawk armored soldiers only heard the blast after they had already been hit. The sudden bombardment instantly blew apart the thick hunter mech, leaving the other Black Hawk armored soldiers stunned on the spot. Damn it, where is that fire coming from? Not good, we're being ambushed from behind. One of the more agile dreadnought mechs quickly turned around. Through the observation port, the armored soldier spotted a cannon that had suddenly extended behind them. Besides the cannon, they also saw a group of Cambrian soldiers holding rocket launchers, likewise aimed at them with excited, savage grins. No. Amidst screams of agony, those dozen or so rocket launchers fired their rockets, instantly hitting all 6 Black Hawk mechs in front of them. After being hit by these rockets, not a single one of the 6 Black Hawk mechs survived. They were all instantly pierced by the metal jets within the warheads, and the Black Hawk soldiers inside were burned beyond recognition. Black Hawk mechs in other directions also heard the commotion. When those Black Hawk armored soldiers looked back and saw that an entire squad on their flank had been wiped out, terror filled their faces. Sir, we're surrounded. What do we do? One Black Hawk armored soldier screamed in panic, at a total loss. If they ran out from behind cover now, they would immediately face the 88 flak guns ahead. But if they stayed put, the 88 flak guns behind them would blast them in the rear, dealing horrific losses. Kill those damn bastards, move fast. An armored soldier roared. His hands didn't stop as he quickly operated the dreadnought mech's coaxial machine gun, sweeping toward the player's direction. But the player's speed in firing the 88 flak guns was faster. Before his machine gun could even turn, his mech was hit by a shell. The ammunition rack detonated instantly, turning the entire mech into a firework. These Black Hawk armored soldiers were being pummeled senseless, fire was raining down on them from both front and back. Some Black Hawk armored soldiers tried to risk everything to break through to the other side, hoping to use the buildings there to block the 88 flak guns' line of sight. But as soon as they piloted their mechs out, the 388 flak guns staring them down from the front fired almost simultaneously. The resulting death was gruesome, as the mech was nearly torn in two. One dreadnought mech reacted quickly enough and finally hit the 88 flak gun bunker behind them. When the hard armor-piercing shell instantly penetrated the reinforced concrete wall and successfully collapsed the support frame of that 88 flak gun, almost all the Black Hawk armored soldiers cheered in excitement. However, the engineer player acted with extreme speed. Facing damage that hadn't completely destroyed the flak gun position, he simply gave it a few hard turns with a wrench, repairing the damage that affected the gun's aim. Seeing the enemy's terrifying anti-aircraft gun return to normal in the blink of an eye, the cheering Black Hawk armored soldiers lost their smiles instantly. Laugh. Why aren't you laughing anymore? Do you just not like laughing? After the player fired another quick shot and took out another mech, he couldn't help but ask with a loud laugh. Clearly, this was the legendary law of conservation of smiles. The enemy's smile doesn't disappear, it just transfers to the player's face. With flak guns attacking from front and back and the enemy's armored force charging from the side, the Black Hawk armored force on this axis was soon completely annihilated by the players. Even though some Black Hawk armored soldiers fought tenaciously and took down several T-34 tanks before they died, they still couldn't change their fate. After dealing with the armored units here, the player armored units attacking along this axis didn't choose to immediately support the other axis. Instead, they drove straight toward the enemy's rear. Support their companions? What a joke. Their teammates over there were fighting just fine, why would they need support? Compared to running over to steal kills from teammates, they were more interested in the bigger kills ahead. If they could take out that Black Eagle Empire Armored Division commander in this thrust, they'd be legendary. The players were calm, excitedly ordering the tanks forward, but compared to the players, the other Cambrians' armored soldiers looked quite shocked. Brave Niu commanded his T-34 tank, calmly crossing the ruins ahead and then cutting straight through a wide street. Beside him, that lucky gunner Kozlov asked curiously, "Sir, did we just wipe out over 20 Black Eagle Empire mechs?" Niu nodded and said indifferently, "Yeah, what about it? Is there a problem?" Kozlov scratched his head, sounding a bit hesitant, as if he couldn't quite put it into words. No problem, sir, it's just how should I say this? Sir, if I remember correctly, didn't they say during training that the Black Eagle Empire's armored soldiers were of very high quality? Didn't they say it would be very hard for us to beat them in a direct engagement? But after several battles, I feel like those Black Hawk armored soldiers aren't that big of a deal. We can still beat them into a pulp just the same. To this question, Brave Niu simply said offhandedly, "What's so strange about that? Do you even need to ask? The reason we can beat them into a pulp is definitely because we're stronger. It shows our level is higher than theirs." "Oh, so that's how it is." Kozlov nodded, a surge of strong self-confidence suddenly welling up. Who would have thought? Had they actually reached such a level? It seemed General Vorontsov's training was indeed powerful. Of course, a large part of it was also because their tank commander's leadership was reliable. If they swapped places and he were the commander, he asked himself and felt he definitely wouldn't have such skilled command abilities, let alone discover the enemy's positions so quickly. The dead Black Hawk armored soldiers obviously couldn't comment on these Cambrians' words. But if they knew from beyond the grave, they would surely want to curse them out. Bastards, did you win purely on your own skill? If it weren't for those elusive flak guns and the players' various cheats, how could they have been defeated so easily by a group of Cambrians' armored soldiers? The people in Niu's tank chatted casually, but their advance speed wasn't slow at all. Although the city looked somewhat dilapidated from the previous bombing, the Black Hawk Army's strikes had mostly concentrated on that square, so the damage to other streets wasn't severe. Therefore, their tank's speed through the streets was actually faster than their teammates. After just a short while, they were a bit out of sync with the teammates behind them. "Wait, stop." Brave Niu only just noticed the disconnection. He quickly called the driver to a halt and then asked Kozlov, "Kozlov, you make the call. Do you think we should keep going forward or change direction? Don't overthink it. Go wherever you feel like. I trust your luck." Though trusting luck seemed a bit like a joke, after the incident of buying lottery tickets offline, Brave Niu fully believed this Kozlov was a king of luck. He had just bought a ticket with a casual attitude, and it turned out to win a 3,000 yuan prize. While 3,000 yuan wasn't a lot, it was enough to cover a month of his daily expenses, and the prize was practically free money. As a result, after winning, Brave Niu had developed a total superstition regarding his gunner. In the current situation, he would rather sacrifice himself than let this gunner die, all because this guy's luck was just too insane. Kozlov thought for a moment and then pointed to the left. "I don't know, but I think we should go left. It looks safer over there." As soon as he finished speaking, Brave Niu urged the driver Sasha to turn immediately. Seeing the tank stop without warning at the intersection and then inexplicably turn away, the 3 Black Hawk soldiers who had been lying in ambush 200 meters away all showed expressions of astonishment. "What's the situation? Did they spot us? That shouldn't be. If they spotted us, why didn't they fire a shot?" The Black Hawk soldiers couldn't figure out what was going on. They had already quietly set up their rocket launchers, why did the enemy just leave? And just as they were complaining about why the enemy hadn't fired, Kozlov, following his intuition, casually fired a shot into the distance. Boom! With the loud explosion of a high explosive shell, the 3 Black Hawk soldiers hiding at the street corner were instantly blown away. One of the Black Hawk soldiers didn't die instantly. As he lay in a pool of blood, he couldn't help but point at another teammate and curse, "Lutz, you jinx. I shouldn't have let you open your mouth." Through the radio, Major General Thomas had already learned that the enemy's armored units were attacking, and that his own armored units on the front line had been ambushed and surrounded. "Are you joking? Surrounded? How is that possible?" Major General Thomas couldn't help but look at the armored grenadiers officer beside him and asked angrily, "What on earth is going on? Didn't you sweep the surrounding buildings while accompanying the armored units?" The armored grenadiers officer's face looked a bit pale, and he defended himself aggrievedly, "General, how is that possible? You know me. My soldiers are all very professional, when they fight their way through, they guarantee that all the surrounding buildings will be leveled. It's absolutely impossible for any Cambrians to be hiding inside." But as soon as he finished speaking, Major General Thomas couldn't help but roar, "Shut up, you idiot. You said it's absolutely impossible for any Cambrians to be hiding inside, so are you referring to the fact that the enemy not only left 20 anti-armor infantry in one building, but even ambushed an 88 flak gun in there?" Hearing this, the armored grenadiers officer's mind suddenly went blank. "Are you joking? How could that be possible?" He had to admit that his soldiers might indeed be careless, but he absolutely didn't believe his soldiers could be careless to such an extent. It was as if they were blind. As long as they had a pair of normal eyes, it would be impossible for them not to discover such an enemy. His mouth hung open as if he still wanted to argue, but Major General Thomas was no longer in the mood to listen to his excuses. Looking at his guard detail, Major General Thomas said somberly, "Cover my transfer, let's leave here first and let our follow-up reserves move up. We absolutely cannot allow the enemy's armored troops to drive over like this. Set up the artillery we brought with the army and hold back their offensive." After saying this, Major General Thomas quickly ducked into his car and then hurriedly evacuated first under the cover of his guards. It had to be said that at this moment, he truly felt some regret. He greatly admired General Wilhelm, especially since he had been able to reach his current position largely because General Wilhelm thought highly of him and promoted him. Because of this, he liked to emulate General Wilhelm's style in many ways, including commanding from the front lines. Admittedly, commanding from the front lines did have certain benefits, such as being able to understand the enemy's movements and the condition of the frontline troops immediately. But at the same time, once the frontline troops fought poorly, his presence at the front would immediately bring him a lot of trouble, and he might even be captured alive by the enemy. Fortunately, he always had the habit of keeping reserves for himself during war, especially since his forces were so abundant. Naturally, it was impossible for him not to leave a reserve. Therefore, although his current performance was indeed a bit pathetic, he didn't think the Cambrian armored soldiers could suddenly burst into his face and capture him alive. Compared to brave Niu Niu and his cruise tank, which drove directly through the city, most players drove their tanks along the outskirts. Because the battle in the city was too chaotic, players were more interested in flanking maneuvers rather than engaging in a meat grinder with enemy forces that could appear at any moment in the city. Behind them, a large group of Cambrian infantry was desperately chasing these tanks, but no matter how they ran, they couldn't catch up with the armored units speeding ahead. Damn it, are they rushing to their mother's arms to suckle? A Cambrian infantryman, running out of breath, couldn't help but want to curse, feeling that the armored troops ahead were simply insane. Please, what happened to the promised combined arms coordination? Those guys were all running so fast, how were they supposed to play combined arms? If they had known it would be like this, they would have been better off not jumping out of the armored vehicles earlier. It couldn't be helped, they had indeed trained in combined arms for a while, but they hadn't used this tactic in actual combat yet, leading to several errors in many aspects. According to their initial estimates, the following armored units would most likely engage in a round of bloody and complex urban street fighting with the enemy's armored units. In such a situation, they as infantry should be accompanying their vehicles, suppressing enemy infantry at the fastest speed to ensure that enemy infantry wouldn't pick up anti-armor weapons to take out their vehicles. But here was the problem, those vehicles charging ahead had dealt with the enemy's armored units with extreme speed, and then, those bastards just drove off. Good grief, they, a bunch of infantry, had just finished running 800 meters and were gasping for air, and yet those vehicles ahead all ran off as if their lives depended on it. Now look what happened, they had to keep chasing the vehicles. Some infantry, seeing the situation was bad, quickly found the armored vehicles standing behind them and sat back in. But other infantry who had already charged into the streets had no choice but to continue eating dust behind the vehicles. At this moment, the armored troops in front were indeed having a great time, but the group of infantry in the rear felt their mental state was completely collapsing. It was true that the players were charging very happily in front, but as they charged, their own problems arose. Some armored units that were closer to the city and moving through the streets accidentally encountered an ambush by enemy blade warriors. These blade warriors were extremely agile, making it difficult for the tank's machine guns to lock onto them, and these guys-coated metal blades could easily pry open the top hatch of their tanks and then stick a gun barrel inside. Two T-34 tanks charging at the very front were inexplicably taken out by the enemy blade warriors just like that. Consequently, the armored units advancing from behind also quickly stopped, and then they couldn't help but start urging the infantry behind them. These guys are so slow, they agreed to charge forward with us, so why haven't they caught up? Taking a look behind him, brave Niu Niu couldn't help but complain. This combined arms coordination was completely different from what he had imagined. The infantry behind him had been left several hundred meters away. How were they supposed to coordinate? If he pulled away a bit more, he would be out of their rifle range. While the players were complaining about the infantry's slow speed, they hadn't considered one issue at all, those were just a group of ordinary soldiers. Not long ago, those ordinary Cambrian soldiers were even thin and sallow. If it weren't for Andrei not scheming from the soldiers' meals and occasionally finding ways to give them extra food, those Cambrian soldiers might not even have had the strength to run. Under these circumstances, even after a period of eating well and training, it was impossible for these Cambrian soldiers to reach the physical condition of qualified elite soldiers, let alone be comparable to the superhuman players. Expecting them to carry a rifle, a pile of ammunition, and various grenades and equipment while running at a flying pace for several kilometers without slowing down was simply impossible. Sir, what should we do now? Looking at the infantry behind who were moving slowly and not knowing how long it would take for them to arrive, brave Niu Niu waved his hand casually and said, "Continue circling out, go straight out of this street. Don't wait for the infantry behind, they're too slow. Next, try to fight from as far away as possible, don't get into a close quarters meat grinder with the enemy. The artillery level on our vehicle is fine, and we have the best gunner, we must try to utilize our range advantage." When the best gunner was mentioned, the other armored soldiers in the vehicle nodded repeatedly and cheered, shouting Kislov's name, while Kislov looked embarrassed. He didn't know how he should explain that the shots he had fired before were clearly hits made by luck, but his teammates obviously didn't think so. These guys were already almost boasting that he was the #1 crack shot in the entire army, to the point that many other gunners from other tank crews were somewhat unconvinced after hearing this. He could only pray that his luck would continue to work, otherwise, if he accidentally slipped up one day, the following scene would be very awkward. The tank continued to adjust its direction and then slowly drove toward a side street, but just then, a loud noise suddenly came from the top of their tank. Clang! It was as if some heavy metal object had dropped onto their roof, and then a long, sharp blade suddenly pierced through the turret hatch and pried it open with force. Oh no, it's those jumping cyborgs. Quick, 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 pick up the submachine guns. Sasha shouted anxiously while trying to reach for a submachine gun from the side. He didn't know if picking up a submachine gun at a time like this could serve as a counterattack, but now he could only fight for his life. Damn it, if it weren't for their infantry behind failing to keep up and provide cover, they wouldn't be so passive because of a blade warrior suddenly jumping onto the roof. Crack! With a tooth-gritting sound of metal grinding, the tank's top hatch was forcefully pried open, and then a figure with long limbs and wearing a gas mask appeared at the hatch. Bang! 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 Before Sasha could raise his submachine gun, several consecutive loud gunshots rang out. Due to the hollow effect inside the tank, the gunshots sounded very deafening. The other tank crew members couldn't help but shrink their necks and then stared blankly at their commander. They didn't even know when their commander's attire had changed. Their commander had originally been wearing a set of ordinary Cambrian soldier's uniform with a heavy armored soldier's helmet casually perched on his head. But at this moment, their commander was armed almost from head to toe, wearing heavy breastplates and gauntlets, and holding a huge revolver. The continuous firing of this revolver blasted the blade warrior off on the spot, though judging by the movement outside, the blade warrior didn't seem to be dead. Stay still, I'll be right back. At some point, brave Niu, who had changed into his trench raider set, rushed out quickly. He drew his trencher's club and roared as he swung it at the blade warrior. The blade warrior, who had fallen to the ground and was momentarily dazed, ignored the damage from several bullets and quickly scrambled back up, then swung a long, blade-like arm with force. Clang! Although this strike hit the player hard, the trench raider's frontal defense was extremely strong, and his health was at maximum, so the strike actually failed to cause any damage. Just as the blade warrior was still dazed, wondering what kind of monster the iron-armored infantryman before him was, brave Niu roared and drew his trencher's club, then smashed it onto the blade warrior's head. Splat! With one blow, the blade warrior's head was smashed to pieces, and its body twitched twice before stopping. It had to be said that the trench raider was still as effective as ever against blade warriors, as long as one was careful not to let the opponent get behind. It was basically one blow per enemy. After easily bludgeoning the enemy to death, he casually wiped the blood splattered on him and then crawled back into the tank with extreme speed. Keep moving, ignore these guys. If there are any enemies, I'll go out and deal with them. The other Cambrian soldiers stared blankly at their commander, who looked like a god of death. They nodded one after another and quickly accelerated the tank again. Smelling the blood permeating the tank's cabin, Kozlov couldn't help but ask, "Sir, are you injured?" Brave Niu shook his head. "No, don't worry. This is all that guy's blood." "Oh." He didn't even suffer a single scratch. The player felt that the sequence of actions just now was quite normal, but in the eyes of the surrounding Hanwoo armored soldiers, they felt as if they were looking at a god. That's right, this guy is a god. Faced with the enemy's sudden attack, he had put on this set of armor which didn't look easy to wear within seconds, then grabbed a spiked club and bludgeoned that fully armed cyborg soldier to death. This was simply incredible. How had they not noticed that their tank commander, besides being able to command the vehicle to scurry around and blow up enemies, also possessed such fierce melee skills? Good grief, could it be that one day, when Black Hawk soldiers finally managed to disable their vehicle, they would discover they had actually just unsealed their tank commander? Of course, it was naturally impossible for brave Niu to climb out of the vehicle for every enemy he encountered, otherwise, what was the point of driving a tank? So, he quickly released his servo skull first, letting it circle the tank to provide cover. Other players did similar things. Any player who had exchanged for a servo skull would have it circle the tank while they served as the commander. Since the infantry providing cover from behind hadn't kept up, they could only use these drones to hold the line for a bit. Overall, however, these drones were quite useful. The combat logic of these servo skulls was very intelligent, not at all like the frustratingly rigid AI in certain other games. A heavy steel vehicle surrounded by a skull with red glowing eye sockets, what a bizarre configuration this was. The Black Hawk soldiers who saw this weren't sure what it was, nor did they want to be, they only felt they were indeed seeing some ridiculous things. Even though the Black Hawk soldiers had set up their anti-tank guns as quickly as possible, when the players' fearless steel torrent of over 100 vehicles charged at them, they found their defensive line seemingly unable to hold. Under continuous shelling, the anti-tank guns they had just deployed were destroyed one after another at an alarming rate, while the damage dealt by most of their own anti-tank guns was extremely limited. Only 75mm anti-tank guns could penetrate the enemy's armored vehicles from a distance. Trash like the 45mm guns had almost no effect on the enemy tanks. Even if they could barely stall the enemy vehicles by hitting the tracks or the turret ring. When the enemy engineers appeared, those stalled tanks would be restored at an incredible speed, providing no significant obstacle at all. In comparison, the dreadnought mechs, which hid behind buildings like infantry using walls for cover, actually performed quite well in this situation. These dreadnought mechs were extremely flexible under their pilot's control, fighting like infantrymen with rifles, hiding around corners, staying behind walls most of the time and popping out to fire a few rounds every now and then. Relying on such crossfire, they managed to barely withstand the charge of the player's steel torrent and successfully destroyed several T-34 tanks. Man, who built this building? Why is it so sturdy? Looking at this small reinforced concrete building, one player's face fell, and he couldn't help but want to curse. Although this building hadn't reached the level of a fortress, and they could still knock it down if they could bring in heavy artillery, the problem was they didn't have any heavy artillery on hand. They hadn't occupied a heavy factory in this god-forsaken place yet, so they lacked various heavy equipment. The only vehicles they had brought were T-34s. The 85mm tank gun was sufficient in most cases, but trying to shoot through this building to damage the dreadnought mech behind it was a bit difficult. Furthermore, because they had no place to replenish their vehicles in time, the players didn't dare to fight too recklessly. Otherwise, if their tanks were destroyed, the players themselves could indeed respawn, but where would they go to replace their tanks? Wait, there should be a respawn point here, right? Don't tell me there isn't a single respawn point in such a large building. In the player chat, Brave Niu asked his teammates and received a message that made him curse under his breath. There was a respawn point, but it's already been destroyed by the Black Hawk people. I don't know which idiot set it up, but they just left the respawn point in the first floor lobby. As a result, as soon as their commando attacked, the respawn point was directly captured and lost. Damn. Forget digging a basement or anything, but if they had just set the respawn point on the third floor, it wouldn't have been so easy for the enemy to take the building. After glancing at the enemy's position, Brave Niu made an estimate and suddenly noticed a teammate's tank wrecked to the side. To be precise, it was the wreckage of a teammate's tank that had been blown up in previous combat by the mech hidden behind the building. But that didn't matter, this tank wreck was still useful. If they could successfully pull off a ricochet, couldn't they let the shell graze the wreckage and bank all the way to hit the mech hiding behind the building? Undoubtedly, this maneuver was extremely difficult, almost impossible to complete. Even for the most skilled players, performing such a feat was incredibly hard. However, Brave Niu knew very well that with a strategic level lucky star like Kozlov and his crew, this guy definitely had the ability to turn the impossible into reality. Kozlov, see that wreck over there? Following the commander's finger, Kozlov quickly nodded, ignoring the blood from the commander's hand dripping onto him. Fire a shot over there. Try to have your shell graze that tank's turret as much as possible to bank it behind the building. Hiss. Boss, aren't you overestimating me a bit much? You really take me for some kind of god-tier gunner, don't you? Kozlov's forehead broke into a cold sweat. He wanted to argue, but at a time like this, any defense seemed hollow. Before he could speak, Sasha the driver said with an excited face, "Great idea. We have the strongest gunner in the whole army, he'll definitely be able to ricochet this shell. Kozlov, show the brothers what you've got. Let us witness your fame as the god of gunnery." Fine, fine, you're really going to play it like this, huh? Kozlov mumbled, wanting to say something, but the others also joined in the shouting, repeatedly calling his name. Damn it, having been pushed to this point, what else could he do but fire? Kozlov gritted his teeth and loaded a shell as fast as possible. After a rough aim, he fired the shell with a boom. This 85mm AP shell flew out of the muzzle accompanied by a burst of fire, instantly striking the tank wreck at high speed. Although the AP shell seemed to want to penetrate the armor in front of it, because of the angle, the shell happened to slide off as it spun. After creating a ricochet path, it shot toward the other angle with sheer force. Hearing the sound of the enemy firing, the dreadnought mech hiding behind the building had just taken a step to peek out, intending to take advantage of the enemy's reload time to quickly fire and take out that vehicle. But he never expected that the enemy's shell would come at such a tricky angle. If he hadn't taken that step, the shell would have only grazed his mech, perhaps scratching a layer of paint off the exterior, but it never would have hit a vital spot. But precisely because he took that step, the shell happened to line up with the cockpit's position, then violently penetrated his side armor and burst inside. Ah! My leg! The gunner sitting at the top let out a shrill scream. The AP shell that had just penetrated straight through happened to hit his leg, then severed both his lower legs at an alarming speed. Judging by his 2 feet flying off, even if he didn't die, he would likely spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. He was considered lucky. In comparison, the driver below him was even more unfortunate. Because while the shell penetrated his lower legs, a large amount of splashing metal fragments also struck the driver's head, almost shearing his entire head and shoulders into a bloody mess. Good job, a direct hit. Do it again. Brave Niu slapped Kozlov hard, while simultaneously starting to calculate whether to ask him for help with lottery numbers. Meanwhile, Kozlov stared in shock at the hit dreadnought mech while quickly loading another shell and firing it along the original trajectory again. Bang! As the shell ricocheted once more, the Black Hawk armored soldier, hit by the deflected shell again, no longer had to worry about the wheelchair issue for the rest of his life. Because this time, the AP shell had directly cut him into 2 pieces. The players' armored units continued to advance. Although they did encounter some obstacles due to the issue of being disconnected from the infantry behind them, overall, their offensive was still proceeding quite smoothly. Major General Hladnov was praying nervously in the headquarters. From his current position, he couldn't see how the armored units at the front were doing, he could only judge the combat situation ahead through the constantly incoming radio transmissions. However, because the number of vehicles equipped with radios was truly small, and the players themselves didn't like using radios to communicate especially when they were in the heat of battle, the news he received was very limited. I wonder how they're actually doing? They couldn't have been wiped out, could they? Major General Hladnov wiped away some cold sweat and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Though he also knew that even if those people were truly suffering heavy casualties at the front, there was absolutely nothing he could do. After all, he had already sent out all the units he could mobilize, leaving only 1 cavalry unit unused. But he was still incredibly nervous, fearing that this powerful armored force would be lost under his command. Just then, a soldier suddenly ran quickly into the headquarters and shouted urgently to the Major General, "General, good news. Our first batch of reinforcements is flying in." Chapter 362, Leading from the front, no pay deductions, that's a good officer. Great. The reinforcements have finally arrived. Where are they now? Major General Hladnov stood up from his chair with a start, an expression of disbelief on his face. It was miraculous. Reinforcements from the rear actually arriving on time without being late? What would you call that? You'd call it the sun rising in the west. It was simply unscientific. This speed was completely different from the speed at which the rear high command and the Tsar used to send reinforcements, according to the Major General's memory. Although he couldn't figure out why the reinforcements arrived so quickly this time, he was too lazy to think about such complex issues now. Getting these reinforcements to join the front line was the most important thing. While Major General Hladnov was rejoicing, at the airship base in Tula, the first batch of soldiers who had just disembarked from several airships were quickly running toward the armory under the command of an officer. Hurry up, move fast. Pick up the pace. Don't forget what you're here for. We've trained so many times before, so why are you moving so slowly now? Colonel Gurdjieff roared loudly, desperately urging these soldiers on. He had to urge them. Although these soldiers were actually moving quite fast, he knew how intense the fighting on the front line was. The enemy's armored units were already approaching Tula and were currently engaged in a bloody battle with the defenders in the suburbs. That armored unit at the front was isolated and without help. Although most of them were soldiers transferred from General Vorontsov's command, Colonel Gurdjieff didn't have any of those messy sectarian prejudices. In his view, thinking about factions and the like was foolish behavior, something only the bureaucrats in the rear would do. To him, these soldiers had only one identity, warriors defending their motherland. Because of this, he absolutely could not let the frontline troops fight alone. Especially since, in his view, the frontline troops had resisted the enemy's armored corps for so long that even if they weren't wiped out, they were probably close to it. Among the first batch of soldiers to arrive here, besides the soldiers of the 5th Airborne Division originally commanded by Colonel Gurdjieff, there was also a group of professional artillerymen. Their mission was to get the artillery pieces out of the warehouse as quickly as possible and then use them to fiercely intercept the enemy's armored units. Of course, whether these artillerymen could actually stop the enemy's armored forces was an unknown question because there were simply no large-caliber anti-tank guns here in Tula. The anti-armor cannons located here were basically all old models, the largest caliber didn't exceed 45 mm, and most anti-tank guns were only 37 mm. Such cannons were fine for dealing with some of the enemy's light armored units, but if they were to be used against the enemy's hunter mechs or their armor-enhanced dreadnought mechs, they would likely be unreliable. According to reports from the front, the Black Eagle Empire seemed to have made some improvements to the dreadnought mechs, such as installing extra armor on the front. Although these improvements were just minor tricks and couldn't bring much of an increase to the dreadnought mech's performance, they were enough to render their 37 mm cannons ineffective. This airborne unit burst into the armory at top speed, but when they arrived and prepared to take suitable equipment, they found that the equipment here seemed much more scarce than they had imagined. What's going on? Why are there only these few guns here? Where did the rest of the guns and cannons go? Colonel Gurdjieff grabbed the logistics officer in charge of managing the armory and questioned him furiously. Cold sweat broke out on the quartermaster's forehead. Seeing Colonel Gurdjieff's hand already touching the pistol grip at his waist, he quickly explained, "Sir, you can't blame us. It's all because of those barbarians under Major General Hladnov. Those guys just arrived in Tula and ransacked our armory. All the good equipment was taken by them, and the remaining equipment is just a pile of junk. I tried to dissuade them at the time, but it was useless. Major General Hladnov wouldn't listen to me at all." "Is that so?" Colonel Gurdjieff frowned slightly. He felt that there must be many fishy things going on here. It didn't seem as simple as Major General Hladnov taking all the equipment. After all, Major General Hladnov had only 4,000 or 5,000 soldiers in total, a significant portion of whom were armored troops. Among the remaining units, many should have already been well equipped. That being the case, even if they took equipment, how much could they have taken? Even if they took a portion of the equipment, calculating from the total, there must be a serious deficit in this armory. Although Colonel Gurdjieff was quite dissatisfied with these quartermasters, he naturally couldn't vent his anger on the quartermaster in front of him at a time like this. He was still in a hurry to lead his troops into battle. So he pushed the quartermaster aside and ordered loudly, "Fine, in that case, bring out all the good equipment you have in your warehouse. I need grenade launchers, flamethrowers, mortars, heavy machine guns. Take as many of these things as you can, and don't hide anything from me." My goodness, isn't this making things difficult? The quartermaster's head spun. He didn't know how many good things were left in his warehouse, but he felt that after being ransacked by Colonel Gurdjieff like this armory would probably only have rifles left. After obtaining a batch of equipment, Colonel Gurdjieff quickly led the more than 1,000 soldiers he had brought with him to join the front line. Although he wasn't sure if this equipment would be useful, he had to treat a dead horse as if it were alive now. There weren't many heavy machine guns, but they did get some light machine guns. Besides those, they also got quite a few mortars and flamethrowers. Mortars and flamethrowers were things the players already had themselves and didn't need to take from the warehouse, and the ordinary Cambrian grunts didn't know how to use them, so these two types of equipment hadn't been taken in large quantities. After the equipment was settled, Colonel Gurdjieff quickly led his men into the command post, where he saw Major General Hladnov looking calm and composed. "General, what's the situation at the front?" Without time for greetings, Colonel Gurdjieff hurriedly asked the Major General, but Major General Hladnov grinned. "Ha ha ha, Colonel, don't be in such a hurry. You can sit down in headquarters and have a cup of coffee before you go. At the moment, the situation at the front is very good. My armored units just launched a large-scale counterattack against the enemy. Although we did lose many armored units during the engagement, we successfully forced back the enemy's entire offensive. The pincer movement these Black Hawk Devils are best at has been neutralized by us. Furthermore, their armored units suffered unprecedented heavy losses in the previous encounter, and even their infantry took heavy casualties. According to my estimation, unless these Black Hawk forces are prepared to pay any price, they will inevitably have to retreat temporarily and then reconsider the issue of launching an attack on Tula. Ah, is it really that exaggerated? Colonel Gurdjieff was dumbfounded. Looking at the talking Major General Hladnov, he seriously doubted the truth of these words. It wasn't that he didn't believe Major General Hladnov, quite the opposite. In his memory, this Major General had a famous nickname back in the military academy, the Honest Man. For no other reason than that this Major General behaved very sincerely in most situations. Although he wasn't very good at speaking or handling affairs, he usually had a loyal and honest image, enough to make people trust him. The problem was, when he thought of how the Cambrian armored units had been beaten into a sorry state by the enemy before, and then compared the previous exchange ratios and tragedies with the situation Major General Hladnov was describing now, no matter how he looked at it, it felt unrealistic. This feeling was like during the early stages of the War of Resistance, when a frontline officer suddenly reported to the division commander that his single regiment was chasing a Japanese battalion all over the place. That division commander would certainly feel that such words sounded like nonsense. Wait, Major General, tell me in detail, what exactly is going on? Colonel Gurdjieff saw that this guy didn't seem to be in a hurry at all, so he also pulled out a chair and sat down, then asked impatiently. As soon as he finished speaking, Major General Hladnov's face suddenly became awkward. About that to be honest, I'm not very clear myself. After all, I only planned the general direction for those armored units, but the specific combat was all their own performance. Major General Hladnov scratched his head, feeling that the current scene was incredibly awkward. He had originally wanted to boast about how much of a role he had played in the command, wanting to show off his brilliance and martial prowess. But with the words at the tip of his tongue, he realized a fatal problem: he really didn't know how those armored troops had beaten the enemy like that. He only knew that he had indeed commanded those armored units to charge in and drive the enemy back, but who could have imagined that those guys would actually force the enemy's armored units back through sheer grit? He didn't even know what had happened in the chaotic battle at the front, he only knew that the scene at the front had definitely been chaotic to a certain degree, and yet, the Black Eagle Empire's armored units were forced back. Colonel Gurdjieff looked at Major General Hladnov with a face full of suspicion, unable to help but doubt this guy's military literacy. After all, in the past, this guy's performance was just so-so, purely a mediocre talent. Although he was later appreciated by the Tsar for certain reasons and successfully promoted to Major General, his actual combat experience was just like that. As a result, look at him now. On one hand, he was saying the front line was constantly winning, but on the other hand, he couldn't say anything specific. How was one supposed to believe him? Seeing his colleague seemingly questioning him, the Major General snorted and pointed outside. Damn it, I just can't explain the specifics clearly because the fighting at the front was too messy. But if you really want to join the battle, I suggest you take your troops to the southern line. You'll see for yourself when you get there. If nothing unexpected happens, those units of mine should still be busy going on a killing spree against the enemy. Colonel Gurdjieff nodded and then ordered the more than 1,000 soldiers already prepared outside to quickly run toward the front line. He wanted to see exactly what the front line looked like to be evaluated like this by Major General Hladnov. At this moment, on the front line, the players and the Black Eagle Empire's army had fallen into an awkward stalemate. Their armored units could no longer push forward because after they became seriously disconnected from their own infantry, the enemy's infantry also began to launch counterattacks against them. All sorts of rocket launchers, grenades, and anti-armor rifles were hard to guard against. In addition, those Black Eagle Empire cyborgs were also appearing and disappearing like ghosts. Even if their tanks were accompanied by servo skulls in battle, it was not suitable to continue advancing. These tanks could not be replenished in a short time, making every single one of them a precious asset. The players began digging positions, burying the tanks directly into pits, allowing them to serve as fixed fire points to support the front line. Next, once the other friendly infantry caught up, the players would mix in among them as elite units, leading the infantry to engage the enemy in bloody urban warfare. Damn it, those Cambrians are attacking again. Hold your ground. You must hold. Don't panic. Inside a small building, over a dozen Black Hawk soldiers hid, watching the Cambrian army launching an attack on them in a panic. Although their squad leader kept urging them not to panic, to be honest, all these Black Hawk soldiers including their squad leader were quite terrified. Because the Cambrian army attacking them from outside was simply too terrifying. At some point, a player had switched to the Zealot class and activated an inspiration aura for the surrounding soldiers. Warriors of the Cambrian Empire, men, fight for the motherland. In this moment, we do not fight for the Tsar, but for the motherland. It is time to show those arrogant Black Hawk people our courage. The bullet is a fool, the bayonet is a hero. Everyone, fix bayonets. Charge with me. As soon as he finished speaking, led by that Zealot player, the group of Cambrian soldiers roared and charged toward the small building ahead. Yura. Hearing the waves of Yura from outside, the Black Hawk soldiers felt their scalps tingle. They didn't know what had gotten into these Cambrians. In previous battles, they had never seen these guys act so fiercely. Machine gunner, kill them. Suppress the street opposite. Amidst the squad leader's roar, the Black Hawk machine gunner operating the light machine gun fired continuously, forcing several Cambrian soldiers who had just rushed over to shrink back. However, he didn't dare stay in place for too long. After emptying a magazine with continuous fire, he quickly packed up the light machine gun and ran to the side. Almost the moment he pulled back his gun, the window where he had been standing exploded. A T-34 tank in the rear had aimed its turret there at some point and fired a heavy shell at that window. While tanks aren't well suited for urban warfare, they can provide excellent fire cover for infantry, provided the surrounding infantry protects the tank well and prevents enemy infantry from rushing it. The mission of these tanks in the rear was to continuously suppress the enemy at the front while picking off their hidden machine gun nests and snipers one by one. Whenever an enemy poked their head out, the players would immediately order a tank to fire in that direction, making the defending Black Hawk soldiers extremely passive. While the machine gunner was suppressed by the tank fire and didn't dare peek, the remaining Cambrian soldiers charged quickly. Led by the zealot player, they rushed into the building in one go. As soon as he burst in, the player used the zealot's built-in flamethrower to blast fire toward the side at high speed. Unbeknownst to them, a Black Hawk soldier had been lying on the ground with a submachine gun, preparing to ambush the Cambrian soldiers as they entered. When the flames engulfed him, he instantly let out a shrill scream, but several Cambrian soldiers following closely behind fired repeatedly, quickly ending his misery. Everyone be careful, don't rush up blindly, follow me. You must obey orders. Wherever I say there are enemies, you fire there. The player leading the squad spoke while constantly using the minimap to scout the building's interior. Meanwhile, the servo skull beside him slowly floated deeper into the building. If he had a choice, he really wouldn't want to attack this kind of terrain, it was too difficult to fight in. But there was no other way, they had to capture this building first to gain fire control over the surrounding area. From another perspective, as long as they could occupy this building and set up a 120mm mortar on the roof, the enemy within several kilometers would have nowhere to hide. Indoor combat was indeed hard to fight, especially with a group of soldiers whose quality could only be described as average, it made the battle feel even more agonizing. However, all of this was predicated on the assumption that they weren't using a wall hack. Once the minimap was open, every enemy in the building was visible at a glance. Fighting the battle then became more than just convenient. Before long, after losing 3 ordinary soldiers, the player successfully captured the building. Those 3 soldiers died because they got too hot-headed, disobeyed orders, and insisted on chasing the enemy, only to fall into a trap. After securing the place, the player quickly switched from the zealot class to the medic class and began treating the injured NPCs as fast as possible. Seeing the officer who had just been dressed in flashy gear and led them to take the building suddenly switch into medic clothes the next moment, the Cambrian soldiers waiting for treatment had very strange expressions. They looked at each other, feeling that their squad leader was perhaps a bit too versatile. And where did these clothes come from? When did he change out of his other gear? Of course, due to the system's cognitive filter, these Cambrian soldiers did not dwell too much on such questions. Especially after 2 soldiers who had been shot had their bullets removed by the player with incredible speed and were quickly bandaged, they only had time to shout "Miracle Doctor" and couldn't think of anything else. In a sense, players acting as medics could indeed be called miracle doctors. Although their resurrection needles didn't work on ordinary soldiers, when they treated these soldiers, a progress bar similar to a repair bar would appear in front of them. As long as the player kept selecting the treatment buttons appearing before their eyes, their bodies would move on their own, treating gunshot wounds and other injuries with extreme skill. Compared to ordinary military doctors, their treatment speed was beyond just fast, it was like lightning. Most importantly, there was no possibility of error. As long as an ordinary soldier hadn't suffered a fatal wound, their first aid was almost 100% successful. Because of this, Andre had noticed it before. Compared to the tough guys leading charges, ordinary soldiers actually preferred these medics with incredible medical skills. After all, on the battlefield, who could guarantee they wouldn't get hurt? Colonel Gurdjieff arrived at a jog with his troops. When he saw the chaotic battle here, he immediately understood why the Major General had said what he did. Incredible, simply incredible. How are they doing it? Colonel Gurdjieff muttered to himself, feeling as if he were seeing immortals. They were all Cambrian soldiers, so why were other armored units defeated in an instant when facing the Black Hawk army? But why was this armored unit able to perform so tenaciously? While ordering the elite paratroopers he brought to quickly join the battle, he hurriedly studied the entire process of the fight, trying to analyze something useful. After some analysis, he felt he had actually spotted a pattern. Setting aside the abstract maneuvers of the players, he almost automatically ignored their superhuman actions in his heart. This wasn't because the system's cognitive filter was that powerful, but because Colonel Gurdjieff knew very well that on a battlefield, unless there were enough of these super soldiers, 1 or 2 individuals meant nothing. The success of these individuals was irreplicable, and there was no need for him to learn their tricks. At the very least, when he saw a trench raider holding a cavalry stick, charging through a hail of bullets into an alley and taking down an entire alleyway of Black Hawk soldiers, he understood that such a ruthless person had no educational value. By contrast, what he learned was that officers led by example. There was no helping it, Colonel Gurdjieff was a blunt soldier, and he had only just arrived. In such a short time, how could he see anything deeper? But he did notice that compared to the general Cambrian army, in this army, whether they were junior or middle-ranking officers, they all seemed very willing to lead their troops in a charge personally. This phenomenon was absolutely unheard of in the general Cambrian army. Most officers in the Cambrian army were cowardly, only ordering their soldiers to charge while never leading the way themselves. Strange, how do the officers in this unit do it? Why are they willing to risk themselves? And why do they trust those ordinary soldiers so much? Aren't they afraid of being shot in the back by their own men? Colonel Gurdjieff didn't quite understand, he couldn't figure out where these officers got their confidence. One must know that the Cambrian army had always heavily exploited ordinary soldiers. Never mind ordinary units, even those with guards designations commonly exhibited such behavior. Under these circumstances, there was a rift between the ordinary soldiers and officers of the Cambrian Empire, making it difficult for either side to trust the other. Officers feared soldiers shooting them in the back, while soldiers feared officers sending them to meaningless deaths, as well as officers embezzling their pay and rations. Colonel Gurdjieff didn't know that while this phenomenon indeed existed in most Cambrian armies, it was completely non-existent in Andrei's army. The ordinary players serving as squad leaders and leading their combat teams forward didn't care about things like military pay at all. To players, military pay wasn't a spendable game currency, so what use did they have for it? It was also thanks to Andrei's system, which gained influence points through war and then turned the merits Andrei created into currency for players to use. Otherwise, if the real money in this game could be used as game currency, there was no doubt these players might embezzle every cent of the soldiers' pay, being more rapacious than the greediest official. Precisely because military pay was meaningless, the players didn't care about it. And for ordinary Cambrian soldiers, an officer who didn't embezzle from them was already an excellent officer. Not to mention, these officers never hid in the back watching them charge after giving a suicidal order, instead, they charged with them every time. Since everyone was equal and the officer always charged at the very front to clear the way, what else could they say? Facing such good officers, they were naturally full of respect and love, even if the other party was somewhat eccentric in their daily behavior. Aside from the players, the ordinary Cambrian officers had to learn from this group of excellent officers because those guys were constantly engaged in intense internal competition. Seeing the squad leaders and platoon leaders next door charging forward regardless of their own safety, they simply couldn't justify staying back themselves. Setting aside how the other soldiers would view them or the issue of whether they would still have any authority, their own consciences simply wouldn't allow it. As for embezzling military pay, Andrei had previously appointed players to serve specifically as military police and had ruthlessly executed dozens of officers. Under such bloody suppression, the other officers naturally didn't dare to make a move. Especially in their units, there was no telling where a player might be. If a player was bullied by an NPC, they would never just take it lying down. Consequently, even if some officers still wanted to secretly embezzle pay in private, before other soldiers could even report them, a soldier would suddenly lash out and shoot them dead. As a result, the military discipline in Andrei's troops underwent a fundamental reversal, and the soldiers' enthusiasm for combat increased along with it. It has been proven that while an army must be armed with faith to have true combat power, if there is no way to provide them with enough faith to arm themselves, then simply being as fair as possible ensuring soldiers receive their full pay and are not bullied by officers can also give them strong combat effectiveness. Ordinary Cambrian soldiers don't have many aspirations, as long as the officers treat them like human beings and don't arbitrarily embezzle their pay, that is enough to make them willing to fight hard. Not to mention, they always win battles with Andrei and can enjoy a great deal of honor. The taste of being a hero also makes them willing to continue fighting for that glory. It was difficult for Colonel Gurdjieff to analyze such complex things, but he also knew that most Cambrian armies would likely find it hard to learn this system. Thinking of this, he suddenly sighed. For some reason, compared to the troops under Vorontsov, he always felt that other Cambrian armies really weren't fit to be shown in public. Even though these troops had now been transferred to the Tsar and did not belong to General Vorontsov, the shadow of Vorontsov was truly everywhere upon them. In the headquarters of the Black Hawk Army, Major General Thomas, who had just returned, had already begun to contemplate planning the next round of counterattacks. He knew that the enemy was currently exhibiting extraordinary combat power, and at the same time, it seemed a group of enemy reinforcements had arrived. But he believed that next, he only needed to have the Air Force continue several rounds of bombing and then reorganize the scattered units in his hands to have them charge again. That should be enough for him to take the city. However, this meant he could only schedule the next heavy assault for the following day. Because the Air Force in the rear was still preparing, after losing 2 bombers and several fighters, their aerial strength here was severely insufficient, and any further bombing would have to rely on airships. And the preparation time for those airships was truly so slow it was unbearable for him, especially after he had seen the speed of airplanes. He disliked the sluggish airships even more now. General, do you think we should launch a surprise attack at night? Suddenly, a staff officer beside Major General Thomas said loudly, if we launch a surprise attack at night, these exhausted Cambrian armies might very well be caught off guard. If so, perhaps we can take Tula in one fell swoop. Major General Thomas frowned and said dismissively, stop overthinking. The enemy may indeed be exhausted, but aren't our men exhausted as well? The army has rushed a long distance to get here and is already quite tired, making them continue to fight into the night will only make their condition worse. But as soon as he finished speaking, that staff officer came up with another rotten idea. It's all right, General. We can have the mages use spells to help the soldiers temporarily ignore their fatigue and keep their spirits focused. Although this kind of spell has side effects and isn't suitable for long-term use, at a critical moment, I think it should be fine to use it once, right? Just as Cambrian officers often didn't treat their soldiers as human beings, the Black Eagle Empire's side, while slightly better, wasn't much improved. To them, the fact that this kind of spell would cause permanent nerve damage and have serious after effects wasn't a big problem. As long as they could win the battle using magic, it was enough. It was only because certain things produced by the United States of the Stars nowadays had such insane effects that they didn't dare to abuse them casually, otherwise, they would have long ago followed the United States of the Stars lead and become drugged warriors. However, Major General Thomas still rejected the proposal because, in his view, there was absolutely no need to risk causing serious damage to his soldiers just to achieve a quick victory. A temporary retreat and contraction did not mean the war had been lost, on the contrary, they were merely pulling back their fist to build momentum for the next strike. Furthermore, if they really fought at night, how could the soldiers ensure they wouldn't accidentally hit their own people in such a complex street fighting environment? To be honest, he really had no confidence in that regard. He felt that if they weren't careful, they might find after dawn that the people on the other side were all their own. Under Major General Thomas's orders, the frontline Black Hawk Army began to dig fortifications and take a further defensive posture, preparing for tomorrow's offensive. But he didn't know that while he wasn't planning to attack at night, the Cambrian side had already begun planning a night offensive. In the headquarters, Major General Hladnov asked Colonel Gurdjieff in surprise, "Colonel, are you sure you want the paratroopers to launch a surprise attack on the enemy at night? Isn't that a bit too risky? And if I may be blunt, if you really plan to launch an attack at night, my soldiers might not be of much use, they are already very tired." Player, bullshit, swap out that Major General. They're already itching for a fight. Although the Major General did not support the plan for night combat, Colonel Gurdjieff smiled and said with a face full of confidence, "Don't worry. If your soldiers really don't have the ability to continue fighting, they don't have to participate in this operation at all. Next, let my 5th Airborne Division play its part. Tonight, the second batch of Imperial paratroopers will arrive at the battlefield here. At the same time, among these paratroopers, there will be a special unit that will deal a terrible blow to the enemy." A special unit? What was that? Major General Hladnov was full of curiosity. He really didn't know what this special unit the colonel mentioned was. The colonel gave a mysterious smile and whispered in the Major General's ear, "General, you should know about the Imperial Eagle project the Emperor was working on before, right?" Hearing this term, Major General Hladnov raised an eyebrow. He naturally knew about this project, and he also knew that the modified soldiers created by this project seemed to have serious defects, to the point that the project was postponed. Could it be that the modification defects previously seen in the Imperial Eagle warriors had been resolved? Are you sure they are reliable? Nothing strange will happen, will it? Facing the Major General's distrust, Colonel Gurdjieff just waved his hand dismissively and said, "Rest assured, the Empire has made improvements to the technology of these super soldiers, solving the bloodlust issue they had before at least to a large extent. As long as our super soldiers don't fight for too long and we can guarantee a stable supply of the serum, they can basically maintain a good state without losing control." Speaking of this, Colonel Gurdjieff thought of the Imperial Eagle Company that had been incorporated into his unit and couldn't help but look forward to it. At first, he hadn't thought much of the Empire's ongoing modified warrior plan, but once he actually saw the strength these modified warriors displayed, he found that these guys were truly fierce. Although his company's roster was incomplete, with only 40 Imperial Eagle warriors in total. In his view, as long as these 40 warriors were used well, they were enough to crush 4,000 of his own ordinary soldiers. "Fine, since you're so confident in yourself, let's try a night operation." Seeing Colonel Gurdjieff's fanatical expression, as if he were almost unable to contain himself, the Major General naturally didn't want to oppose him at a time like this. "Next, I'll ask my soldiers to see if any are willing to move with your men. If there are, I'll also draw a unit to join in and see if we can achieve some miraculous results." As Major General Hladnov spoke, he prepared to take this opportunity to thoroughly investigate the ultimate combat power of his soldiers. During these days, he had reflected and found that he had made a very serious mistake, the general not knowing his troops. His soldiers all came from Vorontsov's command and were vastly different from other Cambrian soldiers. Compared to ordinary Cambrian soldiers, their performance in all aspects was like they weren't even the same species. Because of this, he realized that he actually didn't understand the army under him at all, so he planned to take this opportunity to observe closely and see exactly what kind of ultimate combat power these guys could exert. This would also make it easier for him to command the troops in the future, rather than always being led by them. Thinking of this, Major General Hladnov couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, as he suddenly realized he had truly lacked presence in these days of fighting. Rather than saying he was commanding the troops, it was more like he was being dragged along by them. Even if he, the commander, were to die on the spot, those armored brigades under him would probably still be able to fight on their own anyway. As night fell, with a wide street acting as the dividing line, the soldiers of both sides retreated into the buildings they each occupied and stopped their offensive by mutual consent. Except for the occasional shells continuously falling on each other's positions, making it hard for the soldiers to sleep peacefully, the fighting seemed to have stopped for now. But the Black Hawk Army didn't notice that in a large airship approaching overhead, 40 modified warriors standing over 2 meters tall in massive power armor were already wearing bloodthirsty smiles. Chapter 363, Imperial Eagle Boarding, Hydra blooms everywhere. Inside the airship, these fully armed Imperial Eagle warriors wore power armor and carried a massive, modified 6-barreled autocannon. Although the original 20mm autocannon used by the Imperial Eagle warriors was already quite effective, during subsequent improvements to the Imperial Eagle warriors' deficiencies, the researchers responsible for the project also upgraded their weapons. At this moment, the cannon they held, resembling a 6-barreled Gatling gun, was actually made by connecting 6 20mm autocannon barrels to create an oversized 20mm Gatling gun. By doing this, they further improved the Imperial Eagle warriors' rate of fire and sustained combat capability. After all, a Gatling gun's average firing frequency per barrel isn't very fast, allowing for automatic cooling during rotation. Therefore, the firepower of the Imperial Eagle warriors before them was now even more formidable than before, not to mention they carried a large assortment of other miscellaneous items besides this autocannon. Alright everyone, get ready. You will jump directly from the airship and then bloom in the enemy's rear center. Just like in the drill. At the same time, our 5th Airborne Division Infantry, who have already arrived here, will also launch an attack. They will share some of the enemy's firepower and cover you from the flank. In front of these Imperial Eagle warriors, an officer spoke to them solemnly. In his opinion, the key to this war undoubtedly lay with these 40 Imperial Eagle warriors. No matter how elite Colonel Gerg's paratroopers were, no matter how strong those soldiers were, they were still just ordinary mortals. Compared to the Imperial Eagle warriors before them, they were nothing. Relying on the monitoring system in their power armor, Imperial Eagle warriors could easily distinguish friend from foe, even in the dark. As for the ordinary elite paratroopers launching the assault on the other side, although these soldiers might not be able to see the enemy clearly in the dark, the Imperial Eagle warriors' size and weapons were extremely exaggerated, making it difficult to mistake them. Because of this, the paratrooper officer responsible for planning this operation truly didn't think they would encounter any problems operating at night. After saying this, the officer gestured to the airship's operator, instructing him to seize the opportunity to deploy the bombs and airdrop these Imperial Eagle warriors into a suitable position. Just as they were speaking, suddenly, a burst of gunfire erupted from outside the airship. Through the side windows of the airship, they could clearly see flashes of fire outside, but the enemy's shelling failed to damage the airship because it was already equipped with a shield system. Thanks to Andrei, if he hadn't previously captured a Black Eagle Empire airship and successfully obtained its complete shield system, the Cambrian Empire might not have been able to master this technology so quickly. With this technology, although the Cambrian Empire couldn't completely reverse its aerial disadvantage, they did significantly enhance the airship's survivability. Without this shield technology, the Cambrian army might still have launched airborne operations at this moment, but they would never have dared to fly so brazenly over the enemy's heads to conduct an airdrop as they were doing now. Without shields, this tactic would be pure suicide. Although the Black Hawk army below didn't expect the enemy to attack from the air. However, with such a large airship slowly approaching, if they still couldn't detect it, then they truly must have been blind. Hearing the commotion, the Black Hawk soldiers looked up and saw the airship rapidly approaching in the sky. They quickly sounded the anti-aircraft alarm and rushed to nearby anti-aircraft gun positions, beginning to bombard the airship fiercely. Anti-aircraft guns continuously fired into the sky, striking the airship's shield and causing ripples to spread across its translucent surface. Although the Black Hawk soldiers below couldn't see the enemy's shield due to the darkness, they had encountered Cambrian airships equipped with shields before, so they naturally knew that the enemy's airships also possessed this technology. Don't stop, keep shelling. Their shields won't last long. Keep firing, and their shields will quickly overload. A Black Hawk officer, who had just gotten up, quickly shouted to the soldiers operating the anti-aircraft guns while straightening his hat. Although he really wanted to curse those who had given the shield technology to the enemy, there was no time to think about that now. The most crucial thing was to quickly shoot down the enemy's airship. The Black Hawk soldiers below also reacted under the urging of the anti-aircraft alarm. Many Black Hawk armored soldiers didn't even have time to put on their clothes before quickly scrambling into their mechs. They had to quickly move their mechs away to prevent enemy bombing from affecting these precious iron lumps. On this position, the mechs were absolutely the most valuable assets. If their armored units suffered heavy losses due to enemy bombing, the subsequent battle would be difficult. Unfortunately, the Black Hawk soldiers didn't realize that the enemy's airship wasn't actually equipped with bombs. Compared to bombs, the weapons the Cambrian Empire used this time were even more lethal. Reporting, sir, we have flown over the enemy and are ready for airdrop. Excellent, airdrop immediately. Warriors, the time for slaughter has come. As soon as the words fell, the large airship's bomb bay suddenly opened, and then the Imperial Eagle warriors, strapped into special seats, were dropped one after another like bombs. These Imperial Eagle warriors were dropped without wearing any parachutes or other protective gear. They didn't even have a rocket drop pod similar to the Black Eagle Empires, they purely relied on the protection of their power armor and their bodies to endure the fall from several hundred meters in the air. According to the Cambrian Empire's tests, with the Imperial Eagle warriors' physical fitness and recovery ability, as long as their drop height did not exceed 500 meters, these soldiers would generally not have problems upon landing. Perhaps their power armor's cushioning system might not be sufficient to completely absorb the force, potentially causing some damage to the power armor, but this was not very important. Due to the Imperial Eagle powerful physical attributes, the Cambrian Empire's design for arming these soldiers was quite simple and crude. In their view, these soldiers didn't even need to wear good power armor, just making the power armor as bulky and rough as possible was enough. In fact, if not for considering conserving these soldiers' stamina, they could completely let these super soldiers wear only a thickened version of iron plating, and just jump down wearing a pile of old-fashioned armor. One Imperial Eagle warrior after another jumped from the airship, then heavily smashed onto the ground. At first, the Black Hawk soldiers hadn't realized the gravity of the situation, they still thought it was the enemy's airship dropping bombs. What's going on? Why didn't those Cambrians' bombs detonate? A Black Hawk soldier asked, full of doubt, while operating an anti-aircraft gun. Who knows? Maybe these guys' bombs were shoddily made, or didn't even have fuses installed. Another Black Hawk soldier shrugged, saying indifferently. In their view, the Cambrians' industry was quite crude and backward, their bureaucracy was particularly corrupt, and the equipment they produced was unreliable. At least in their propaganda, the Cambrian Empire indeed seemed to be like that. If so, then it wouldn't be strange for them to have shoddy workmanship or even pass off inferior products as good ones when it came to bombs, would it? And just as they were thinking this, suddenly, a deafening sound of gunfire erupted in the distance. The terrifying sound instantly impacted the eardrums of these Black Hawk soldiers, making them instinctively cover their ears. A Black Hawk soldier asked the nearby officer in horror, "Sir, what's going on? Is this our weapon?" Obviously not. How could they have anti-aircraft guns with such abnormal firepower? Even if some of their armored vehicles were indeed equipped with quad anti-aircraft machine guns, they wouldn't make such an exaggerated noise. In an open area, two Imperial Eagle warriors who had just landed were still a bit dizzy, but when they heard a dense burst of gunfire in the distance, they immediately realized that their teammates had already engaged the enemy there. "Quick, Peter! Don't just stand there, grab your weapon and go kill them!" An Imperial Eagle roared, shouting loudly at his teammate next to him, then rushed forward first, carrying his Gatling autocannon. In the distance, several Black Hawk soldiers were lying on the ground, seemingly still worried about whether the bombs would detonate, but they didn't hear any bomb explosions. Instead, they heard a series of shouts in Cambrian. Before these Black Hawk soldiers could figure out what was happening, suddenly, a terrifying barrage of firepower swept through their location in an instant. No matter what these Black Hawk soldiers were hiding behind, and no matter where they were hiding, whether they were lying on the ground, hiding behind a wall, or behind an armored vehicle, facing this terrifying barrage, none of the Black Hawk soldiers survived. Their cover was instantly pierced. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Ha ha ha, die, Black Hawk devils. The Imperial Eagle warrior continuously cranked the handle of his Gatling, firing 20mm shells in succession, tearing one Black Hawk soldier after another, hidden in the dark, into pieces. These shells, when assembled on the canvas belt, were arranged in a combination of armor-piercing, high-explosive, and tracer rounds. Armor-piercing rounds could instantly penetrate enemy cover or the armor plating of armored vehicles. High-explosive rounds would follow closely, entering behind enemy cover to cause further damage through explosions, while tracer rounds could be used to help the gunner aim. Relying on this mode, these Imperial Eagle warriors could accurately hit enemies even in the dark, causing tons of damage to them. The tracer rounds used by the Cambrian Empire all had red fluorescence, so from a distance, it looked as if Star Wars stormtroopers were firing, with red beams everywhere. How these Imperial Eagle warriors would fare against stormtroopers was an unknown question, but against ordinary Black Hawk soldiers before them, they indeed created a one-sided massacre. Hold on, kill these monsters. A Black Hawk officer loudly urged the soldiers beside him, constantly signaling them to charge forward. Some soldiers had already picked up rocket launchers, attempting to attack the Imperial Eagle warriors in the distance, but their figures holding the rocket launchers in the dark were too conspicuous. Before they could even fire, the Imperial Eagle warrior aimed his barrel in that direction and fiercely swept it. Accompanied by a series of fierce strikes, the soldier holding the rocket launcher was instantly torn into pieces of flesh on the ground. Even the few soldiers beside him were affected, anyone hit by a shell was missing an arm or a leg, or even torn in half, making the scene extremely bloody and tragic. A Black Hawk armored soldier, hidden in the shadows, fired an anti-armor rifle at an Imperial Eagle warrior. With a crisp bang, the armor-piercing round successfully hit the Imperial Eagle warrior's abdominal armor and penetrated it, causing the Cambrian warrior to let out a muffled groan. However, this injury did not make the Imperial Eagle warrior fall. On the contrary, it further ignited the ferocity in his heart, making him even more berserk. "Die, you damn Black Hawk devils!" Amidst a furious roar, the anti-armor infantryman hiding in the small building couldn't retreat in time and was instantly shattered into pieces along with the wall in front of him. Although the Imperial Eagle warrior took a hit to the abdomen, he seemed perfectly fine, as if he didn't care about such an injury at all. This was indeed the case. After extensive modifications, these Imperial Eagle warriors possessed extremely tenacious vitality and strong hemostatic and healing abilities. They couldn't achieve the instant self-healing of Wolverine, but unless they were hit in certain vital areas, they rarely died on the spot. Even if their hearts were pierced, they could continue fighting due to having two hearts and would not fall. Moreover, in their power armor, there were many pre-prepared potions located at the shoulders, and these potions came in a wide variety. A considerable portion of these potions was used to suppress the pain nerves of these Imperial Eagle warriors. This was because their modifications inherently caused a great deal of pain. Without these potions to suppress their pain, the Imperial Eagle warriors' nerves would collapse first. As for whether these potions would be addictive or cause permanent nerve damage to these Imperial Eagle warriors, sorry, neither the Tsar nor other generals of the Cambrian Empire seemed to care much. When they modified these special soldiers, they never considered that these special soldiers could fight for long periods. They purely regarded these soldiers as consumables, as weapons to be used. Andrei even harbored a somewhat dark suspicion. The reason the Cambrian Empire required these Imperial Eagle warriors to rely on a large number of potions to maintain normal combat effectiveness was very likely to further strengthen control over them. Without these potions, the Imperial Eagle warriors would quickly lose their combat effectiveness, and even survival would be a major problem. Because of this, unless they wanted to die, they had to pledge loyalty to the Tsar and the Empire. Once they left the team under the Tsar and failed to receive timely replenishment of these potions, the Imperial Eagle warriors would be unable to continue fighting. And throughout the entire Cambrian Empire, very few people had the capability to supply these potions. Furthermore, because the Tsar was unaware of the special skills possessed by players like Andrei, the medic and support soldier, Andrei also lacked the ability to resupply these warriors. Thanks to the analgesic effect of those potions, even after taking an armor-piercing round to the abdomen, the Imperial Eagle warrior felt almost no pain. The sensation of pain had just emerged when it was instantly suppressed by these potions. And because these Imperial Eagle warriors had limited education, they didn't understand that such continuous pain suppression was not a good thing at all. They even thought these potions were beneficial. Ha ha ha, I'm immortal now. The Imperial Eagle warrior who had been shot laughed wildly while continuously sweeping fire around him. But just then, his squad leader suddenly shouted, "Wait, Gleb, don't forget to replenish your energy in time. If you feel uncomfortable, quickly eat an energy bar." Hearing this, Gleb made a gesture, then quickly pulled an energy bar from his pocket, shoved it into his mouth along with the wrapper, chewed a couple of times, and swallowed it. After previous research, the scientific teams discovered that a large part of the reason these Imperial Eagle warriors became wildly bloodthirsty after being injured was caused by hunger. After Imperial Eagle warriors are injured, they consume a large amount of energy to stop bleeding and heal wounds. Due to insufficient energy replenishment, their bodies automatically enter a state of hunger. Coupled with a strange bloodthirsty impulse they developed after modification for some unknown reason, this further increased the possibility of them losing control. Some Cambrian scientists suspect that this could all be due to the blessing of the Winter Goddess, and they may have been influenced by the power of the Goddess of Winter. However, these warriors cannot do without the Goddess's blessing. If relying solely on the Cambrian Empire's existing technology and magic, it would be difficult for them to maintain the highly modified bodies of these warriors, let alone mass-produce them. Because of this, after much effort, they finally developed this high-calorie energy bar and instructed the warriors to eat it quickly if they felt something was wrong. If that still didn't work, then the captain of each Imperial Eagle combat squad also had an additional remote control system that could manually administer a massive amount of anesthetic to their team members. This way, even if a warrior truly lost control, they could be taken down with anesthesia, rather than being forced to kill them. The 40 cyborg warriors were divided into 8 combat squads by the officer, with each squad responsible for enemies in one direction. Black Hawk soldiers continuously attacked them, as these large figures were indeed very conspicuous in the darkness. But these Black Hawk soldiers couldn't hold out for even a moment. Facing such terrifying enemies, they felt as if they were battling a group of highly agile armored units. A Black Hawk soldier successfully fired a rocket launcher, but it was dodged by the agile Imperial Eagle warrior. If it were Ogryn players, they might possess strength not weaker than, or even stronger than, Imperial Eagle warriors, but in terms of agility, they had a natural disadvantage. It was precisely because these Imperial Eagle warriors had sufficiently fast reaction speeds and a special danger perception ability that they could instantly dodge enemy rocket launchers. Boom 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 boom. The Imperial Eagle who was almost hit by the rocket launcher continuously fired his Gatling gun at a distant small building, determined to kill the soldier hiding inside who had attacked him with the rocket launcher. However, that small building was particularly thick and seemed to have been reinforced, so much so that he fired for a long time, but the shells couldn't penetrate the building. Just then, his captain shouted, "Idiot, don't just keep sweeping. Throw a bomb directly inside. If that doesn't work, then charge in and tear them apart." Oh right, they didn't just have Gatling guns, they had other weapons too. The Imperial Eagle suddenly realized, then quickly pulled a mortar shell from the special ammunition box on his back. That's right, a mortar shell. Due to limited production capacity and time constraints, Moscow hadn't yet managed to produce oversized grenades specifically for Imperial Eagle warriors after much effort. After much deliberation, some genius, no one knows who, decided to give them 82mm caliber mortar shells. Anyway, with these guys' arm strength, throwing 82mm mortar shells was actually similar to ordinary soldiers throwing grenades. They could easily toss these mortar shells 20 to 30 meters. At such a distance, even if a few shrapnel fragments might fly back, their powerful power armor would protect these warriors from harm. Just as the Black Hawk soldier hiding in the building was about to fire a second rocket launcher to decisively eliminate an Imperial Eagle warrior, he suddenly saw with surprise that the guys opposite seemed to be throwing something at his window. With a thud, a mortar shell was instantly thrown in through the window. Before he could figure out what it was, the shell exploded right at the Black Hawk soldier's feet, blasting him clean out of the window. Aha, well done. Don't just stand there, quickly take out the enemy's armored vehicles that haven't driven away, that's the most crucial thing. Hearing this, the other Imperial Eagle warriors stopped fighting the enemy and quickly followed their captain, rushing towards where their armored vehicles were parked. They had been enjoying killing the minor soldiers so much that they almost forgot the main objective. In this raid, their mission wasn't to kill a certain number of enemy infantry, but to eliminate as many of the enemy's armored units as possible. As long as they could destroy the enemy's armored units, their airborne operation would be a victory. However, if the enemy's armored units successfully reacted, then facing the enemy's large-scale mech forces, the survival rate of these Imperial Eagle warriors would also be slim. No matter how tough their power armor and bodies were, they couldn't withstand the firing of a 75mm long-barreled cannon. Just as they feared, 2 dreadnought mechs suddenly charged from the side, right when they were thinking about the enemy's armored units. Facing the Cambrian super cyborgs who were still somewhat stunned, the Black Hawk armored soldier didn't hesitate, firing a shell that accurately hit an Imperial Eagle. Ah! The Imperial Eagle warrior fell painfully, a huge hole blasted in his chest, his internal organs already shattered. Undoubtedly, such an injury was a terrifying fatal wound even for an Imperial Eagle. If not for his 2 hearts, he would have probably died when that shell hit him. Even so, he wouldn't live much longer. The Black Hawk armored soldier nodded with satisfaction, then prepared to find the next target and continue firing. But just as he was about to do so, he was astonished to see that the Cambrian cyborg, whose chest had been pierced by his armor-piercing shell, actually got back up from the ground. "Brothers, take care of my mother later." The Imperial Eagle gritted his teeth, roared at the nearby warriors, and then charged straight at the enemy, not dodging at all. He knew he wouldn't live long, but thanks to the painkiller frantically injected into his power armor, he almost ignored the fatal wound he had just sustained. Driven by astonishing physical prowess and willpower, he charged fearlessly with his severely wounded body towards the Black Hawk mech, completely astounding the Black Hawk armored soldier. The machine gun on the dreadnought mech opened fire fiercely on him, and at the same time, another 75mm armor-piercing round was loaded. Although most of the machine gun bullets were blocked by his power armor, some bullets did enter through the huge hole in his chest, further wounding the warrior. But at this moment, he could no longer feel any pain. He now had only one thought, to rush in front of that mech and die with it. Another armor-piercing round was fired, hitting the Imperial Eagle warrior's left shoulder and almost severing his entire left arm. But even with one arm lost, he continued to advance. Relying on the Imperial Eagle's astonishing explosive power and charging speed, he instantly rushed to the front of the enemy mech, then simply pounced on it. Thump! A huge impact sound came, making the two Black Hawk armored soldiers inside the mech feel a bit dizzy. Although the Imperial Eagle warrior was indeed very heavy and had an astonishing impact force, he still failed to overturn the mech. But it didn't matter, he hadn't expected to overturn the mech. His true killing move was behind him. As he pulled out a mortar shell and slammed it against his chest, the shell instantly exploded. The huge impact generated by this shell also caused the other shells in the ammunition box behind him to detonate. A total of 10 mortar shells in the entire ammunition box, minus the one he had thrown earlier, the remaining 9 shells all exploded. Boom! With a loud bang, the dreadnought mech was violently blasted to the ground, one mechanical leg severely damaged. But more fatally, the impact of the explosion also affected the ammunition inside the dreadnought mech. Although the dreadnought mech's front armor was not immediately blown through, as the ammunition rack detonated, the mech ultimately exploded on the spot, scattering into a mess of fragments. Damn it! Seeing his comrade perish with an enemy mech, the captain felt a slight pang of heartache, but he knew now was not the time for sadness. He turned to look at the other squad members and quickly shouted, "Don't confront enemy mechs head-on. Use your flexibility to engage them from the flanks. Switch our autocannons to armor-piercing belts. Our autocannons, using armor-piercing rounds, can penetrate the enemy's 40mm armor within 100 meters." The Imperial Eagle were still wreaking havoc deep within enemy territory, and at the same time, Colonel Gerg led his elite paratroopers in a fierce charge against the enemy. However, during the charge, he noticed that a considerable number of the soldiers Major General Hladnov had sent to support him seemed to be acting strangely. Attack! Charge with me! At some point, a player chose the horse girl demi-human race, then equipped themselves with a set of heavy armor machine gun sentry gear. When such a massive centaur, clad in bulletproof full heavy armor, charged forward furiously while continuously sweeping with a machine gun, the Black Hawk soldiers, who had just been preparing their defenses, were completely stunned. They watched in disbelief as this abnormal enemy, enduring their gunfire, rushed to their faces with astonishing speed, then practically pressed the muzzle to their heads, sweeping away all the infantry in their entire window. Besides such monsters, the enemy seemed to have more hidden monsters, constantly slaughtering them in various inconceivable ways. After a period of chaotic fighting, these players who had newly joined the Andre faction also became wealthy, so they brought out all sorts of flashy equipment. For example, some players still followed the guide of their predecessors and created a strange combination of a psyker and a cat girl. Such a combination alone was nothing special, but once the players started scurrying around on rooftops using the cat girl's wall climbing ability, the psyker became extremely ferocious. The Black Hawk soldiers didn't know where the enemy was, nor when they had arrived. The Black Hawk soldiers hiding in the buildings were preparing to deal with an enemy raid breaking through the door, when they surprisingly found that their teammates, one after another, were being killed by the enemy in inexplicable ways. This was not the most terrifying thing for them. What was most frightening was that players had also released some blue horrors to hide in the dark. These blue horrors hidden in the dark didn't need to cast flames or use fear aura abilities, they only needed to use their hypnotic control, which could only be used once a day. When some Black Hawk soldiers responsible for defending an entire building suddenly started shooting wildly at their comrades, the trust between them had already fractured. And when a second and third guy among the defending soldiers also suddenly started shooting wildly, the trust among these Black Hawk soldiers was completely gone. The machine gunner, who should have been blocking the enemy, now dared not lie down at the machine gun position, because several corpses next to the machine gun position proved the fate of the previous machine gunners. What exactly is going on? What happened just now? The machine gunner asked, somewhat broken. Did the enemy control us with witchcraft, or have traitors infiltrated our ranks? Why would someone shoot at a comrade? The other Black Hawk soldiers also had ashen faces. Although they immediately shot dead the guy who fired at their own people, the second and third people who did the same shattered their illusions. They thought the second person was most likely an enemy spy who had infiltrated unnoticed, but the third person had just shot the second guy, so why did that guy turn around and shoot at other comrades? Calm down, focus on your duty, soldier. The officer, hand on his pistol, said to the somewhat broken machine gunner, I guarantee you on my honor that you will not be backstabbed by a comrade. No matter who tries to attack you, I will shoot them down immediately. Is that so? The machine gunner remained vigilant, feeling as if he had heard similar words before. Seeing that this guy was still unmoved, the officer roared irritably, enough. Hurry up and kill all the Cambrians outside, there's no time for this. If you still refuse to shoot, I'll execute you for disobeying military orders. Seeing the officer pointing his pistol at him, the machine gunner quickly ran to the machine gun position and began operating the heavy machine gun. Although he still didn't trust the people behind him, there was nothing he could do. He believed the officer would absolutely make an example of someone at a time like this. Just as he inserted the ammunition belt into the machine gun and aimed the muzzle at the enemy, suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The machine gunner lay dead on the machine gun, eyes wide with confusion. Behind him, the officer coldly moved the muzzle away from the back of his head, then came back to his senses. When he saw that he had personally killed the machine gunner in his squad, the officer's face showed a hint of panic. He couldn't believe that just moments ago he had sworn that no matter who shot at him, he would kill that person immediately. But why, in the next second, did he inexplicably shoot his own soldier? Clearly, in his eyes, a Cambrian soldier had suddenly rushed in front of him, and without time to think, he pulled the trigger. The body of that Cambrian soldier then turned into his own soldier. Sir, what exactly is this? The remaining Black Hawk soldiers all pointed their guns at their own superior, their eyes filled with terror. If it weren't for the fact that they knew shooting an officer in battle was a capital offense, they would have absolutely shot this guy dead on the spot without hesitation. Seeing the terrified eyes of the surrounding soldiers, all pointing their guns at him, the Black Hawk officer also went frantic with anxiety. He opened his mouth, desperately trying to explain something, but had no idea how to explain himself. He couldn't possibly say that he had suddenly sleepwalked and then killed his teammate, could he? Just then, he suddenly felt that intoxicating sensation surge through his heart again. In an instant, the Black Hawk officer was controlled by a blue horror newly summoned by a player. But this time, the Black Hawk officer did not raise his gun at other soldiers. On the contrary, he placed the muzzle under his chin, then showed a strange smile to the surrounding soldiers. Hail Hydra! With a fanatical shout, the officer pulled the trigger, blowing his own brains out on the spot. Without time to think, seeing that the enemy in front had broken through the blockade and was about to approach, the remaining Black Hawk soldiers had no interest in holding on any longer. They fled in terror through the back door, then rushed back in a panic to report the situation here to other officers. It wasn't just them, similar situations were constantly occurring among other Black Hawk soldiers. Every now and then, a comrade would suddenly turn traitor, point their gun at their own people, and pull the trigger. There were even unscrupulous players who deliberately disguised themselves as Black Hawk soldiers, mixed into the enemy ranks during the chaos to slaughter, and after killing enough, they would fanatically shout Hail Hydra! And pull the pin on a grenade. These guys weren't necessarily from the Alpha Legion Guild, but as everyone knows, people have herd mentality. Other players saw a teammate causing trouble, and they wanted to join in and cause even more, so more and more players participated. As a result, these Black Hawk soldiers discovered in horror that their comrades were constantly betraying them, shouting Hail Hydra! While mercilessly shooting their own people. Under these circumstances, the Black Hawk soldiers' defense line collapsed like an avalanche. They simply couldn't bother to continue fighting the enemy in the dark. Even their comrades next to them could pull out a gun and point it at them at any moment, so what were they fighting for? Let the military police thoroughly investigate the army first, then talk about other things. Before long, all sorts of news from the front lines were reported to Major General Thomas's headquarters. After seeing these reports, Major General Thomas couldn't help but wipe a cold sweat. He was somewhat relieved that he had been decisive enough. After realizing something was wrong earlier, he had given up on personally commanding at the front line and retreated to the headquarters in the rear. If he had remained at the front, he would surely be dead by now, definitely unable to withstand such a fierce enemy assault. But at the same time, after listening to the reports from the frontline soldiers, a deep sense of doubt arose in his heart. Why are so many soldiers suddenly betraying us? What strange organization is this Hydra? They fanatically shouted before their deaths. Chapter 364, Elite Soldier Upgrades and 3 Major Skins. After a night of fighting, by the following day, the Black Hawk army had been almost completely driven out of the Tula suburbs. During this night of combat, the Black Hawk soldiers not only suffered massive casualties but also endured a severe psychological shock. Recalling those who shouted Hydra before they died, and remembering certain soldiers who suddenly opened fire on their own comrades during the battle, these Black Hawk soldiers now felt a sense of paranoid suspicion. They couldn't explain exactly what was happening, but when they looked at the comrades around them, it was hard to trust them as unreservedly as they had in the past. Some soldiers even had a stress response, subconsciously raising their guns whenever anyone else approached them, even if those people were wearing the same uniform. It couldn't be helped, last night was simply too terrifying. Some teammates who had been fighting side by side with them moments before suddenly opened fire on the comrades next to them, without even the slightest warning. If there had been even a hint of a sign, for instance, if these soldiers seemed to feel wronged or showed some internal struggle, they wouldn't have been frightened into their current state. The problem was that no one knew what had actually happened last night, nor did anyone know why those soldiers did what they did. Those people were like a collective madness. They suddenly picked up their guns and fired at the comrades beside them, then shouted something about Hydra and committed suicide on the spot if they weren't killed by other comrades first, to the point that not a single one was captured alive. Inside the headquarters, several officers requested Major General Thomas for permission to fight, stating they could lead the armored units back to retake the Tula suburbs and push further into the city. However, Major General Thomas refused their request. Enough. I know you are desperate to prove yourselves with a victory, and I know you have confidence in yourselves, but if you go to the front lines and actually talk to the soldiers, you'll see they no longer have the capacity to keep fighting. Major General Thomas slammed his fist onto the table and glared at the surrounding officers. I don't know what happened last night, and I don't know what that damned Hydra organization is. But I have discovered that my army has been infiltrated by a mysterious organization until it's like a sieve. Those bastards hiding in the shadows planted a bunch of suicide agents in my ranks, and at the critical moment, they had them jump out to cause chaos. But that's not the main point. Do you know what scares me the most? After saying this, Major General Thomas fell silent, hoping someone could answer his question. A colonel thought for a moment and then raised his hand tentatively. General, is it because those mutineers were all soldiers from our own ranks? The moment he finished speaking, Major General Thomas slammed the table again. Exactly. That is the reason, and that is what truly terrifies me. Of those soldiers who mutinied in our ranks, every single one whose body we could identify was, without exception, a soldier who had been fighting in this unit for a long time. This wasn't enemy spies wearing our uniforms to sneak in, nor was it some thugs who rushed in temporarily and disguised themselves as our soldiers. On the contrary, they were genuine Imperial soldiers. Every single one has a service record with me. Why would these soldiers, whose records are perfectly fine, suddenly abandon their faith and backstab their own comrades at a time like this? Hiss. The general had a point. After hearing Major General Thomas's words, several Black Hawk officers who had previously been dismissive of last night's events suddenly realized how thorny the situation was. This wasn't as simple as enemy saboteurs infiltrating, it was a problem with the purity of their ranks. Since those soldiers who suddenly backstabbed their comrades and revolted were truly their own people, then what was going on with them? The Black Hawk officers present thought about it briefly and came up with two distinctly different possibilities. One possibility was that enemy spies had long since blended into their ranks, perhaps when these soldiers first enlisted, they were already Hydra members, and only today were they activated by that mysterious Hydra organization. As for the other possibility, it was that the mysterious Hydra organization might possess some special brainwashing ability, allowing them to turn these soldiers into puppets controlled by the enemy without anyone noticing, to the point where they wouldn't hesitate to kill their own comrades. But regardless of which possibility it was, this was an extremely serious incident. If handled even slightly poorly, the enemy could strike a devastating blow to the army's morale. The entire army's psychological state could collapse because of this, which was something they absolutely could not allow. So do you understand now? Stop thinking about earning merits and quickly conduct a thorough screening of the army first. Seeing the grim expressions on the officers' faces, Major General Thomas breathed a sigh of relief. These fools finally understood his predicament. Next, our army will retreat and find a safe place to rest and reorganize. During this time, the military police and the secret police will send specialists to investigate our army and ensure that all traitors are rooted out. Until those people confirm that no traitors remain in our army and that everything is back to normal, we must not continue our offensive. As soon as Major General Thomas finished speaking, a Black Hawk officer frowned and asked, "But General, if those people conduct a massive investigation of our army, won't that make the soldiers even more panicked? In that case, their morale." Before he could finish, Major General Thomas suddenly gave a cold laugh. "Ha, don't make me laugh. Do you think their morale is good right now? They already distrust one another. Many soldiers have even developed stress responses because of this. Having someone help investigate might actually allow these soldiers to trust each other more. Indeed, when they felt everyone around them was a traitor, having a group of secret agents investigate and then give them a purity certification promising that the comrades around them were not traitors was beneficial. While such a promise might not completely dispel the wariness in their hearts, at the very least, it could prevent them from being as tense as they were now. To be honest, in Major General Thomas's view, sending these jumpy soldiers onto the battlefield would likely result in them backstabbing their own comrades before they even fought the enemy. Perhaps because of some trivial matter like a comrade accidentally pointing a gun at them, these guys would explode on the spot and spark a firefight. If such a thing really happened to his army, Major General Thomas's career as a division commander would be over. He didn't want to be stripped of his rank after failing General Wilhelm's trust. Thus, to the disbelief of Major General Hladnov and Colonel Gurdjieff, they found that the Black Hawk Army, which should have been launching its next offensive, had actually retreated for no apparent reason. They couldn't understand it at all. These Black Hawk forces had a massive numerical advantage, a large number of armored units, and even aerial fire superiority. From every perspective, their advantage was overwhelming. In the face of such an advantage, why would the enemy choose to retreat voluntarily rather than attack immediately? Although the two of them had heard vague rumors from some soldiers about the bizarre Hydra incident last night, neither of them took it to heart. To them, there were far too many battlefield urban legends like this. Never mind some Black Hawk devils going mad, some soldiers even claimed to have seen an evil god descend during the fighting. Because of this, the two of them quickly put the matter out of their minds, not realizing at all how much of a blow this incident had dealt to the Black Hawk Army. "Colonel, we successfully held Tula. This truly is a great victory." Major General Hladnov slumped in his chair, waved for his orderly to brew him a cup of coffee, and said with a beaming smile. Colonel Gurdjieff's smile wasn't quite as bright, but judging from the way his mustache twitched, his mood was clearly just as good. "Yes, let us celebrate this victory." The two officers didn't dare drink alcohol casually, so they used coffee instead of wine to toast each other. However, they were already prepared. When they returned to Moscow for the commendation ceremony and victory banquet, they were going to have a proper drink and make up for all the wine they had missed these past few days. Having won such a rare and major victory, it would be strange if the Tsar didn't give them a grand commendation and promote them. In particular, both of them knew the Tsar was currently desperate for a glorious victory to prove himself, rather than letting the newspapers be filled with Vorontsov's various victories every day. Thinking of the recent newspapers, the expressions on the two officers' faces were a bit subtle, because the past 2 days of newspapers had once again praised that fellow Andrei to the heavens. Various messy headlines were everywhere, but generally speaking, the message reported in the newspapers was clearly, before the war began, General Vorontsov had already predicted the enemy's strategy and issued a serious warning to the rear, so why did the Tsar and General Cherkasov still insist on their own way, leading the army to be severely surrounded by the enemy in Bryansk? In the Tsar's view, that kid Andrei was just lucky and happened to guess the enemy's military operation this time. They had summarized past patterns and believed they had figured out the Black Hawk Army's usual tactics, but who knew the enemy wouldn't play by the book this time? But in the newspapers' comparisons, Vorontsov seemed to have become the savior of the Cambrian Empire, while the Tsar and those generals became incompetent fools, even being scolded as traitors. According to the newspapers, the collective effect of these useless generals definitely exceeded that of any traitor within the Cambrian Empire. The Black Eagle Empire didn't even need to plan any infiltration, these incompetent generals were themselves the greatest traitors. Thinking about the newspapers saying such things, even after shutting down 6 newspaper offices in Moscow in a row, the Tsar was still extremely unsatisfied. Because of this, he had been constantly urging the frontline generals, hoping they could quickly win a beautiful victory for him to give him some propaganda capital. And at this moment, Major General Hladnov was undoubtedly caught right on the crest of the wave. Although both officers knew they had won a victory and at the very moment the Tsar needed it most it was enough to ensure their meteoric rise. But they were equally aware that their victory in this battle actually had very little to do with their own abilities. If it weren't for the fact that the troops Andrei had sent to support the Tsar were reliable enough, they never would have been able to withstand the brunt of the Black Hawk Army's advance. They were all Cambrian army, but the units Andrei had thrown to them were on a completely different level compared to the others. At this thought, the expressions on the two officers' faces became subtle. Fortunately, for the sake of his own pride, the Tsar would never continue to promote Vorontsov at a time like this. So there was no doubt that even if they had strictly relied on their soldiers to win, they would still be heavily lauded in the newspapers, rather than having their thunder stolen by Vorontsov. By the way, speaking of which, what is General Vorontsov busy with right now? Suddenly, Major General Hladnov straightened up in his seat and asked with a curious look. He felt that Andrei had been keeping a low profile lately and didn't seem to have achieved any particularly startling results, which made him feel a bit unaccustomed for a moment. The two officers didn't know that while they and their soldiers were busy defending Tula, Andrei was currently commanding players to set up defensive lines for him to stop a large-scale enemy offensive. Don't think for a second that the Volkhov Front Army could stay out of it when the enemy launched Operation Typhoon. On the contrary, Volkhov was positioned right on a vital transport hub. Because of this, when General Ron withdrew from the Northern Army and transferred to the Central Army to launch an attack, the remaining Northern Army units also launched another large-scale offensive, fiercely attacking Tikhvin in Volkhov Oblast. With telegrams arriving incessantly, Andrei's headquarters was incredibly busy, as one piece of news after another from the front lines was delivered here. Yelena hurried over to hand Andrei a document and said in a rushed tone, "Andryusha, emergency at the front. The Black Hawk Army is attacking Tikhvin from 3 directions. The local defenders are on the verge of collapse after resisting for 2 hours. If this trend continues, the enemy will soon occupy Tikhvin and then take several transportation hubs like Kirishi. What should we do next? I'm afraid we're in trouble." Compared to Yelena's worry, Andrei appeared quite composed at the moment, not taking the enemy's offensive to heart at all. Seeing Yelena's anxiety, Andrei directly grabbed her and pressed her into a nearby chair. "Calm down, don't panic. Sit down and catch your breath first. I know exactly what's happening at the front." As he spoke, Andrei let out a cold laugh. "Ha, those Black Hawk devils have a pretty good plan. They want to take advantage of the Black Hawk Central Army's offensive toward Moscow and use that momentum to take Tikhvin in one go, thereby cutting off our retreat. I thought they would try to cut off the transport hub at Petrograd, but to my surprise, they actually abandoned Petrograd and are preparing to cut off our rear instead." Yelena nodded, her face still full of anxiety. "That's exactly it, the enemy suddenly launched an attack on their rear this time, catching the defenders there completely off guard. If this continues and the enemy occupies those transport hubs and builds defensive lines, what will they do next? If the transportation there is cut, then to reconnect with Moscow, they would have to run trains toward the Arctic Circle, detoring over 1,000 kilometers just to bring supplies back from Moscow. Considering that winter was approaching, given the winter transport conditions in the north of the Cambrian Empire, they could never maintain normal military operations with such a terrible supply line." Seeing Yelena so anxious, Andrei spread out a map and pointed it out to her, saying, "You can look at my plan. The reason I haven't sent troops to take action is because I've been waiting for the enemy to occupy Tikhvin. During these days, the Black Hawk Army has been fighting a bit too comfortably. They seem to have forgotten that I still hold a certain ultimate weapon, and they've forgotten the terror of the Titan Legion. If I defend along the railway line, my next moves will be massive. I can't spare so many troops to play hide and seek with them, so I'm just waiting for them to concentrate their forces so I can deal them a heavy blow all at once." In a sense, the tactic Andrei was currently using was the classic Koyan tactic of the Tao Empire. To put it simply, it was to feign weakness and then concentrate superior forces to spring a massive ambush on the enemy. Of course, Andrei preferred to call this move inviting the guest into the jar. He was just waiting for the enemy to take the bait. After looking at the map Andrei brought out, Yelena looked toward the west in surprise. "Andryusha, what is this? You predicted the enemy's offensive in advance and even moved the Tsar cannon over here." Yelena truly hadn't expected Andrei to bring this ultimate weapon here. To this, Andrei nodded and said with an indifferent look, Isn't this normal? Anyway, the enemy isn't launching a large-scale attack on Petrograd anymore. Leaving this giant cannon in Petrograd wouldn't serve much purpose. After I talked to the old man, he handed the cannon over to me. In fact, when Andrei first asked General Konstantin for this cannon, General Konstantin was indeed a bit reluctant to part with it. Although the number of times this cannon had fired was very limited, every time it did, it was earth-shattering. That terrifying destructive power was definitely a romance that went deep into a general's bones. But he also knew that what Andrei said made sense, and he believed that Andrei would have a greater use for the cannon. So after some agonizing, General Konstantin secretly dispatched a train to transport the massive cannon via railway to the west of Folkov, specifically, to the location where New Bet was. After showing Yelena his plan, Andrei patted her on the shoulder and said, "All right, you can go and rest now. When the plan reaches its critical moment, I'll call for you. If you don't want to rest, then help me call Katyusha and Jean over. I need them both to prepare their respective units to launch a surprise attack at any time." Yelena nodded and then quickly ran off. As soon as she left, several officers in the headquarters couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, Commander, I must say, we were indeed a bit nervous before, but seeing that you're not only not panicking but even have time to flirt with the young lady, we believe you definitely have victory in your grasp." These words made Andrei's old face turn red. "Damn it, what do you mean flirt with the young lady? This is clearly slander." He was merely having a friendly exchange with his secretary and, in passing, soothing the emotions of his subordinates. With a great enemy at the gates, staying calm in the face of danger is the most important thing. Do you even understand what psychological quality is? Andrei didn't deign to argue with these commoners. Taking advantage of the current lull, he opened the system interface and checked the exchange list. After all this time, he had accumulated quite a few influence points and was now flush with funds. So after some thought, Andrei prepared to get some new skins or equipment for the players under his command to further enhance their combat effectiveness. After some research, Andrei first introduced an enhanced version of the Trench Raider. The original Trench Raider was already very strong, clad in heavy armor with an instant kill effect in close combat and the ability to fire a few shots with a No. 3 revolver at range, but Andrei added an extra trait to the original Trench Raider. Can carry a katana into battle. The katana was an extremely fierce weapon in Battlefield V, with a particularly high attack frequency and the same instant kill capability. Killing an enemy would also instantly restore full health. When ordinary players used the katana, their biggest weakness was insufficient survivability. After all, they were just in a normal physical state and could easily be killed by 2 enemy shots. But if the katana's health leeching ability was paired with the Trench Raider's suit of heavy armor, letting such a terrifying close combat monster charge into the enemy ranks would be truly brutal to a certain extent. In addition to this class, Andrei combined the Sentry and the Flame Trooper. By adding a trait, he allowed the Flame Trooper to equip the Sentry's heavy armor, creating a heavy Flame Trooper. The machine gun Sentry was suitable for mid-range suppression but not for close-range assaults, while the SMG Sentry had extremely fierce burst fire at close range but very poor fire sustainability. A major weakness of the Flame Trooper was their low survivability, as they could easily be killed by the enemy during an assault. Therefore, when Andrei added the Sentry's survivability to the Flame Trooper instantly seemed quite overpowered. As for other classes, after some research, Andrei didn't really feel that any other elite soldiers needed further strengthening, or he hadn't figured out any particularly suitable way to strengthen them. The Tank Hunter was suitable for sniping enemies from long range or sniping enemy armored units, but to be honest, the Tank Hunter class wasn't very practical in most situations for Andrei's current circumstances. With the advent of the rocket launcher, the Tank Hunter's armor-piercing capability seemed severely inadequate. The class's movement speed was also very slow, and it didn't have much of an advantage as a sniper, which led to a gradual decrease in the number of players using the Tank Hunter. The Invader had always been very useful. The core of this class lay in its ability to call in artillery strikes. After some research, Andrei also felt that this class didn't seem to have anything particularly worth upgrading. The Invader's survivability was a bit weak, but generally speaking, Invaders only needed to hide in the back and call in strikes. Having too much survivability wasn't actually very useful. Even if Invaders were given a suit of heavy armor, they wouldn't use it in most cases, and if they were truly broken through by the enemy to the point of being face to face, even an extra suit of heavy armor wouldn't be of much use. After some thought, Andrei temporarily decided on these 2 upgraded elite soldiers. Next, regarding skins, Andrei created a Katachan Jungle Fighter skin, a Valhallan Ice Warrior skin, and a Mordian Iron Guard skin for the players. The Katachan Jungle Fighter skin came with a jungle stealth effect. Andrei originally wanted players to be able to turn invisible in the jungle like a chameleon, but he found his system couldn't quite do that. However, he could make players equipped with this skin move soundlessly in the jungle. Whether it was the sound of footsteps, breathing, or any other friction, as long as they were in the jungle while wearing this skin, none of these sounds would occur. For the Valhallan Ice Warrior skin, the trait Andrei added was an extra 10% movement speed while on snowy ground. Under normal circumstances, whether it's the Black Hawk Army or the Cambrian Army, their speed is inevitably reduced when moving through snow. However, with this trait, players can actually achieve faster speeds in the snow, effectively becoming snow mobility masters. Before long, the Cambrian Empire would enter an extremely frigid winter. Andrei believed that during the winter warfare period, these Valhallan Ice Warrior would definitely play an incredibly powerful role, perhaps even becoming elusive snow ghosts. As for why he also created a Mordian Iron Guard skin? On one hand, it was because although the Mordian Iron Guard looked a bit gaudy, they were indeed quite handsome. Andre felt that players would appreciate such a stylish skin. On the other hand, Andre considered that in the warmer world, the Mordian Iron Guard seemed particularly skilled at street fighting within cities. He had a premonition that players would face more and more urban street battles in the future. Although he knew players were practically invincible in street fights, it didn't hurt to further enhance their urban combat capabilities. Thus, the trait skill Andre added to the Mordian Iron Guard skin provided a special protection aura while in a city, granting teammates within 20 meters an extra layer of damage reduction, making them much more survivable. One should never underestimate this layer of extra damage reduction. During a shootout with the enemy, this reduction could play a vital role. Perhaps in a situation where both sides were firing at each other face to face at close range, the outcome should have been mutual destruction. However, with the damage reduction, the player would only be heavily wounded instead of dying on the spot. Being heavily wounded wasn't a problem, a medic teammate behind them could throw a medical pack to restore them instantly. As long as a player didn't die outright, their recovery speed was enough to make anyone's jaw drop. After sending out this wave of updates, Andre asked the telegraph operator to inquire about how the battle at Tikvin was progressing. If the Black Hawk army had gathered sufficiently, the defenders of Tikvin could finally retreat. Report, Commander. The latest news from the Tikvin defenders, they are about to be overwhelmed by the Black Hawk army. The enemy is breaking through their final line of defense. Hearing this, Andre slammed the table and said, then what are we waiting for? Have them retreat immediately. Get as many out as possible. Tell them to find a way to evacuate everyone from Tikvin at all costs. I'm only giving them a 2-hour window. In 2 hours, that place will be subjected to an unimaginably terrifying bombardment. The signalman quickly relayed Andre's orders to the Tikvin defenders. Meanwhile, Andre issued an order to the Tsar cannon that was already prepared on the other side, telling them to rush toward Tikvin as fast as possible. Everyone, the decisive hammer to heavily damage the enemy in this war is being handed to you. I hope you don't disappoint me in the coming battle. As long as this shot hits its mark, I guarantee the Black Hawk army will lose its combat effectiveness on the spot. The rest of the battle will just be a matter of course. But all of this depends on you firing a beautiful shot. Upon receiving Andre's command, the colonel in charge of the Tsar cannon burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, little General Vorontsov is looking down on me. Tell him not to worry. I will definitely fire the most perfect shot. It's time for those Black Hawk devils to experience what doomsday feels like. After issuing the orders for the giant cannon, Andre turned to Katyusha and Jean, who had just walked into the command center, and said quickly, all right, you two, in the upcoming battle, you will serve as the primary assault force. Once our Tsar cannon has destroyed the enemy's defensive lines and garrisons, shattering their morale, your task is to have the Titan Legion advance at maximum speed and take Tikvin in one fell swoop. I don't need anything else, I just need you to take Tikvin fast enough so the enemy doesn't have a chance to regroup or escape. Katyusha, having just walked in, saw Andre inexplicably excited as if he'd been injected with adrenaline. For a moment, she couldn't understand what strange operation he was planning now. However, Katyusha did not question Andre's military capabilities. Since Andre was in such a hurry, he must have his reasons. So, Katyusha nodded and said, don't worry, I guarantee the Winter's Fury Titan Legion will be your sharpest blade. As long as we don't run into an enemy Titan Legion, I guarantee we'll break through their lines within an hour. Those Black Hawk devils won't stand a chance. Jean also nodded beside her. Her primary role in this battle was to lead her Thousand Suns Legion as Katyusha's Titan Guard, helping these Titans clear out enemy infantry and other hidden resistance. Just as Katyusha had strong confidence in her Legion, Jean was equally confident in her Thousand Suns Legion. She didn't believe the enemy could block the combination of these two units. After hearing Katyusha's words, Andre actually laughed. Haha, I believe you. But to be honest, I'm actually hoping the enemy sends a Titan Legion over. If they really do, it would actually be a good thing for us. Seeing Katyusha's puzzled expression, Andre pointed to the marker for the Tsar cannon and said, the Black Eagle Empire still doesn't realize that the Tsar cannon, which was kept to guard Petrograd, has been secretly moved out by me. If their Titan Legion dares to show up, my Tsar cannon can inflict unimaginable damage on them in an instant. If we can actually use this giant cannon to blast an enemy Titan Legion, we'll have hit the jackpot. In the previous stages of the war, why hadn't the Black Eagle Empire's Titan Legions ever launched an attack on the Petrograd city area? Ultimately, it was because they feared this Tsar cannon. They knew that if they deployed their Titan Legions, they might indeed be able to push all the way into the Petrograd city area. But in the process, they couldn't guarantee that the Titan Legions wouldn't be targeted by the Tsar cannon. Once that terrifying giant gun fired, no shield or defense could stop it. At that point, their Titan Legions would likely be heavily damaged by the giant shells, or even face the terrible fate of total annihilation. Unfortunately, according to the information gathered from the front lines, the Black Hawk army didn't seem to have deployed any Titan Legions. But it made sense. Even if the Black Eagle Empire were to deploy Titan Legions at a time like this, they shouldn't be sending them to such an unimportant secondary front. If they were going to use Titan Legions, they should be pushing them along the central axis, advancing all the way toward Moscow, right? Thinking this, Andre suddenly spread out a map and carefully examined the markings his staff officers had made for him. It looks like the Black Eagle Empire has moved the remaining Emperor's Son Titan Legion to the Central Army. Besides them, the Central Army also has the Sword of the Empire Titan Legion, the Northern Eagle Titan Legion. Good grief, the Black Eagle Empire actually deployed 3 Titan Legions on the axis attacking Moscow. They're really going all out. Unfortunately, looking at this deployment, Andre realized it was impossible for the enemy to transfer any Titan legions to his front. If they were still thinking of throwing Titan legions at his defensive line now, it would mean they had no strategic sense at all, just attacking wherever they felt like it. In war, one must concentrate their strength into a single fist rather than sending troops wherever there are enemies, fighting blindly all over the place. Because of this, Andre knew that although the Black Eagle Empire hated him with a passion, he wasn't currently their primary target. The area he was in had little to do with the Black Eagle Empire's current strategic objectives. In that case, after I finish taking Tikhvin, can I launch a further counter-offensive to pressure the flank of the Black Eagle Empire's central army, forcing them to attack me, and then use the Tsar cannon to counter-attack? Andre suddenly had an idea and started gesturing quickly on the map. However, after a few moments, he realized the idea wasn't very practical. If he wanted to strike deep enough to exert fundamental pressure on the Black Eagle Empire's central army and force them to turn back and fight, his troops would have to leave the Victory Railway. If that happened, there would be problems with both supplies and reinforcements. There was no need for him to play the hero by venturing deep into enemy territory alone just to relieve the Tsar. Besides, compared to causing trouble for the Black Hawk army this way, he might as well mimic the Tsar's previous operation when defending Tula and airdrop players into certain locations. It had to be said that the Cambrian Empire's previous strategy for defending Tula was quite brilliant. If those airborne troops hadn't arrived in time, they might not have achieved victory so smoothly with just players and armored units. Sigh, forget it. Since I can't go deeper, I'll just have the players cut off the enemy's retreat and try to inflict as many losses as possible. As Andre spoke, he quickly drafted a quest on the system interface and published it to the players. The brand new quest he issued was for the players to use armored trains to quickly penetrate the rear of the Black Hawk army after they occupied Tikhvin, then use the armored train's firepower to take out as many enemies as possible. This way, when the Black Hawk army realized something was wrong, they would find that. If they wanted to continue with their original plan, they would have to face the Tsar cannon and go head-to-head with Andrei's Titan Legion. If they wanted to retreat, they would have to charge directly into the armored trains in the rear, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to break through the armored train's blockade. Hehehe, I want to see how your northern army is going to escape now. Chapter 365, Giant Cannons and Missiles, Destroying Heaven and Earth. Reporting to the General, a priority telegram from the Central Army. In the recently fallen Tikhvin railway station, a Black Hawk soldier ran over and handed a telegram to Lieutenant General Rudolf Schmidt, who was standing there looking out. Lieutenant General Schmidt nonchalantly took the telegram. He thought the Central Army was urging him to speed up his offensive. If they were really here to urge him, he would definitely choose to ignore the telegram. After all, he didn't belong to the Central Army, he belonged to the Northern Army. Moreover, he believed his mechanized infantry corps had advanced fast enough. In such a short time, he had successfully taken the important transportation hub behind Folkhov. Wasn't that enough? Haha, I wonder what on earth happened over at the Central Army that they would send me a telegram specifically. Lieutenant General Schmidt opened the telegram, read just 2 lines, and then froze in place. What's the situation? What is this Hydra organization all about? Are those guys sure they haven't lost their minds? According to the description in the telegram, a large number of spies of unknown origin had infiltrated the Central Army's units. These people suddenly defected on the battlefield and then turned their guns on their own people, firing in rounds, leaving a massive psychological shadow on the soldiers. Therefore, the Central Army requested that he inspect his own troops as quickly as possible, especially to inform other ordinary soldiers about this matter and to be fully prepared. An intelligence officer next to the Lieutenant General quickly explained the previous situation to him and then whispered, "General, please take this matter seriously. The Central Army suffered significant losses because of this. General Wilhelm even had his armored group stop the offensive. Once we encounter enemy infiltration and sabotage because of this, the war situation will become very troublesome." But Schmidt shook his head and asked in return, "No, let me ask. When those people consider the other party being Hydra spies, have they considered that it might be the enemy's mages secretly using mental spells for a psychic offensive? I remember those mages have many complex methods, don't they? Maybe the Cambrian Empire sent some mages who know mind control." The intelligence officer shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "General, we have naturally considered the situation you are thinking of, but according to the mage advisor's deduction, such a situation is impossible. To have such a large-scale mind control method appear on the battlefield would definitely require enough mages, and the Cambrian Empire's own mage strength is extremely scarce. Most of their mages have been bought off by the Empire or simply fled during the war. Even the Black Eagle Empire couldn't produce such a large number of psychic mages, let alone the Cambrian Empire. Every psychic mage requires extremely high talent, their spells simply cannot be popularized or used on a large scale." As he spoke, the intelligence officer thought to himself. If psychic mages were really everywhere, or if the enemy mastered some large-scale mental control spell, then the first ones to panic would definitely be the high-level leadership of the Black Eagle Empire. No superior allows anyone else to have the ability to control their mind, at the same time, they are even less likely to allow someone to have such powerful incitement capabilities. Compared to the uses of these psychic mages, there was no doubt that for these superiors, the danger posed by these mind controllers was the most lethal. They would rather these people didn't exist in the world and eliminate them all than risk letting them have the chance to shake their rule or control them. So in short, this absolutely cannot be the work of enemy mages. By comparison, we suspect this is more likely some deeply hidden spy organization." After hearing these words, Lieutenant General Schmidt only felt a bit of a headache. He waved his hand and said dismissively, "Fine, I know about this. Later, you arrange for your subordinates to investigate slowly, everything else has nothing to do with me. I'm just an ordinary general. I only know how to command my soldiers to fight, I don't know how to screen for spies among them. Nor can I tell the soldiers, your comrades beside you are very likely enemy spies, so you must be on guard on the battlefield. If I really issued such an order, they wouldn't have the heart to fight after that. After saying this, Lieutenant General Schmidt walked away with large strides. He was still preparing to continue the offensive toward Kirishi next. Meanwhile, within General Wilhelm's armored group, a group of mages and secret police units had quietly arrived in Major General Thomas's troop and began to conduct interviews and investigations among the soldiers in this unit. When they asked the soldiers what exactly happened that night, many soldiers had faces full of panic or were unwilling to recall, because those memories were undoubtedly filled with pain for them. Betrayal, a sudden betrayal. Oh, by the Emperor, I don't know what happened either. At that time, we were blocking the enemy's attack behind a wall, and then Hans suddenly opened fire. Hans opened fire on us with a submachine gun like he was crazy, striking down 3 comrades on the spot. Out of necessity, to protect myself, I could only shoot and kill him first. The answers from other soldiers were similar to this. In their view, all of this had no omen, their comrades simply started going crazy for no reason. Some soldiers also recalled that they vaguely seemed to see some kind of small blue thing, but because the light was too dim and the combat situation was too complex, they couldn't see clearly what that thing was at all. But because the description of this small blue thing seemed to have appeared from more than one soldier's mouth, the secret police immediately took their description seriously. Major General, congratulations. At least from the current situation, we haven't found any hidden traitors or moles in your unit, although your soldiers do have some issues with slacking off. According to the comparison of the soldiers' statements, we found that this matter happened very suddenly, and for many soldiers to suddenly betray at such a time actually makes no sense at all. As the secret police officer spoke, he looked up at Major General Thomas. When he saw the look in Major General Thomas's eyes, he immediately understood that this Major General didn't seem to understand what he meant by those words just now. Major General, I'm not saying your soldiers have no reason at all to betray. My point is that if they really betrayed the Empire, they wouldn't have needed to suddenly act at a time like this. If they had chosen another time and another occasion to suddenly take action, they could have brought much greater destruction to your army, and even had the hope of assassinating you. Wouldn't that be much better than a temporary defection on the battlefield? Regarding the secret police's explanation, Major General Thomas frowned slightly. Although he had to admit that those words did make sense, it felt uncomfortable to hear, as if it had already been confirmed that there were traitors in his unit. Fine, in that case, what do you think caused the problem with them? As Major General Thomas spoke, he laid out his own analysis. To be honest, I seriously suspect the enemy might have used some witchcraft or evil magic to control my soldiers. I'm not sure if the Empire has mages who can do this, but what if the Cambrian Empire really has such mages? Regarding Major General Thomas's doubt, the secret police chief just shook his head. He had no interest in explaining the scarcity of psychic mages to Major General Thomas, nor was he interested in explaining the limitations of psychic spells. He just said casually, General, please trust our professionalism. We've already analyzed it before, this situation should be quite unlikely to happen. However, we have indeed thought of a possibility, and that is that there really are traitors in your unit, but these traitors are not the rebels who directly shot and backstabbed their comrades, at least most of them shouldn't be. I suspect they might have mastered some kind of displacement toxin. While the soldiers were drinking and eating, they quietly poisoned them, which then led to many soldiers having severe hallucinations on the battlefield. As you know, after taking some potions, soldiers will indeed be in a state of extreme excitement or madness. In this state, they can't even distinguish between friend and foe and will likely kill anyone they see. Poisoning. What a joke, this is getting serious. At the thought that the food he ate might very likely be mixed with hallucinogenic poisons, Major General Thomas couldn't help but gag. He didn't want his brain to be ruined by these poisons or to become addicted because of them in the future. Seeing Major General Thomas like this, the secret police officer rolled his eyes and said irritably, General, please stay calm. Since you are still safe and sound after so long, you clearly haven't been poisoned. But we must conduct a more detailed screening of the soldiers' food, and at the same time, we must investigate the water sources the soldiers drink from. These are all very important. And most importantly, we must find a way to root out the deeply hidden traitors. Although we haven't found any traitors yet, I seriously suspect there might really be traitors hidden in your unit. At these words, Major General Thomas's face turned ashen, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Without a doubt, any general doesn't want others to suspect there are traitors in their unit, because in a sense, this is also implicitly questioning his own loyalty. Once such a suspicion is established, it will be difficult for him to prove he is not a traitor in the future. For the Empire's military and intelligence departments, if they suspect someone is a traitor, they don't actually need to produce any clear evidence. They only need to closely monitor the person and then have them sit on the cold bench. Unless a person can fake it for a lifetime, they will sooner or later reveal a flaw under close surveillance, and being marginalized can also ensure they won't have too much influence, so even if they are a traitor, they can't do much. But undoubtedly, Major General Thomas was neither willing to be marginalized because of this, nor was he willing to be monitored from head to toe by a group of people all day long. Forget it, you guys investigate slowly, but I hope you can be careful and cautious when investigating, and you must get solid evidence. Major General Thomas sighed and warned the secret police with a piercing gaze, saying, Don't take the methods you use against inferior races within the Empire and use them on my soldiers. They are all good brothers who have gone through life and death for the Empire, I don't want them to receive unfair treatment because of this. The secret police said nothing and just left straight away. He next planned to have the ancient god system mages try eating the brains of the fallen soldiers to see what those soldiers saw before they died, using that to find clues. It didn't take long for an ancient god system mage, after consuming more than a dozen brains in a row, to explain to his superior while repeatedly rinsing his mouth, reporting, "Sir, I have indeed made a discovery. I found that a significant portion of those soldiers who suddenly rebelled were under the influence of severe hallucinations. Many of them were actually not conscious when they fired, they thought the people standing in front of them were Cambrian soldiers." Aha, as expected. He knew his deduction was correct. The secret police officer's eyes lit up. If the Empire's few remaining mental masters were to use mental spells, the targets would never see such illusions. At least the mental spells developed by the Black Eagle Empire were mostly simple and crude. Ultimately, these spells used one's own more powerful mental strength to forcibly occupy the target's soul and seize control of their body. In this way, the target might have no way to control their own body, but they would remain conscious throughout the process of being manipulated and know they were being controlled. Because of this, these Black Eagle secret police, who had never seen the mental spells of a Tsianch blue horror, immediately blamed everything on hallucinogens. Consequently, another batch of chemical defense units arrived to conduct large-scale inspections of the surrounding water and food, causing quite a commotion. Of course, all this commotion was caused by the Central Army and actually had nothing to do with the Northern Army. While Tikvin was captured by the Northern Army, more and more Northern Army units were gathering here. The 39th Mechanized Infantry Corps, led by Lieutenant General Rudolf Schmidt, had already fully moved in and taken control of Tikvin. Just as Lieutenant General Schmidt was busy assembling his troops to continue the offensive, back at the headquarters, a general was asking the new Northern Army commander Field Marshal Vistrich about his intentions. "Field Marshal, I don't understand. Why didn't you deploy a more formidable heavy armored legion to attack in the direction of Tikvin? With all due respect, I don't think Lieutenant General Schmidt's troops can hold Tikvin. I know very well what kind of capabilities that General Vorontsov has, let alone that he has the Titan Legion under his command." Field Marshal Vistrich nodded and then asked with a smile, "Yes, General, since even you know Vorontsov's capabilities, what makes you think I don't? I am well aware he has the Titan Legion, and in fact, a significant part of my military operation this time is to lure out the enemy's Titan Legion and then find an opportunity to annihilate it." As he spoke, Field Marshal Vistrich walked over to the tactical sand table and placed several chess-like pieces onto it. "Our infantry corps launched a sudden attack, catching the enemy off guard and successfully capturing this place. So, do you think the Fokhov Front Army will allow its rear transportation lines to be cut off by us?" The general shook his head, "Obviously not. When your rear route is cut during a war, what's left to fight for?" Field Marshal Vistrich stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Exactly. Because of this, he will immediately send troops to retake Tikvin, and he will certainly send his elite legions. My air force and the subsequently prepared ground forces are waiting right here. When they attack, the already prepared air force will act with the utmost speed and launch a large-scale bombardment against them. I believe this bombardment will be enough to heavily damage any of the enemy's units, including the Titan Legion. Then, when the enemy is beaten into a state of helplessness by the bombing, our troops can continue the offensive at that moment. At that time, the arrogant General Vorontsov will pay a heavy price for his rash offensive action." Speaking to this point, Field Marshal Vistrich couldn't help but laugh out loud. He seemed to already see it. An honor worth commemorating for a lifetime was now waving desperately at him. Lieutenant General Schmidt had no idea he had inexplicably become bait. At this moment, he was still feeling smug about the victory he had previously achieved. But just then, along the railway, that massive Tsar cannon was steadily advancing, the golden statue of the Tsar standing atop the locomotive shining brightly in the morning sunlight. However, it was a bit strange. Besides the Tsar cannon, this train had several extra carriages hitched behind it, each with 288 flak guns placed on them by players. "Oh, my god, General Vorontsov really does place enough emphasis on anti-air." The colonel in charge of commanding the Tsar cannon couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Because of the extra carriages, the movement speed of their Tsar cannon had slowed down considerably, making him a bit impatient. However, another officer sitting in front of him, Major General Bogachuk, who was originally responsible for guarding Schlüsselburg, did not feel uncomfortable because of this. He just smiled and patted the colonel's shoulder, pointing to the anti-aircraft guns behind them and saying, "Don't mind these issues. In war, it's always right to be a little cautious. Moreover, I think you should know the weakness of this Tsar cannon." "Weakness? What weakness?" The colonel blinked. Could he say he actually didn't know? Major General Bogachuk didn't seem to notice the colonel's embarrassment and continued to himself, "This cannon has an ultra-long range and can maneuver quickly on the railway. This means it's difficult for the enemy's ground army to reach and destroy it, and most of their artillery cannot reach us either. But the Black Eagle Empire's air force is different. Those Black Hawk Devils in the air force are very ferocious. Once our giant cannon is locked onto by the enemy's air force, it will surely be in grave danger." Well, the Major General was right, this was indeed a major weakness of the giant cannon. The colonel nodded. During the time he was previously stationed in Petrograd, the Black Hawk Army had launched multiple bombing operations against his giant cannon. Fortunately, at that time, his giant cannon was mostly in a concealed state, hiding in caves or certain buildings for cover from time to time. At the same time, the anti-air firepower Andrei deployed in Petrograd was truly strong, managing to withstand such fierce bombing from the Black Hawk Army. Because of this, his giant cannon had not been affected by the bombing, to the point that he had forgotten about the bombing for a while. So, don't despise the anti-aircraft guns. You never know when you might need them to save your life. Just then, the giant cannon suddenly came to a stop. A soldier hurriedly reporting, Colonel, we have arrived at the designated position. Please give instructions. The colonel's eyes lit up, and he scrambled up, rushing off with his commanding saber at his side. Excellent, aim immediately at the direction of Tikvin and fire. Make sure to aim accurately, target the Tikvin railway station, and let those Black Hawk devils see what it means that art is an explosion. At this point, the colonel also became excited. What he was most satisfied with regarding this giant cannon was probably the terrifying explosive power the shell possessed after a series of blessings. In his view, that terrifying explosion capable of raising a mushroom cloud on the spot was simply a form of art. Any so-called art of war was nothing compared to this. In war, the simplest and crudest art of war is to use terrifying firepower to directly destroy all the enemy's defensive lines, leaving them howling in despair. Choir, full-scale chanting. Quick, 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 load the shell. Ready fire. With everything ready, at the colonel's loud command, the Tsar cannon let out an earth-shattering roar, and even the Tsar statue atop the locomotive trembled. A terrifying shell with a caliber of 1000 mm whistled out of the barrel and then shot toward the distant city of Tikvin at an incredible speed. At this moment, the Black Hawk soldiers hiding in the city had no idea that the god of death was about to descend upon their heads. They were still chatting and laughing, preparing for the next offensive. It wasn't until a soldier heard a terrifying whistling sound, vaguely sensed something was wrong, and then looked up to see a huge black dot approaching at an alarming speed that he realized disaster was descending. But it was already too late. As this shell quickly crashed into the ground around the railway station, the whole world seemed to go silent for a moment. In the next instant, a violent explosion and a terrifying shockwave were generated simultaneously. An unimaginable mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the terrifying blast wave almost overturned and tore apart all surrounding buildings. The Black Hawk soldiers in its path were torn into unidentifiable parts. Countless Black Hawk soldiers' ears were permanently deafened by this massive explosion, and many others were crushed internally by the terrifying shockwave before they even realized what was happening. The disaster struck so suddenly that none of the Black Hawk soldiers anticipated this sudden shelling, to the point that they didn't even have time to activate the large void shield for protection. Of course, given the terrifying kinetic energy of this shell, even if they had activated the large void shield in time, they most likely wouldn't have been able to withstand it, as the lethality of this thing was truly abnormal. Looking around, the shockwave had destroyed almost the entire railway station and the nearby tracks, as well as all the buildings around the station. The Black Hawk army previously stationed in the railway station were now all blown to pieces, their bodies unidentifiable as they had turned into a pile of indescribable biological tissue. A few Black Hawk soldiers on the periphery lay on the ground in twisted postures, although no injuries were visible on the surface, their internal organs and brains had all been shattered by the shock. Blood and fragments continuously gushed from their mouths and noses, their eyeballs were popped on the spot by the massive impact with lenses vaguely oozing out, and even their bones were shattered into a pile of indescribable grit. Lieutenant General Schmidt, who had just finished inspecting the railway station and had returned to his headquarters not long ago, looked in terror at the massive mushroom cloud rising in the distance. He had suddenly sensed something was wrong, feeling a massive vibration, and then an overwhelming blast wave instantly shattered all the windows in his headquarters, the freezing storm almost blowing away everything in the office. If it hadn't been for his position being right in the corner of the office, allowing him to narrowly escape and avoid serious injury, he might have been killed outright by the blast wave. This was no joke, several staff officers and guards in his headquarters had died inexplicably like that. The various stones carried by the blast wave and the glass fragments from the shattered windows were like lethal bullets at this moment, shooting fiercely into their bodies. Others were thrown until their bones were broken, and some even had their spines snapped, lying paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. Lieutenant General Schmidt quickly walked to the window and looked into the distance, where he saw a rising mushroom cloud. Emperor above, what is this? What the hell is this thing? This is impossible, I don't believe it. How could the Cambrians have such a terrifying weapon? As a Black Eagle Lieutenant General, he had seen data on the Tsar cannon before. But because his troops had never encountered the Tsar cannon for such a long time, he had only heard that some troops seemed to have encountered it while attacking Petrograd. At this moment, his mind was almost blank, he completely failed to connect the terrifying explosion just now with the Tsar cannon. Otherwise, he would have definitely guessed what had just bombarded him. Lieutenant General Schmidt felt like he was going crazy, but he wasn't the only one, the other Black Hawk soldiers were even more frantic. Seeing this apocalyptic scene for the first time, the Black Hawk soldiers felt that the sight before them completely exceeded their psychological endurance. Most of the Black Hawk soldiers were deafened, they didn't know what to do and couldn't hear any sound. Panic caused them to run around like headless flies, and there were even trampling accidents because of it. When one Black Hawk soldier saw the terrifying crater in the distance, larger than 2 football fields combined, his mind went completely blank with fear, feeling that no weapon other than divine punishment could cause such horrific lethality. Compared to the previous shelling, the crater made by the Tsar cannon this time was significantly smaller because the giant cannon failed to hit the enemy's arsenal. During the last firing, they successfully hit the enemy's ammunition depot on that position, detonating a large number of shells and grenades, which created that effect. But even so, the scene before them was enough to make the Black Hawk soldiers fully experience what could be called a living hell. Oh no, what is that now? Just then, some Black Hawk soldiers noticed things in the sky that looked like planes but were much faster, whistling as they flew toward them. They didn't know what these were, and because most of the Black Hawk soldiers were deaf, they couldn't even hear the terrifying whistling sound. However, any Black Hawk soldier who could still hear felt a strong sense of unease from the sound, fearing those things might be some other terrifying super weapon. They weren't wrong, because what was being launched toward them now were the JB-2 missiles just fired by the players. This terrifying weapon, modeled after the V-1 rocket by the Allies, was placed on launchers by the players, and after some corrections using the overhead map and adjusting the angles, they were launched. Although the lethality of these missiles was obviously not as staggering as the Tsar cannon, their 9-10 kg high explosive warheads could still bring terrible destruction to the Black Hawk army below. The players also knew that the actual performance of these things in combat wasn't very accurate, even considering the game attribute bonuses, the accuracy could only be described as rather touching. But it didn't matter, quantity makes up for lack of quality. If one missile wasn't accurate, they would just fire a few more. Missiles kept coming from afar, one after another, falling straight into the panicked Black Hawk soldier camps and triggering violent explosions. Many Black Hawk soldiers had just barely escaped the apocalyptic shelling, only to turn around and be killed by these missiles. More importantly, the large number of armored vehicles and trucks they had parked in the parking lots were also blown up on the spot by the continuous stream of missiles. Except for a very few vehicles, almost all the combat vehicles they had parked here were destroyed. It was no exaggeration to say that this unit no longer deserved the name mechanized. Emperor above. What on earth is this thing? Escorted by guards and fleeing to a shelter at top speed, Lieutenant General Schmidt looked at the missiles and couldn't help but ask with a face full of despair. He didn't know where these missiles were coming from, but he was certain their range was extremely long because he had deployed many troops on the outskirts of the city. If the enemy were attacking from close range, the outer troops would have definitely reacted first, notifying him and launching a counterattack as quickly as possible. But what he didn't know was that the JB-2 missiles launched by the players were actually fired from over 100 kilometers away. The range of these things was very long, easily reaching 200 kilometers, though in reality, when fired from 160 kilometers, the margin of error could reach 400 meters. With players controlling them, the error margin of these missiles suddenly became much smaller, at least reduced to within 100 meters. Within 100 meters was actually enough, because the explosive power of these missiles was particularly large, and the players were using saturation strikes. With such precision, these missiles could inflict very effective damage, instantly destroying a large number of Black Hawk Army personnel and weapons. After this wave of heavy bombardment, the urban area of Tikhvin had become fragmented, and the train station and railways had suffered a devastating blow. Undoubtedly, no railway could survive the terrifying bombardment of the Tsar cannon. That single shell just now had already severed all the railways along the path. After firing one shell, the colonel was still not satisfied with the previous bombardment and ordered to continue firing. So, just as the players finished harassing the Black Hawk soldiers with missiles, a second shell from the Tsar cannon slammed straight in, once again inflicting devastating trauma on the Black Hawk army. When this explosion ended, the Black Hawk infantry corps before them had almost entirely collapsed. Under the continuous attack of two giant cannon shells and a large number of missiles, their entire infantry corps lost nearly 10,000 soldiers and most of its mechanized equipment. But compared to the loss of soldiers, the blow to morale caused by these ultra-long-range strikes and massive explosions was the most severe. The Black Hawk soldiers were truly going crazy now. They hadn't even seen the enemy's faces before nearly 10,000 people were taken out by this firepower. Countless comrades didn't even have enough left to form a basic corps, and even their dog tags couldn't be collected. Too many Black Hawk soldiers had become deaf, and communication between various units was cut off due to the heavy bombardment. All Black Hawk Army units had entered a state of fighting for themselves. Because the explosion was so horrific, some Black Hawk Army units even pessimistically believed that their entire corps might have been wiped out in that blast. Perhaps their unit was actually the last surviving Black Hawk Army in the area. The giant cannon attack achieved an effective hit. A player piloting a plane circled nearby, witnessing the terrifying bombardment scene from the sky with his own eyes, and then sent out the news. When Andrei saw the unrecognizable urban area and the fragmented Black Hawk Army, he immediately slapped the table excitedly and said, "Good, now is the time. Have our frontline troops prepare for the offensive, launch the attack in 20 minutes. Order the artillery and all missile soldiers to stop the bombardment. It's time for the armored units to take the field and deliver a thunderous blow to the enemy." Andrei's order was transmitted to various units by Sign Alman at the fastest speed, with impressive coordination. Katyusha and the Tsar cannon crew received the order almost simultaneously. Learning that she could act immediately, Katyusha rubbed her hands together, impatient to let the Titan Legion run rampant. Although the colonel at the giant cannon felt it was a pity, he knew the priorities and naturally wouldn't disobey military orders just to fire another shot. If he fired another shot now, he wouldn't be bombarding the enemy, but his own people, and he didn't want to be sent to a military tribunal for that. Because the giant cannon and missile attacks stopped at the same time, the constant sound of explosions suddenly vanished. Compared to the previous earth-shattering blasts, it highlighted the dead silence of Tikhvin. The sudden quiet left many Black Hawk soldiers whose ears weren't completely ruined at a loss. Their minds hadn't recovered from the explosions, so various messy hallucinations would appear in their ears from time to time, making them suspect there might still be explosions outside. It wasn't until Lieutenant General Schmidt snapped out of it, as if realizing something. "Oh no, the enemy is about to launch a large-scale offensive. Quickly notify our troops, have them deploy for defense." He roared at the soldiers beside him and rushed toward the nearest telephone. His current location was actually an unfinished underground headquarters. Because construction was only halfway done and there were better houses outside, he hadn't simply moved underground to command. But at this moment, Lieutenant General Schmidt decided he would stay underground to command from now on. No one could trick him into climbing back to the surface. The ground was too terrifying, with world-shaking bombardments hitting every now and then. The dark underground space was much more heartwarming. Reporting to the general, the phones aren't going through. The lines to several outer units and various troops in the city are all down. On the other side, an officer holding a phone and urgently dialing spoke to Lieutenant General Schmidt with some confusion, and the phone Schmidt was dialing was the same. Damn it, either the phone lines were blown, or something happened to the people elsewhere. Right, many people have been deafened by the shock, they can't hear my orders at all. Lieutenant General Schmidt's face was pale, it looked like he could only lead the few guards at the headquarters to fight independently. The same went for units in other places, they could only fight their own battles now. Now, his only hope was that the various ruins blown apart in the city could become roadblocks to hinder the enemy. As long as they could use the complex terrain to stop the enemy's breakthrough armored units and give themselves room to counterattack, he wouldn't completely lose this battle. There was still hope to wait for subsequent reinforcements. But when the Black Hawk army on the edge of the city saw the Titan Legion rumbling toward them, they made the decision to surrender almost instantly. No one wanted to go head-to-head with the Titan Legion at a time like this. Chapter 366, Players are still too non-human. Sitting in the massive Titan mech, Katiusha looked at the enemies hiding in the ruins with eyes shining, feeling as if these guys were rushing to deliver their heads. She didn't even need to operate the Titan's main gun, the various machine guns and autocannons carried on the Titan were enough to easily destroy these guys. Remember this site's domain, for following Taiwan novels, it's super practical. Alas, it's a bit of a pity. I originally wanted to find a chance to see if the new weapons Andre installed on the Titan mech could be used. Who would have thought that there are no enemies here at all that the Winter Empress needs to take seriously? Katiusha said while looking up at the top right corner above her head. Although she couldn't see anything through the thick Titan bulkhead, she knew that a JB-2 missile had been successfully installed there after some operations by the engineers under Andre. Theoretically, this kind of cruise missile requires a long launch rail to be fired, and the Warlord Titan mech Katiusha was piloting naturally couldn't be equipped with such a massive rail. But it didn't matter. When Katiusha equipped this missile onto the Titan mech, she never expected it to perform long-range attacks. This thing was just used as a close-range weapon of mass destruction. Compared to the Titan mech's main gun, the warhead of this missile weighed nearly a ton, and the power generated by the explosion was extremely shocking. Even the void shields of opposing Black Hawk Titans couldn't withstand attacks from multiple missiles. If one of these missiles could be fired directly onto the enemy after their void shield was destroyed, it might even destroy the enemy Titan on the spot, making it a perfect weapon for hunting Titans. Combining this with the Katiusha rocket launcher mounted on the other shoulder of the Warlord Titan, one for breaking shields and the other for hunting Titans together, they were simply a terrifying Titan killer. Jean, have your Thousand Suns Legion search the surroundings carefully. I have an ominous premonition. No matter how stupid these Black Hawk Devils are, they wouldn't just deploy a bunch of light infantry to stop us, not to mention they are much more cunning than we imagined. I strongly suspect they might have some secret weapons lying in ambush nearby. Suddenly, Katiusha said to Jean, who was standing behind her. As the battle progressed, she also noticed that the current war situation seemed a bit too smooth, the enemy's resistance was far too weak. Initially, she thought these Black Hawk Devils only had some light infantry and small caliber anti-tank guns because their heavy equipment had been destroyed by shelling, and the enemy had attacked so quickly that they didn't have time to recover their gear. But at this stage, is it possible there are still no troops from their rear coming up to support them? She didn't believe the tactical proficiency of these Black Hawk Devils would be so low. If they were facing other Cambrian army forces, she might think they truly hadn't reacted in time. Hearing this, Jean gave an okay gesture. Don't worry, my Red Letter Warriors have been patrolling the area constantly. These Red Letter Warriors can determine the enemy's positions by sensing their souls, which is definitely much more accurate than human eyes. As Andre put it, warp technology is mind-blowing. With these warp tricks, Red Letter Warriors are definitely terrifying killers when fighting in complex environments. After all, who can withstand these guys with wallhack-like cheats? A Black Hawk soldier was hiding in the ruins with a rocket launcher, waiting for the Titan mech to pass by. He knew that firing a rocket now would have no effect because these Titans were also equipped with void shields, just like the Imperial Titans. So he kept waiting. Waiting until the enemy Titan was close enough so that he would be included within the range of the void shield. At that point, his rocket would surely cause some damage to the Titan, even if it couldn't penetrate the Titan's armor, it could still knock off a few parts. But he didn't wait for the Titan's approach, instead, he first encountered a Red Letter Warrior appearing beside him. When that Iris Power armor, painted blue and holding a crowbar for some reason, silently pried open the wall beside him with blue chinook flames burning in its eyes, he realized he was finished. Ah! Amidst a shrill scream, before he could fire the rocket to blow the Red Letter Warrior away, the crowbar viciously pierced his chest, stabbing deep into his ribs. The intense pain and the sensation of his lungs being torn made him let out an inhuman wail. But before he could close his mouth, the Red Letter Warrior pulled out the crowbar and shoved it violently down his throat, piercing through the back of his head on the spot. The few Cambrian soldiers following behind couldn't help but frown slightly at this bloody and brutal hunt. Of course, they didn't feel any sympathy for the Black Hawk Devils hiding in the ruins, it was just a subconscious, empathetic reaction that made them a bit uncomfortable. It was like seeing someone step on a nail and suddenly feeling a phantom pain in your own foot. From time to time, Black Hawk soldiers hiding in the shadows were dragged out by these Red Letter Warriors, and without exception, they were all holding various anti-armor weapons. If they only had simple anti-armor rifles, Katyusha wouldn't care at all, but the Panzerjäger rocket launcher had a penetration of a full 200 mm. With that level of penetration, Katyusha had to be cautious, as it meant if they hit the right spot, they could indeed deal piercing damage to the Titan. But that wasn't the scariest thing. The truly terrifying anti-armor weapon dragged out by the Red Letter Warriors was the Black Eagle Empire's Magi Tech, the melta gun. Although the Black Eagle Empire seemed obsessed with researching the battlefield applications of freeze guns lately, most Black Hawk soldiers still felt that the melta gun was the most effective. Through magic technology, this thing could spray special flames from hell, possessing extremely brutal armor-piercing effects and lethality. No matter the mech, even a Titan, getting blasted by this thing could be paralyzed on the spot. It was truly a divine tool for close-range anti-armor in desperate situations. The Titan Legion pushed forward all the way, and some players driving Sturm Tigers also joined the chaotic battle. While these Sturm Tigers weren't as abnormal as the Titans, their 380 mm caliber giant cannons were also building demolishing tools. No matter what ruins or buildings were ahead, the Sturm Tiger only needed to slowly drive up and fire a powerful shot to completely blast the structures in front into pieces. As for the soldiers inside, if the Black Hawk soldiers hiding in the ruins could really maintain their combat effectiveness under the close-range bombardment of a 380 mm giant cannon, then the Black Eagle Empire wouldn't need to research any other black tech. Dissecting these soldiers to research super soldiers would definitely have a future. Lieutenant General Schmidt, our defensive line is collapsing at an alarming rate. The enemy has deployed a Titan Legion, and we simply cannot stop them. When the frontline officer rushed into the headquarters and told Lieutenant General Schmidt this news, Schmidt's face had already become as gloomy as water. Have our soldiers hold on a bit longer. We haven't lost yet. We still have the Air Force. Tell them to keep holding on no matter what. Our brothers in the Air Force will arrive soon, and we will use overwhelming bombardment to ruthlessly destroy the enemy's Titan Legion. After hearing such an order, the Black Hawk officer seemed to want to argue further. But when he saw that Lieutenant General Schmidt had unconsciously placed his hand on the pistol at his waist, he quickly gave a proper salute and fled the place as fast as possible. General, with all due respect, continuing to resist will only increase casualties in vain. After the officer left, a staff officer beside Lieutenant General Schmidt couldn't help but speak up. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lieutenant General Schmidt gave a cold snort. Humph. Foolish idea. Otherwise, what do you think we can do now? Raise our hands and surrender, or just run away? Surrendering was impossible. If he dared to suggest it at a time like this, Lieutenant General Schmidt would have every reason to execute him on the spot for the crime of demoralizing the troops. Unless Lieutenant General Schmidt personally issued a surrender order, none of the officers present could say it outright. At most, they could only wink or hint at it. Before the staff officer could defend himself, Lieutenant General Schmidt continued to explain, if we run away now, with most of our armored vehicles already destroyed by the enemy, where do you think we could escape to? The food and water the soldiers carry with them might not even last through today's consumption. Besides, on foot, how could we outrun the enemy's Titan Legion and armored units? So we have no choice now. We must do our best to resist and let the Air Force deal a heavy blow to the enemy's Titan Legion. This is our only chance to turn defeat into victory. So that was it. He had been a bit frightened by the enemy just now and hadn't thought that much. The staff officer quickly apologized and went back to his work. But he didn't know that, in addition to the series of complex factors, the Lieutenant General had also considered another reason. If I were to issue a retreat order at a time like this, even if I could pull out all the remaining troops in one go, I would definitely be stripped of my rank and position. Lieutenant General Schmidt muttered to himself with a pale face, having suffered such heavy losses, the only way to salvage my reputation is to turn defeat into victory and deal a heavy blow to the Cambrians' Titan Legion. Only then can I preserve my honor and status. If he retreated now, he would only end up with a disgraceful reputation for negligence, falling into an enemy trap, and being utterly defeated. Even his family would be shamed because of it. But if he ordered his troops to retreat after the enemy's Titan Legion had been heavily damaged, he would become a hero who stubbornly resisted the Titan Legion, fought the enemy to the end, and finally used infantry to force a mutual defeat on the Titans. One is a hero, the other a coward. He naturally knew which one to choose. The Black Hawk soldiers on the front line had no idea that their commander, in order to preserve his honor and status, was already calculating in his heart how to let them sacrifice themselves gloriously. When the officer ran back and brought the command headquarters orders to the front line, all the soldiers there showed expressions of disbelief. Are you kidding me? Is the general crazy? A soldier couldn't help but curse, damn it. I only have this one rifle in my hand, and he wants me to use my head to fight a Titan Legion. Exactly, isn't this just sending us to our deaths? The officer who delivered the order looked at the soldiers with a pale, weak face, waving his hands repeatedly to explain, soldiers, I know this is difficult, but I implore you to hold on a little longer. The Imperial Air Force will be here soon, and then we'll be able to turn defeat into victory. As long as we hold on, victory will surely belong to us. Although he kept saying this, the surrounding Black Hawk soldiers were agitated, clearly no longer wanting to hear his nonsense. Seeing that these soldiers were actually at risk of mutiny, the adjutant beside him didn't hesitate. He suddenly drew his pistol and fired 2 shots, bang bang, at the soldier shouting the loudest in the front. The Black Hawk soldier at the very front looked in disbelief at the bullet holes gurgling with blood on his body, then fell to his knees with a thud, losing all signs of life. The other Black Hawk soldiers fell silent instantly, all looking at the adjutant's pistol with expressions of terror. Enough. Get back to your posts immediately and prepare for battle. No one is allowed to retreat a single step. Anyone who retreats will be shot. After saying this, the adjutant gave a casual apology to the superior officer beside him and then left. The anger in the hearts of the Black Hawk soldiers was forcibly suppressed by the sudden gunfire and blood, but their resentment did not disappear because of it, it only became deeper. Looking at the Titans slowly approaching from a distance, these Black Hawk soldiers were unwilling to risk their lives in their hearts. However, defying military orders at such a time would mean certain death and would even implicate their families back home. Although the Black Eagle Empire didn't have a series of collective punishments for deserters like the Cambrian Empire, there was no doubt that if their families found out their son was a deserter and was shot by his superior, the whole family would be unable to hold their heads high and would be marginalized by others. What should we do, everyone? The enemy Titans are about to charge over, and their tanks are coming up too. Can someone come up with an idea? How are we supposed to fight this? A young soldier asked anxiously, his eyes full of confusion and fear. He had only recently been conscripted, and the first war he participated in broke out within the Cambrian Empire. When the war first started, his mind was filled with thoughts of achieving great things and giving his life for the Emperor. But when he actually saw the blood and gore on the battlefield, he felt like his loyalty to the Emperor wasn't so firm anymore. This war of the Black Eagle Empire was not as righteous as he had imagined, and the Cambrians' people were not as weak and ignorant as the propaganda claimed. The enemy was a group of extremely troublesome and very ferocious opponents. The actions of the officers and mages, and the massacres committed by many units along the way, made him unable to see the meaning of this war, nor the so-called honor within it. Forget it, if you ask me, let's just slack off. When we see the enemy charging over, we'll fire 3 shots and then quickly surrender. If our officers aren't willing to surrender, we'll just knock them both unconscious. A veteran took off his helmet and said dejectedly, if we really risk our lives against the Titans, I'm afraid there won't even be scraps of meat left. Besides, the ones who knock out our officers will just be the Cambrian soldiers who charge up, it's not like we did it ourselves. Why should we be blamed? The other Black Hawk soldiers nodded one after another, except for that inexperienced greenhorn who didn't quite understand. But how can we knock out the officers without them noticing? The greenhorn asked in a low voice, but the veteran beside him gave a grim smile. It's simple. We just need to make sure our officers never wake up again after they go unconscious. Oh my god, to put it bluntly, wasn't this about shooting their officers in the back? If caught by others, they would be sent to a military court. The recruit thought fearfully, but seeing the atmosphere around him, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Thus, as a Sturm Tiger drove over in the distance and aimed its cannon at them, while the 2 officers, one senior and one junior, were still urging the soldiers to charge with explosive charges, a sudden burst of gunfire caused both officers to fall to the ground simultaneously. A Black Hawk soldier had picked up a submachine gun at some point and fiercely fired a full magazine at the 2 officers from the side. After emptying all the bullets in the magazine, the Black Hawk soldier quickly threw away the submachine gun and shouted to the surrounding soldiers, "This is bad. Some Cambrian soldiers just rushed into our trench and killed our officers with submachine guns. The enemy is too powerful. We surrender." From the player's perspective, the player driving the Sturm Tiger and slowly approaching had no idea what had just happened in the trench ahead. He watched in bewilderment as these Black Hawk soldiers, as if their code had glitched, shot their officers and then immediately threw away their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. Seriously, facing these NPCs who were so intelligent and expressive, he even had trouble for a moment distinguishing whether he was playing a game or on a real battlefield. Guys, I think I just found an Easter egg. The enemy soldiers in this game will actually shoot their own officers in the back when they're under too much pressure. The player excitedly shared his recent experience. When the other players fighting alongside the Titan Legion heard this news, they looked at the Black Hawk soldiers still resisting ahead and couldn't help but reveal wolf-like grins. He, who would have thought there was such an Easter egg for excessive pressure? Then what are we waiting for? Pressure, bring on the pressure. So, at this moment, these Black Hawk soldiers truly witnessed what it meant to have demonic enemies. It was clearly just an ordinary trench, yet the other side actually used those 380mm giant cannons from the armored vehicles to bombard it relentlessly. After the bombardment, a bunch of people threw in incendiary bombs. A heavily armored brute holding a katana jumped into the trench, braving the hail of bullets, and instantly slaughtered the surrounding soldiers with his katana. Then, under the terrified gazes of the other Black Hawk soldiers, the heavily armored brute with the katana actually cut off the heads of the corpses on the ground one by one and hung them on his body. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. This madman, with over a dozen heads hanging from him, paid no heed to the blood all over his body. Gripping his blood-stained blade, he let out a frenzied roar. Then, at some point, he suddenly spoke fluent Black Eagle language and said to the surrounding Black Hawk soldiers with a sinister grin, "Ha ha ha, you have 2 choices now, either offer your own heads to the blood god, or offer your officer's head to the blood god. Which head do you think would be better to offer? A demon, this truly is a demon. He's actually forcing us to kill our own officer?" Hearing this, the Black Hawk platoon leader hiding in the back with a submachine gun saw many soldiers looking at him and quickly roared at them, "Shut up. Don't listen to this madman, he's trying to sow discord. Don't forget the oaths you swore. Are you going to waver in your loyalty to the Empire?" With that, the platoon leader pointed forward and shouted, "Go. Kill him. There's only one of him, don't be afraid." As soon as he finished speaking, a thick-skinned Black Hawk soldier charged forward with a bayonet, only to be casually cut down by the player. Come, continue. I see you guys have plenty of heads left, so there are plenty of chances for trial and error." After killing the Black Hawk soldier, the player revealed an evil smile, casually chopped off his head, and tied it to his chest. Facing such an enemy who looked like he had crawled out of the depths of hell, the other Black Hawk soldiers were all trembling, unable to muster any desire to challenge him. Before they could react, the player suddenly cut down another Black Hawk soldier and said in a punchable tone, "Everyone, sorry, my patience is limited. From now on, I'll kill one person every 10 seconds. You can keep stalling with me, or do as I say. You can count how many standing soldiers are left here and then calculate how many minutes you can stall. I think you should be able to last 2 or 3 minutes, right? A devil. This guy is a devil." Clearly, he only needed to charge forward bravely and swing his blade once to easily take out their platoon leader. But he didn't do that. Instead, he insisted on making them do it themselves, killing their own officer. The Black Hawk soldiers could see that this guy was purely and unscrupulously indulging his twisted sense of humor. He just wanted to see a scene of fratricide. But there was no way out. Even if they wanted to resist, they couldn't kill this guy. God knows what that heavy armor on him was made of. They had fired so many bullets, sparking countless times against his breastplate, but they just couldn't kill him. If not for that, they would definitely all be firing now, desperately trying to gun him down, instead of being at a standstill like this. When the life-steal trait of the katana was combined with the tenacious vitality of a heavily armored trench raider, the combination was truly terrifying to a certain extent. If he couldn't be killed with heavy firepower before he charged over, then the battle would be completely unwinnable. Of course, for players, an enemy like this could be taken out on the spot with a salted fish thrust, but the bayonets of ordinary Black Hawk soldiers obviously didn't have that kind of instant kill property. The platoon leader felt the atmosphere becoming increasingly heavy. Seeing things were going south, he slowly backed away, but one of the Black Hawk soldiers couldn't take the terrible pressure and let out a roar as he pounced on his own platoon leader. "You bastard, what are you doing? You're betraying the Empire." "I'm sorry, platoon leader, I just want to live." Bang bang bang. With a burst of gunfire, the soldier who pounced was held against the chest by the platoon leader's submachine gun and had his heart shot through. But before the shaken platoon leader could get up, the other Black Hawk soldiers also roared frantically and pounced, hacking him to death with their bayonets. Then, one Black Hawk soldier cut off the platoon leader's head with a face full of tears. "Demon, I've fulfilled your request. Now you can let us go, right?" After throwing the head at the player's feet, the Black Hawk soldier asked in despair, his eyes turning dark. "Oh, not bad. You actually dared to do it. Just as that big shot said earlier, you really have to put enough pressure on these guys to trigger the Easter egg." The player smiled and waved his hand casually, saying, "All right, if you want to surrender, go that way. There are people specifically in charge of taking prisoners back there, but I advise you to behave. If you try to use surrender as an excuse to secretly throw grenades at us, our Storm Tiger on the flank is waiting. It'll be just in time for you to taste the power of this big pipe." Good grief, others use heavy machine guns at most to suppress prisoners of war, but here, to suppress prisoners, they even use a 380mm giant cannon? These Black Hawk soldiers couldn't imagine to what extent the mental state of the Cambrian Empire had gone mad, to actually give birth to such a group of terrifying lunatics. "I'm numb, these guys who believe in false gods really have a screw loose." The players on the front lines used various means to constantly torture and pressure the group of Black Hawk soldiers. After being tormented like this, many Black Hawk soldiers, though still alive, had completely broken down mentally. They truly couldn't imagine what kind of enemies they were facing at this moment. Had they known they would be fighting a bunch of lunatics, they never would have enlisted in the first place. Many Black Hawk soldiers couldn't help but curse in their hearts. If they had known, they would have rather broken their own legs than join the army. If that wasn't enough, they'd have just amputated them. From atop a titan in the distance, Katiusha saw the players' outrageous maneuvers from afar. Seeing the crazy actions of these guys, even Katiusha found it hard to watch. Goddess above, what on earth has gotten into them? Could it be that Andre is too strict with them, and they've gone insane from being suppressed? Maybe I should talk to Andre later and tell him to be a bit more lenient with his soldiers and stop making so many rules all day. Katiusha muttered to herself, feeling her scalp go numb. Honestly, Andre's soldiers were indeed powerful in combat and often acted strangely, but their behavior today was truly terrifying. Behind Katiusha, Jean shook her head, frowning in thought. Something's wrong, something's very wrong. Could it be that they're about to lose their humanity? Jean thought to herself, deciding she needed to find an opportunity to have a serious talk with Andre after returning. In Jean's view, these soldiers might be some kind of otherworldly demons, although they looked human, it was merely a shell for them to operate in the physical universe, essentially just a layer of human skin. If that were the case, why would they suddenly exhibit such inhuman behavior? It must be because the bloodthirst of these demons had been triggered, making it difficult for them to maintain their human disguise. So Jean planned to ask Andre if there was a way to restrain these demons. If not, she'd suggest he just bring in a batch of demons that weren't so bloodthirsty. Otherwise, if these guys kept fighting such bloody battles, she wasn't worried about the enemy, but she was very concerned about the mental state of their other allies. Whether it was other Cambrian soldiers suffering mental breakdowns from witnessing such cruel scenes, or these guys setting a bad example that led some Cambrian soldiers to awaken terrifying hobbies, the consequences would be severe. Both had their own thoughts, but both planned to talk to Andre upon their return to resolve this issue. Meanwhile, Andre watched the players' increasingly perverted methods with a speechless expression, unable to understand what strange switch had been flipped in them. "Forget it, I'll issue an announcement to remind the players not to be too bloody and violent, or I'll really have to form a gendarmerie to execute a few of them. In the command center, Andrei shook his head, unable to help wondering if these players were being influenced by something strange. What if the power of Kern or something else had seeped through and influenced the players? What then? But after thinking for just a few seconds, Andrei couldn't help but laugh. What a joke. If it really came down to a contest of bloodthirstiness, could Kern even compete with the fourth Calamity? If the fourth Calamity were truly allowed to let loose, even Kern would have to call them Big Brother and find them too cruel and bloody. Just then, an Air Force player scouting the battlefield alerted his teammates that a cluster of enemy airships had been spotted in the distance, a total of 12 large and medium-sized airships. Both Andrei and the other players were quickly distracted by the sudden appearance of these Black Hawk airships. Even the players who had been busy hunting for Easter eggs and finding ways to torture Black Hawk soldiers stopped their anti-human activities. Quick, 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 group up. Get a large bomber over here, I want to equip it with anti-aircraft missiles. Come on, man, our anti-aircraft missiles are surface-to-air missiles. What you're talking about is called the O-Amand rocket. One is from Third Reich, and the other is from the Japanese. Who cares about that? As long as it works. I want to be part of the boarding party. Smoke grenades are ready, guaranteed to defend against the enemy's laser attacks. A large group of players scrambled into action. Many simply abandoned the front lines, RESP'd at the Air Force Base, and rushed to grab planes. Of course, grabbing a plane was nothing compared to the anti-aircraft missiles, which were the real prize. Everyone wanted to see how they worked, they had never seen such a magical gadget before. After some scrambling, a few players finally got their turn with the anti-aircraft missiles. Looking at the chubby anti-aircraft missiles mounted on the launchers, which looked somewhat like small planes, the players were all incredibly excited. Although these anti-aircraft missiles made by Third Reich had a somewhat strange shape and an explosive payload comparable to anti-ship missiles, the equipment was certainly fun. Especially since some players had gone to Moscow to participate in the Great Air Defense Battle and used anti-aircraft missiles to shoot down several enemy bombers, discovering that these things were incredibly effective against enemy void shields. Ha ha ha, with missiles in hand, the world is mine. The only reason void shields are hard to break is because the yield isn't high enough. It had to be said, the words were crude but the logic was sound. Indeed, when Andrei saw that the magical anti-aircraft missiles created by Third Reich could instantly disable an enemy's void shield and use the shockwave to shatter a bomber, he was momentarily stunned. He even seriously suspected that the reason Third Reich had packed 500 kilograms of explosives into these anti-aircraft missiles was specifically to deal with void shields. Was this even the World War II he knew? At the very least, Andrei found it hard to understand why Third Reich would put such insane amounts of explosives into these anti-aircraft missiles. However, considering that the Soviets even had 25-kilogram anti-personnel mines, he suddenly felt that what Third Reich were doing wasn't that extreme. But in any case, relying on pure yield to counter void shields was indeed a royal road to victory. Had he known these things were so good at breaking shields, he should have bought the anti-aircraft missiles earlier. The Black Hawk airship formation slowly approaching was still planning their mission to hunt Titans. They had already calculated in their hearts that once they entered the battlefield, they would ignore all other targets and focus solely on relentlessly bombing the enemy Titans. Ha ha ha, I don't believe it. If we drop all 100 tons of explosives we brought, can those Titans really hold out with just their void shields? A Black Hawk Air Force colonel laughed loudly. For this bombing operation, they had even modified the surrounding escort airships to give them bombing capabilities. According to their previous calculations, facing Andrei's Titan Legion and its coordinated operations with numerous other corps, it was highly inefficient to rely solely on equivalent Titan units to fight them. Before they could produce stronger anti-Titan weapons, relying on the Air Force for carpet bombing was actually a very good choice, especially since their shielded airships had immense defensive power and could definitely withstand the anti-aircraft fire of an ordinary Titan. Thinking of this, the Air Force colonel suddenly sighed. It was a pity they had so few talented pilots, the others were still busy training and couldn't fly bombers on missions for the time being. Furthermore, their bombers had suffered heavy losses in previous battles, and the remaining planes were simply not enough, so they couldn't deploy them for the bombing. Otherwise, using those planes for bombing would have been the best choice. In the time it took for an airship to complete one bombing run, a plane could have bombed 4 or 5 times. Just as he was thinking this, the colonel raised his binoculars and saw that the Cambrian army in the distance seemed to be busy assembling something in the rear. What on earth is that strange iron frame? He looked for a long time but couldn't identify what the iron frame was. He felt it looked like some kind of rocket launcher, but also not. After all, what kind of normal rocket launcher was that huge and had such a long launch rail? If that thing really was a rocket launcher, wouldn't it be on the level of a railway gun? Because it looked so much like a rocket launcher and was so massive and clumsy, he didn't realize at first that the iron frame being assembled in the distance was actually a surface-to-air missile launcher. It wasn't until he saw several Cambrian soldiers using incredible arm strength to lift a chubby, plane-like object from a nearby vehicle, mount it on the iron frame, and point the frame in his direction that he realized something was wrong. Something's wrong, this isn't right. What are those guys trying to do? The Black Hawk Air Force colonel stared without blinking, wiping cold sweat from his forehead, his heart pounding. When he saw the Cambrian soldiers actually ignite and launch the strange weapon, sending the massive object whistling toward him, he let out a terrified scream. No. Turn around, quickly. That thing is coming for us. Use the lasers to blow it up. As soon as he spoke, the Black Hawk soldiers on the airship quickly operated the lasers, using a prism system to focus and fire a red beam of light. However, even though the laser had been fired, it seemed to be too late. The player's launch position was not far away, probably no more than 5 kilometers. The Enzian anti-aircraft missile could reach speeds of over 800 kilometers per hour in an instant. It only took about 20 seconds from launch to impact. Despite the quick reaction of the Black Hawk soldiers, they were still a step too late. By the time the laser was fired, the Enzian missile had already reached the vicinity of the airship. Whether the players detonated it early or the Enzian missile was set off by the laser, when the 500 kilograms of explosives detonated at the side of the airship, a terrifying shockwave and flames surged forth instantly. Countless missile fragments peppered the airship, but all were blocked by the void shield. However, the shockwave from the explosion acted like an invisible giant hand, violently tearing open the airship's gas bag. Last chapter, chapter 366, players are still too non-human. This fanfiction is actively ongoing. I will wait to stack up some chapters before posting again.